Chapter 641. The presence of bamboo draped in elegant blue, the figure appeared ethereal amidst the gentle breeze, his flowing attire dancing gracefully, rendering him an otherworldly presence, dreamlike in essence. His voice, as deep and resonant as the vast ocean, exuded a calm assurance that brooked no dissent. Chen Zhi and Bao Ping exchanged glances, refraining from further inquiries into his true identity. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt a profound insignificance standing before him, akin to a solitary leaf swaying in the wind, suddenly confronted by the might of towering waves. At that moment, the celestial voice resonated once more. This is of no consequence. You need not dwell upon it. To offer a modicum of assistance is my honor. The valley has endured some affliction in the past, but it is of little import. I have employed water magic to cleanse it. Since all is well now, I shall take my leave. May you both take care. As this otherworldly man concluded his words, a mist began to envelop him, creating an exquisite spectacle, while clouds formed beneath his feet, suggesting he was preparing to ascend into the heavens. At that instant, Bao Ping stepped forward with an unusual earnestness, a genuine smile gracing his face, one that held both worldly wisdom and profound respect. Noble one, please do not hasten your departure. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy to inquire about your name. However, if it is not too much trouble, might you accompany me back to West Qi? Though I am but an ordinary man, I possess some rare teas, treasures seldom found in this world. Noticing the fragrance of tea that clings to you, I surmise you have an appreciation for it as well. I have a selection of the renowned Linglu tea from the Immortal Valley in Changbai Mountain, though I have been hesitant to indulge. Should you find it agreeable, perhaps we could converse over tea? We need not discuss anything else, and when you tire of sitting, I shall escort you back. Bao Ping's invitation was articulated with great politeness and subtlety, likely rendering it difficult for anyone to decline such a humble request. Yet, the expression on the man in blue momentarily stiffened. Then, his azure eyes, as fluid as water, fell upon Bao Ping, and a chilling aura erupted, enveloping everyone present. They felt as though they were being dragged into the depths of the sea, submerged beneath the icy waters, their hearts ceasing to beat. The man in blue regarded Bao Ping with a cold silence for an extended moment before ultimately revealing a gentle smile, softly uttering, "Child, what manner of being do you believe me to be? And what leads you to think you can entice me? Do you perceive me as benevolent? Do not entertain such notions lightly. Yet, you humans are intriguing. Within your brief existence, you exhibit remarkable tenacity. I once encountered a human, a ruler from your West Qi city, who was far more impatient than you. What was that child's name again? My memory fails me." Upon hearing this, Bao Ping promptly interjected, respectfully stating, "Are you referring to my adoptive father? He was indeed a senior figure to you. My adoptive father passed away last year, having governed the royal city of West Qi throughout his life. To my surprise, the Divine Lord and my foster father are old acquaintances." No. The man in blue gently shook his head, a look of numbness on his jade-like face. Yet, suddenly, he recalled something and began to smile. "Ah, indeed. I remember that child's name. He told me he is called GFA. He is the Lord of the West Qi." This utterance from the blue-clad man struck like a thunderclap, leaving Chen Zhi and Bao Ping in a state of astonishment, instinctively retreating a step. They scrutinized the youthful and handsome figure once more. In a remarkable turn of events, Chen Zhi instinctively positioned himself in front of Bao Ping, safeguarding his safety. He channeled his energy to his eyes, meticulously examining the concealed, seamless aura that the man exuded. However, the young man appeared oblivious to their reactions. His gaze lowered in contemplation as if lost in memory. Then, his melodious voice resonated once again. "It seems like it was not long ago. I cannot recall precisely. At that time, I found myself rather bored, aimlessly wandering without a particular destination, often indulging in the tales of your kind and witnessing your wars, which I found quite intriguing. On that fateful day, I suddenly heard that child wailing loudly on the rooftop, cursing the heavens with a voice so sorrowful it seemed the entire world had wronged him. I found it amusing and decided to investigate. Yet, upon sitting before him, he mistook me for a celestial envoy, seizing me suddenly and pleading, 'Divine One, do you know where the heavenly path lies?' At that moment, I found the child's earnestness rather absurd and replied, 'Can a mere mortal like you fathom the heavenly principles? You live but a fleeting few decades. Why pose such questions? What concern does the heavenly path hold for you?' Yet, the child clung to me, weeping bitterly and cursing the heavens, proclaiming that if the heavens intended to punish GFA, then let it be so, but spare the people of West Qi. He lamented that human existence was akin to living in torment, questioning why they could not resist. Although humans are of lowly status and fleeting lives, they do not wish to be treated as livestock, consumed and spent without purpose. What fault lies in his desire to defy fate alongside Jiangshang? Why must the heavens impose such punishment upon them? He then furiously denounced the celestial emperor for being blind. I found his words rather entertaining and lifted my gaze to the heavens. It was then I discovered that the sky was ablaze with heavenly fire, and the city of West Qi lay in ruins. People cried out and scattered. Many turned to charred remains, exuding the scent of burnt flesh. Yet, I was quite idle at the time, with little else to occupy my attention, so I decided to strike down that fiery entity from the heavens. The being above, seemingly a descendant of the divine, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, yet chastised me for bullying the weak and aiding rebels. It spoke too much. I could barely comprehend. Eventually, I grew weary and extinguished the flames of West Qi, intending to depart. However, the child, ungrateful as he was, clung to my leg, refusing to let me go. He implored me to stay, promising that as long as humanity could be reborn, he would see me off to the West Qi. Subsequently, a child named Jiangshang also came running, pleading for me to remain, which greatly vexed me. Can you guess how I responded to him? As the man in blue spoke this, he suddenly fixed his deep, ocean-like gaze upon Chen Zhi, his eyes intensely locked onto Chen Zhi's. Chen Zhi returned the stare into those pale blue eyes, hesitating for a moment before softly inquiring, "And how did you respond?" The man in the cerulean attire chuckled lightly. I said, "Do not cling to me, lest I devour you." Chapter 642, Zhulin, Part 2. This self-proclaimed Zhulin spoke these words with an unsettling ease, leaving one momentarily at a loss. For his amiable appearance seemed incongruent with such cruel declarations. Yet, he then placed a powerful hand upon Chen Zhi's shoulder, and as he unveiled a captivating smile, it became evident that his earlier humility was merely a facade. Chen Zhi could distinctly see that the corners of his mouth were decidedly more pronounced than those of a human, and his rear teeth were sharp and pointed. Chen Zhi shook his shoulder, attempting to extricate himself from that formidable grip, yet it was in vain. The hand held him steadfastly, its strength unimaginable. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean, an expanse so vast that he could scarcely fathom its depths. Farewell, in a daze. That ethereal voice resounded once more. The man who identified himself as Zhulin was enveloped in swirling mists, and then, like a body of water, he vanished without a trace. The weight on Chen Zhi's shoulder dissipated in an instant. Who could he possibly be? At that moment, a sheen of sweat broke out on Bao Ping's forehead as he gazed intently at the spot where the blue-clad figure had disappeared. Had he intentionally lied to intimidate us? But if it were true, then his current age, Bao Ping trailed off, his eyes turning a profound gray as he sank into contemplation. I do not know, Chen Zhi remarked, staring into the vast expanse of the sky, gently shaking his head. But if everything he claimed is indeed accurate, he must be exceedingly ancient. Even the Son of God could not possibly live for such an extended period. Perhaps, as the legends suggest, the royal city of West Qi did indeed ignite a celestial fire 5,000 years ago, ultimately finding redemption through his hands. He had aided us once. Since he could extend his assistance a second time, I believe he cannot be our enemy. Yet, he also does not appear to be our ally. The subsequent matters were merely concluding tasks. The method employed last time to seal this place was untenable. Everything here required repair and reconciliation, including the proper resettlement of the youths living here. However, these considerations were not Chen Zhi's concern at present. He now needed to contemplate the matters of sorcery. First, a magic circle must be re-established on the original ground, followed by the earth-switching spell to return everyone to their previous locations. The earth-switching spell is inherently perilous, classified as an advanced incantation that cannot accommodate a multitude of individuals. Chen Zhi's physical and magical stamina had long been depleted. He had been forcefully sustaining his already shattered body to endure the prolonged battle. In the subsequent hours, Chen Zhi needed to rest deeply within the tent to recover as much basic physical strength and magical energy as possible in order to perform this advanced spell. Meanwhile, the individuals outside were diligently occupied. Some warriors were gravely injured, particularly the elder warriors Xia and Bao Jiao, who required immediate medical attention. The warriors rescued from the divine tomb were largely in a state of disarray. Upon exposure to sunlight, they experienced immense shock, plunging into a frenzied state. Since earlier, they had been desperately struggling and calling out, their hoarse voices sounding both tragic and terrifying, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, despite this turmoil, everyone felt an extraordinary sense of joy, as many had loved ones among those rescued. Among them were the relatives of the elder warrior Xia and the two brothers of Bao Jiu. Since earlier, Bao Jiu had regained consciousness, continuously applying tourniquets to staunch the bleeding from his severed artery. However, his emotions were in turmoil, torn between tears and laughter as he gazed upon his two brothers, who resembled mere shells of their former selves. Conversely, the sentiments of the three prominent red belt warriors, Gui Dao, Ji Ying, and Asu, were rather grim. Following the recent bloody conflict, all three succumbed to an overwhelming silence, retreating into a state of emotional isolation, disregarding those around them and refraining from any form of communication. However, the youths from Wuhou Valley managed to connect with them. According to Bai Shou, the leader among them, Ji Ying had previously guided them along a promising escape route, yet ultimately, they chose to remain. They had no desire to leave this ancestral land. Bao Ping instructed several sociable individuals clad in black to engage them, urging that they return to the valley for shelter. He specifically cautioned them not to frighten the youths and to refrain from disclosing any events that had transpired here. As for the future fate of these children, the organization would deliberate on their situation upon their return for further assessment. Additionally, some sorcerers arrived to dismantle the enchantments surrounding Wuhou Valley. However, the sorcerers revealed that among these were ancient spells of another species, beyond their control and deemed unnecessary to eradicate. Thus, it was best to let them persist in this locale. Ultimately, Bao Ping directed the divine sorcerers to construct a formidable shell around the outer perimeter of the divine tomb using magic, ensuring that no one would be permitted entry henceforth. When Chen Zhi finally awakened, 5 hours had elapsed, marking the longest respite he could afford. However, the depletion of his body was so severe that his restored vitality barely sufficed for a single execution of the earth-switching spell. Subsequently, Bao Ping made meticulous arrangements, prioritizing the return of the Blood Symbol Battalion, the injured warriors, and the rescued survivors. The remaining individuals in black were tasked with addressing the aftermath and would return to the organization via land routes. Fat Wei has indeed faced considerable misfortune. After enduring a tumultuous ordeal emerging from the divine tomb, he finds himself compelled to remain here alongside the dark-clad figures to tend to the aftermath. Yet, his spirits remain remarkably high, and he is eager to mingle with these shadowy companions. Before employing the art of spatial transference, Fat Wei pulled Chen Zhi aside to a secluded spot and confided a few words. "Orange, I must offer you a word of caution," he declared, shrouded in mystery. "Just speak plainly," Chen Zhi retorted, ever averse to Fat Wei's pretentious demeanor. "What secret have you uncovered this time? I noticed something amiss." Fat Wei replied, his eyes twinkling with intrigue as he gestured skyward. "That celestial being who descended from above. While you conversed with him, I observed from the shadows. Surely, he is no ordinary character?" Chen Zhi affirmed with a nod. "Indeed," Fat Wei, with a sly grin, continued, "but that's not precisely my point. You see, your perception is rather refined, yet you often overlook the significance of attire. I, being a commonplace fellow from the Liuli factory, tend to observe appearances first, whether one adorns themselves in designer labels or flaunts opulence through jewels, assessing their wealth before contemplating how to exploit it. That individual we encountered, while appearing polished and ethereal, may conceal unpleasant truths beneath his pristine facade. Notably, he only revealed his left hand, while the right remained hidden within his sleeve." "What are you implying?" Chen Zhi queried, impatience creeping into his tone. After all, one's clothing is merely a reflection of their taste, and the eccentricities of divine science are hardly surprising. "Ah, you still fail to grasp it." Fat Wei leaned in closer, whispering, "The adage clothes make the man holds true for us mortals, and even more so for celestial beings. That divine gentleman clearly values presentation, attempting to conceal anything unsightly. This suggests he harbors secrets worth hiding, hence the precaution. Do not be deceived by his current immaculate guise. Should you strip away his garments, you may uncover something entirely unexpected. Thus, proceed with caution." Chapter 643. The Journey Home, the Art of Spatial Transference, proved remarkably effective. Chen Zhi, harnessing his own strength and incantations, traversed vast distances, successfully returning everyone to the rear mountains of Shiqi. Upon arrival, a profound sense of nostalgia enveloped them. The eternally setting sun over the Shiqi royal city radiated warmth, imparting a rejuvenating sensation to the warriors. Old warrior Xia collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. His injuries were severe, and his tenacity had long been sustained by sheer will. At that moment, the grand shaman Naira waited, accompanied by a multitude of healers. Since their departure, many medical personnel had gathered, ready to whisk the warriors to the medical quarters for urgent care upon their return. At this moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Those warriors, akin to mindless automatons, had remained in a stupor throughout the ordeal, utterly oblivious. Yet, upon their return to the rear mountains of the Vanquishing of Shiqi, they suddenly collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, and then erupted into uncontrollable sobs. From their battered bodies, scabs reopened, and blood gushed forth, staining the desolate mountains crimson. Bao Ping embraced each of them tightly, sharing in their grief, as they all bowed their heads in anguish. The other warriors wept as well. Such uninhibited cries from warriors had not echoed for centuries. Subsequent events were both tedious and straightforward. For now, let us set aside matters concerning Wuhou Valley. The warriors were dispatched to the medical ward. Severely injured ones, like the venerable elder Xia, required immediate rescue, while the survivors needed careful accommodation and thorough consideration of treatment plans. During this time, Chen Zhi, alone and weary, returned to the Jiang family's library. Immersing himself in the rejuvenating water, his body was utterly spent, and upon contact with the water, it absorbed energy voraciously, akin to a parched sponge in a desert, greedily drinking in life-giving moisture, until drowsiness began to overtake him. Eventually, Chen Zhi submerged his head as well. It was an instinctive act, yet inexplicably, he found he could breathe within the water, an experience previously unknown to him. Before long, he succumbed entirely to slumber. The Vanquishing of Shiqi was secure, the library tranquil, and the warm water enveloped him like the most comforting blanket, granting him a sleep more restful than he had ever known. In this serene slumber, Chen Zhi dreamt a small dream. In it, he encountered his distant uncle and uncle, though their faces remained obscured by darkness, their forms clad in long, pure white robes. Each grasped one of his hands, leading him forward to a place shrouded in shadow, yet furnished with long benches. There, he discerned many indistinct figures, all donned in white robes, their silver hair cascading over their shoulders. They approached, reaching out to touch his hands and patting his back, as if honoring a hero returned from battle. Chen Zhi sensed their smiles, their approval enveloping him. When he awoke, he found himself floating above the water. This sleep had been truly rejuvenating. His body felt like a vessel filled with energy, limbs stretching as if reborn. Yet, the library remained as serene as before. Everything meticulously arranged under the primary spell of order, immaculate and unblemished. Emerging from the water, Chen Zhi was drenched. Realizing that it was customary for the clan leaders to allow the water to be naturally absorbed and air-dried. Yet he still retained human habits. Here he would hang a large bathrobe, accompanied by beverages and glassware, donning the robe post-bath to absorb the moisture from his skin. Ever since the reincarnation of Chen Zhi, all matters here had been managed by Chen Zhi himself. At times, he found himself reminiscing about that petite figure. After drying his hair with a large towel, Chen Zhi poured himself a cup of coffee and sought the location of water-based spells among his numerous bookshelves, hoping to uncover information regarding the blue-clad man who referred to himself as Zhu Lin in those ancient tomes. The name Zhu Lin undoubtedly bore no significance, yet it might lead to folklore or historical records with similar themes, particularly regarding the legendary figure of the Dragon Sea Princess and her origins. However, Chen Zhi soon discerned that the character of the Dragon Sea Princess was entirely fictional. In fact, she did not exist at all. Yet, her background bore striking resemblances to certain tales. According to legend, this Dragon Sea Princess held a noble status, being the direct offspring of the Heavenly Emperor, and was relegated to the mortal realm due to her yearning for earthly love. The Chronicles of War from the Western Qi records an incident where a fire ravaged Western Qi, with the events aligning closely with the legend, as the city faced near annihilation. Subsequently, it was indeed a divine being who descended from the heavens that rescued them. However, little was documented about this savior, and descriptions of their appearance or gender were scarce. This was quite unusual for the ancient Zhou people, who excelled in chronicling war history. Chen Zhi meticulously opened the chronicles of war and eventually discovered a minuscule line of text at the end of a paragraph, the handwriting somewhat rigid and barely legible. Yet, the script was eerily familiar, identical to the characters penned by GFA in the royal edict discovered within the fox den. The text, upon translation from its archaic form, read, "This noble lord was fortunate to be saved by the benefactor and sought a name from the benefactor, only to be refused, thus kneeling in tears to bid farewell. The benefactor saved the people of Western Qi from the heavenly fire. Alas, such great kindness could not be repaid." Later, it was heard that the benefactor was of divine lineage, a descendant of the sun goddess, exceedingly noble, yet ensnared by earthly love, enduring the divine punishment of thunder, suffering unimaginable torment. Such a celestial being is not to be coveted by mere mortals. I ponder, in my impure mortal form. I dare not dwell upon the great kindness of the benefactor. This is merely a record. In the days of yore, the ancient deity of the great flood was indeed the benefactor of our West Qi. Chapter 644, The Glory of Return. Chen Zhi refrained from touching the manuscript left by GFA. Instead, he captured the text with his mobile phone before returning the tome to its place. He then dried his hair with a bathrobe and exited the library. Upon his return to the royal city of West Qi, he realized that he had been in a stupor for 3 days and nights amidst the tumult of battle. The city bustled with activity, with numerous individuals from various organizations traversing the corridors, warriors and shamans alike, all brimming with vitality and engaged in hushed conversations. Chen Zhi understood that this victory was a collective delight, as every individual, including each warrior who had ventured into the divine tomb, had become a hero of West Qi. They spoke of this triumph, which had completely avenged 7 years of humiliation, with reverence for Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, the 2 youthful leaders who had ascended to the status of new deities in the hearts of the West Qi people. During their journey, the attendant, Lantern Boy, had become more loquacious, informing Chen Zhi that many injured individuals were receiving urgent care. Elder warriors Xia and Bao Jiu were still in critical condition, and while some warriors had heroically returned, they soon entered perilous states. Thus, attending to the wounded had become the organization's foremost priority, and everyone was exceedingly occupied. As the leader of the organization, Bao Ping had also been exceptionally busy, having instructed the previous day that if Chen Zhi emerged from the library, he should return home independently, with a promise to reconvene at a later time. Chen Zhi's departure had been remarkably quiet. The black-clad sentinels at the gate were scarce, and even the familiar figure of Wolf II was absent, reportedly attending to matters at the Martial Marquis Valley. Yet, the well-known black Audi awaited him outside the organization. On the journey home, the orc driver, Niu Lu, surprisingly became quite talkative. "Patriarch, though I am of humble status, I have heard of your deeds. It is a profound honor to serve by your side. I have heard that you wielded the divine whip of Jiangshang to vanquish the fire god, shaking the heavens. What a magnificent spectacle! My admiration knows no bounds, and I long to witness it myself." "The fire god?" Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly, "merely a discontented deity." Nevertheless, Niu Lu remained exuberant. "Furthermore, I have heard that you struck down the god by Qi within the divine tomb, rescuing numerous warriors. Many families have been reunited, and your virtues are being extolled far and wide. They refer to you as the reincarnation of Jiangshang, proclaiming that you shall soon declare yourself a deity, a living god who commands the realm, akin to the esteemed Jiangshang of old. To serve you is a privilege beyond measure. Declare myself a god? Huh. That shall forever remain impossible." Chen Zhi leaned back against the seat, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he inexplicably recalled the refreshing visage of Bai Ku. If one were to speak of virtues, what true virtue exists in this world? It is merely a cycle of slaughter, cloaked in self-justification. Chen Zhi then closed his eyes, lightly coughing twice to signal his desire for silence. Niu Lu dared not utter another word, quietly escorting Chen Zhi back to the Fate Hall. When Chen Zhi once again stood before the entrance of the Fate Hall, he felt as though he had traversed through time and space. Just as he approached the door, Ding Ning rushed out like a gust of wind, embracing Chen Zhi and weeping like a child. Ding Ning appeared notably gaunt, dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of a malnourished refugee. He wept inconsolably, leaving Chen Zhi bewildered as to the cause of his distress. Once they returned indoors, Ding Ning revealed that since Chen Zhi and the others had departed, he had been inexplicably plagued by the same dream, increasingly terrifying with each recurrence, driving him to the brink of madness. In this dream, a strange, waterlogged man with frighteningly visible sclera sought out Ding Ning, ultimately seizing him by the neck in a desperate attempt to suffocate him. Yet, the man's face remained obscured, his tears flowing profusely as he lamented, "Fateful ties. It is all fateful ties. This is all retribution." Terrified, Ding Ning would awaken, only to be haunted by the same wet man upon falling asleep the following night. Chen Zhi pondered Ding Ning's account, and then inquired, "Though you cannot see his face, can you describe his appearance? How old might he be, and what was he wearing?" After a moment of deep reflection, Ding Ning, furrowing his brow, replied, "I cannot be entirely certain, but he appears to be in his 30s or 40s. Despite being drenched, his clothing is exquisite, resembling colorful clouds floating in the air, vibrant and resplendent. However, he is covered in bloodstains, as if he had been mercilessly whipped. Around his neck hangs an iron collar, and he is bound by chains that gleam with a brilliance surpassing platinum, the material unknown to me. It seems he is suspended in water, surrounded by hues of blue and black. I can even see the bubbles of the sea. Yes, he must be submerged in seawater. Though I have never encountered this man before, he feels oddly familiar to me. Despite my fear, there is a strange intimacy, as if we had shared a life together in a past existence." Chen Zhi contemplated Ding Ning's detailed account, which sparked a chilling thought. He then asked, "Reflect on it. How many times have you dreamt of him? Is every dream the same?" "Indeed," Ding Ning replied, his tear-filled eyes wide with distress. "Since you left, I have dreamt of this man every day. Eventually, I grew so fearful that I could not sleep, keeping my eyes wide open until dawn. Yet, whenever I succumbed to exhaustion and closed my eyes, he would appear before me, dripping wet. It was terrifying. I nearly lost my mind." As Ding Ning spoke these words, he could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, resembling a 6 or 7-year-old child. Chen Zhi could only console him, urging him not to let his imagination run wild, assuring him that it was merely a nightmare, a fabrication of the mind, not to be taken so seriously. However, Ding Ning immediately lifted his head, his eyes reflecting sheer terror as he gazed into Chen Zhi's, who said it isn't real. Look at my neck." After uttering these words, Ding Ning pulled open his collar, revealing his neck to Chen Zhi. A chill ran through Chen Zhi as he beheld 2 distinct bruised handprints adorning Ding Ning's neck. Chapter 645. Ding Ning's dream figure. Chen Zhi promptly reassured Ding Ning, explaining that the emotional turbulence often experienced during adolescence was merely a transient psychological response. He cited numerous clinical studies in psychology, stating that the things we fear most tend to occupy our thoughts during the day, leading to chaotic and fantastical imaginings, which then manifest in our dreams at night. These experiences stem from subconscious fears and are considered common phenomena. Ding Ning, being inherently simple-minded, rarely overthought matters. After absorbing Chen Zhi's profound reasoning, he ultimately chose to believe him. Chen Zhi returned from the organization rather late that day, the clock nearing 5 o'clock in the evening. With darkness soon to envelop the sky, neither of the 2 men relished cooking at home, and Ding Ning, feeling rather despondent, had little appetite. Consequently, Chen Zhi ordered takeout, eating a modest meal before urging Ding Ning to retire for the night. Ding Ning had unwavering faith in Chen Zhi. In his straightforward mind, he regarded Chen Zhi and Fat Wei as the most formidable individuals in the world. Even if ghosts truly existed, he believed Chen Zhi could chase them away. Thus, under Chen Zhi's persuasion, he obediently returned to his room to sleep. By this time, night had completely fallen, and the autumn evening carried a slight chill. To prevent Ding Ning from spiraling into anxious thoughts, Chen Zhi deliberately administered 2 tranquilizers, then drew the curtains tightly to create a secure sleeping environment, hoping to calm Ding Ning's restless mind. It had indeed been a long while since Ding Ning had enjoyed a good night's sleep, and it wasn't long before the sound of his snoring filled the room. This time, however, Chen Zhi chose not to leave. He had rested sufficiently and felt invigorated. With no inclination for sleep, he pulled a chair to sit at Ding Ning's door, placing an ashtray on his lap, and lit a cigarette, listening intently to Ding Ning's rhythmic breathing from within. It appeared that Ding Ning was sleeping soundly, his snores resonating loudly. As time passed without any notable events, Chen Zhi found himself on his 7th cigarette when, suddenly, Ding Ning's snoring ceased abruptly. Then, he heard the bed creak, and Ding Ning's breathing became rapid and labored, as if someone were tightening their grip around his neck. Ding Ning began to thrash about in his bed, struggling desperately, unable to emit a sound. Chen Zhi's heart raced. He understood that something ominous was approaching. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a sharp gust of energy that sliced through the door and into the bedroom. Chen Zhi was acutely familiar with the positioning of the bed in the bedroom. In an instant, several currents of air converged around Ding Ning's bed, forming a square, transparent barrier that enveloped it completely, akin to a glass tank. Chen Zhi then pushed the door open and entered, discovering Ding Ning desperately struggling on the bed. His face already turning a purplish hue, his neck evidently gripped tightly by an unseen force. Two depressions, resembling finger imprints, marred his neck, indicating that something invisible was constricting it. "What are you?" Chen Zhi's expression darkened as he coldly demanded, "Reveal your identity, or I shall send you to your demise." Upon uttering these words, he lightly tapped his lips together, unleashing the tempestuous energy of the thunderous incantation concealed within the transparent barrier. The spell erupted with a furious intensity, unleashing electrical tongues that crackled violently. This formidable offensive spell harbored an unimaginable voltage, and the confined space of the square barrier transformed into a chaotic sea of electricity. Emitting a sound akin to thunder, any creature within its grasp would be instantly reduced to charred remains upon the slightest contact. If an ordinary demigod or beast were responsible for such mischief, they would surely be paralyzed with terror at this moment. Under Chen Zhi's coercive presence, the marks on Ding Ning's neck indeed began to fade. However, the barrier remained eerily empty, transparent to the eye yet devoid of any visible entity. Despite Chen Zhi's enhanced vision, granted by the currents of air, he discerned nothing amiss. It is worth noting that these currents could augment one's depth perception, penetrating magical barriers, rendering even invisibility ineffective against Chen Zhi's keen gaze. "What manner of being are you? Do you still refuse to reveal yourself?" Chen Zhi spoke coldly, his eyes fixed upon the darkness within the barrier as he advanced. "Why resort to tricks? Whether divine or spectral, they hold no significance for me. Let us simplify matters. Tell me your intentions." After Chen Zhi finished speaking, a gentle breeze lifted the curtains, restoring the surrounding ambience to its former tranquility, yet nothing transpired. However, Chen Zhi uncovered an astonishing truth. Upon conducting a density probe within the barrier, he found nothing but the bed and Ding Ning's body. This implied that no tangible entity resided within the barrier. There was truly nothing there. Could it be a ghost? Chen Zhi's mind jolted with disbelief, involuntarily recalling the shadow that had guided him within the divine tomb. Although he had long harbored suspicions regarding the true identity of that shadow, he found himself reluctant to dwell on the notion of ghosts. Yet, the sight before him compelled him to reevaluate his perception of reality and the world around him. "Come forth. Let us converse," Chen Zhi murmured, gently moving forward to lean against the edge of the barrier, scrutinizing the interior with utmost care. Inside, it was dark and the air was normal, the temperature stable. Aside from Ding Ning, who lay pale and unconscious on the bed, everything seemed unremarkable. What on earth is happening? Is it truly a ghost? Why would it seek out Ding Ning? Chen Zhi's mind raced with these questions. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. A terrifying visage pressed itself against the edge of the barrier, so close that it nearly touched Chen Zhi's face. Upon seeing that ghastly, pallid countenance, Chen Zhi was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In truth, very few things could frighten Chen Zhi anymore. Even a living ghost dangling before him would hardly stir any significant emotion within him. His past experiences had dulled his perception of fear to a great extent. Yet, this face was distinctly different. It exuded terror and an unfathomable quality, as if it were a glimpse into another realm. The visage appeared to be one that had been grotesquely swollen and distorted by seawater, its complexion a ghastly white tinged with green. Its eyes resembled festering wounds, revealing a sickly grayish hue, while its mouth had transformed into a gaping red cavity, the entire form in a state of partial decay. It was as if this being had lingered in the ocean for millennia, yet had not perished, evoking a visceral reaction at first glance. Chen Zhi's eyes widened as he scrutinized this pale face, then shifted his gaze to its body, which was indeed submerged in water, ensnared by multiple chains of control stone. Wrapped tightly, with even the bones of its limbs grotesquely bent backward and folded in upon themselves. The figure resembled a cocoon suspended in midair. surrounded by dark blue currents that perpetually released bubbles. These bubbles were large and intricate, forming clusters characteristic of those found in the deep sea. Not a single patch of skin on this individual was intact, yet remnants of what appeared to be once vibrant attire, a battered suit of armor, suggested a history of opulence, with traces of gold and jewels evident. However, the entirety of the body had decayed, yet the deeply etched, harrowing whip marks remained visible upon the rotting flesh. Upon seeing these scars, Chen Zhi's heart sank. He recognized them all too well, marks only left by the divine whip. "Who are you?" Chen Zhi pressed his hands against the barrier, gently inquiring, hoping to extract an answer from that hollow mouth. Yet, the monstrous face merely swayed momentarily before vanishing entirely. Chen Zhi promptly dispelled the barrier and beheld a puddle of water on the ground. He dipped his fingers into it and tasted the briny essence of the deep sea. At that moment, Ding Ning had begun to regain consciousness. Upon awakening and seeing Chen Zhi standing there, he was initially startled, then burst into tears. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. It spoke to me. It intended to strangle me, truly to strangle me. Don't panic. Chen Zhi promptly seated himself at the edge of the bed, pressing his fingers upon Ding Ning's philtrum while silently reciting soothing incantations to calm him. Once Ding Ning began to settle, Chen Zhi gently inquired, "Do not be afraid. There is nothing to worry about. Please, tell me, what did you dream this time? Was it the same scene from the past?" "No," Ding Ning cried out in anguish. "This time he spoke to me again, calling me a wretched being. He said it would be better for me to join him in the depths than to remain alive in this world." Ding Ning's nonsensical ramblings drove him to the brink of madness. His memories were remarkably clear, yet the horrifying images rendered him incapable of facing reality. All he could do was weep uncontrollably. Eventually, Chen Zhi resorted to fabrications to console him, assuring him that this was merely a transient psychological reaction that would soon pass. As for the mark on his neck, it was merely a manifestation of his own actions in the dream. Such cases were not uncommon abroad and would soon fade. He urged Ding Ning not to dwell on it, suggesting it was merely a normal physiological phenomenon of adolescence. However, the fright had profoundly unsettled Ding Ning, who clung to Chen Zhi, refusing to sleep. With no other recourse, Chen Zhi resorted to crafting sleep-inducing spells, coaxing him into slumber. Yet this time, he dared not leave, remaining vigilantly by Ding Ning's bedside. In the following days, Ding Ning no longer experienced that dream nor heard any peculiar voices. The incident faded into a mere interlude. Consequently, Ding Ning began to embrace Chen Zhi's theories, believing it to be nothing more than a psychological symptom of adolescence, and soon dismissed it from his mind. Yet, Chen Zhi understood all too well that this had nothing to do with psychological ailments. The sole reason lay in Ding Ning's unique past identity, which was not something that could be resolved simply by changing bodies. Perhaps, as the figure in his dreams had suggested, his karmic ties were far from over. For the time being, Pang Wei would not be returning. He was diligently pursuing his career among the men in black, dealing with the subsequent matters concerning the Wuho Valley. Later, Chen Zhi accessed his private network and discovered numerous WeChat messages, the majority of which were from Mina. She was flourishing abroad as a leader, rarely undertaking missions herself, and primarily spending time with the children. Mina appeared to be enjoying life immensely, sharing a plethora of photos depicting her daily activities and travels with Chen Zhi. The child had grown a little, beaming with charm. Though the majority of the images were of Mina herself, one must admit, her physique was undeniably exquisite, with long legs and a prominent figure that could rival international supermodels. Her golden hair and radiant eyes were captivating enough to tempt even the most disciplined practitioner of the arcane arts. A few messages were also sent by Jin Fei, whose demeanor was notably reserved. She simply sent Chen Zhi gentle greetings, inquiring about his current state of life and reminding him to pay attention to his diet and health, advising him not to overexert himself to avoid re-aggravating old injuries. She mentioned that her family's bank has been flourishing recently, and her brother is preparing to settle in the mainland. He has been eager to forge connections with the Bao family and establish a friendship with Chen Zhi. If time permits, he hopes to visit the city for a holiday. Jin Fei also shared several charming photographs, in which she donned delicate makeup and wore pure white or soft pink dresses, exuding an air of gracefulness while playfully captivating the viewer's attention. Among the messages on WeChat, one stood out, an exceptionally concise note from Chen Zhi's father. It instantly caught Chen Zhi's attention. "The formula you requested is ready. It will be sent to you after the leader's approval. Upon reading this message, Chen Zhi's heart raced with exhilaration. He recognized it as a potent weapon, a masterstroke from his father, an instrument forged by human intellect, capable of delivering Yamo to the depths of hell. In the subsequent days, Chen Zhi found himself unable to meet with Bao Ping, which took him by surprise. Since returning from Wuhou Valley, Bao Ping had been preoccupied with managing various follow-up matters. Chen Zhi initially anticipated that Bao Ping would soon reach out to discuss the resolutions regarding these affairs, yet that moment never arrived. Later, he heard troubling news that Bao Ping had fallen ill, suffering from persistent vomiting of blood reminiscent of past ailments. However, the shaman physicians remained optimistic, believing that this illness posed no significant threat, perhaps merely a recurrence of previous conditions exacerbated by recent exertions. They advised that it wasn't a grave matter, merely requiring careful recuperation and rest to avoid further distress. Thus, Chen Zhi temporarily set aside thoughts of his father's affairs, intending to address them once Bao Ping recovered. In the meantime, unexpected events unfolded within the West Qi royal city. The survivors brought back to the organization underwent urgent medical consultations and treatment. However, during the entire process, the shamans discovered that the survivors' skin had been utterly ravaged, presenting an insurmountable challenge. The accumulation of deranged tissues on their skin and internal organs was alarming, indicating that complete recovery would not be an overnight endeavor. Even if healing were achieved, the survivors would resemble dazed livestock, and restoring their rationality and abilities would prove exceedingly arduous. One shaman proposed a bold idea. Modern human medicine has made remarkable advancements in organ transplantation and soft tissue regeneration. If the shamans lacked proficiency in such techniques, why not enlist the expertise of elite medical professionals from the human medical field? After all, these warriors were fundamentally ordinary humans. Consequently, in the days that followed, West Qi welcomed numerous esteemed medical experts from both domestic and international realms, each a leader in their field, poised to provide the best treatment plans for the warriors. Lang Tu returned specifically for this matter, frequently communicating with Chen Zhi to report on the internal developments within West Qi. According to the report from the Wolf Map, when these distinguished human experts were led into the royal city of Shiqi, they were blindfolded. Upon removing their blindfolds, they were filled with dread. The chilling and eerie atmosphere of the royal city starkly contrasted with the outside world, leading them to believe they had been abducted to a terrorist stronghold, nearly causing them to soil themselves. However, in the face of the organization's golden remuneration, they swiftly regained their composure. It is estimated that the world's most elite medical teams are currently congregated within the royal city of Shiqi, tirelessly working day and night to devise methods for aiding the physical rehabilitation of these survivors. This endeavor is far from simple. Virtually every day, significant surgeries are conducted, including procedures for skeletal reconstruction, soft tissue regeneration, and neural recovery. Moreover, a crucial aspect of healing pertains to psychological trauma. Numerous esteemed psychologists have arrived to provide psychological guidance and trauma therapy to these survivors, with the hope of gradually restoring their consciousness to that of normal individuals. Among those receiving treatment are the warriors Asawa, Ghostblade, and Jiying. Asawa and Ghostblade bear profound psychological scars. Upon returning to Shiqi, Bao Ping had a conversation with Asawa, during which Chen Zhi was not present. The essence of the discussion was this: do not torment yourself with questions of identity. Humanity lacks fixed identities. Who do you believe yourself to be? Then that is who you are. We all regard you as the true Red Warrior of Shiqi, the pillar of the southern sky. This matter need never be mentioned again, and others will not disseminate it further. Asawa, being inherently resilient, could reconcile this within himself and vowed never to speak of it again, burying the pain and secret deep within. However, Ghostblade's wounds are far more severe. The weight of the parricide accusation is a heavy burden, one that may forever leave a shadow etched upon his heart. It is said that on the very day Bao Ping returned to Shiqi, he issued a strict directive. The incident involving Ji Lai within the Divine Tomb is classified, and no one is permitted to mention it. Furthermore, any acquaintance with the individual Baiku during this mission should also be disregarded, as if he never existed. Many things, when forgotten, escape the dichotomy of right and wrong, and without such distinctions, the entanglements of reason dissipate. What remains are the positive aspects. One morning, a sensational piece of news erupted. The wristbands of the elder warrior Xia and the fierce Bao Jiu suddenly turned crimson overnight. The vivid red hue illuminated the sky above Shichi. All the warriors were astir, filled with envy and exhilaration, as they comprehended that the previous claims of the Ji clan monopolizing the red wristband slots were utterly baseless. It became clear that the wristbands of Shichi indeed possessed such power. When a human's martial prowess reaches a certain level and their merits accumulate sufficiently, their identity will transform automatically. If not, it simply indicates that the time has yet to come. It is said that the venerable warrior, upon discovering that his wristband had finally changed color at the age of 50-something, was moved to tears. He did not boast to anyone, but instead retreated to the elders' hall, where he knelt before his ancestors for an entire day. In stark contrast, the flamboyant Bao Ping recounted the perilous encounters with celestial beings within the divine tomb to the warriors, celebrating their unwavering loyalty, bravery, and indomitable spirit. He spoke of the patriarch of the Jiang clan, whose formidable presence commanded respect even in the face of semi-divine beings, and of the legendary prowess of the god-slaying whip. The warriors, a collective nourished by the essence of honor, were immediately stirred by these narratives, their blood ignited with fervor, as if they had returned to a mythical age. They held Bao Ping and his companions in the highest esteem, regarding them as the true valiant warriors of the West Qi, unyielding even in death, triumphing over deities in a world that had long forsaken myth. In the days that followed, whenever Chen Zhi organized an outing, he was invariably halted by young warriors along the way. They would kneel before him, hands pressed against their chests, beseeching him to allow them to accompany him on his next mission, yearning for the opportunity to prove themselves and achieve greatness. However, Ji Ying's spirits had plummeted during this period, and Chen Zhi had not laid eyes on her. The Grand Sorcerer reported to Chen Zhi that Ji Ying was most serene during her treatment, yet at night, she would suddenly awaken, wailing loudly with a heart-wrenching cry. She consistently lamented, "Let me die in your stead. Kill me. Do not let me owe you anything." Chapter 648. The Return of Fat Wei. In the days that followed, news emerged that the upper echelons of West Qi had reached a decision regarding the Wuhou Valley. All the youths of Wuhou Valley were to be retained. Yet the valley would remain closed to the outside world. They would continue to live in seclusion, self-sufficient as before, with the organization providing for their material needs, thereby establishing a symbiotic relationship with the youths. An unconfirmed proposal suggested that upon reaching a certain age, these youths might be given the opportunity to join the organization for training in martial arts, potentially becoming warriors themselves. However, this resolution remained under deliberation, awaiting Bao Ping's final decision at the upcoming New Year's gathering. Regardless of the circumstances, Bao Ping's decision to spare these youths was unexpected for Chen Zhi. Given his previous understanding of Bao Ping, he had anticipated that he would not tolerate such a potential complication. Yet, Bao Ping had chosen this course. And Chen Zhi couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow related to Bai Ku. Perhaps this was the outcome of Bai Ku's self-sacrifice. As time passed, tranquility gradually returned, calming the hearts of those involved. During this period, Chen Zhi remained reclusive, while the business of the Fate Hall relied solely on Ding Ning's sporadic efforts. He retrieved the box he had given to Bao Ping containing the Yamo, and placed it on the table in the dimly lit chamber, quietly contemplating it alone. At times, he would caress the surface of the box with his hand, probing its depths with the currents of air, sensing the profound resentment emanating from within. Chen Zhi always had an instinctive feeling that the moment he opened this box, everything would take a turn for the worse. However, during this period, Ding Ning seemed to be in relatively good spirits, having no longer experienced that peculiar dream. This even led Chen Zhi to believe that the dream of the past was merely a fragment of Ding Ning's memories from a previous life, a bygone affair that had truly faded away. As for the pallid, bloated visage submerged in seawater, it remained a haunting imprint in Chen Zhi's heart. He held a deep aversion to that face, shying away from contemplating it, ultimately burying it in a concealed chamber of his mind. Days passed, and finally, Pang Wei returned, making quite a grand entrance. Dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with a designer tie and gold cufflinks, he exuded an air of prominence. Recently, he had secured a respectable position, meeting with the Zhen siblings from Zhen's bank in Beijing, as he had previously interacted with them, facilitating business discussions and fostering friendships. Zhen Fei's brother, Zhen Laoda, had developed ambitious aspirations regarding the mainland market, enticed by the flourishing film industry there, which promised vast financial rewards. After much contemplation, he decided to venture into the cinematic realm, aiming to make a significant impact in the entertainment sector. The Jin family had never engaged in tangible business before. Their primary income stemmed from managing financial resources for others and personal asset savings, without ever running an enterprise autonomously. Nonetheless, their reputation over the years had garnered them an extensive network of connections. Zhen Laoda, driven by ambition, sought to establish a substantial business, aspiring to become a monopolistic leader in the field. However, ambition alone would not suffice. It required relationships, experience, and most importantly, alliances with friends. During this time, Zhen Laoda was tirelessly occupied, being a man of the social sphere, adept at networking. He sought connections from all corners, gathering influential figures to invest and support his endeavors, striving for substantial capital influx, and ultimately aiming for a public listing. In such pivotal moments, a powerful entity like the Bao family from the Northeast became a primary target for his public relations efforts. Pang Wei was sent as a representative of Bao Ping, pushing the envelope to its limits. Throughout the journey, Zhen Laoda treated him with utmost hospitality, showering him with delicacies, offering massages, and engaging him in brotherly camaraderie, filling the air with festive greetings, elevating Pang Wei to the point where he nearly forgot his own identity. After a few drinks, he thumped the table, agreeing to whatever Zhen Laoda proposed. Having accepted the sweetened overtures from Zhen Laoda, Pang Wei naturally found himself obligated to assist in his endeavors. Since returning, Chen Zhi has been extolling the virtues of Zhen Laoda and Zhen Lair, proclaiming him to be an exceptionally good man, talented, responsible, loyal, and handsome, among other commendations. He remarked on the current era of the soft economy, asserting that making a profit in the film and television industry is essential. Therefore, the Bao family must wholeheartedly support this endeavor and encourage Chen Zhi to advocate for favorable considerations before Lao Jindo, ensuring the matter is settled. Then, in a conspiratorial manner, Pang Wei winked at Chen Zhi and revealed a small package from his bosom. After unwrapping layers of silk cloth, he unveiled a small glass bottle shaped like a heart, filled with an array of colorful sands that appeared rather exquisite. With a playful air, Pang Wei shook the bottle before Chen Zhi, causing the sands to swirl in a vibrant display. "You know," he began with a mischievous grin, "this is a gift from Miss Zhen, intended for you. Before I departed, she specifically summoned me to hand it over. She mentioned that you carry too much weight on your mind, often struggling to sleep at night and speaking in your dreams. These sands, dyed in various hues according to some psychological principle, are meant to be swayed before your eyes each night before sleep, purportedly alleviating anxiety and aiding in entering a slumber. I never anticipated that you two had crossed paths in such a manner. Chen Zhi, it appears your innocence has waned. It isn't what you think," Chen Zhi replied, reaching for the bottle. However, Pang Wei withheld it, continuing. She also advised against sleeping pills, claiming they're detrimental to one's health, and rambled on with a plethora of other sentiments that I can scarcely recall. In any case, the affection Miss Zhen harbors for you is rather apparent. For what it's worth, I've indulged in this dog food, and I've conveyed your message. Whether you choose to pursue the role of a son-in-law is entirely up to you." After this proclamation, Pang Wei tossed the colorful sand bottle to Chen Zhi and hurried to the living room to call Lao Jindo. Chen Zhi held the bottle, swirling it before his eyes. Indeed, the colors had been meticulously crafted, each hue transitioning smoothly into the next. The mesmerizing patterns produced during the shaking were profoundly relaxing, indicating that Zhen Fei had invested considerable effort into creating this item. Just as Chen Zhi placed the bottle in the drawer, he heard Pang Wei exclaiming loudly from the other room. It seemed that something amiss had occurred with Lao Jindo. Chapter 649. The secret of Lao Jindo. Lao Jindo's response on the phone was rather peculiar. Pang Wei had intended to establish a rapport with him to facilitate Zhen Laoda's affairs. However, Lao Jindo exhibited no interest whatsoever. Upon hearing that Pang Wei had returned, he hastily stated, "It's good that you're back. I was just about to search for you. I've only just returned to town myself. You two shouldn't go anywhere tonight. I will come find you shortly. Let us discuss everything in person." Without waiting for Pang Wei's reply, he abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Pang Wei quite irate. Alas, that old scoundrel. Ever since he fully took over the business from Master Bao, his arrogance has only escalated. That old man is fortunate to have encountered a divine being in Mongolia, who granted him several more years of life. He has now risen to a position of authority, embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO. Goodness, he now addresses me with such condescension. Once he arrives, I shall surely strip him of his pretentious airs. Fat Wei was incessantly complaining, yet Chen Zhi felt an unsettling premonition. He was well aware of Lao Jindo's character, calm and composed, rarely displaying his emotions. He was not the type to become arrogant simply due to a modicum of power. If there was such urgency to meet them, it must indeed be a matter of great significance. However, Chen Zhi had never meddled in the affairs of the Bao family. Ever since Bao Ping ascended to the position of the organization's leader, the entire Bao group had remained under Lao Jindo's unilateral control, leaving no room for consultation with others. Furthermore, business matters rarely intersected with organizational affairs. It was unlikely that anything would reach Chen Zhi's ears. What could Lao Jindo possibly want that necessitated a private conversation? At approximately 5 o'clock in the evening, shortly after Ding Ning had finished school, Lao Jindo's car pulled up in front of the Fate Hall. He had come without a driver, looking considerably thinner and his hair somewhat disheveled after several days apart. He quickly stepped out and entered the Fate Hall. At that moment, the establishment had yet to close, and a few female students were browsing the bracelets at the counter. Fat Wei, never one to miss such an opportunity, dashed over to engage them in idle chatter, remarking that one short-haired student possessed an elegant demeanor reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, while another bore a resemblance to Yang Timo. Seeking to acquire their WeChat details. Upon entering, Lao Jindo wasted no time. He seized Fat Wei and waved dismissively at the two female students. Closed. Closed. You all need to leave quickly. We are in a hurry to close up. His abrupt eviction left the two students bewildered. Blushing, they exchanged exasperated glances with Fat Wei before storming out. This infuriated Fat Wei, who glared at Lao Jindo, wishing he could confront him directly. What is wrong with you, you old curmudgeon? Have you really been single all your life? It appears you've made a career out of being alone. Did those girls provoke you? Do you even know what we were discussing before you sent them away? You owe me. Compensate me for 4 interactions, or this matter will not be resolved. Enough. I have no time for your nonsense. Lao Jindo replied impatiently, glancing around to ensure their surroundings were secure before addressing Chen Zhi. I believe it would be prudent for us to discuss this upstairs. This location is too close to the road. It lacks sufficient security. I'm not at ease. After speaking, Lao Jindo glanced at Ding Ning, who had just set down his backpack and was seated, opening his laptop, eager for a snack. Lao Jindo extracted several red bills from his wallet and handed them to Ding Ning. This young fellow is the most considerate. Quickly go, for the adults have serious matters to discuss. Take this money and go enjoy yourself at the internet CAF with your friends. Have fun as you please. For the first time, Ding Ning reacted with such swiftness. Upon catching sight of the old man's tickets, his eyes widened instantly, devoid of any superfluous words. He swiftly grabbed his backpack and took off. The series of actions exhibited by the old man left everyone utterly speechless. Without exchanging pleasantries, he ascended to the second floor. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei exchanged glances before following him upstairs. The old man then inspected each room, ultimately choosing to enter Chen Zhi's bedroom, after which he finally felt emboldened to speak. Sigh. The old man let out a long sigh, his face darkening as he shook his head incessantly, unable to utter a single word. This left Fat Wei in a state of agitation. Listen, old Jean, can you please spit it out? I've been patient with you since earlier. Your air of mystery is driving me mad. What on earth has happened? Have you found a second spring in life? Have you taken a liking to some internet influencer? Did you get someone pregnant? No worries. If she's expecting, we can figure something out together. But let me tell you, you must tread carefully. With your age, you can't handle the vigor of a young girl. The old man furrowed his brow and shot a fierce glare at Fat Wei. Then he sighed heavily, turning to Chen Zhi. Chun, I initially did not wish to speak of this, as it is quite embarrassing, but it has reached a point where I must. It seems that Leopard is indeed unwell, not just physically, but mentally as well. It appears he is a bit like the old man struggled to articulate the words, his teeth clenched tightly, as if the revelation was immensely difficult to voice. Finally, he sighed once more. Alas, how humiliating. I feel ashamed to say this, but Leopard has been acting as though possessed. His temperament has drastically shifted. Initially, I noticed his growing irritability, a stark contrast to his former self. Then, he absurdly insisted that I discreetly find him women. This is something I have never encountered before. A man like Leopard, who has always held his dignity, would never stoop to such behavior. At first, I thought it was merely a fleeting whim. So I sent a few escort girls his way, yet he continued to demand more. To date, I've sent him 7 or 8. and not a single one has returned alive. I genuinely fear something terrible is about to happen." Chen Zhi was astounded by the old man's words, struggling to fathom that it was indeed old Jean who spoke them. How could Leopard harbor such bizarre thoughts? Had someone said something to provoke him? No, there was nothing. Old Jean, his face flushed, exclaimed, "I truly do not know whether Leopard has lost his mind or what. How could such peculiar notions occupy his thoughts? Yet, he has been incessantly fixated on them. It's as if he is bewitched. At times, he even expresses disdain for that woman, claiming that merely imagining her face is repulsive. If only he had not saved that half-divine being. If he had not known her, none of this would have ensued. He even said it would have been better to have killed her before descending to the underworld. Damn it, damn it, damn it." Upon hearing these words, Peng Wei was profoundly shaken. "Old Jean, why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you have any idea what this is called? It's a serious psychological aberration. Fantasizing about such things? Necrophilia? Let me tell you, such acts have existed since ancient times, and in the eyes of those of us who delve into the grave, it is a grave taboo. Historically, it was the domain of the lonely bachelors who could not find brides, or those with deeply twisted psyches. To even suspect that others might entertain such thoughts is a clear indication of one's own inclinations. What sort of mentality is this? I truly believe that Leopard E has lost his mind. Enough with the wild talk," Chen Zhi interjected through clenched teeth, casting a serious gaze at Lao Jindo and Peng Wei. "I am officially informing you. This matter is of great significance, and not a word must escape our lips to outsiders. Only the three of us may know. Otherwise, all right, stop trying to frighten me." Peng Wei waved his hand impatiently. "Great Chief, we understand the gravity of the situation. Now let us focus on how to address this matter. We must not underestimate it. If this continues, Leopard Yi is bound to go completely mad, and who knows what he might do next. I am aware." Chen Zhi nodded gently, then continued. "I have been trying to find him lately, hoping to meet face to face, but he has consistently found reasons to refuse. My suspicions have been growing. This is not like him at all. It seems my doubts are well-founded. Leopard Ye's condition is likely quite dire. I will contact the organization tomorrow. Regardless of the excuses he offers, I must meet him, even if I have to force my way in. Everything hinges on my seeing him before making any decisions." Throughout the night, Peng Wei and Lao Jindo pondered this troubling affair. Peng Wei scoured the internet for numerous articles regarding the revelation of deviant psychology, analyzing Bao Ping's current mental state. He even mentioned that in foreign lands, some commit unspeakable acts against animals, eventually descending into murder, leaving even the most intimate of acquaintances unprotected. The more he spoke, the more bizarre his claims became. Lao Jindo, listening with a mix of belief and skepticism, sighed heavily, as if mourning a lost mother. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi showed no interest in their nonsensical chatter. His thoughts were consumed by the events from months prior, when the branch office was attacked. He meticulously recalled every detail of that incident, pondering one particular aspect that had long puzzled him. What was the actual objective of the covert operation that targeted the branch? In truth, the branch did not house many warriors, nor were there any significant figures. Its primary function was to gather intelligence. If the intent was to strike the branch, one would expect the abduction of key individuals for interrogation to extract organizational secrets. Otherwise, the assault would be utterly meaningless. Of course, locating such a clandestine place was no easy feat. The covert operatives must have exerted considerable effort to find it. Yet, upon entering, they executed everyone without conducting a search, which did not align with the actions of those seeking to extract information from the branch. In essence, the ultimate purpose behind all their actions was to draw out Bao Ping. The intent behind luring Bao Ping was nothing short of assassination. However, judging by their actions at the time, they did not possess a definitive assurance of success. Even in the absence of the blood symbol camp surrounding Bao Ping, the mere presence of the warriors A Sua and Ji Ying was sufficient to repel those shadowy black warriors. In the end, the black warriors faced total annihilation. Their solitary achievement was the release of a black arrow that grazed Bao Ping's face. Was such an endeavor truly worthwhile? No, it was precisely that wound. Their true objective revolved around that very cut. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a chill wash over him as clarity dawned upon him. Upon Bao Ping's return to the organization, he had undergone an examination by the shaman, who mentioned that the arrowhead had been smeared with some substance, yet it posed no significant danger, which led Chen Zhi to dismiss it. In retrospect, he had underestimated the situation. That arrowhead undoubtedly harbored something more sinister. Meanwhile, Fat Wei and old Jindo spent the night engaged in nonsensical discussions. By the end, Fat Wei was even contemplating a trip to Heilongjiang to consult a shaman. As dawn approached, around 6 in the morning, Chen Zhi placed a call to Lang Tu, informing him of his intent to return to the organization to meet with the leader and requesting that he relay the information internally. Lang Tu called back shortly, reiterating his earlier remarks. He stated that the leader had been unwell lately and requested the clan head's understanding, suggesting that any urgent matters could be handled at the clan head's discretion, allowing the leader to rest peacefully during this time. However, Chen Zhi adopted a firm stance this time, insisting that Lang Tu convey his message upon his return to the Western Qi royal city. Regardless of the leader's willingness to meet him, he would go directly to the royal court. He had significant matters to discuss with the leader in person, with no substitutes allowed. Chen Zhi then issued a stern command to Lang Tu, instructing him to arrange for a vehicle to pick him up in the afternoon without fail. Lang Tu found himself in a difficult position, yet he dared not inquire further and relayed the message once more. After approximately an hour, Lang Tu's phone rang again. He informed Chen Zhi that the leader had finally agreed to meet him, with the appointment set for 10 o'clock that very day, and a vehicle would be dispatched to collect Chen Zhi. Thus, Chen Zhi spent the morning in the dim room, quietly awaiting the time. His gaze fixated on the black box on the table, his mind rife with hesitation. A definitive answer had etched itself into Chen Zhi's heart, a truth that was in stark contrast to Bao Ping's current mindset. He could envision the events that would unfold upon opening that box, perhaps even the potential consequences. Yet, none of this constituted a valid reason to conceal the box for himself. Chen Zhi understood that the final moment had arrived, regardless of any rationale or repercussions. He must present this box to Bao Ping, for ultimately, Bao Ping was the leader of the Western Qi. Chapter 651, The Secret of Old Jindo, Part 3. Chen Zhi was taken aback by old Jindo's words, finding it almost unfathomable that such thoughts could originate from him. How could Lord Leopard entertain such peculiar notions? Did someone say something? Who provoked him? No. Lao Jindo, his face flushed, exclaimed, I have no idea why the leopard is acting so strangely, as if possessed by some madness. He can't stop thinking about it, obsessively, as if under a spell. Sometimes he even utters, that woman is truly detestable. Just imagining her face fills me with disgust. If only I hadn't rescued that demigod. If I had not known her, none of this would have happened. He even suggested that it would have been better to have killed her before descending to the underworld. Damn, damn, damn. Upon hearing these words, Pang Wei was profoundly shaken. I said, Lao Jin too, why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you realize what this implies? This is a severe psychological distortion. How could he fantasize about such things? Let me tell you, necrophilia has existed since ancient times. And among those of us who delve into the grave, it is a grave taboo. In ancient times, it was often the old bachelors who couldn't find brides or the psychologically twisted who engaged in such acts. Suspecting others of necrophilia suggests he harbors such thoughts himself. What kind of psyche is this? I believe Leopard Yi has truly lost his mind. Hold on, Chen Zhi interjected through gritted teeth, casting a serious gaze at Lao Jindo and Pang Wei. I am officially informing you. This matter is of utmost importance. Not a word must be disclosed to outsiders. Only the three of us can know, or else. Enough, don't try to scare me. Pang Wei waved his hand impatiently. Great Chief, we are well aware of the gravity of the situation. Now, let us focus on finding a solution. I fear this matter cannot be underestimated. At this rate, I believe Leopard Yi is on the brink of madness. Who knows what he might do next? I understand, Chen Zhi nodded gently, then continued. I have been attempting to contact him for some time, wanting to meet him, but he has continuously found excuses to refuse me. I had my suspicions. This is not like him. It seems my doubts are justified. Leopard Yi is likely in a very poor state. I will reach out to the organization tomorrow. Regardless of his excuses, I must see him, even if I have to force my way in. Everything hinges on seeing him before making any decisions. The entire night, Pang Wei and Lao Jindo pondered over the situation. Pang Wei even searched online for numerous materials related to revealing deviant psychology, analyzing Bao Ping's current mental state. He mentioned that abroad, some people engage in bestiality, which can escalate to murder, leaving even their neighbors unprotected. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Lao Jindo, listening nearby, appeared skeptical, sighing heavily as if mourning a loss. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi showed no interest in their wild conjectures. His mind was preoccupied with the attack on the branch several months prior. He meticulously recalled every detail of that incident, pondering a particular aspect that had always puzzled him. What was the true objective behind the Dark Department's significant efforts to assault the branch? In truth, there are not many warriors within the organization's branch, nor are there any significant figures. Its primary function lies in the realm of information gathering. If one were to assault the branch, the objective should be to apprehend the key individuals inside and subject them to severe interrogation to extract intelligence regarding the organization. Otherwise, such an endeavor would be utterly futile. Of course, locating the branch is no simple task. To uncover that clandestine location, the dark operatives must have exerted considerable effort. However, upon their entry, they did not conduct a thorough search of the branch, but instead immediately slaughtered everyone present, which in itself does not suggest an intent to elicit any information from the branch. Thus, their entire course of action ultimately aimed to draw out Bao Ping, with the sole purpose of assassination. Yet, based on their actions at that time, they evidently did not possess a complete assurance of success. Even in the absence of blood symbol camps surrounding Bao Ping, the mere presence of warriors A Saw and Jiying would have sufficed to repel those dark operatives effectively. In the end, the dark warriors suffered total annihilation, with the only noteworthy achievement being the release of a black arrow that left a cut on Bao Ping's face. Was such an act worth it? No. It was precisely that cut. Their true objective was that very incision. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a chill wash over him as clarity dawned upon his mind. When Bao Ping returned to the organization, he had his injuries examined by the shaman, who remarked that the arrowhead had been coated with something, yet posed no significant threat. Consequently, Chen Zhi had dismissed it. In retrospect, he had underestimated the situation. That arrowhead undoubtedly bore something far more sinister. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi pondered this alone, while Peng Wei and Lao Jindo engaged in nonsensical discussions throughout the night. By the end, Peng Wei was even contemplating a trip to Heilongjiang to consult a shaman. Eventually, dawn began to break. However, at around 6 in the morning, Chen Zhi made a phone call to Lang Tu, informing him of his intent to return to the organization to meet with the leader and requested that he relay the message internally. Lang Tu returned the call shortly after, reiterating the previous sentiments. He stated that the leader had been unwell lately and requested the clan leader's understanding. Any urgent matters could be handled at the clan leader's discretion, allowing the leader to rest peacefully during this time. Yet, this time, Chen Zhi displayed a resolute demeanor. He instructed Lang Tu to convey that upon his return to the Western Qi royal city, regardless of whether the leader was willing to meet him, he would go directly to the royal court to find him. He had essential matters to discuss in person, and no one was to act as an intermediary. Subsequently, Chen Zhi issued a stern directive to Lang Tu, insisting that a vehicle be dispatched to collect him in the afternoon without fail. Lang Tu, caught in a predicament, dared not inquire further and merely relayed the message. Approximately an hour later, Lang Tu's phone rang again. He informed Chen Zhi that the leader had finally agreed to meet him, scheduling the encounter for 10 o'clock that very day, with a vehicle to arrive shortly to fetch Chen Zhi. Thus, Chen Zhi spent a quiet morning awaiting the appointment in the dim chamber, during which he remained indecisive regarding the black box on the table. A very clear answer had already etched itself in Chen Zhi's heart. Yet this answer stood in stark contrast to Bao Ping's current state of mind. Chen Zhi could now envision the events that would unfold upon opening this box, as well as the potential consequences that might arise. However, such possibilities were not sufficient justification for concealing the box. He was acutely aware that the final moment had arrived. Regardless of any rationale or outcome, he must entrust this box to Bao Ping, for ultimately, Bao Ping was the leader of the West Qi. Chapter 652. Returning to West Qi at 11 o'clock noon, a black Audi appeared punctually before the Fate Hall. Chen Zhi entered the vehicle as usual and was smoothly escorted back to the organization. Once inside the royal city of West Qi, Chen Zhi intended to proceed directly to the royal court. However, the lantern attendant informed him that the leader's condition had suddenly worsened, urging Chen Zhi to wait for a moment, as a lantern attendant would soon escort him to the leader's chamber for a final meeting. This unexpected delay coincided perfectly with Chen Zhi's intentions, allowing him to first visit the Jiang clan Grand Ancestral Hall. Ever since the incident involving the ambush on the branch, the black arrow had been kept in the hands of the shaman. Chen Zhi requested the high shaman to retrieve the black arrow and, after extensive examination, He meticulously peeled away the layers of the spell inscribed on the black arrowhead. Once the superficial facade was stripped away, he finally uncovered what he had anticipated, a revelation that served as the root cause of Bao Ping's aberrant behavior. In the following hours, Chen Zhi made his way to the training grounds where the warriors were stationed. He sought to assess the recovery of those injured warriors who had accompanied him into the divine tomb. Indeed, those warriors were present. Yet the atmosphere within the training field had shifted dramatically from its former vibrancy. Upon Chen Zhi's arrival, the warriors immediately surrounded him, their bodies showing significant recovery, though many remained wrapped in white bandages. Their expressions towards Chen Zhi were filled with profound respect and admiration. He recognized that these warriors revered him. Much like they revered the ancient legacy of West Qi, people inherently require a spiritual leader, one who embodies perfection, strength, and wisdom, capable of guiding them to unparalleled heights. After engaging in conversation, Chen Zhi learned from the blue-belted warriors that Jiying, upon returning to the organization, had immediately published the fish-scale tome gifted by Baiku, making it available for all. Henceforth, this exceedingly precious manual of physical techniques would serve as a communal resource for the warriors within the royal city of West Qi, significantly enhancing their overall combat capabilities. Jiying's selfless act garnered universal praise, embodying the purest essence of the Ji royal spirit. In truth, Chen Zhi's primary purpose for being there was to check on Jiying. Since the expedition to the divine tomb, she had remained distant, refraining from any further communication with him, and had not mentioned Baiku's fate. This silence troubled Chen Zhi, for he understood that Jiying was grappling with her own inner turmoil. Having experienced the weight of guilt himself, he recognized the complexities of human emotions surrounding remorse. Often, individuals become ensnared in their own spirals of doubt, ultimately descending into a hell of the soul. By that time, this guilt would transform into a haunting specter, an indelible shadow. However, upon entering the resting area of the Red Belt warriors, Chen Zhi found herself devoid of the company of Jiying and Asu. Instead, she encountered the venerable Elder Xia and the exuberant Bao Jiao, seated in the exclusive zone of the Red Belt warriors, engaged in hushed conversation. Bao Jiao, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately sprang forth upon noticing Chen Zhi's arrival, kneeling on one knee, hand placed upon his chest, offering her a respectful salute. Rising to his feet, Bao Jiao excitedly displayed the vibrant crimson band adorning his wrist. "Chief, behold, this wristband of mine has truly turned red, has it not? I once pledged to my father that I would ascend to the rank of a red belt warrior. Previously, my band turned red overnight, only to revert the following day, causing me great distress. After this transformation, I was genuinely fearful of it returning to its former state. So I rushed to the Elder's Hall to have Elder Ji who witnessed my achievement. Elder Ji who confirmed that I have indeed advanced. I have ascended to the rank of a red belt warrior. Do you know, Chief? My family has served in Shi Qi for generations, practicing martial arts for over 300 years. I am the first red belt warrior in my lineage, the very first. If my father were still among us." As Bao Jiao spoke, his expression radiated joy. Unlike many other warriors, Bao Jiao possessed a unique demeanor. He did not wear a perpetual poker face, perhaps owing to his youth. At this moment, he raised his wristband high, his aura bold and triumphant, as if wishing the entire world to witness his glory. "Enough," Elder Xia interjected, his gaze steady upon Bao Jiao. "Do not be so ostentatious before the chief. Be wary of incurring his displeasure. In recent days, you have boasted of this to anyone who would listen. Such matters are not of great consequence. Why must you make such a spectacle? It only paints you as shallow. There is a saying, honor and disgrace do not disturb the mind. We are the red warriors of Shi Qi, exemplars among all warriors. Such frivolous words diminish our dignity. Bao warrior, you ought to exercise more restraint in the future." Yes, understood," Bao Jiao replied, showing deference to the much older Elder Xia, tempering his exuberance. Chen Zhi then glanced at Elder Xia's scarred visage and smiled. "Elder Xia, my heartfelt congratulations. I have long heard of your extensive experience among the warriors, your astute adaptability, and your formidable capabilities. You have long been deserving of this honor. It is well earned." Merely fortune," Elder Xia humbly waved his hand, maintaining his stoic demeanor. "The chief jesteth. I possess no particular talent. My achievements are merely the result of years of toil, a stroke of luck amidst the current dearth of red warriors. This is no great skill, merely the kindness of all present, which brings me great embarrassment before the chief. At this moment, Elder Xia hesitated briefly before smiling and clasping his fists in salute to Chen Zhi. Actually, there is one matter I would like to request of the chief. Please, go on. Chen Zhi, with utmost courtesy, smiled at the venerable warrior, Elder Xia, and assured him, I shall do my utmost within the scope of my capabilities. My gratitude to you, chieftain. At that moment, Elder Xia appeared to casually, yet deliberately raise his arm adorned with a bright red ribbon, stretching it slightly before continuing. Since I have been graciously favored by the leader and the chieftain with the promotion to Red Warrior, I have been contemplating how to leave a legacy for future generations, so they may remember your kindness. Therefore, I have long desired to capture some images. This is not an urgent matter, yet you see, I have already surpassed 50 years of age. If I do not act now, in a few years, I shall be even older, and the red ribbon would no longer suit me. However, in our Western Qi, photography is prohibited, and warriors are not permitted to leave the city without permission. Thus, for the past few days, I have sought an audience with the leader to request a personal exit, but alas, the leader has been gravely ill and inaccessible. Now that you, chieftain, have arrived, I humbly request your approval for my exit from the city, for the outside world is replete with places to capture images. Moreover, they possess special techniques to enhance the dignity of the images. Oh, you mean artistic portraits? Chen Zhi thought with a hint of amusement. Yet he promptly replied to Elder Xia, there is no need for concern, old warrior. I shall grant you permission to leave the city at once. Furthermore, I will arrange for a dedicated individual to escort you to the finest photography studio, ensuring your current glory is captured for posterity. Oh dear, I am most grateful to you, chieftain, Elder Xia exclaimed, his face beaming with joy, even redder than the ribbon on his wrist. Upon hearing Elder Xia's words, Bao Jiu immediately expressed his desire to accompany them. Chen Zhi naturally consented, and just as they were engaged in conversation, the door creaked open, and a young lantern-bearer entered, bowing deeply before Chen Zhi. Esteemed chieftain, I bring a message from the leader. Please come to the residence for an audience. Thank you very much, chieftain. Elder Xia's face lit up with joy once more, his complexion rivaling the hue of his ribbon. Bao Jiu, upon hearing Elder Xia's words, promptly declared his intention to join them. Chen Zhi readily agreed, and as they continued their discussion, the door creaked once more, and a lantern-bearer, whose gender was indiscernible, but clearly older and more dignified than the others, led Chen Zhi down a secluded path. Chen Zhi had anticipated that they would be heading to the leader's grand chamber, the very space where the elder leader had resided before his death, a sanctuary for generations of chieftains of Western Qi. However, to his surprise, they traversed a different route. This path was familiar. Chen Zhi had visited it once before, at a time when Bao Ping was merely the adopted son of the leader, an ordinary human. In this royal city, he possessed a dwelling that exuded a distinctly modern design, nestled in a secluded area far removed from any other vicinity, rendering it a hidden refuge. Chen Zhi had not visited this place in quite some time, and it evoked a plethora of memories from the past, a time when Chen Zhi's mind was vibrant with colors. As he traversed the corridor, he noticed a layer of dust, suggesting that since Bao Ping ascended to leadership, he too had neglected this space, leaving it unkempt. Upon reaching the familiar room, he observed several of Bao Ping's trusted blue-clad guards stationed outside. The door was slightly ajar, as if someone had just exited. Chen Zhi gently pushed the door open and entered. As he stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by the potent aroma of strong liquor, a testament to the presence of Scandinavian whiskey, which could easily cloud one's thoughts. The room was shrouded in dim light, littered with crumpled papers and scattered empty bottles, along with cigarette butts. Apart from a bed and a few simple pieces of furniture, a modern multi-seater sofa dominated the main area, beside which lay a black military baton, its leather handle worn and frayed. Bao Ping was seated upon that sofa, and Chen Zhi noted the hollowness in his eyes, the gauntness of his face revealing little flesh, and the disheveled state of his hair. His gaze was chaotic, his entire being portrayed in unsettling instability. Yet, his gray irises retained a profound depth, as if reason still held sway over him. Come in, Bao Ping beckoned with a languid wave of his hand, gesturing towards the adjacent sofa. Chen Zhi responded softly. Approaching and settling onto the sofa opposite Bao Ping, he distinctly observed long strands of hair upon the upholstery, evidence of a woman's presence. In truth, Traces of femininity were scattered throughout the room. The sheets bore conspicuous red lipstick stains, alongside various personal items left behind. However, in certain details, remnants of blood remained, attesting to Bao Ping's ongoing affliction. "Are you in a hurry to discuss something?" Bao Ping inquired, slightly adjusting his hair and reclining on the sofa, his voice lacking vigor, reminiscent of someone drained of energy. "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied softly, glancing at the clutter on the coffee table. It was a chaotic array, containing not only the remnants of a woman's belongings, but also a tea set used by Bao Ping and a jar brimming with vibrant red blood crystals. "I wish to speak with you about my father," Chen Zhi said, casting a glance at the jar of blood crystals before raising his gaze to meet Bao Ping's. "He has prepared some materials for me, valuable information, that requires your approval to be transmitted to me via the network. For matters such as these, you may decide for yourself." Bao Ping replied wearily, then unscrewed the lid of the blood crystal jar and placed the vivid crystals into hot water. As the crimson crystals came into contact with the boiling water, they dissolved, transforming into a thick, sanguine liquid. Chen Zhi clearly observed that Bao Ping's hands were trembling, his nervous system and body on the brink of collapse. Yet, he still endeavored to calm himself. He blew gently on the crimson blood crystal and, as if it were a treasured prize, consumed it eagerly. After ingesting the blood crystal, Bao Ping appeared considerably improved. He took several deep breaths and then lifted his gaze to meet Chen Zhi's eyes. This time, his expression was steady, the deep gray of his irises regaining their former tranquility. "Is that all? Surely, you have more to say? Speak freely. There is no need for formality between us." Bao Ping remarked nonchalantly. "Indeed, there is more," Chen Zhi replied directly, without evasion. "I came to ascertain your condition. Uncle Jean visited me last night and shared everything that had transpired. You seem a bit off." "Oh," Bao Ping responded with a casual tone, then began to rummage through the cluttered coffee table for cigarettes and a lighter. After igniting one, he flicked the ash into the ashtray. "It's not as severe as you imagine. There's no need for concern. Uncle Jean is worried about those women, isn't he? No matter, I will have them sent back today. You know, we have dealt with too much recently, and I have felt overwhelmed, which is why I asked Uncle Jean to arrange this. I will be more restrained in the future and will not bring anyone to the organization. It's nothing serious. Do not overthink it. My worries extend beyond that." Chen Zhi continued, his gaze firmly fixed on Bao Ping, scrutinizing his seemingly serene visage. "I am concerned that the red potion within you may have reawakened." "What?" Bao Ping's complexion paled instantly as he locked his deep gray eyes onto Chen Zhi's. "Are you implying that the woman administered a poison to me? Wasn't he it already extracted last time? The shaman assured me that the poison had been entirely purged from my system. Even if there were remnants, the blood crystal would eliminate them. How could it possibly recur? Because the red potion is not something so easily eradicated. Also, you have been struck by their hidden arrow," Chen Zhi declared, opening his travel bag and extracting a cloth-wrapped bundle. As he unveiled the fabric, a dark arrowhead emerged. "Do you remember this arrow?" Chen Zhi pointed at it. The dark faction exerted immense effort to incinerate the branch and slaughter its members, luring you out with the intent of embedding this arrow within your bloodstream. I have just utilized a separation technique to extract all the illusions surrounding it. At first glance, it appears to contain a venom from an unknown mythical beast, capable of paralyzing one's limbs and rendering them immobile. However, since it did not inflict significant harm at the time, and this mythical creature is untraceable, it was not pursued further. Reflecting on it now, it is rather simple. The reason this mythical venom is untraceable is that it originates from the underworld of Fengdu. This is indeed the fierce and potent beast poison, intricately linked to the bloodline of the original caster of the red medicine. Though its presence is minuscule, it serves a remarkable purpose, to catalyze the rebirth of the red medicine within you. In essence, since the moment you were struck by that arrow, the red medicine within you has revived like withered grass after the rain, and it has revived exponentially. The influence that the caster once had upon you has intensified. However, as no significant harm was inflicted at the time, and this divine beast was elusive, further investigation was not pursued. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that this divine beast's poison is untraceable precisely because it originates from the underworld of Fengdu. Chapter 654, Meeting Bao Ping, Part 2. At this moment, Bao Ping's face had turned an unsettling shade of white. Silently, he absorbed Chen Zhi's words and began to comprehend the nature of his predicament. In contemplative silence, He finished the remaining half of his cigarette, pondering for an extended period. What a troublesome woman, a burden in life, and even more so in death. It would have been better to have resolved her sooner. But what now? Should he continue to expel the poison, as he had done previously? It seemed the only course of action. Chen Zhi, with a serious expression, remarked, I understand this is no easy task for you. The pain is unbearable for most. Yet, you are the leader and must not be manipulated, for if you are, the entirety of Western Qi will succumb to control. This is nothing. Bao Ping nonchalantly extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, saying, let us proceed with it. We shall do it shortly, and you will oversee it. However, as Chen Zhi reached this point, he hesitated, uncertain of how to continue. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke. Bao Yi, there is something you must prepare yourself for. During this time, I have gained some understanding of the art of witchcraft and poison. The so-called poison is merely a mixture of various components, akin to the ancient chemical methods, a type of hallucinogen. Ultimately, it lacks substantial prowess. Typically, when the poison is extracted, it is eradicated entirely, without further complications. Yet, the red medicine is different. Through my observations of you, I have come to realize that the red medicine is far from a simple entity. It possesses a life of its own, discerning when to conceal itself and when to reveal its presence, much like a living organism. This is indeed quite troublesome. What do you mean? Bao Ping inquired. His arms crossed, his gaze cast downward to the ground. Speak plainly. As Chen Zhi spoke, his gaze fell upon Bao Ping's gaunt and pallid visage, evoking within him a twinge of compassion. Master Bao, he articulated, my intention is to convey that the crimson elixir is not merely a poison. It possesses the capacity to alter one's very nature. Although I am uncertain of the mechanism behind this transformation, it may indeed be an essence that only the divine can comprehend. My conviction grows stronger that the legendary nine-tailed fox could wield this power to beguile the heavens and acquire all that exists in this realm. I once believed it merely awakened a semblance of affection within humanity, leading them to mistakenly adore the spellcaster. Yet, I now discern that its true potency lies in inciting uncontrollable desires, rendering individuals incapable of distinguishing between reality and illusion. In effect, what is genuine may morph into the false, and the false may become genuine. Can you candidly reveal your current state of mind to me? A chuckle escaped Bao Ping's lips, and he effortlessly donned his customary smile, an expression that suggested he bore no weight of concern. Are you worried that I am preoccupied with that woman? If that were the case, the solution would be simple. There are countless women in this world, many of whom are quite pleasing to the eye. A mere substitute would suffice. As for the woman who has departed this world, let us not dwell upon her. I wish not to recall her, for her disingenuous demeanor repulses me, much like her loathsome ilk. At this juncture, Bao Ping's brows knitted together, as if he were conjuring the most detestable image imaginable. He then rose, sweeping aside the scattered remnants of feminine belongings from the coffee table, sending them crashing to the floor. Tomorrow, I shall have this room sealed, and I shall never again bring a woman into Shiqi. As for those young ladies, I will ensure they are escorted away today. Rest assured, they are still alive. Very well. Chen Zhi acquiesced to Bao Ping's declarations without further protest. He nodded gently, his eyes steady upon Bao Ping, and after an extended silence, he finally broached the matter of utmost importance. Master Bao, the reason I sought you today pertains to a matter of significant consequence. An item has been in my possession for quite some time, yet I have hesitated to present it to you, an oversight on my part. I feared that revealing it might cause you to lose your composure and make misguided decisions. Thus, I intended to delay. However, with the affairs surrounding the divine tomb resolved, I find no justification for further postponement. Oh, Bao Ping lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Chen Zhi intently. You have concealed something from me, Chief Chen? That is rather unbecoming of you. But pray tell, what is this item that warrants such secrecy? It is a gift, Chen Zhi replied, as he retrieved his hand luggage and produced a black box, placing it upon the coffee table and sliding it toward Bao Ping. During the time spent at Genghis Khan's tomb in Mongolia, Jiyang personally entrusted this box to Jiying, instructing her to deliver it to you. This is the leader of the dark faction, Yamo, a solitary gift bestowed upon you. Upon hearing the name Yamo, Bao Ping's brow instantly furrowed, clearly indicating his deep-seated aversion towards Yamo, a loathing that seemed to emanate from his very marrow. The notion that he would present me with a gift is rather intriguing. What could it possibly be? After voicing his thoughts, Bao Ping reached out to open the box, only for Chen Zhi to immediately press down on it. At that moment, Chen Zhi's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. His gaze fixated intently on Bao Ping's eyes as he earnestly implored, "Master Bao, I need you to promise me one thing. Once this box is opened, regardless of what you encounter, do not lose your composure and avoid making any impulsive decisions. As the leader of Shiqi, every choice you make impacts countless lives. You may come to regret it in the future. Can you promise me this?" Bao Ping listened in silence, his gray eyes locked onto Chen Zhi's. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, he offered a faint smile and nodded. "Very well. I shall grant you that promise." "Excellent. Allow me to unveil it for you," Chen Zhi responded, placing his hand upon the box, closing his eyes, and silently reciting an incantation. The seemingly seamless box suddenly radiated a surge of energy, fissures appearing around its perimeter, and ultimately, the lid slowly lifted, revealing its contents. Chapter 655, The Gift of Yamo. Thanks to Brother Yao Yao for the generous reward and additional update. It was a rather peculiar wooden box, enveloped in bronze plates, exquisitely constructed, resembling a tin music box at first glance, yet devoid of any visible seams. Chen Zhi had encountered an illustration of such a box in the Compendium of Antiquities housed within the Jiang family's library. The text revealed that this type of box was used in the ancient divine era by the noble class to convey letters and gifts, serving a purpose akin to modern-day parcel delivery, albeit with far greater intricacies. In those times, the divine populace delighted in exchanging gifts, some of considerable value, necessitating specialized containers for their safekeeping. This wooden box functioned much like a contemporary safe. Once valuable items were placed inside and the lid secured, only the intended recipient could unlock it by reciting a specific incantation. Otherwise, even the most determined attempts with a blade would prove futile, akin to modern fingerprint verification. On top of the box, there exists a separate compartment containing a letter. Before the recipient unveils the gift within, they will first encounter this letter. Thus, when the box reaches the hands of the recipient, both the gift and the blessing are present, rendering it exceedingly complete. Typically, letters are adorned with polite expressions of goodwill, such as congratulations on your longevity or felicitations on the birth of your esteemed child. However, ancient texts recount that the format of such letters is remarkably unique, evoking a sense of immersion for the reader. Chen Zhi found it peculiar that a mere letter could elicit such a visceral experience, a feat even modern video recordings fail to achieve. The records further indicate that this box requires certain special incantations to manifest, a rather cumbersome process. Generally, such vessels would only be employed for exceedingly precious gifts, which led to their eventual obsolescence, leaving scarcely a trace in the realm of humanity. Chen Zhi recognized this box solely through a hand-drawn illustration found in the texts. To his astonishment, this ancient artifact had been preserved in the hands of Yamo. As the box came into contact with Bao Ping, Chen Zhi silently recited the incantation to unlock it. Instantly, a fissure appeared around the box, and its lid began to open slowly. According to the documentation, a letter should be revealed at this moment. However, a swirling mist of grayish blue emerged from the box, speckled with stars, as if the entire night sky had been encapsulated within. Subsequently, the mist expanded outward, enveloping the entire room in darkness, causing everything around them to vanish, replaced by a realm of obscurity. A profound silence prevailed, permeated by the heavy stench of blood and sulfur. One could even perceive the cold mist of the river of forgetfulness spreading throughout. This dark expanse was eerily familiar to Chen Zhi, for he had once ventured there. That experience was indelibly etched in his memory, for it was the fabled end of the Yellow Springs Road, the ghost city of Fengdu. In this lifeless darkness, Chen Zhi's thoughts drifted to a visage reminiscent of death, Yamo. Within this abyss, there was a focal point, a shadow flickering in the depths, emanating a pale luminescence. A strange creaking sound echoed, penetrating the marrow of his bones, akin to the grinding of teeth, instilling a profound sense of dread that rendered him numb. Gradually, the shadow ahead sharpened into focus. It was a naked woman lying there, her back turned to Chen Zhi. Beneath her lay a wedding gown of blood-red hue. Her hair was long and soft, her frame emaciated, skin pallid, and her arms were smeared with blood, mingling with the crimson fabric. She lay motionless, evidently deceased. Yet she had likely struggled in immense agony before her demise, for her body bore visible bruises and claw marks on her neck and arms. However, On her left ankle was shackled a gleaming black gold manacle, binding her relentlessly to the ground, rendering her incapable of escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi felt as if his heart had been ignited, instantly boiling with fervor. He had not anticipated that Yamo would present such a sight before him. It was a year ago in the ghost city of Fengdu, and on the ground lay the lifeless body of Qin Yiyang. Chen Zhi swiftly turned to gaze at Bao Ping, only to find his eyes wide open, as if for the first time, they were so thoroughly startled. His gray irises flickered with crimson, and a fierce fire blazed within his gaze. Creak, creak, the strange sound echoed again, drawing attention to the area behind the corpse. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that the darkness behind Qin Yiyang's body concealed a figure. It was a person cloaked in a black greatcoat, adorned with a large hood, emitting a creaking noise as if grinding their teeth. Chen Zhi's heart tightened. He recognized it to be Yamo. Yet, he refrained from preparing for battle, for he understood that all of this was merely an illusion, a manifestation of the so-called correspondence. Yamo slowly lifted his head, revealing his familiar visage beneath the enormous black hood. His eyes, brilliant and oversized, were unlike those of any demigod or divine offspring. His aura exuded an air of pride, akin to the most noble of deities, emanating an unapproachable majesty. A circular totem adorned his forehead, oozing bright red blood, resembling a blossoming flower, vivid and dripping within the pitch-black abyss, illuminating his flawless face with striking clarity. "What is he doing?" Bao Ping inquired, his gaze fixated on the image before them. "Unclear," Chen Zhi replied in a hushed tone. "This is merely a fragment of the past, likely a remnant from long ago. Regardless of our actions now, this image will not react. It has manifested before us solely to convey Yamo's message. We need only to heed his words." Ahead, Yamo exhaled deeply, his enormous, peculiar eyes shifting downward, observing the corpse of Qin Yiyang with an odd expression. Subsequently, he extended a long hand from beneath the black cloak, resting it upon her alabaster body, caressing every inch of Qin Yiyang's skin, beginning from her delicate hair. His touch was profoundly greedy, the corners of his mouth curling upward as if in laughter. He traced her form from head to toe, exploring every intimate area with a countenance of sheer delight, as though he were handling an exquisitely soft and intriguing work of art. Finally, he abruptly lifted his colossal eyes, locking onto Bao Ping with chilling precision, as if truly perceiving him. In that moment, the corners of his mouth stretched wide, revealing a mouthful of teeth akin to pearls, the mockery on his face sufficient to incite the ire of all men. Subsequently, he seized Qin Yiyang's snow-white form as if it were his own possession, provocatively addressing Bao Ping, "Come find me." Yamo's voice was hoarse and heavy, resonating like lead. Immediately, blood welled up from Qin Yiyang's pristine skin beneath his grasp. At that moment, Yamo pointed straight ahead with his other hand, directing attention to the box, proclaiming, "Bao Ping, that is a gift I have bestowed upon you. Come find me. I await your arrival." Ultimately, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile, revealing a set of teeth reminiscent of lustrous pearls, the expression on his face enough to incite fury in any man. Chapter 656, Yamo's Gift, Part 2. With Yamo's words, the darkness enveloping the room dissipated instantaneously, restoring everything to its original state. The previously vivid and surreal scene of Fengdu Hell vanished like a fleeting dream. Yet the box remained there, quietly positioned, undeniably real. At that moment, Chen Zhi and Bao Ping instinctively turned their gazes toward the box, both aware that it concealed something beyond their comprehension, a gift from Yamo. As the gas above the box fully released, a small hidden compartment was revealed beneath. Merely opening this slender compartment would unveil the nature of the gift Yamo had alluded to. An ominous premonition surged within Chen Zhi, a potent instinct urging him to prevent Bao Ping from unveiling that layer. Nevertheless, Bao Ping approached and single-handedly opened the upper compartment, exposing the contents within. A slender, snow-white finger emerged prominently from the base of the box. It belonged to a woman's left hand, its pointed tip suggesting a past frailty. The finger had been severed at the root, and a distinct circle of scars encircled its base, reminiscent of a unique ring, faintly encasing it. Chen Zhi recognized this finger. He vividly recalled the incident when Qin Yiyang's indiscretion with the red drug came to light, prompting Bao Ping to storm into the Fate Hall that very night, ordering the warrior to sever Qin Yiyang's finger. Subsequently, they rushed her to the hospital, but the tendons had already been severed, leaving her unable to bend it ever again. The scars destined to remain for a lifetime. It was indeed this very ring finger that had been severed. Upon sighting the scarred finger, Chen Zhi felt as though his heart had been sliced by a blade. An overwhelming sensation of anguish surged within him, akin to a tempestuous ocean, spiraling out of control, rendering him speechless with pain. At this moment, however, Bao Ping was consumed by rage. His entire aura shifted dramatically, akin to a long-dormant bomb suddenly detonating. With a thunderous crash, Bao Ping, in a fit of anger, overturned the tea table, scattering its contents across the floor. He seized a military baton, as thick as an arm, and struck the box with tremendous force, shattering it to pieces. "Bring them in." Bao Ping bellowed towards the outside, and the door swung open. Several loyal blue-clad warriors rushed in, kneeling on one knee, awaiting their leader's command. At this juncture, Bao Ping's countenance had turned ashen, his uncontainable fury obliterating all semblance of reason. "Issue the orders," he commanded, his finger pointing at the warriors. "From this day forth, everyone in West Qi City shall unite to search for the dark faction, sparing no effort to locate their hidden outposts within 10 days. Furthermore, all branch leaders across the nation are to return to West Qi immediately. Those who defy this order shall face execution." "Yes," the warriors responded in unison, promptly exiting the room. "Bao Yi, calm yourself. Now is not the time," Chen Zhi interjected, observing Bao Ping's tempestuous behavior, eager to voice his thoughts. Yet, Bao Ping turned to Chen Zhi, and the sharpness in his gaze transformed into a sincere plea, almost imploring. He placed a hand on Chen Zhi's shoulder, his gray eyes piercing into Chen Zhi's, softly uttering, "Chen Zhi, this time, you must support me." Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi felt rendered speechless. All the eloquent arguments he had prepared for this moment, all the considerations of power and consequence, were swallowed in an instant. Gazing into Bao Ping's eyes, he recalled the message sent by his father, the ultimate weapon forged by human ingenuity. With a gentle nod, he affirmed, "All right, I support you. Let us go to war." Under the joint resolution of the two leaders, West Qi's royal city swiftly transitioned into a state of war readiness. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The combat protocols of West Qi were typically stringent. After any major battle, the organization rarely embarked immediately on another significant mission, as warfare inevitably incurs losses, necessitating time for preparation and recovery of the warrior's health. Yet, there was no dissent among the ranks of West Qi. Instead, they eagerly embraced the impending conflict, igniting a thrilling sense of excitement among the warriors who had just returned victorious from the Tomb of the Gods. No one cared about the risks of this new mission, nor did they concern themselves with the formidable nature of the dark faction. They held unwavering faith in Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, trusting that these two leaders would lead them to triumph, much like the legendary GFA and Jiang Zia. From ancient times to the present, West Qi had always emerged victorious. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi undertook the first task, a matter they had previously deliberated upon together. This necessitated the shamans extracting the poisonous substance from Bao Ping once more, a process that proved to be excruciatingly painful and one that no human could possibly endure. Yet, Bao Ping had already undergone this torment once before. The circumstances this time were rather ambiguous. Chen Zhi could not ascertain how much of the dreadful red poison could be eliminated, nor could he be certain if it could recur after removal. Nevertheless, this ordeal had to be undertaken, for regardless of the suffering it entailed, it was imperative to preserve the rationality of the leader of the West Qi. Subsequently, Bao Ping returned to the grand chamber designated for the leader's residence, while the shamans, following Chen Zhi's orders, entered the spacious room in succession. Chen Zhi refrained from entering, aware that Bao Ping did not wish for him to witness his moment of vulnerability. Thus, he stood outside with a few warriors. Apart from the couple of blue band warriors close to Bao Ping, Asawa, Jiying, and the newly appointed elder warrior, Bao Jiao, also awaited outside, fulfilling their duty. Jiying clearly spotted Chen Zhi, but chose not to greet him. Her demeanor remained icy, and Chen Zhi sensed that she had reverted to her initial self, radiating an aura of intimidation that made her seem as formidable as the king of hell. In contrast, Asawa appeared to have improved significantly. He nodded at Chen Zhi and offered a faint smile, suggesting that the mental guidance over time had indeed been beneficial for him. Moments later, the heart-wrenching screams of Bao Ping echoed from within the chamber. All outside listened in silence, Chen Zhi included, their expressions heavy with gravity. Yet no words were exchanged. Chen Zhi felt that upon hearing the anguished cries this time, his heart did not waver as it had previously. Perhaps, as they said, after traversing countless hardships, the human heart gradually hardens, ultimately becoming as unyielding as stone. Chapter 657. The extraction of the red poison approximately 3 hours later. The tormenting cries ceased at last. Subsequently, the shamans emerged one by one from the grand entrance, their forms draped in thick woolen cloaks and adorned with metallic masks. Yet it was evident that they were drenched in perspiration. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, the chief shaman, Eerie, immediately knelt and paid his respects. Then quietly relayed the situation inside to him. Eerie informed Chen Zhi that indeed, Bao Ping harbored the red poison, and its concentration was markedly greater than before. While the previous poison had been confined to the flesh, this time it had infiltrated the very marrow and brain, complicating the extraction process considerably. As with the last occasion, Bao Ping's entire body endured a thorough peeling away, layer by layer, followed by the addition of new flesh, akin to a living rebirth. Such torment was unbearable for an ordinary human. However, Bao Ping's fortitude this time surpassed that of the last. Throughout the ordeal, he was remarkably cooperative, gritting his teeth and persevering without losing consciousness, and his screams were infrequent, resulting in a shorter duration for this procedure than previously. Upon its conclusion, Bao Ping sat up unaided and instructed the chief shaman to exit, summoning all those waiting outside to enter, as he had matters to discuss. After the departure of the shamans, Chen Zhi led all the warriors into the grand chamber. At that moment, Bao Ping's complexion was ashen, his body drenched in perspiration, saturating the entire bedding. He leaned weakly against the pillow, trembling as he attempted to light a cigarette, struggling to ignite it until, with great effort, he finally succeeded. Turning his gaze towards Asawa, he softly inquired, "Have the branch leaders been summoned?" In response to the leader's command, "They have indeed been gathered," Asawa replied with utmost respect. "From the moment the order was issued, I dispatched urgent directives to all branches across the nation. Firstly, spare no effort in tracing the whereabouts of the dark sect. Secondly, I commanded all branch leaders to return to the organization immediately for a report, without fail." "Excellent," Bao Ping murmured, his hand still quivering around the cigarette. The excruciating pain he had just endured seemed to linger in the room, palpable to everyone present. He then continued to address Asawa. "Asawa, you shall lead a team of all the blue ribbon warriors to cast a wide net in the entire northeastern region. The dark sect has been opposing our organization. They will surely establish numerous branches in the northeast. Only by locating these branches can we uncover the main body of the dark sect. This may require some sorcery. Enlist the assistance of the Jiang clan shamans. Do not abandon any lead, no matter how small. Depart at once." "Yes." Asawa immediately bowed in acquiescence and turned to leave. Bao Ping took a gentle drag from his cigarette, coughed lightly, and then shifted his attention to Jiying. "Jiying, as a descendant of the former leader, I place my trust in you. From this moment forth, you shall command the Blood Symbol Battalion by my side. You are responsible for leading all Blood Symbol warriors to undertake a widespread search across the nation. Their instincts are highly sensitive. Ensure they are accompanied by the finest hunting dogs to trace the scent from the bodies of the black warriors. Proceed into all sparsely populated mountainous areas and valleys to seek clues regarding the dark sect. I firmly believe we shall uncover something." "Understood." Jiying promptly accepted the command and departed to assemble the Blood Symbol Battalion. Bao Ping then turned to the newly appointed veteran warriors. "Xiao Lao and Bao Jiu, you two, having recently ascended to your positions and bearing injuries, I appreciate your efforts. Form a team and lead the remaining warriors to Changbai Mountain. The Tang clan there will assist you, as will the mountain's mystical inhabitants, who will guide you into the depths of the mountain. Search diligently, perhaps you may find something." "Yes." Xiao Lao and Bao Jiu immediately acknowledged the order and exited. Once they had left, Bao Ping waved a hand to dismiss the remaining blue ribbon warriors, leaving only Chen Zhi and himself in the room. Bao Ping then leaned back against the pillow, discarding the cigarette onto the floor, gasping for breath. Chen Zhi observed his face, pale as death, with faint veins, devoid of any strength. In the royal city of Shiqi, power reigns supreme. It is likely that before those warriors, Bao Ping feigned composure, yet before Chen Zhi, such pretense had become unnecessary. "Chen Zhi," Bao Ping called softly, his voice as delicate as a feather. Upon hearing his name, Chen Zhi immediately approached and stood by the bedside, gazing down at Bao Ping. There, he beheld Bao Ping's gray eyes, weakly directed towards the ceiling, his lips trembling slightly. For the first time, Chen Zhi witnessed Bao Ping in such a state of frailty. You say, Bao Ping's voice was barely audible. Does fate truly exist? If so, it is indeed exhausting. After uttering these words, he closed his eyes and fell silent, swallowing a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Chen Zhi sensed a profound sorrow woven into his words, an underlying heart struggling valiantly against despair. After a long silence, Bao Ping reopened his eyes, this time fixing a resolute gaze upon Chen Zhi. Our faction must be nearby, yet it remains deeply concealed. However, wherever there are people, traces will inevitably be left behind, through daily life and mundane routines. We are in dire need of assistance. I shall reach out to Mu He, urging him to leverage his official connections to unearth useful clues. Yet, his status is unique. Direct communication with me is inconvenient. I will instruct him to contact you instead, and you may interact with him in a personal capacity. There are decisions that you can make on my behalf. Mu He. Chen Zhi's mind instantly conjured the visage of Mu He, a figure he hadn't seen in ages. The one who claimed neutrality among powers. The individuals serving the upper echelons. Would he be inclined to assist them? Such matters tread upon delicate boundaries. Is Mu He one of us? Chen Zhi's expression turned serious as he looked at Bao Ping. Bao Yi, you must clarify this matter for me, so I can be properly informed. Bao Ping cast a glance at Chen Zhi, his eyes lowering, yet he refrained from providing a definitive answer, softly stating, whether he is one of us depends on his own choices. However, I believe we can consider ourselves friends. There is a secret unknown to others that I must now share with you. Initially, Mu He was brought into the organization alongside me, both becoming the leader's adopted sons. Subsequently, I remained here, devoting myself to the organization, while he was sent away by the old leader to a military academy, embarking on a political career and mastering the art of power, ultimately ascending to his current position. Mu He has endured numerous hardships and accomplished remarkable feats throughout his life. The old leader once promised him that should he ever pass, Mu He would be free to roam wherever he wished. His loyalty to the organization would no longer be required. Thus, when I seek him out, it cannot be a command. It can only be a request for assistance. His identity now can only be determined by himself. Chapter 658. Memories of the Hidden Land. When Chen Zhi emerged from Shichi, the courtyard outside was already sparsely populated, as most individuals had been dispatched elsewhere. An organization that has endured for several millennia has deeply rooted itself in the land of Huaxia, its intricate networks sprawling like gnarled roots. Indeed, many of its branches have existed for over 1,000 years. The power of this organization is nothing short of monumental, capable of upheaving the very foundations of the world. With a single command from Bao Ping, it was as though a missile had been launched into the sky, detonating a multitude of warning signals that filled the atmosphere with an inexplicable tension. Soon, the entire world began to simmer with unrest. Search operations were primarily focused in the northeast, for as Bao Ping had stated, Yamo would undoubtedly establish a branch in close proximity to his adversaries, and the scale of this branch would certainly be significant. In the ensuing days, the northeast resembled a landscape turned upside down, with every city, every street, every shop, and even the tiniest corners teeming with members of the organization. They hunted like vigilant predators, relentlessly seeking out secrets, no matter how deeply buried, which began to surface during this tumultuous period. The atmosphere across every stratum and sector of the northeast became palpable with tension. Everything had transformed. 3 days later, Mu He called Chen Zhi, his tone heavy with gravity as he expressed that the situation was rather difficult to manage. He inquired why the leader was so impatient this time, and why there had been no efforts to dissuade him. Chen Zhi refrained from elaborating, merely asking when Mu He would return, indicating that they needed to discuss matters in person. Mu He, in turn, did not elaborate further, informing Chen Zhi that he was currently aboard a plane and would arrive in the city that evening, wishing to meet with all the branch leaders. That evening, the leaders of branches from across the nation returned to report to the organization, an unprecedented assembly. Even within the confines of the Destiny Hall, Chen Zhi could feel a powerful aura beginning to coalesce, as many legendary figures and even demigods were among them. Most were custodians of their territories, akin to the provincial governors of ancient times. Such a grand reunion of all branches had rarely occurred in the past few centuries. Chen Zhi had never before encountered these individuals. Upon their return, the leaders first convened with Bao Ping and Shichi. Following Bao Ping's directives, they all proceeded to the retreat pavilion to partake in a clandestine meeting presided over by Chen Zhi. Bao Ping's position was too unique for him to meet directly with Mu He, and Mu He was unable to visit the organization. Thus, it was ultimately decided that the meeting would take place at the retreat pavilion, with Chen Zhi standing in for Bao Ping to coordinate all operational plans. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were the first to arrive at the retreat pavilion. Upon his arrival, Chen Zhi observed that the organization's warriors, along with some of the most trusted associates of the Bao family, had encircled the pavilion in layers, resembling an impenetrable iron barrel. Upon entering the secluded pavilion, Chen Zhijin first released the Xian bird, allowing it to soar around the periphery of Qianhua Mountain. Attuned to the surrounding sounds, and particularly vigilant to the murmurs within the assembly. Beneath them, Chen had already instructed Wu Jia to construct a sealed barrier, safeguarding against any potential adversaries emerging from below, seeking to exploit vulnerabilities and attack the present leaders. Shortly after Chen entered the Grand Conference Hall, the branch leaders from various locales began to arrive one after another. They had all been transported here in the organization's vehicles, and the moment they stepped into Chen's barrier, he immediately sensed their formidable presence, an aura distinctively powerful. Most of these individuals had previously served as warriors within the organization, possessing an indomitable will, with some bearing exceptional merits and commanding significant respect in their respective regions, particularly in the West Qi. Chen had heard that these leaders maintained close ties with the chief, acting as the backbone of the organization. From the moment they took on the mantle of leadership, they were sworn to share the fate of their branches, and the organization's higher secrets were entrusted solely to them. Each leader was a paragon of strength, impervious to any form of coercion that could extract a single word from their lips. The expressions of these leaders were grave. Upon entering, they first half-knelt in reverence to Chen, then took their seats in an orderly fashion. Chen observed them casting furtive glances at their youthful patriarch, yet no words were spoken. Nearly 10 minutes later, those sent to fetch Mu He returned, and Mu He was the last to enter the conference hall. Once all were gathered, Chen exchanged a glance with Pang Wei, who promptly stepped out, signaling the cloaked figures to lock all entrances and retreat 20 meters away. Warriors stationed outside ensured that no breaches could occur. As Mu He entered, he nodded to Chen. His attire was casual, clad in a white leisure shirt and casual trousers. Yet he wore military boots. Chen gestured for Mu He to sit beside him and rapped the table, signifying the commencement of the meeting. The faces of the branch leaders still bore the resolute lines of former warriors, many maintaining the stoic expressions reminiscent of the ghost blade, though some appeared softened by numerous tribulations. Upon Mu He's entrance, they fell silent, casting skeptical glances at the unfamiliar figure before turning their attention to Chen, silently imploring him to clarify this stranger's identity. Chen's first words were direct and to the point. "I trust you are all aware of the chief's orders?" "Indeed." The leaders responded in unison. "Very well." Chen leaned back in his chair, surveying the serious faces before him. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Without a moment's hesitation, the branch leaders responded, "We are at your command. To defy the chief is tantamount to rebellion. We shall heed the patriarch's orders. There's no need for such tension," Chen remarked, lighting a cigarette and tapping the ash into the ashtray. "I have summoned you here today not to issue commands. I understand that everyone has been accustomed to being reserved in the past, but today, let us all adopt a more relaxed demeanor. Together, we shall deliberate on strategies. At times, a well-structured plan can spare us from considerable trouble and avert sacrifices. As you are aware, our organization has dispatched numerous operatives who are scouring the nation for intelligence regarding the clandestine factions, particularly in the northeastern interior. With our organization's capabilities, we have managed to uncover some information in recent days, albeit lacking substantial utility. Yesterday, I received 2 pieces of crucial information. The first piece came from Aswa. They have been conducting swift inspections throughout all urban areas and received intelligence from their informants regarding a suspected individual linked to the clandestine faction in a small city to the west. This individual is an elderly woman. According to local reports, she has no children or relatives, yet she frequently frequents the market. There is only one large market in the area, making her easily recognizable. Her routine is remarkably consistent. She emerges every Monday to purchase rice and flour, and every Tuesday for medicinal supplies, and so forth. Her purchasing habits arouse the suspicions of our informants. as the volume of items she procured suggested that she was catering to the needs of numerous individuals, despite not operating a restaurant or any business, which is entirely illogical. It was later discovered that she was procuring supplies on behalf of others. After apprehending this elderly woman, it became relatively straightforward to identify her contact. However, upon receiving this intelligence, Asuo refrained from acting hastily to avoid alarming the target and immediately contacted me via secure lines to inquire about the next course of action. I promptly issued directives to him, instructing him to follow this lead and secure the clandestine branch, emphasizing the importance of capturing someone alive. Asuo and his team acted with remarkable swiftness, locating the branch within an hour, only to find that it had been utterly obliterated. The metallic exterior of the branch was mangled, resembling an overturned pot, the result of explosives planted externally, with a staggering quantity buried around the premises. We surmise that every clandestine branch is fortified with considerable explosives, and they must possess a means to intercept all telephone communications nationwide, including private lines. Upon detecting any threat, they would promptly trigger a detonation, annihilating the branch, regardless of the will of those within, ensuring their immediate disappearance. The Patriarch's assertion rings true. This is the distinction between us and the clandestine factions. A local branch leader immediately responded, noting that, akin to the clandestine factions, our organization also possesses a complete destruction protocol. Upon detecting danger, to prevent any leakage of sensitive information, individuals within the branch would activate a self-destruction mechanism, opting for self-sacrifice. However, the entire button is situated within the branch, and often when danger is perceived from the outside, it is already too late. The clandestine branch can be directly obliterated by external forces, leaving no time for intervention. This implies that those in the shadows possess no autonomy over their lives. Everything is dictated by the upper echelons. During this period, we have also been vigilant in our local vicinity, searching for signs of the clandestine faction, preparing for a potential sudden assault. Ever since the last branch was annihilated, we have adopted a more meticulous approach, with all supplies being coordinated publicly by the organization and transported through underground passages, leaving no trace visible from the outside. What we can accomplish, the clandestine faction can also achieve. They would never commit the grave error of sending an elderly woman to procure supplies. Thus, I speculate that the location discovered by the Aso warrior is likely not a branch, but perhaps merely a temporary refuge. Moreover, we have discerned that the capabilities of the clandestine faction are remarkably extensive, as they can monitor all telephone and internet communications, which is exceedingly perilous. Regarding our communications, we should refrain from relying on telephonic contact in the future to prevent any potential leaks. Chen Zhi nodded slightly. What I am about to convey is the second piece of information relayed from the Jiying warrior. In recent days, Jiying has ventured into the mountains accompanied by the most formidable blood sigil battalion, bringing along numerous divine hunting hounds. These hounds have been meticulously nurtured by the blood sigil battalion, and their olfactory senses and sensitivity are unparalleled by ordinary canines. During our last skirmish, we left behind several bodies of black warriors, each bearing a distinct scent. The divine hounds, having detected these scents, began their search for the clandestine faction's traces in the mountainous terrain, proving to be an exceedingly effective method. They swiftly located an underground passage in a remote northern mountain area, devoid of any human presence. Even wild beasts would find it challenging to detect. Upon entering this passage, they discovered a natural pit. Below this pit, there lay a metallic expanse. Due to the urgency of the situation, Jiying and the Blood Sigil Battalion leapt down without hesitation. Indeed, the area below was metallic, housing numerous computers and equipment, suggesting it was a rather diminutive branch with only a handful of individuals present. Upon realizing Jiying had descended, most of the individuals had already ingested poison from their concealed fangs and committed suicide, leaving only 2 survivors. They promptly evacuated these 2 individuals from the pit, and within 2 seconds, an explosion erupted, erasing everything. Of the 2 brought back, one was entirely uncooperative and perished under severe interrogation. The other, possessing limited knowledge, revealed that they were all technical personnel, primarily tasked with relaying and analyzing information from above, ultimately unaware for whom they were serving. This individual stated that their direct contacts were with the main branch in the northeast, and each communication involved personnel dispatched from the main branch, with supplies and provisions sent directly. He had no knowledge of the main branch's location or the identity of its leader. As for the number of smaller branches surrounding us and their respective locations, he was even less informed. In essence, the main branch and these smaller ones were all linked through a singular line of communication. Even if one were to obtain information from one, it would be impossible to find any others. If it were to be discarded, it would simply be discarded. The individual in question perished the following day. The interrogations conducted by the Blood Talisman camp were notoriously severe, and it is likely that he had not spoken untruths at that moment. However, the information we extracted was limited to these details, the only valuable insight being that indeed, there existed branches in the northeastern region. I believe there must be a significant figure there, one who possesses knowledge of upper-level secrets that others are unaware of, such as the location of the headquarters of the Dark Division. My subordinates share this belief as well. Another branch leader remarked that, since his own branch is situated in the northeastern region, he often senses the presence of a large organization nearby, though he cannot see it. Over the years, I have dispatched numerous personnel annually to seek out this grand branch, yet it has proven exceedingly difficult. Not a single clue can be found, as if they were transparent. Therefore, we cannot continue searching in the same manner. Muhi suddenly interrupted the conversation, then lit a cigarette, taking a gentle puff before leaning back in his chair to gaze at the branch leaders. You all must hail from martial backgrounds, correct? In my youth, you were all heroes in my eyes. I dreamed of joining your ranks. I, however, am different. I have never studied martial arts, only learned a few tricks to deceive. Yet sometimes these tricks do indeed deceive others. I just heard all of you say that the Dark Division is like a phantom, entirely elusive, making it seem impossible to locate them. But I know that as long as a person exists in this world, they will leave traces, no matter how inconspicuous. If we take a moment to calm ourselves, we shall surely uncover them, for even ghosts leave behind shadows. Since all of you esteemed leaders find yourselves at an impasse, allow me to take a chance. Following Muhi's words, the leaders of all the branches unanimously turned their gazes towards him. The hierarchical structure within the organization has always been remarkably strict, with each level holding its own honor. The dignity of the upper echelons is sacred and inviolable. To those within the organization, outsiders are wholly untrustworthy and possess no right to partake in such confidential meetings. These branch leaders have always commanded immense prestige and authority within the organization, typically interacting directly only with the leader and answering to no one else. In the presence of ordinary warriors, branch leaders occupy a middle to upper tier, requiring respect and deference, with some of the larger leaders holding status equivalent to that of elders. Observing Muhi's relaxed demeanor, these leaders clearly expressed their discontent. The individual, devoid of any identity or martial prowess, presently occupies the foremost position at the conference table, seated alongside the patriarch of the Jiang clan, gesturing towards them with a degree of audacity that ruffles their noble pride. Among the older captains, one can perceive a fierce glint in their eyes, as if it could pierce through Muhi. Young man, what boldness you possess. Do you truly have a method? What sort of method could that possibly be? The captain who spoke is named Guansheng, a man of considerable age, likely in his 50s, bearing a prominent scar on his left eye, which has rendered him blind. Chen Zhi had previously heard of this captain, renowned as the head of the largest branch in the northeast region. It is said that he once served as a personal warrior to the former leader and was also a member of the Blood Talisman warriors. He had partnered with Bao Ping during the notorious Haughty Blood operation. Subsequently, he was assigned to oversee the largest branch in the northeast, which boasts a membership exceeding 10,000. For nearly a decade, Guansheng has managed this vast branch with utmost order. All members follow his commands without question, and to this day, the branch has achieved countless accolades without a single misstep. The former leader had often praised him in life, deeming him a talent of great worth, and had advised Bao Ping to frequently consult with Captain Guan regarding external matters in the future. At this moment, Captain Guan's tone towards Muhi reflects his discontent. Young man, perhaps you do not yet grasp the essence of search operations. If we are to discuss search techniques, I humbly believe I possess a fair understanding after all these years. In the past, alongside the new leader, we scoured the nation for the haughty bloodline, and any aberration that transformed into a beast was immediately discerned by our keen sight. Yet, in recent years, our searches of the shadowy factions have been exhaustive. We have employed every conceivable method. Some techniques you may not have even heard of have already been considered by us. As one of our fellow captains mentioned earlier, Tracing a lead through a solitary elderly woman purchasing copious amounts of food is fundamentally implausible, for such an act is not a mistake that the shadowy factions would commit. Our technical personnel are well-versed in advanced network technologies, capable of infiltrating every system and meticulously overseeing every resource, yet we remain unable to discern anomalies within the data. The Northeast is an expansive territory, with an overwhelming population in each city, and the myriad situations vary greatly. Furthermore, the shadowy factions are far from inept. Their resources are undoubtedly transported via secure channels, drawing no suspicion. The scenario of a lone elderly woman in a particular location suddenly amassing a large quantity of supplies is utterly improbable. However, our warriors possess a sensitivity that often surpasses mere visual acuity. If even we, the warriors, are unable to locate the elusive, I find it hard to believe that you outsiders possess any means to do so. Upon concluding his remarks, the old captain crossed his arms over his chest. Reclining in his chair while fixing a dark, penetrating gaze upon Mu-He, his countenance as grim as the bottom of a cauldron. Meanwhile, all the branch leaders resumed their poker faces, coldly observing Mu, the one who dared to speak audaciously, and awaited his attempt to salvage the situation. With a chuckle, Mu flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray, his small, piercing eyes surveying the proud leaders before him. What you perceive as data is merely a fragment from a specific region, he asserted, and a fragment offers but a glimpse, utterly lacking in comprehensiveness. Furthermore, this data has been gleaned indirectly, sourced from merchants, observed through the eyes of informants, and discovered through convoluted inquiries. This implies that the information is neither objective nor exhaustive. Now, let us discuss the search techniques employed by the warriors. Indeed, the organization's methods of searching are remarkably effective. However, they are more suited for tracking enemies and beasts in dense forests. This represents a branch of physical prowess. Thus, your endeavors often culminate in mere tracking rather than genuine intelligence gathering, which bears little significance for branches concealed within urban or mountainous terrains. Moreover, the organization's approach is overly simplistic and aggressive, frequently preferring to resolve issues through force, often driven by impulsive decisions. This impulsiveness is precisely why the stronghold was obliterated before its location could be ascertained. In contrast, my team comprises individuals adept in intelligence work. They remain composed and meticulous in the face of adversity, missing no detail, even when confronted by someone who has just taken their parents' lives. They can share laughter and meals with such individuals, concealing their true emotions. This is the essence of our intelligence operations. Over the past 3 days, you have sought in your own manner, while I have pursued my method, identifying vulnerabilities among the upper echelons. The clandestine organization cannot reach this level through unilateral power alone. Their strength is shrouded in mystery, necessitating the identification of supporting figures, commonly referred to as patrons. These patrons wield considerable influence, often living in the light of day. And what sways them, apart from certain nefarious tactics, is an indispensable element: money. You often seek anomalies within certain data, yet fail to consider that they possess the capability to monitor all communication devices and are highly attuned to information. This implies that the organization is currently engaged in a widespread and frantic search for the clandestine group, which they must already suspect. At this juncture, what is the clandestine group's response? Naturally, it is to maintain a low profile, minimize all contacts, and curtail the transportation of supplies to avoid raising suspicion. In other words, what we should focus on now is not the increasing volume of data, but rather the sudden decrease in data observed over these 3 days. Chapter 661, Secret Meeting, Part 4. Mu-He retrieved a tablet from his possession. Although it was termed a tablet, its thickness was comparable to a sheet of cardstock, allowing the intricate patterns of his hand to be seen through it. Yet, the screen was remarkably clear, and the internet connectivity was exceptionally smooth. He placed the compact and lightweight tablet on the table and gently tapped it. Once powered on, a two-dimensional map emerged, adorned with numerous lines of various colors, radiating in all directions and looping back. This was the uppermost surveillance system I utilized to monitor the flow of funds and the trajectory of valuable goods nationwide. As we are aware, several prominent figures grapple with the issue of undisclosed funds, which can lead them to engage in many clandestine activities. However, these are merely minor concerns and have little relevance to our primary objectives. I suspect that if the clandestine factions wished to cultivate certain allies, they would certainly avoid using currency, an avenue that is easily detectable. They would refrain from bank transfers, large cash withdrawals, and fixed asset exchanges, as these actions would easily leave traces, exposing their identities. Thus, any such illicit payments must be made in a lump sum, ensuring that there are no debts to settle later, and that the origins of the funds remain untraceable. For instance, gold is indeed a commendable asset. However, its volume and weight are excessively cumbersome, making it unsuitable for immediate transfer to the recipient. Hence, a more viable substitute must be identified, something diminutive, with a remarkably stable value at certain times, and easily convertible, fully capable of replacing currency. What might this substitute be? It is none other than diamonds of 2 carats or more. Presently, on the international market, diamonds of this caliber have established a fixed price and are considered a scarce commodity. The quantity equivalent to a small handbag can represent a significant sum, readily exchangeable in any developed nation. However, once these influential individuals acquire diamonds, they require a secure location for their storage, which necessitates careful consideration. Within these 3 days, I leveraged my authority to exert pressure on certain foreign connections, uncovering data from abroad. Indeed, I discovered several substantial safes in a small nation's bank. These safes contained vast reserves of diamonds, all belonging to individuals from our own country. Consequently, I easily identified these so-called prominent figures, and after a thorough vetting process, I ascertained their identities. I engaged in private discussions with them. Influential individuals tend to be exceedingly pragmatic. When I conveyed that these matters bore no legal implications and that I merely sought information, they promptly divulged the identities of their clients without reservation, revealing everything they knew. Thus, I was able to grasp the current situation. After concluding his statement, Muhi raised his tablet and opened several pages, presenting a series of videos for everyone to view. Each of those videos was nothing short of shocking, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless, their astonishment unparalleled. At that moment, Muhi continued, "As you can see, while we are preoccupied with our endeavors, the underworld is rapidly expanding. Recent significant events are indeed intertwined with the underworld you often speak of. They manipulate these occurrences for various purposes. However, from my analysis, their primary objectives boil down to 2. One is the search for demigods, and the other is the acquisition of control stones. Furthermore, they are already well aware of the general situation within our organization, placing us in a state of mutual transparency. These pivotal figures have also provided me with a crucial lead. The underworld organization in the northeastern region that you misidentified does indeed exist, and it boasts considerable scale and numerous members. To sustain this branch, special departments allocate a seemingly insignificant portion of their resources annually, directly supplying them. These resources are earmarked specifically for this use, making them difficult to detect. According to that key individual, the drivers who retrieve these supplies are operatives from the underworld themselves. They remain silent, their heads covered with hats, leaving no trace and providing no contact information, vanishing without a trace after departure. Ultimately, it seems there is no way to track them down. One branch leader remarked, "Not necessarily." Muhi replied with a faint smile and a shake of his head. "As I mentioned earlier, what we need to do now is locate the suddenly diminished resources. We are currently scouring for the underworld, sparing no effort to find them. They must be acutely aware of this. They will undoubtedly exercise extreme caution, reducing the volume of all resource transport and striving to avoid external involvement. In other words, all actions they were supposed to undertake have now been put on hold. Those pivotal figures have helped me narrow the search to the vicinity of Hyman City, which lies 2 counties away from here. Thus, I sought assistance from the local official system to examine all highway surveillance records, in search of any sudden changes in transport habits. Just on my way here, I received news that a large truck had been identified in the surveillance footage. This truck bore a false license plate and made an appearance every Tuesday for the past several years, carrying obscured cargo towards Hyman City and returning fully loaded. However, this past Tuesday, it did not appear. Consequently, I was able to easily trace the truck's route and enlisted the local police to investigate all surveillance equipment, uncovering that in the second tunnel of Hyman City, the truck would switch vehicles, subsequently entering an abandoned underground tunnel from which it vanished. I sent someone to investigate and found numerous traces of handcarts inside. This indicates that from that point onward, all transport had transitioned to manual means. And can you guess where that underground tunnel leads? Upon hearing Mu He's words, Chen Zhi suddenly realized something. He abruptly turned to Mu He, his eyes involuntarily flickering. Could it be? Indeed. As Mu He reached this point in his discourse, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that the very dark faction headquarters we had been searching for was, in fact, always in our midst. It is situated to the west of Qianhua Mountain, not far from our secluded pavilion. The Phoenix of the Burning Sky remarked that we would be engaging with the dark faction tomorrow, so for tonight, we should rest and recuperate after the recent bout of stomach discomfort. Chapter 662. The decision to strike Mu He's proclamation detonated in the room like a bombshell, leaving everyone in shock. The 30 or so individuals present erupted into a cacophony of voices. Elder Guan was the first to rise, slamming his hands onto the table with a resounding clap, declaring, "If that is the case, what are we hesitating for? Opportunities like this are fleeting. We must immediately report the location of the Dark Faction's branch to the leader and mobilize everyone to surround Qianhua Mountain entirely, regardless of the circumstances. Our organization currently possesses superior military strength compared to the Dark Faction. Once all the warriors gather, taking this major branch will be a cinch." "Hold on," Mu He said with a gentle smile, gesturing for Elder Guan to take a seat. "Your warrior temperament remains as fiery as ever. Allow me to finish my thoughts." Turning his gaze to the others, Mu He continued, "Indeed, as I previously mentioned, I have discerned the location of the Dark Faction. However, we must acknowledge that the Dark Faction has acquired the capability to control system information and seems to have infiltrated all communication systems, allowing them to eavesdrop on our conversations. Yet, there is one aspect I find perplexing. Communication between organizations is typically conducted over dedicated networks. For instance, the network between myself and the leader, as well as that between myself and Clan Chief Chun, is notoriously difficult to decipher. Why then? Do they possess access to certain information that even our highest monitoring systems cannot detect? Is it conceivable that their technicians surpass our official ones in skill? That seems unlikely. Moreover, their information appears remarkably targeted, specifically probing our organization while rendering other information nearly imperceptible, which contradicts the norms of information reconnaissance. Thus, I speculate that the entity capable of investigating all this information is not merely a technician, but rather a unique being endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of extracting the intelligence sought by the Dark Faction. This must be what you refer to as those demigods, correct? Indeed, that is true. Chen Zhi involuntarily recalled the soaring Xian bird and the great witch Nia within the western Qi royal city upon hearing Mu He's words. There are indeed some demigods with such abilities. Some perceive information through their feathers, while others utilize laser waves. They can uncover highly confidential information with remarkable precision, surpassing the capabilities of any technological network. Thus, we proceed. As Mu spoke, a smile graced his face as he tapped his cigarette against the ashtray. This is precisely why I chose to reveal this information only after entering this place. I did not wish for even a whisper of it to escape. For if it did, I reckon that branch would have been reduced to ashes by now. A branch leader, perplexed, inquired, "How do your people communicate then? Surely, when your subordinates call you, they are not immune to surveillance." "Such concerns are unwarranted," Mu responded with a smile. "At times, communication transcends language. We possess our own methods, impervious to any attempts at deciphering. Moreover, this conference room has been enveloped in a barrier by Clan Chief Chun. Only we are privy to this matter, and that suffices. To prevent any leakage of information, the assault on that branch will involve solely us." "What does this imply?" "That is utterly impossible." The venerable branch leader immediately protested. "Do you comprehend how many individuals a large branch requires? At least 10,000. And a sizable branch is bound to have exceptionally skilled warriors guarding it. Our organization's elite warriors are currently outside. How can we possibly confront a force of over 10,000 with just us? We must acknowledge our standing in this situation." Mu interjected, his gaze suddenly serious as he regarded all present. "I only know one thing. You all were once warriors of the organization, the finest among us. What is this? After years of leadership, are you now afraid to face genuine combat? Have you lost the ability to wield your swords? Such sentiments are unbecoming of the warriors from Shichi. What nonsense." Several young branch leaders stood up, drawing their weapons from their sides, which gleamed with a pristine shine, indicating they had been diligently maintained. Mu's words had struck a nerve, igniting their pride as warriors. "Let us go." The young branch leaders exchanged determined glances. For all these years, we have remained within the branch, deprived of any opportunity for actual combat. But we are no cowards. This time, it shall be just us, stealthily claiming their heads. Indeed, infiltrating enemy territory and taking their heads is within our skill set. We need not delay. The young leaders began clattering their daggers and short swords onto the table. Years of martial training had ensured they were always armed, and their current gear was indeed sufficient for battle. Everyone, calm down. Old branch leader Guan bellowed, his eyes sharp as an eagle as he gazed at the young leaders. Who dares to display weapons before the clan chief? Such insubordination. Do you seek rebellion? His words served as a wake-up call, and the young branch leaders immediately recognized their impropriety. Hastily sheathing their weapons and kneeling on one leg to plead for forgiveness before Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi promptly rose, smiling as he assisted them to their feet. Esteemed leaders, please remain calm. Mu's words carry weight. Should we delay, we may very well miss this golden opportunity. The information we have procured has not come easily and has cost us dearly. I am loath to witness the destruction of our clandestine branch once more. Should this sub-branch be entirely obliterated, our quest to locate the headquarters of the Dark Faction would become nearly impossible. I have made a rough estimation that there are currently over 100 blue-clad warriors outside, while we, the esteemed leaders present, number 35, each hailing from a warrior background and distinguished within the blue ranks. Notably, Elder Guan has a storied history of valor and is renowned for his exploits. The current circumstances indeed warrant a confrontation with the Dark Faction. With our leader absent, I am vested with the authority to make immediate decisions. Thus, I decree that we shall set forth at once to seize the Dark Faction's sub-branch nestled in the mountains. Chapter 663, The Decision to Strike, Part 2. Following Chen Zhi's strategic battle plan, a wave of excitement swept through the leaders. Some began to draw their weapons, testing their sharpness while discussing tactical maneuvers amongst themselves. However, Elder Guan rose to speak. Patriarch, I have a matter to report. He clasped his hands in respect and addressed Chen Zhi earnestly. You know that I am not one to cower from danger. If we are to launch an assault on the Dark Faction, I am willing to lead the charge. However, having managed this sub-branch for many years, I am acutely aware of its complex and ever-changing structure. You must understand that in such a large sub-branch, alongside the deployment of formidable warriors, there will undoubtedly be heavy weaponry prepared outside. We must not underestimate the power of artillery and machine guns. While our speed is commendable, when faced with a hail of gunfire, we will have nowhere to hide. We can serve as the vanguard, but to control a sub-branch with over 10,000 members, it is imperative that we secure external assistance swiftly. Rest assured, Chen Zhi replied, nodding gently at Elder Guan. I have a comprehensive plan in mind. You need only to follow my commands. Once we arrive at the designated location, your task will be to swiftly secure the perimeter of the sub-branch, preventing it from being destroyed immediately. As for external aid, I will summon them through secure channels post-haste. And do not forget, Chen Zhi added with a composed smile directed at Elder Guan, that I am also here. With the battle plan established, all present sprang into action with formidable resolve. Fat Wei swiftly pushed open the door and stepped outside, where approximately 100 warriors awaited. Chen Zhi summoned a powerful gust, creating an impenetrable barrier that enveloped everyone within, muffling all sounds and presences. He then quickly organized the forces within the barrier. Those stationed outside were all Bao Ping's personal blue-clad warriors, with not a single red warrior among them. Chen Zhi commanded all blue-clad warriors to divide into small teams, each following the lead of a respective leader, with the leaders temporarily assuming the role of team captains. Elder Guan would spearhead the operation, while Chen Zhi maintained overall control and strategic oversight. There is no need to consult the organization. No one should contact the outside world in any manner. Everyone should depart immediately, proceeding westward towards Qianhua Mountain as indicated by Mu's computer. Throughout this exchange, Chen Zhi communicated solely through sign language, his words succinct. The close-knit warriors present were those whom Bao Ping trusted the most. They were exceptionally astute, quickly grasping the situation at hand, and began to exit the secluded pavilion in an orderly fashion. Earlier, when they had escorted the helmsman, a row of vehicles awaited, all driven by beastmen, who had sworn a life-and-death contract with Shichi for generations, obeying commands without question. Chen Zhi instructed the Bao family's attendants outside to wait and to bring forth all the vehicles from the pavilion. Subsequently, everyone boarded the cars. with Mu and Chen Zhi's vehicle leading the way towards Qianhua Mountain West Road. By this time, the afternoon sun illuminated the sky. Qianhua Mountain is a sprawling range of mountains, connecting ahead to the greater Xing'an Range. The overall appearance of Qianhua Mountain features layers of winding roads that seem quite distant. However, traversing through the central tunnel reveals that the distance is actually quite short. They navigated through various tunnels between the mountains, arriving at the western part of Qianhua Mountain in under an hour, very close to the location measured by Mu. This spot could be described as the most concealed area of the Qianhua region. Mere minutes prior, no buildings could be seen on either side of the road, nor any pedestrians traversing the mountains. Upon reaching this point, the road came to an end, and the vehicles could proceed no further. What lay ahead was merely a mountain path requiring them to continue on foot. Everyone disembarked from the cars, each movement brisk and purposeful, with no laggards among them. Beyond this point, a dense forest awaited, with a narrow path known as a bird path ahead, one seldom trodden, seemingly only traversable by birds and beasts. Both sides of the path were flanked by towering rocks, adorned with lush saplings. Looking up from below, one could see a steep cliff. At this angle, even rock climbers would find it challenging to ascend. Mu first scaled the rocks, leaping to a higher vantage point. He then retrieved his binoculars, gazing upward before nodding downwards, indicating clearly that the target was above. Chen Zhi then looked at all the warriors, signaling them and earnestly communicating through sign language. Do not make a sound. We must not startle the prey. After conveying this, he turned his gaze to old helmsman Guan. The old helmsman, in turn, patted a few of the blue-belted warriors on the shoulder, signaling them to follow. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on his sword, revealing the hilt in his hand, and with one hand braced against the rock, he gracefully leaped upward, quickly reaching the summit of the cliff. The blue-belted warriors behind him followed suit, swiftly ascending until they vanished from sight. After a few moments, a leaf wrapped around stones was tossed down from above. Chen Zhi unfolded the leaf, revealing 2 stones within. This signifies safety above, allowing them to proceed. Onward. Chen Zhi waved his hand, and all the blue-ribbon warriors, including the helmsman, swiftly ascended the rock face like agile monkeys. Their movements were light and quick, and soon they vanished among the rocky ledges above. Next were Chen Zhi, Mu He, and Pang Wei. Compared to the warriors, their physical prowess was relatively negligible, yet this did not imply a lack of agility. After a period of rigorous training, Chen Zhi had long since matched the speed of the warriors, and Pang Wei had no issues either. However, Mu He's current performance exceeded all expectations. Despite his claims of never having learned any martial arts, perhaps due to his upbringing within the organization, Chen Zhi observed that his body movements were undoubtedly those of a trained individual, showing no signs of fatigue as they climbed upward. After some time, the 3 finally reached the summit of the cliff. There, a relatively flat stone ledge awaited them, where all the helmsmen and warriors had gathered. At that moment, old helmsman Guan's expression was exceedingly grave. Upon seeing Chen Zhi's arrival, he immediately gestured for silence and pointed toward a distant mountain valley, then turned back to communicate through lip movements. There is the scent of heavy weaponry. Chapter 664. Seizing the tower, they were now several kilometers from the mountain peak ahead. From their vantage point, it was evident that this was the edge of a small hill, and the distance appeared considerable. Nevertheless, if old helmsman Guan's conjecture held true, and that was indeed the location of the branch, the black warrior's sensitivity would allow them to detect any sounds from their position. Thus, they must not utter a single word. All communication had to rely solely on gestures and lip movements. Subsequently, silence enveloped them as everyone closely followed old helmsman Guan, swiftly advancing forward. This was a true act of infiltration. Their arms were drawn tight, bodies coalescing into a singular force as they swiftly navigated through the underbrush. Chen Zhi clearly observed that the warriors' feet barely touched the ground. They relied on the elastic rebound of the grass beneath them. Even with nearly 200 warriors, they made no sound throughout their journey. Of course, in this wooded area, some wild animals roamed, and birds occasionally descended, making noise entirely natural, allowing Chen Zhi and his companions' footsteps to go unnoticed, raising no suspicion of a large troop's advance. Thus, they successfully traversed the wooded area above, soon catching the scent of the damp, dense forest. By this point, they had ventured deep into the wilderness, far from human habitation. Continuing on for quite a distance, they found the location ahead still far from their reach. It seemed the mountain peak was even more distant than they had initially perceived. This place is far from a scenic area. The mountain trails are rugged and perilous, devoid of any signs of human excavation, suggesting it is a forgotten locale. However, here, Chen Zhi discerned numerous large wheel tracks and some scarcely noticeable artificial markings. It appears that considerable supplies are frequently transported through this route using handcarts. Indeed, they have found their destination. They swiftly traversed the wilderness for quite some time. Suddenly, the venerable Captain Guan, leading the way, raised his right hand, and the procession came to an immediate halt. Chen Zhi understood that they had arrived at their designated spot. The distant peak, once sharply defined, now loomed high and obscure before them. They were faced with a small hill, beneath which lay a fan-shaped valley. This valley was semi-enclosed, featuring a narrow passage in its center, an impenetrable stronghold, making it a superb strategic position. The hill's entirety was obscured from view as one looked from the base to the summit. However, an array of bizarrely shaped rocks lay ahead, elongated like stone pillars, firmly embedded in the ground, effectively encircling the area. Chen Zhi noted the presence of moss removed from the tops of these rocks, indicating that their upper portions were hollowed out, likely shaped by human hands. Within them might reside the formidable weapons spoken of by Captain Guan, placing every position below well within their range. Upon reaching this point, Captain Guan gestured for silence, surveying the group before casting his gaze towards the rocks. The situation was now crystal clear. They had entered the control zone of the branch, which undoubtedly possessed a robust surveillance system. The seemingly empty grasslands ahead might conceal infrared facilities, and it was imperative not to disturb the peace. Those towering rock formations were, in reality, a series of watchtowers. If discovered, a barrage of aggressive weaponry, such as submachine guns, would rain down upon them. At that moment, this fan-shaped valley would become a sealed trap, ensnaring them like birds in a net, making escape exceedingly difficult. Upon arriving here, Captain Guan conducted a thorough inspection of all his warriors, then pointed towards several captains and indicated some blue-belted warriors, directing them to the stone towers above. His intentions were unmistakably clear. These towers posed the greatest threat and must be neutralized without delay. Each individual was to take responsibility for one tower, regardless of the number of heavy weapons or personnel stationed within, and eliminate them silently. Should they fail this task, infiltrating the branch would be utterly impossible. Chen Zhi scanned the concealed towers among the stone columns, counting over 30, forming a fortress-like encirclement of the valley. Simultaneously infiltrating these 30 towers without detection and quietly subduing the occupants was a daunting endeavor, fraught with challenges. Moreover, the current communication facilities have developed to an extraordinary degree, allowing alerts to be dispatched in the blink of an eye. Among the 30 or so teams, should any one of them falter, a cacophony of alarms would inevitably ensue, with consequences that are simply unimaginable. In no time, over 40 leaders bit down on their daggers, accompanied by several blue-belted warriors, as they stealthily entered the underbrush. As articulated by these youthful leaders, infiltrating the enemy's ranks and surreptitiously claiming their heads has been a time-honored skill passed down through the generations of the West Qi warriors for millennia. Chen Zhi observed that as these 40 teams ventured into the foliage, not a single sound could be heard, as if they had vanished entirely. Eventually, he could even discern the sound of snakes slithering through the grass, yet there was an utter absence of human presence. Subsequently, Chen Zhi clearly saw shadowy figures ascend the edge of the tower with astonishing speed, swiftly darting through the dark crevices. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, these leaders began to return one after another, their daggers stained with blood. Master Guan, the elder leader, quickly counted the numbers. All 30 teams had returned. Not a single one missing. Have they all been dealt with? Chen Zhi inquired succinctly through lip reading. All the warriors and leaders nodded affirmatively, removing the bloody daggers from their mouths. From their expressions, it was evident that although the ordeal lasted merely a few minutes, it was far from the effortless task one might envision. There were certainly skilled adversaries within the towers, as some warriors bore deep gashes on their faces. Others exhibited dark bruises on their limbs, and a strong scent of gunpowder clung to them, indicating they had encountered gunfire but had skillfully neutralized the bullets, preventing any alarm from being raised. At this moment, the artillery positions had been completely dismantled, and the surveillance devices atop the towers had been discreetly severed by the warriors. The headquarters monitoring the sub-branch should now be blind to the situation, Yet this state of affairs could not endure for more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, the operators outside would inevitably grow suspicious and dispatch personnel to investigate. Presently, the area remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any sound. What lay ahead was the main event. Based on prior experience, the outer perimeter of the sub-branch was undoubtedly laden with vast quantities of explosives, the extent of which was likely staggering. Moreover, the control over these explosives would rest with the external monitors. Any slightest disturbance would trigger the detonation mechanism, obliterating the entire sub-branch along with all its occupants, leaving no intact corpses behind, rendering them utterly valueless. Chen Zhi did not urge the group to proceed. Instead, he placed a finger to his lips, silently uttering a few incantations, and then gestured toward the sky. Suddenly, the heavens stirred, as if a tempest had arisen out of nowhere. Yet, behind the veil of clouds, a colossal shadow adorned with wings emerged, reminiscent of a phoenix. This elusive figure swiftly concealed itself within the billowing clouds, gliding gracefully before spiraling around the entire fan-shaped valley, ultimately descending like a wisp of smoke to stand beside Chen Zhi, transforming into the form of a young maiden. Such a miraculous spectacle was a rarity, even for the leaders of the faction, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. At that moment, Jiandi's eyes shimmered with vibrant colors, clearly indicating her readiness for battle. She stepped forward, kissed Chen Zhi's feet in reverence, then rose to whisper a few words into his ear. Understanding dawned upon Chen Zhi, who nodded gently in acknowledgement, and Jiandi vanished like a fleeting breeze. Chen Zhi then clasped his hands together and raised them towards the sky, allowing the currents of energy within him to diffuse into the air. These currents, akin to delicate strands of silk, coalesced into a bird's-eye view map composed of ethereal energy, reminiscent of the ancient curse diagrams. This map, though formed of vapor, was strikingly clear, akin to a transparent LCD screen, revealing the entire layout of the valley before all present. The detailed perspective was akin to that visible only to demigods. The stone edifices, once ominous, now appeared darkened, indicating their complete lack of threat and rendering them negligible. In the heart of the valley, however, there lay a flat, circular structure, seemingly forged entirely from metal, resembling a gigantic flying saucer. Half of this saucer protruded above the ground, while the other half was buried within the earth. A large, square fissure marked the entrance. Surrounding this flying saucer was a ring of red zones, varying in size, clustered together like bubbles, enclosing the faction's headquarters entirely. Chen Zhi pointed towards these crimson areas, turning back to convey silently to everyone, "Be vigilant. This is dynamite. All of it is combustible liquid explosives, igniting upon contact, with devastating power." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, everyone immediately gathered around the map, scrutinizing the ground structure to ascertain the location of the explosives. The sheer quantity of explosives was astonishing. It could be said that should these buried explosives detonate simultaneously, not only the faction but the entire mountain could be obliterated. At that moment, there would be no survivors, and not even remnants of flesh or bone would remain, ensuring that no information would escape. Of course, those present, including Chen Zhi, would meet the same fate. "We must devise a means to eliminate these troublesome devices," the elder leader echoed with urgency, pointing towards the extensive area of explosives behind them, which resembled a spider with its 8 legs. "Do you see that? This area appears to be a primary explosives control zone. If my assumptions are correct, there should be a network connecting this place to its surroundings. Each explosive is interconnected by guiding wires. Igniting just one point would cause a rapid detonation without a moment's respite. Thus, our immediate task is to sever these guiding wires. However, during this process, we must avoid disturbing the sensitive zones surrounding the explosives, which are under stringent surveillance. The slightest touch would alert the authorities, triggering a complete explosion. Yet, without precise knowledge of the underground layout, attempting to navigate these surveillance networks to cut the guiding wires is akin to gambling with one's life, with minuscule chances of success, nearly impossible. While humans cannot achieve this, a demigod might. After Chen Zhi spoke, he shed his coat, exposing his right arm, and swiftly bit his fingertip, drawing a diagram on his arm. He then pressed his palm firmly against the ground. With a resounding bang, accompanied by a plume of white smoke, Wu Jia emerged from the earth clad in armor. "Master." Wu Jia's voice was remarkably faint, yet Chen Zhi gestured for silence, indicating he should refrain from making any noise. He then communicated through lip movements, asking, "Have you observed the terrain around us? Have you located the connecting wires of the explosives?" Wu Jia, with his pointed mouth revealing 2 teeth, struggled with lip reading but comprehended the gestures. He nodded vigorously and pointed towards the vicinity of the bombs. Wu Jia, diminutive in stature, hopped energetically to reach the airflow map above, creating a rather comical scene. One of the helmsmen, unable to watch any longer, lifted him up to the map. At that moment, Wu Jia used his elongated claws to trace several connecting wires between the red explosives. As the airflow surged, the red lines remained visible, and upon witnessing this, everyone immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that the connecting wires for the explosives were buried deep underground, even deeper than the liquid explosives themselves. In Chapter 666, an impossible task, Wu Jia, constrained by the structure of his mouth, could not effectively convey messages through lip reading, so he resorted to animated gestures with his short legs, acting out a rapid pantomime. Remarkably, everyone understood him perfectly. Beneath the surface indeed lay a series of interconnected explosives, housed in transparent containers filled with pale green liquid. The surface of these containers appeared to be made of bulletproof glass, and outside, an exceptionally intricate contact detection network was visible. Any slight disturbance in the soil would be sensed immediately. It was evident that this sub-branch was not to be taken lightly. Wu Jia dared not approach closely but only observed from a distance to ascertain the location. The area of the contact network was extensive, with its delicate metallic threads being highly sensitive. Any vibrations while cutting the guiding wires would instantly trigger an alarm, resulting in a total detonation of the explosive zone. The current capability of Wu Jia lies in accurately delineating all positions on the ground, yet he is unable to approach them closely. This necessitates individuals possessing exceptional physical prowess to infiltrate the inner layers of these contact networks without any sense of weight, naturally severing the guiding wires. The locations of these explosives are concealed beneath the surface, each within small underground chambers obscured by vegetation. Upon opening, one would expect to find ladders leading downward. Undoubtedly, these subterranean areas are guarded by specialists, and overcoming them is anticipated to be quite challenging. Therefore, those descending must possess the ability to breach these defenses and silently eliminate any occupants within a very short period, subsequently descending via the ladders. The moment they encounter liquid explosives, their physical skills will be put to the test. The outer layer of the contact network is undoubtedly intricate, demanding that the warriors exhibit unparalleled speed and dexterity, alongside remarkable psychological resilience, to flawlessly evade these detection systems. Ultimately, they must sever the fuses, rendering the explosives entirely ineffective. When everyone comprehends the gravity of this endeavor, it can be said that beads of sweat begin to form on the foreheads of all the warriors, including the esteemed leader of the guild. This task appears insurmountable, with the final barrier expected to be surmounted by the most skilled of the leaders. At this juncture, they have coalesced into an inseparable entity, akin to a line of grasshoppers strung together. Should any segment falter, all shall meet a grim fate, reduced to mere dust, with no escape. However, traversing this treacherous path, fraught with innumerable uncertainties, reaching the depths below without error, is no simple feat. Several leaders fell into silence, encircling the map, meticulously scrutinizing each location as if gazing at an examination paper. They glanced back at the warriors they had previously assembled, then reorganized into smaller groups according to their earlier formation. Each leader then grasped a handful from the air current map, selecting a specific location. In unison, they turned their gaze towards Chen Zhi, their expressions peculiar, reminiscent of a congregation of devotees beseeching their revered deity for blessings, yet tinged with a sense of farewell. Subsequently, these individuals vanished once more into the thicket, leaving only Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Mu He standing in place. As they observed the departure, their hearts began to race. The 30-some explosive zones ahead represent individual battlegrounds, each fraught with peril. Any misstep could lead them to an untimely rendezvous with the King of Hell. Once the warriors had disappeared, Wu Jia swiftly turned and burrowed into the earth. Within mere seconds, Chen Zhi received a signal transmitted by Wu Jia. Subsequently, he placed his fingertips to his lips, closed his eyes, and began to silently chant incantations. In response, the ground ahead exhibited unusual phenomena. As wisps of smoke began to rise from certain patches of earth, these vapors appeared unremarkable, akin to ordinary mist or vapor. However, from an elevated vantage point, one could easily discern that the smoke coalesced into concentric circles, distinctly marking the locations of all the bombs. The surveillance devices atop the towers had all been rendered inoperative, indicating that the darkened sub-branch was effectively blinded. Chen Zhi observed the metal facade ahead of the sub-branch slowly pulsating with light, suggesting that the inhabitants within had begun to take notice. According to their earlier plan, the warriors were required to complete their tasks within 5 minutes. Infiltrate all bomb workshops, eliminate the guards within, descend underground, sever the detonation wires, and ultimately converge before the sub-branch's entrance. Should they exceed this time frame, those inside the sub-branch would undoubtedly become aware of their presence. Chen Zhi glanced at his stopwatch as the seconds slipped away, and he, along with Mu He and Pang Wei, began to stealthily advance. As time progressed, Chen Zhi's steps grew increasingly bold. He no longer cared whether the occupants of the sub-branch could hear them. His heart raced to its limits, and he could sense the urgency of battles raging across various fronts, as well as the impending detonation of liquid explosives. As the final second of the 5-minute countdown approached, red signal flares erupted across the ground, exploding into the sky with a thunderous boom in the tranquil valley, akin to a muffled thunderclap. These signal flares were exclusive to the warriors, signifying, mission accomplished. Proceed with action. Chen Zhi's heart surged with exhilaration. In that very instant, he unleashed a tremendous rush of air, an overwhelming torrent that enveloped the entire valley. This vast expanse was transformed into a prison sealed by the force of the airflow. At that moment, the massive metal door before the sub-branch suddenly gaped open, and with a resounding crash, it collapsed, releasing hundreds of dark figures who sprang forth like shadows from the doorway. Chapter 667, Life and Death Battle. As the elder leader had surmised, this sub-branch, dominant in the northeastern region, was indeed vast, housing no fewer than 10,000 individuals. Within its confines resided ordinary staff, technicians, medical personnel, and warriors, creating an independent world of its own. Upon detecting an external attack, it was inevitable that the most formidable individuals within the sub-branch would be the first to respond, including the sub-branch's leader. Typically, those technicians privy to critical information would opt for self-destruction upon realizing the irreversible nature of the external threat to prevent any information from leaking. Thus, it was essential not only to control the dynamics outside, but also to manage the internal situation within the sub-branch. This was the moment when the interconnected barrier would come into play. Chen Zhi swiftly expelled an infinite stream of air, which spread like tendrils, swiftly burrowing into the earth. In an instant, the entire branch was divided into countless barriers, each forming a narrow space akin to a hive, with every small compartment interconnected. These barriers would randomly immobilize certain individuals, binding their bodies and bones, rendering them incapable of taking their own lives. Of course, this was only a minor fraction. Those who remained unbound could not be controlled. At that moment, approximately 200 individuals surged forth, each appearing to be a warrior based on their stature and agility. As they burst forth, their long blades were drawn, the cold, sharp edges glinting in the sunlight, casting shadows that danced around them. Meanwhile, the branch masters and warriors who had just been cutting the detonation wires swiftly returned to join their ranks, charging fearlessly towards the emerging black warriors. In an instant, the two factions collided, reminiscent of hot oil suddenly splashing into ice water, igniting a fierce battle. The warriors and masters who had just emerged from the underground arsenal bore wounds, some so grievously injured that their bodies were a gruesome sight. Yet, their spirits soared. Centuries of combat belief from Shichi had dulled their awareness of pain. As they plunged into the throng of black warriors, their eyes clouded with bloodlust. It could be said that they had forsaken their lives in that moment. Blades flashed and swords sang through the air, blood splattered, and chaos erupted among the warriors. The dark birds overhead broke free from the clouds, emitting piercing cries as they swooped down, their talons, like iron hooks, tearing into the ranks of the dark warriors. At this juncture, Wu Jia emerged from the underground, his diminutive form roaring beneath his armor, his eyes blood-red. His brutal Orcish nature was on full display as he lunged for the throats of the dark warriors, tearing and biting like a beast. Simultaneously, the dark warrior's blade struck against his armored body, leaving him bloodied and battered. The battle raged with ferocity, yet Chen Zhi stood quietly, his gaze unwavering upon the battlefield. He was in search of a singular individual, one who stood apart from the throng of black warriors. This person possessed extraordinary martial prowess. Exhibiting a calm and composed demeanor unlike the others, he would not recklessly engage in the fray, nor would he act impulsively. This individual was undoubtedly waiting for an opportune moment to strike, to determine the outcome of the battle decisively. He was the master of this branch, the great leader of the dark faction. Amidst the chaotic melee, an initial disparity in numbers was evident between the organized warriors and the dark faction, with the latter vastly outnumbering the former. Such a significant numerical imbalance would typically spell defeat in a conventional melee. The organization would be doomed. However, within the realm of warriors, the dynamics were altogether different. Due to the substantial disparity in martial prowess among the warriors, an exceptional red belt warrior can effortlessly slaughter hundreds of ordinary warriors. Chen Zhi vividly recalls the time when Ji-ing single-handedly annihilated over 80 treacherous blue belt warriors on Changbai Mountain. Those individuals had no opportunity to resist. The current situation mirrors that past. The 30 or so masters at the helm were once the elite among the blue belts, particularly the esteemed Guanzhou, who served as the personal guard to the former leader and nearly gained entry into the Bloodrune camp. The remaining 100 or so blue belt warriors are also loyal confidants of Bao Ping, having followed him for many years. They are fiercely fighting for their lives. And in such circumstances, they are nearly evenly matched against the dark faction, eventually gaining the upper hand. With the assistance of Xin Yao and Wu Jia, it is evident that the organization's momentum has significantly surged. Meanwhile, the metallic door of the sub-branch has been entirely sealed by Chen Zhi's barrier. One can see the throngs of people surging behind that door, yet they are unable to escape. At this critical juncture, an unexpected chill suddenly envelopes Chen Zhi from behind, as a cold blade swiftly finds its place against his neck. In this moment, rather than panic, Chen Zhi feels an overwhelming sense of joy. He realizes that the great fish he has been endeavoring to catch has finally taken the bait. Throughout the preceding fierce battle, he, along with Fat Wei and Mu He, had stood conspicuously in this elevated position without any concealment. Surrounded by no trees or vegetation, their location was remarkably obvious, easily visible to anyone paying even slight attention. In fact, from the time they began their advance, Chen Zhi had intentionally intensified his footfalls, aiming for someone from the dark faction to hear the sound and recognize his presence. He wanted this person to understand that he is the principal orchestrator of this ambush, an individual devoid of martial skills yet of paramount importance. If this person possesses even a modicum of knowledge regarding the organization, he would immediately recognize Chen Zhi as the leader of the Jiang faction. Just as Guanzhou had stated, a person capable of managing such a significant sub-branch is certainly not a fool. He would undoubtedly take note of this and choose to conceal himself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at Chen Zhi. Thus, when the blade pressed against Chen Zhi's neck, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. This audacious risk of launching a surprise attack on the dark faction had led him to the very individual he sought. The assailant behind him must undoubtedly be the foremost leader of this sub-branch, the Grand Master. Chapter 668. Ji Ling, the Great Warrior. When that individual appeared behind Chen Zhi, it was as though he had materialized from thin air, utterly silent. Chen Zhi did not even dare to sense his aura, indicating that this person possessed remarkable control over his presence and breath. Moreover, this individual, having chosen the path of a swift warrior, navigated through the tumultuous clash of samurais and helmsmen as if traversing an uninhabited realm. He stealthily concealed himself behind Chen Zhi, positioning a blade against Chen Zhi's throat. Have them lower their weapons. The voice that emanated from behind was cold and lifeless, akin to a sound birthed from a soulless shell. Instantly, Chen Zhi discerned the composure and remarkable tranquility of this person. Yet, he remained motionless, standing there in silence. Beside him, Mu He and Fat Wei slowly turned to face the figure behind Chen Zhi, a faint smile gracing their lips. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chen Zhi then turned his head with deliberate slowness. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the intent of the man behind him to sever his throat with the blade. However, such a deed was rendered impossible. This was due to the fact that the individual had become ensnared within a current of energy, an ethereal force meticulously woven into the very air, undetectable to the untrained eye and requiring an intricate preparation. Yet, once successfully executed, it could utterly dominate a person, controlling even their fingers and joints, and rendering every strand of hair and weapon immobile. This man had been apprehended and firmly restrained in place. Chen Zhi scrutinized the individual, clad in a black suit. Of modest stature. The attire was made of rain-resistant synthetic fibers, capable of withstanding external voltage and rain, making it remarkably suited for combat in the wild. Clearly, their lifestyles mirrored that of their organization. However, this person bore a pronounced scent of sulfur, unmistakably indicating they had been corrupted. His complexion was pale, his eyes elongated, filled with cunning, and his gaze was fixed with an unsettling stillness reminiscent of death. Despite being immobilized, his expression betrayed no hint of panic. Gazing upon that visage, Chen Zhi felt an inexplicable sense of composure emanating from it. This tranquility did not stem from a fearlessness of death, but from an enigmatic self-assuredness that took Chen Zhi by surprise. "Are you the one in charge here?" Chen Zhi inquired, his voice lowered, as he regarded those cold, numb eyes. Yet, no answer was forthcoming. Instead, a sense of discomfort washed over Chen Zhi as he observed the elongated eyes, which seemed disturbingly steady. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged within him. This feeling tore through his being, from flesh to soul, igniting a profound anguish akin to past experiences. During his time in the underworld, the stone bracelet on Ji Ying's wrist had suppressed all his incantations, causing the energy within him to flow backward, evoking this very sensation. Perhaps it was an innate intuition, for Chen Zhi swiftly shifted his gaze to the fingers of the black-clad warrior. He noticed a delicate ring encircling one of the fingers, so thin it was nearly imperceptible, resembling a strand of hair. Yet, since moments prior, the man had been tentatively revealing this ring. As the ring fully materialized, all of Chen Zhi's energy was dispelled, and the barrier controlling that individual crumbled instantly. Simultaneously, a chilling blade descended from above, and Chen Zhi felt the icy touch of steel slicing through the flesh of his face, tearing him in two. He understood that in the next moment, his head would be cleaved apart. His life, it seemed, was to be extinguished in this singular instant. However, at that critical juncture, an immense force suddenly propelled Chen Zhi away, absorbing the full impact of the blade. He then witnessed a spray of blood as massive feathers soared into the air. The mysterious bird was split open, blood gushing forth onto the ground, transforming into the form of that girl, now motionless. Concurrently, all the warriors surged forward, with the elder captain being the first to arrive. His long blade flipped downward, redirecting the trajectory of the assailant's weapon. Yet, that individual vanished in an instant, their shadow dissipating. Soon after, the other warriors and captains arrived, but before they could advance, they were already wounded by the fierce wind of the blade. Many warriors felt their bones snap, collapsing to the ground. The previous advantage had swiftly reversed. Just as in the earlier confrontation, an exceptionally skilled warrior could entirely alter the course of battle. In this moment, it became clear to all present that the leader of the dark faction was no ordinary foe. His speed was that of a phantom, his prowess in agility and combat reaching unparalleled heights, surpassing every warrior in attendance. The elder captain narrowly avoided fatal injury during several encounters with him, yet he could not even grasp his shadow. In the blink of an eye, the organization's warriors fell one after another, as the dark warriors swiftly encircled them. While Chen Zhi found himself unable to unleash his incantations, the situation growing dire. The shadowy leader, having dealt with the surrounding threats, suddenly revealed himself, raising his long blade and charging at Chen Zhi, his intent unmistakably clear, to claim Chen Zhi's life. At that critical moment, the elder captain tightly embraced Chen Zhi. Using his body as a shield, he whispered urgently in Chen Zhi's ear, "Chief, use my corpse as cover, flee as far as you can. Others will carve a bloody path for you." Yet, before the elder captain could finish his words, the merciless blade struck down upon his head. Chen Zhi, bloodied and battered, clearly saw the blade connect with the elder captain's skull, the crisp sound of shattering bone echoing in his ears. In that fleeting instant, a blue light descended with a gust of wind, and the blade that had aimed for the elder captain was suddenly deflected. Following this, a figure descended with even greater speed, accurately grasping the dark leader's neck with one hand and forcefully hurling him forward. The master of the dark faction soared into the air, executing a graceful somersault before descending lightly to the ground, where he knelt on one hand, gazing forward. Upon spotting the individual who had just attacked him, a rare smile broke through his rigid expression. "The esteemed warrior Ji Ling, your reputation precedes you." Indeed, standing there was the ghost blade, clad in a sleek black rain-resistant suit, wielding a long sword in one hand and the enigmatic blue Inazuma in the other. Ever since emerging from the divine tomb, Chen Zhi had not encountered the ghost blade, who was said to have grown increasingly reclusive and seldom seen. In this moment, the ghost blade appeared colder than ever, resembling an emotionless statue, his gaze indifferent as it fixated on the master of the dark faction. The master did not flinch. Instead, he turned his attention to the fallen long sword at his feet, having lost his weapon in the previous skirmish. The ghost blade approached slowly, deftly kicking the sword into the air, sending it forward. It arced beautifully before landing in the master's grasp. Armed once more, the master radiated an intense aura, raising the long sword with one hand and bowing in respect. I am a man of humble origins. I have mastered the art of swift deception. I have long heard of the ghost blade's legendary speed, and I seek to challenge you, great warrior. The ghost blade merely acknowledged him with a slight nod, seemingly disinterested in the proclamation. He then gestured for everyone to step back, clearing a circular space in the center. Subsequently, he placed Inazuma against his teeth and unsheathed his long, lethal blade, tracing a luminous circle in the air. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted, the sharp edge illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. In the face of this elite warrior's confrontation, the master of the dark faction trembled with excitement, his body quaking in a fervent state. It was evident that his bloodthirsty exhilaration had the potential to obliterate everything in his vicinity. Rather than recklessly attacking, he crouched low like a predator poised to pounce, positioning the long sword before his eyes and circling around the ghost blade, searching for an angle to strike. Meanwhile, the ghost blade remained immobile, his expression serene, eyes lowered like still water, completely oblivious to the impending assault. Even when the master advanced to his rear, he displayed no reaction. However, as the master stealthily approached directly behind him, he suddenly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at the ghost blade's side, his long sword slicing through the air like a gust of wind, aimed at the ghost blade's neck. With a crisp clash, the onlookers were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the master lay sprawled on the ground. His right shoulder had been completely pierced by the long blade of the ghostly knife, firmly pinned to the ground. This contest of speed concluded in an instant. The dark faction's leader, with eyes wide in fury, struggled to rise, yet his shoulder was torn asunder, bones shattered, blood gushing forth, rendering him incapable of escape. Aware of his impending demise, the grand leader bit down on his molars without hesitation. However, unbeknownst to him, the ghostly knife had already grasped his jaw, gently pulling downwards, causing his chin to detach, leading to his failed attempt at self-poisoning. The prowess of a warrior is such that an overwhelmingly powerful swordsman can determine the outcome of an entire conflict. From that moment forth, the significance of battle dissipated entirely. Most of the remaining black warriors were decapitated, a small fraction captured alive, while others chose to end their own lives. In the span of mere moments, the once quiet valley flowed with blood, strewn with corpses. Yet, the sub-branch sealed by Chen Zhi remained silent. He knew that those within had chosen to take their own lives upon witnessing the defeat of their comrades outside. The sub-branch was now filled with the lifeless bodies of those who had chosen to end their existence. Everyone else proceeded inside the sub-branch to manage the aftermath, while Mui made a phone call, utilizing his influence to seal off the area, ensuring that subsequent events would not disturb higher authorities or complicate matters. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi approached Jiandi, who had lost the capacity to transform into her grand avian form. She had reverted to her youthful appearance, yet due to her sudden injury, she was utterly drained of strength. Her wings, not fully retracted, were stained with vivid blood upon their pristine feathers. The blow she had taken for Chen Zhi was grave, having cut from her left shoulder to her lower abdomen, leaving a deep, gaping wound. Blood flowed profusely, exposing parts of her innards. At that moment, Jiandi's complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes brimming with tears, her jaw clenched tightly, her youthful visage evoking a sense of pity. As it seemed she had succumbed to unconsciousness, Chen Zhi approached her, cradling her in his arms, then chewed the healing elixir into a paste, gently applying it to her lengthy wound. The efficacy of the elixir never failed to impress, and combined with the rapid-acting hemostatic agent, the severed layers of flesh began to adhere swiftly. Once she was transported for surgical intervention, Jiandi should be out of danger. Yet, she remained in a state of tension, unconscious, her face glistening with beads of sweat, manifesting her evident pain. Chen Zhi then raised his gaze towards the cold, stone-like figure of the ghostly knife, inquiring knife. Upon receiving my signal, did you inform anyone else? No, the ghostly figure replied nonchalantly. But I was with the leader at the time. He is already aware and should be arriving shortly. After stating this, the ghostly figure ceased further conversation, furrowing his brow as he regarded the dark faction leader, now devoid of his chin, lying upon the grass. Gazing at the delicate stone ring upon his finger, as slender as a wisp of hair, I coldly remarked, the pressing question is, how could there be an object on his hand that restrains your power? The burning sky peacock suggested, first, let us settle our small debts. The debt owed to the demon is substantial. If mishandled, it may remain unpaid for a lifetime. Perhaps it is best to flee. Chapter 670. Harvesting the Fruits of Battle. The ghost blade observed the dark faction's leader beneath him, his brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze fixated on the slender ring adorning the leader's finger. He softly inquired, how could he possess something that constrains your power? Upon hearing the ghost blade's words, Chen Zhi also turned his attention to the ring. In truth, since earlier, all of Chen Zhi's thoughts had been consumed by that black ring. He understood its implications. The dark faction might possess the means to completely control his incantations, akin to the hand ring that Jiang Zia once bequeathed to GFA. If such an object existed, it meant Chen Zhi could be rendered an ordinary person at any moment, his powers dissipating into thin air. If that were the case, the situation would be dire indeed. The cunning leader of the dark faction, realizing that both the ghost blade and Chen Zhi were observing him, quickly recognized that the ring he held had been exposed. He bit down on his finger, attempting to sever it to swallow the ring, but it was too late. The ghost blade deftly flicked with the tip of his blade, severing the finger, causing the ring to fall away as the leader lost all control over it. Chen Zhi's power was immediately restored. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the severed digit closer through the flow of air. He retrieved the ring from the broken finger and examined it closely. Indeed, it was the very object he suspected. This artifact was known as a magical instrument, identical in appearance to the one that Ji Ying had used to control Chen Zhi's powers in the underworld, its surface composed of the same unremarkable gray stone. Magical instruments were vessels for storing magical energy, a relic from the era preceding the Yin and Shang dynasties. Legends spoke of a time when sorcery flourished, and divine beings often traversed the realms. These deities would gather the essence of the earth, infusing their own magical prowess into these vessels for future generations to utilize as magical instruments. Such instruments could generate a substitute aura, enabling them to perform attacks in place of the caster's abilities or to limit the exertion of certain powers. For instance, the legendary water-repelling pearl served as a restrictive magical instrument. Jiang Zia had left this particular artifact, which constrained the powers of the Jiang clan, to the descendants of the Ji clan, intending to prevent any unfilial progeny from betraying the Shi Qi in the Ji royal lineage. However, prior to ascending the throne, Bao Ping had returned this artifact to Chen Zhi, a bold act that irrevocably bound Chen Zhi's heart to Shi Qi. However, it is indeed disconcerting that the relic left by the ancient Jiang Zia to restrain the descendants of the Ji clan has fallen into the hands of the shadowy sect. The implications and consequences of this event are profoundly unsettling, almost unimaginable. Once the outsiders were subdued, the warriors hastened to the entrance of the branch hall. Due to Chen Zhi's barrier, which had recently been affected by the magical artifacts, everything within had lost its control. The imposing metal door of the branch hall swung open with a resounding clang, revealing a total of 6 entrances. The warriors swiftly entered the branch, searching for those who had been immobilized by Chen Zhi's barrier, hoping to reach them before they could take their own lives. Upon entering the hall, they were met with a horrifying sight. The ground was strewn with corpses, a veritable landscape of death. All the equipment and computers lay in ruins, and even those items that could not be shattered had been mercilessly hacked apart. Not a single sheet of paper, book, or document remained intact. Every record capable of inscribing words had been cast into the flames. At that moment, the air within the branch hall was thick with swirling black ashes. The warriors moved with remarkable speed, racing against time to seize some of the individuals who had not yet succumbed to suicide. However, due to the earlier disruption of Chen Zhi's barrier, only a scant few survivors remained. In this vast branch hall, merely 40 or so individuals still breathed, while the rest lay lifeless. The warriors quickly restrained these survivors, most of whom were technicians and service personnel. Lacking the fierce resolve of the warriors, these individuals found it challenging to commit to suicide. To prevent them from biting down on their own teeth to ingest poison, the warriors dislocated their jaws, some even severing their joints to avert any sudden attempts at self-harm. Such pain was unbearable for the technicians, many of whom began to tremble, emitting whimpers of fear. Soon, the main force led by Bao Ping arrived, accompanied almost simultaneously by the teams of Aso and Jiying. At this point, the organization's most elite forces had completely occupied the valley. All personnel immediately commenced their tasks in a methodical manner. The individuals in black began to address the ensuing matters, such as thoroughly neutralizing the surrounding liquid explosives to leave no risks unaddressed. They assessed the hardware within the branch hall to prevent any secondary explosive devices. The bodies within were transported out, their belongings searched to ascertain their identities, while valuable items were sought amidst the ashes. When Chen Zhi met Bao Ping, their primary focus turned to the surviving individuals. The ghost blade had already shattered every joint of the dark sect leader. Subsequently, other warriors approached, using specialized fibrous ropes to tightly bind the leader's vital parts. At this moment, he was entirely devoid of any potential for danger. He could neither attack nor move, and even the act of biting his tongue to end his life was beyond his capacity. The warriors then cast all the surviving captives into a room, leaving them huddled together on the floor. This chamber bore the most bloodstains, as those who had recently taken their own lives had predominantly wielded cold weapons, creating a rather terrifying sight. The surviving technicians immediately began to tremble, some of the women even struggling to suppress their sobs. However, the helmsman, once subdued, ceased all speech. His head bowed low as he sat in a corner of the room. Chen Zhi refrained from questioning him, understanding that warriors of such caliber were not easily forthcoming with information. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the other survivors, whose faces did not appear entirely numb. Indeed, some were merely ordinary individuals. Just as Chen Zhi pondered how to extract the truth from them, Bao Ping, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke. His voice was chilling, a coldness emanating from the depths of his soul, as if even the grim reaper of the underworld could not overshadow its darkness. I believe some of you may have heard of me. I am Bao Ping, the very individual you have desperately sought to eliminate. Chapter 671, Intense Interrogation. After uttering these words, Bao Ping did not even glance at the sub-helmsman. Instead, he lit a cigarette, gently exhaling a smoke ring into the air. Before addressing the quaking individuals around him, I know what you are thinking. You believe you have been captured. That escape is no longer an option. So what shall I do with you now? Will you still be able to survive? Thus, I offer you a definitive answer. I shall take you back to my organization and subject you to the most heinous tortures this world has ever known. The instruments of torment are beyond your wildest imaginings. They will inflict unimaginable suffering upon you, leading to a swift demise within 3 days of entering that place, a fate you will deem a blessing after enduring such agony. Of course, you have all undergone rigorous training. Some of you may even have loved ones held hostage by us. Therefore, resistance is inevitable, and you will not easily reveal the truth. However, I can assure you that when you experience those tortures, even if your spirit holds firm, your body will betray you with utmost honesty. In that moment, you will realize that sincere friendship, pure love, and unbreakable familial bonds are rendered trivial in the face of torture and death. Once you enter my domain, even if you ultimately confess, there will be no chance of exiting with your bodies intact. Thus, if you wish to confess, it is best to do so now. This is the choice of the wise. Upon confession, I can guarantee that your life will be spared henceforth. This is my promise as the leader of the West Qi, and I shall not renege on my word. After Bao Ping finished speaking, some individuals in the surrounding crowd trembled even more, their eyes darting about, beads of sweat cascading down their faces, their minds evidently shattered. Among them, a woman, seemingly in her 40s, with a fair and delicate complexion, began to weep. She appeared to be a logistics staff member of this faction, shivering uncontrollably, her head bowed deeply as if afraid of attracting attention. Bao Ping scrutinized her intently before stepping closer, lifting her chin. The woman was instantly petrified, her face drained of color, trembling beneath Bao Ping's penetrating gray gaze. His eyes seemed to peer into the very depths of her soul. After a few seconds of steady contemplation, he turned to a nearby warrior and commanded, "Bring me a basin of sulfuric acid." "Yes," replied the blood talisman camp warrior, responding as though it were an utterly mundane request. He swiftly exited, returning shortly with a basin that emitted a hissing sound, unmistakably containing high-purity sulfuric acid. Upon sighting this substance, the woman went into a frenzy, frantic cries escaping her lips as she attempted to flee, only to be restrained on the ground. At this moment, Bao Ping approached calmly, placing the basin of sulfuric acid before her. "Do you know what this is?" he asked softly, gazing into her eyes. "I have heard that the agony experienced when human fat comes into contact with sulfuric acid is tenfold that of extreme suffering. And when a person's eyes confront sulfuric acid, it represents the utmost limit of human endurance." After articulating this, Bao Ping seized the woman by her hair, forcefully pressing her face towards the sulfuric acid, mere millimeters separating her skin from the boiling liquid. "I shall grant you 3 seconds, he stated with an unsettling calmness. 1, 2, 3. With that, he forcefully pushed down, and her skin met the sulfuric acid, emitting a piercing hiss that drove her into utter madness. I'll tell you, she shrieked. Bao Ping then released her, and she sprang up like a coiled spring, her foot knocking over the basin of sulfuric acid. The high-purity acid splattered everywhere, some even hitting those nearby, causing immediate panic. Some turned ashen, nearly fainting from terror. "Excellent." Bao Ping bent slightly to observe the woman's acid-corroded face. "Now tell me, what other factions exist? Where are they located? Provide me with specific details. Divulge all that you know." I only know of one place," the woman stammered, trembling all over. "I used to work there as a telegrapher in a city in the neighboring province. I was only transferred here this year, but I can point out its location on a map for you. I can also provide you with the entry code. Is there anything else?" Bao Ping's gray eyes fixed upon the woman, scrutinizing her intently for a moment before gently shaking his head. "There remains a secret within your mind that you have yet to disclose. Do not test my patience. I shall ask you but once more, what have you concealed from me? Is there anything further you have not revealed?" "Why, yes," the woman stammered, her fear rendering her disoriented as she quivered, pointing towards a middle-aged man nearby. He is responsible for the scheduling at the branch. He knows the locations of many outposts, and he possesses a list. The precise locations of all the branches reside within his mind." "You cursed wretch," the accused middle-aged man spat defiantly, summoning every ounce of strength to leap and attempt to smash his head against the ground. Yet, this proved a formidable task, for his joints had already been dislocated, rendering him incapable of exerting much force. Upon crashing to the ground, he immediately crumpled, devoid of strength, only to be swiftly lifted by the blue-clad warrior, who wrenched his face upward to present it before Bao Ping. Bao Ping regarded him with a detached glance, as if perceiving a flicker of resilience within the man's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed the blood symbol camp beside him, "Take him back. Proceed with severe interrogation." In the ensuing hours, Bao Ping ordered meticulous recording of the locations mentioned by the woman, compelling her to mark them on a map. He then dispatched Aso with a swift contingent, instructing them to infiltrate the location using their covert signals and eliminate the outpost. The middle-aged man responsible for scheduling was sent back to the organization without undergoing interrogation by Bao Ping, who viewed him as a stone requiring a unique method for unlocking its secrets. He was to be delivered to the blood symbol camp within the organization, a place reputed for its specialized interrogation techniques, where even the most resolute might divulge their secrets. The remaining individuals, largely paralyzed by fear, were primarily technical personnel who had only worked in this one location, possessing scant knowledge of other areas, and thus lacking valuable information. After guidance and intimidation, they divulged all the clues they possessed. Bao Ping fulfilled his promise. All who confessed were sent away, provided with financial support, and settled in safe locations, never to be troubled again. Those who remained tight-lipped, however, met a different fate. Bao Ping commanded the warriors to send them to their demise with a blade, carefully wrapping their remains in cotton fibers and burying them beneath the outpost. Once these matters were resolved, only the Grand Master of the branch remained seated, having witnessed the events that transpired within the room. He kept a stoic countenance, uttering not a word nor revealing any emotion. Bao Ping approached him, squatting to maintain eye level, studying him intently as one might examine an examination paper. Yet, the shadowy master did not once raise his gaze. He appeared to exhibit no interest in the individual known as Bao Ping, nor in the tasks he was tasked with, nor in the impending events. Ultimately, Bao Ping cast a faint smile in his direction, placing a hand upon his shoulder and gently patting it, as though he were comforting a brother. There was nothing to fear, was there? However, Bao Ping's words were met with a derisive tone. The helmsman did not even bother to glance at Bao Ping, dismissing him with a scoff, his face etched with disdain. Yet, due to a dislocated jaw, his smile appeared rather peculiar. Bao Ping, amused, seemed to behold something intriguing. He leaned closer, whispering into the helmsman's ear in a hushed tone, "Do you know? There exists no person devoid of fear in this world. Likewise, nothing is entirely without weakness, not even the divine. Reflect upon that. Where, pray tell, is the demon of the abyss? That very place you refer to as the main division, correct? I trust you are aware of its location. Once you gather your thoughts, inform me while you still draw breath." After speaking, Bao Ping patted the helmsman's shoulder once more, then stood up, addressing the blood symbol camp beside him. "Take him away. No need for interrogation. Ensure he receives daily injections of glucose and medication, and enforce oxygen therapy. Do not grant him the opportunity to perish." "Understood," replied the masked members of the blood symbol camp, their voices cold and resolute, as they hoisted the helmsman from the ground and escorted him out. Throughout this entire ordeal, the helmsman's expression betrayed no hint of fear. It was as though he had not heard Bao Ping's words, his brow remaining unfurrowed as he was led away. Once most had departed, Bao Ping turned his gaze towards Chen Zhi. That man must surely know the location of the main division. Furthermore, he was likely the only one among them privy to such knowledge. Yet, he would undoubtedly remain silent. Thus, devise a plan. "Understood," Chen Zhi nodded silently. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi resided in Shiqi, during which time he partook in exceedingly bloody and brutal endeavors. Engaging in such acts firsthand cast doubt upon his moral boundaries and humanity. The actions they subsequently undertook transcended the realm of human decency and ethicality. They inflicted unspeakable tortures upon the middle-aged man responsible for operations. A mere glance at these tortures could instill terror, the cruelty of their methods surpassing even that of boiling oil or fiery flames. To shatter a person's psyche, they incorporated the sorcery of shamans, incessantly probing into his mind to extract his thoughts. He was indeed a man of formidable resilience, having deflected Chen Zhi's heart incantations on several occasions. His fearless demeanor left a profound impression upon Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi could not shake the feeling that such a person falling into the hands of the Dark Division was a lamentable occurrence. However, the tortures inflicted by the blood symbol camp invariably extinguished all remnants of human fortitude. In a state of semi-consciousness, under the illusory guidance of sorcery, the man ultimately capitulated. He divulged the locations of all the dark factions, revealing his role in coordinating the operations of the branches across the 3 northeastern provinces, encompassing both material and intelligence resources. He was also aware of significant locations of major branches in other provinces. Subsequently, he indicated the precise locations on a map, articulating all routes and coded phrases. The blood symbol camp then sprang into action, swiftly dismantling these branches under the leadership of Aso and Jiying. In an instant, the land, particularly in those desolate valleys and dense forests, became a river of blood, as if even the air was tainted with the stench of dark violence. This exceedingly brutal massacre unfolded silently and concluded just as quietly. The man responsible for coordination, upon regaining consciousness, realized he had revealed everything, implicating all the branches. Tears streamed down his face. He uttered not a word before taking his own life. This time, Bao Ping did not allow anyone to intervene. Instead, he arranged for a splendid coffin to be procured, solemnly placing the man within. He was buried in a conspicuous location, and a signal was sent to the dark faction for them to retrieve the body. However, later reports from the station personnel indicated that no one from the dark faction came to claim the corpse. That night, the man's remains were obliterated by distant sorcery, his limbs, flesh, and bones scattered everywhere. This iron-willed man was ultimately branded a traitor, forsaken by the dark faction. After the branches were dismantled, most individuals chose to end their lives immediately. Yet, a few survivors were captured and brought to the blood symbol camp in the West Qi. Chen Zhi understood that the next task was to deal with the master of the major branch. Chapter 673, Severe Interrogation, Part 3. The dark faction's divisions in various cities had been dismantled, yet very few individuals managed to survive. Even those among the branches, including a mere cook, had undergone rigorous training and indoctrination. They had participated in numerous drills, and at the first sign of danger, they would bite down on the poison pouch hidden in their molars, succumbing to death almost instantaneously. Thus, during the destruction of those branches, without Chen Zhi's barrier control, the number of surviving individuals was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, they managed to capture some, most of whom were engaged in menial tasks, along with a few young women and elderly individuals. These captives had not undergone severe interrogation. However, upon their arrival at the blood symbol camp, they were thoroughly terrified. Regrettably, these individuals possessed little to no useful information, as most were unaware of the organization to which they belonged. They are merely aware that they must undergo rigorous training and engage in shadowy tasks, yet a substantial remuneration awaits them each month. Some of them are but mere dependents, utterly oblivious to their actions, the organization, or the clandestine operations at hand. However, when these individuals are gradually brought to the Bloodrune camp, Chen Zhi perceives a subtle transformation in the shadowy leader who is bound to a stone pedestal. This transformation is reflected in his aura, which is challenging for ordinary individuals to discern. The leader's agitated energy reveals an underlying anxiety, not for his own safety, but for the well-being of someone among the captives, someone he regards as more precious than his own life. Chen Zhi swiftly seizes this detail and keenly observes the captives behind him. He instructs his men to bring them into the same room as the shadowy leader, subsequently ordering everyone else to leave. The interrogation room is a harrowing sight, filled with terrifying instruments of torture, searing irons, and various corrosive liquids emitting noxious fumes. The ground is littered with shattered bone fragments, remnants of those mercilessly crushed upon the wolf-tooth bench, creating a scene that is utterly horrifying. Many women, upon witnessing this, are immediately overwhelmed with terror and fall into tears. The elderly appear ashen-faced, helplessly scanning their surroundings in search of a swift exit from life. Yet in such a place, the pursuit of death is utterly futile. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi sits in the control room, where a one-way mirror allows him to observe the interrogation without being seen. He notes that since the arrival of the captives, the aura surrounding the leader has become increasingly tumultuous, indicating his growing panic, which is entirely uncharacteristic of his demeanor and status. His agitation is not a reflection of his own fear, but rather a concern for another individual among the captives. Chen Zhi observes one of the captives speaking to the leader, pleading, crying out, and even reproaching him in anguish. However, regardless of what is said, the leader remains unresponsive. His eyes cast down towards the floor, occasionally glancing up towards Chen Zhi's position. Chen Zhi realizes that this little ruse behind the glass cannot deceive the leader, who has already discerned his presence. After sitting in the adjacent room for over an hour, Chen Zhi suddenly rises and strides into the interrogation room. He approaches the leader, who appears disheveled, his upper body bare, skin marred with bloodstains, and his dark hair matted with sweat, as if he has just emerged from water. His slender eyes are also bloodshot, conveying a sense of distress. During this period, he endured considerable suffering and contemplated every conceivable method to end his life. Yet opportunities eluded him entirely. He refused to consume any water. Had it not been for the continuous intravenous drip, he would have likely succumbed to dehydration long ago. However, due to his prolonged insomnia, his eye sockets were deeply sunken and darkened, resembling a dying zombie, staring blankly at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi lowered his head, locking eyes with him. After a lengthy gaze, he gently inquired, "Are you worried? Worried about someone? Is this person significant to you?" Following this series of questions, Chen Zhi indeed discerned a fleeting, almost imperceptible panic in the helmsman's eyes. The helmsman was evidently afraid, a fear he wished to conceal from others. Chen Zhi then placed his hand upon the helmsman's head. As customary, the incantation rebounded instantly, for this individual possessed an exceptionally strong will, rendering the spell ineffective against him. Nonetheless, at the surface of his cerebral cortex, Chen Zhi glimpsed a shadow, vague yet remarkably distinct. Without delay, Chen Zhi turned to survey the captives, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a girl of about 17 or 18. She was quite pretty, with fair skin and a few freckles on her face, pouting her lips in a playful manner, yet at that moment, she trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of losing her sanity. Chen Zhi swiftly approached, grasping the girl's shoulders. She immediately screamed in a fit of hysteria, struggling desperately as though he intended to escort her to the underworld. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi continued to hold her firmly, dragging her before the helmsman, forcing her head to face the warrior, compelling him to look. Are you concerned for her? Who is she? A relative? Your sister? Or perhaps your lover? She is important to you, is she not? Upon seeing the girl's face, the dark faction helmsman paled instantly, casting a furious glare at Chen Zhi. Yet he refrained from looking at the girl and lowered his head once more. Very well. Chen Zhi's demeanor suddenly shifted. Then listen to her screams. Perhaps they will remind you of something. With that, he unleashed a torrent of energy from his palms, channeling the fiercely tempestuous incantation directly into the girl. In an instant, lightning crackled around Chen Zhi's hands. Simultaneously, a harrowing scream erupted from the girl's lips, followed by the acrid scent of burning flesh, her head drooping limply. Chapter 674. Intense Interrogation, Part 4. From a human perspective, 2 years ago, Chen Zhi could never have imagined that one day he would commit such acts. Yet now, he found himself enacting them, and in the process, he hesitated little. The tempestuous incantation was a profoundly brutal spell, capable of altering the components of the surrounding air and unleashing an overwhelming surge of electrical power. The power unleashed at its peak surpasses the fury of thunder and lightning in the heavens by 100-fold, an ability beyond the realm of human creation. In a theoretical state, it could cleave a massive creature several meters tall in a single strike. The delicate girl in Chen Zhi's grasp appeared to be merely 17 or 18, her frail demeanor suggesting she was not a person of significance within the branch. Perhaps merely a transient presence, a relative or lover of the dark faction's leader. Yet, at that moment, upon perceiving a signal in the gaze of the Grand Leader, Chen Zhi unhesitatingly invoked the thunderstorm spell upon her. The spell was merciless. The girl emitted a piercing scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Her previously alabaster skin was now scorched and reddened, exuding a faint scent of charred flesh, a cruelty unimaginable to the ordinary mind. The Dark Leader's eyes turned blood-red as he lunged at Chen Zhi, his voice hoarse from frantic cries, yet his limbs were rendered useless, joints shattered, his body bound tightly to a pillar. Ultimately, he slumped in despair, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his weary face, resembling a helpless and frenzied beast, fixated on Chen Zhi. You, come at me, do not touch her. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death. This was merely the beginning. Chen Zhi raised his gaze, revealing a countenance devoid of emotion as he met the Dark Leader's stare. He then turned away, instructing the blood symbol warriors beside him, revive her. The warriors immediately surrounded the girl, lifting her with cold efficiency. Beneath their expressionless masks, they seemed to have transcended all human frailties, showing no compassion for anyone, including themselves. Obedience to command was their sole purpose. They splashed icy water upon her, provoking a reaction between the frigid liquid and her searing skin, producing a hissing sound as wisps of steam arose. The immense pain jolted her awake, leading to a frenzied scream, her vocal cords tearing. A sound so agonizing it could shatter one's sanity. Blood symbol warriors rushed to restrain her, administering an injection to prevent her heart from rupturing due to the intense pain. Does it hurt? Chen Zhi coldly regarded the Dark Leader, his face betraying no emotion. This is just the beginning. Soon, you shall witness horrors beyond your worst imaginings. After speaking, he turned back, casually commanding, strip her and toss her into the boiling oil. Yes, the blood symbol warriors advanced without hesitation, swiftly tearing the girl's garments to shreds. They then lifted her and positioned her at the edge of the bubbling cauldron. The searing heat of the oil, rolling like a wave, was a mere few centimeters away from the girl, scorching her delicate face. Tears and mucus streamed from her eyes and nose, cascading into the bubbling pot, producing a sound so horrific it defied description, capable of driving any listener to madness. At that moment, the leader of the dark faction finally spoke. Within his numb, elongated eyes, a flicker of glimmering moisture appeared, faint and uncertain in its nature. His voice, hoarse and trembling, evoked an inexplicable sense of melancholy. I had heard that the patriarch of the Jiang clan was a human. However, it seems that is not the case. After uttering these words, the leader slowly closed his eyes, and in that instant, all the energy surrounding him vanished, along with every barrier that had resisted the flow of air. The shield was shattered, his lips sealed, rendering him silent, yet his intentions were unmistakably clear. Chen Zhi then placed his hand upon the leader's forehead, and the heart-entrancing incantation surged effortlessly into his mind. Once inside, Chen Zhi discovered a solitary space reserved just for him. This space was enveloped in darkness, where he beheld the indistinct visage of Yamo. Yamo exuded an air of pride as he sat atop a black throne, hewn from a single block of obsidian, glossy and seemingly a massive spiritual stone. The crimson totem upon Yamo's forehead glistened, and in the shadows, the countenance of this divine figure appeared strikingly flawless. Yet, Yamo was engaged in a conversation with the leader of the dark faction, their words unclear to Chen Zhi, though he sensed an unwavering trust emanating from Yamo. Chen Zhi could not discern the precise location, but it was evident that the darkness was profound, rendering light unnecessary. Strangely, it appeared that behind Yamo loomed an even grander throne, upon which a peculiar shadow rested. This shadow was indescribable, ethereal and vague, seemingly feminine yet ambiguous in form. Suddenly, the energy of the dark faction leader surged once more, forcefully rebuffing Chen Zhi's incantation. The leader opened his eyes, fixing his elongated gaze upon Chen Zhi, filled with a curse of resentment intertwined with a plea. His lips trembled as he softly uttered, "Jiang clan patriarch, descendant of the divine, I beseech you." His chin had been dislocated, rendering his speech somewhat garbled. Yet, Chen Zhi could still discern the essence of his plea. "Let her live. Grant me passage." The leader's gaze remained locked on Chen Zhi, awaiting his response. Chen Zhi stared into those elongated eyes for an extended moment before solemnly nodding. "Very well." He then extended his thumb and middle finger, conjuring a sharp stream of energy that pierced through the leader's forehead. The bloodied leader of the dark faction instantly dropped his head, breathless and utterly lifeless. Chapter 675, The Trap. Throughout the unfolding events, Bao Ping had remained in the adjacent room, silently observing through the single-pane glass. Once everything had concluded, he stepped into the room, casting a glance at the corpse of the dark faction leader, and softly inquired of Chen Zhi, "What did you discern? Did you see anything concrete?" "No." Chen Zhi gently shook his head. "That place must be an alternate dimension. We have encountered such spaces before. They are voids, segregated in form and structure, devoid of fixed locations or paths to pursue. Seeking through conventional means is entirely futile. Then why eliminate him?" Bao Ping remarked, gazing at the blood-soaked corpse. He still served a purpose. Perhaps, given time and guidance, he could divulge even more. "Not anymore," Chen Zhi replied with a hint of indifference. "He has already revealed all he could, and his continued existence bears no significance. He was a stubborn man. Let him rest in peace. I have glimpsed the visions within his mind, and I shall find a way to that place." "Indeed," Bao Ping nodded, thereafter remaining silent as he turned to depart, followed by the warriors of the blood symbol camp. At that moment, Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon the girl on the ground, charred and writhing in agony, devoid of any sound, reminiscent of a fragile bird on the brink of death. Frowning, he instructed the nearby blue-clad warriors, "Take her to the medical room. She must be saved. According to the healer's directives, this is my command. Use the spiritual medicine and ensure she suffers no lasting effects." "Yes." The blue-clad warriors, upon receiving their orders, carefully lifted the girl, who continued to convulse throughout the process, appearing on the verge of demise. However, the organization possessed formidable medical expertise, with healers accustomed to treating such afflictions from their years in the West Qi region. In a matter of days, she made a remarkable recovery. The potency of the spiritual medicine astounding, as her scorched skin regrew without a trace of scarring. Yet, she had become mute. No matter the inquiries posed to her, she remained silent, even when asked about her connection to the dark faction leader. Later, Chen Zhi directed that the girl be relocated abroad for her safety, providing her with a substantial sum to ensure she could lead a life of comfort. Subsequently, he arranged a proper burial for the dark faction leader, treating his remains with dignity and respect before sending them to the girl for her to lay to rest. The mission to cleanse the dark faction was a resounding success. Nearly all threats eliminated, and for a time, no further disturbances from semi-divine beings were reported. The organization's prestige has greatly surged, and the warriors are imbued with a profound sense of honor. They harbor boundless admiration for Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, feeling immense pride in their identities, as if they have returned to the victorious era of King Wu's campaign against Zhou 5 millennia ago. However, a pressing issue remains: the numerous branch offices scattered across the nation, akin to countless blades of grass. These represent lives at stake, distributed across various locations. Given the organization's current strength, dismantling these branches is not an insurmountable task, Yet the individuals involved resemble an infinite web of branches, deeply rooted in diverse sectors of society. This time, Bao Ping is resolute as iron, leaving no room for future troubles. Once the dark faction is implicated, all, regardless of age or gender, shall be eradicated. Executing this task is not complex, but fully suppressing so many lives is no trivial matter. At this juncture, Mu He's allegiance has entirely shifted towards the organization, and his relationship with Bao Ping reveals no semblance of concealment. It can be asserted that in the forthcoming events, irrespective of any decision made by Bao Ping, Mu He will unconditionally assist and subsequently conceal the bloodshed. During that period, even the moon appeared tinged with crimson, as countless lives vanished into darkness. One afternoon, as Chen Zhi was preparing to leave the organization for home, he seized a moment of leisure to share tea with Bao Ping. Bao Ping has always been deeply engrossed in the art of tea, and ever since he became accustomed to drinking the blood crystal of the hound, it has become an essential ritual every afternoon. Yet, the recent brutal hunting operations have left Bao Ping's hands stained with blood. Many elders from the West Qi, including Elder Ji Hu, have clandestinely discussed with Chen Zhi, urging him to persuade the leader to refrain from such merciless actions. Every individual has a limit, one that is best not to breach, lest they fall into a trap or plunge into the abyss of humanity. Master Leopard, have you considered a certain question? Chen Zhi inquired, holding his teacup and watching the green tea unfurl in the boiling water, much like blooming flowers. Have you pondered why Yamo would send that box to you? I have thought about it. He is inviting me over, then to kill me. Bao Ping responded without hesitation. Then you are aware he seeks to provoke you? Chen Zhi raised his head, placing the teacup upon the table. Master Leopard, you have always been a prudent individual. There is something I have long wished to express. Have you contemplated why Yamo aims to incite your anger? What advantage does he gain from luring you into a confrontation? He must be aware that our organization's warriors surpass those of their dark faction. His eagerness to provoke you into battle suggests he possesses a trump card, ensuring his victory. With such a card in hand, he believes he can decisively eliminate us. This is indeed a trap. A trap is contingent upon the perspective of the adversary. Bao Ping gently swirled his teacup, not raising his gaze to meet Chen Zhi's. An unsuccessful trap is merely a manifestation of one's own cleverness. I am the leader of the Western Qi, and I am confident that my warriors will never fall short against the Dark Division. The rest now lies in your hands. After Bao Ping spoke, he raised his head to look at Chen Zhi, offering a faint smile. What is this? Are you afraid? I believe it is high time we abandon the notion of a peaceful demise. I am the leader of the Western Qi, and I firmly believe that my warriors will not be outmatched. The outcome now depends on you. After Bao Ping finished speaking, he lifted his gaze towards Chen Zhi, smiling lightly once more. What is the matter? Are you frightened? I think we should have long given up on the idea of a tranquil end. Chapter 676. Where does Yamo come from? Upon hearing the phrase peaceful demise, Chen Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Such a notion was indeed beyond hope. However, I am not yet contemplating my own death, and as the leader of the Western Qi, you must not err in any regard. Therefore, since we have resolved to meet, we must be thoroughly prepared. I will not allow you to venture forth into even the slightest danger. I have been pondering what the trump card in Yamo's possession might be. Now, I believe I have discerned the answer. Oh, Bao Ping, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, lifted his head and gently placed his teacup on the table. Do tell, Lord Bao. Chen Zhi then directed his gaze towards Bao Ping. Do you remember the magical artifact that was brought to the underworld by Jiying? The very stone that can restrain my powers. Of course, I remember. Bao Ping replied nonchalantly. Before my adoptive father passed, he entrusted me with this item, instructing me to safeguard it diligently. He stated that it is a treasured heirloom of the Ji clan, fiercely held on to by every leader throughout generations, for it can control the incantations of your Jiang clan. Your clan's power is formidable, having, in many respects, surpassed even that of the imperial family. Thus, Zhang Zia made preparations to prevent any unworthy offspring from harboring ambitions of usurpation. With this artifact, the Jiang clan can be kept under the control of the imperial family for generations. Only with both the Ji and Jiang clans can the Western Qi truly thrive. But I recall having returned that artifact to you. Yes, Chen Zhi nodded in affirmation, his gaze returning to Bao Ping. However, I now understand that Yamo likely possesses a similar artifact capable of restraining my incantations. This implies that, apart from the Ji imperial family, The Dark Division has also maintained the ability to limit the Jiang clan's powers. Yet, for reasons unknown, they have refrained from utilizing it. Perhaps because the timing was not right. Nevertheless, I believe this time, he may indeed intend to employ it. After speaking, Chen Zhi retrieved the small black ring from his pocket and handed it to Bao Ping. What I discovered on that dark faction leader was a slender fragment, capable of controlling all my incantations. I have examined its edges. It has been polished recently and is derived from a larger magical artifact. This implies that Yamo must possess a more substantial piece. This is utterly impossible. Bao Ping gazed at Chen Zhi with a serious expression. Are you certain that your fragment has not been stolen? Could it be that you left it somewhere unattended, allowing them to take it? This cannot be true. Chen Zhi replied softly, then traced a circle in the air. Such a significant object would never leave my side, nor would I trust anyone with it. It has always accompanied me. As Chen Zhi's words faded, a circular artifact materialized in the air, the very one that Bao Ping had previously bestowed upon him. Capable of restraining power. It was a ring-shaped stone, hollow in the center, with unpolished edges and a rough appearance, resembling a crude bracelet at first glance. This defies logic. Bao Ping furrowed his brow upon seeing the ring. I have heard my adoptive father speak of its origin. This artifact was crafted by Jiang Zia himself. Intended for the descendants of GFA, Jiang Zia infused the ability to restrain his own incantations into this artifact, thereby creating a restrictive tool. Since he personally fashioned it, he could not possibly create another for someone else to constrain his progeny. That would be self-contradictory. Unless this was originally a single artifact that was later divided for some reason. I had the same thought. Chen Zhi nodded slightly. Moreover, I suspect that this son of Fengdu may have profound connections to Jiang Zia. In fact, upon my return from Mongolia, I encountered 3 ancient celestial beings who recounted tales from long ago. They shared a story with me, but as time passed and our lives became hectic, I was unable to ascertain its truth and thus did not have the opportunity to relay it to you. However, reflecting on it now, the authenticity of their accounts seems quite strong. I believe this may unveil the true origins of this son of Fengdu, Yamo, and perhaps elucidate why he harbors such animosity towards us in the West. The celestial beings spoke. After King Wu's campaign against Zhou, Jiang Zia was granted territory, known as the State of Qi. Due to Jiang Zia's adept governance, his descendants were all capable, making Qi the most prosperous state of the time. Furthermore, there existed a noble surname within Qi, the Tian clan. At that time, the Tian family was but a modest lineage, sparse in numbers and inconsequential. Eventually, a descendant named Tian Chong emerged, possessing grand ambitions, intent on overthrowing the Jiang clan and usurping power. Yet, the Tian family lacked a robust lineage. Thus, he devised a scheme that defied human morality. Tian Chong, in the realm of folklore, selected numerous women from the state of Qi, each standing taller than 7 feet, to serve as concubines in his inner quarters, amassing a harem exceeding 100. Subsequently, he began to invite guests from all corners of the land, welcoming heroes and distinguished figures alike. He permitted these guests and servants to freely enter his harem without restriction. Historical records that have survived attest to the fact that Tian Chong specifically chose women of exceptional height from Qi for his palace, allowing countless guests to indulge in licentious behavior within. Upon his demise, he left behind over 70 sons, all of whom bore the surname Tian, as their paternal lineage was illegitimate. These sons, each robust and battle-hardened, styled themselves as the sons of the Tian family and remained fiercely loyal to Tian Chong. Under their military exploits, the Tian clan swiftly rose to prominence, becoming the second most powerful surname in Qi and successfully usurping the royal throne, claiming the lands that rightfully belonged to the Jiang family. This tale, I have heard before. At this point, Bao Ping could not suppress a chuckle, finding amusement in such self-imposed humiliation. The royal Ji clan and the Jiang family had merely seized this opportunity to retreat rather than being vanquished. Despite the temporary strength of Qi, it ultimately met a dismal fate. What relevance does this have to the shadowy factions? The defeat of Qi is a matter recorded in history. Chen Zhi continued. However, I assert that the accounts chronicled do not reflect the truth. The guests and heroes welcomed into Tian Chang's home were not merely human beings. Chapter 677, The Origins of Yamo. Bao Ping, seemingly grasping Chen Zhi's implication, immediately darkened in countenance. I had heard whispers of this outrageous tale before. but I once believed it riddled with inconsistencies, likely fabricated by later generations to mock Tian Chang's self-inflicted disgrace. We understand that governing a nation requires multifaceted capabilities. Even if the population was not as numerous, could a regime truly be usurped merely by the birth of a few extra sons? In this regard, Tian Chang's actions appear utterly meaningless. Yet, there exists an exception. These sons possessed abilities far surpassing ordinary humans, capable of overwhelming strength akin to a formidable army. Just as you envision, Chen Zhi nodded subtly. The true history, in fact, was concealed by Tian Chang himself. For the reality behind this incident is an even more unspeakable truth. After speaking, Chen Zhi lowered his head, gently scraping the teacup with its lid, as if finding it difficult to voice the matter. Those luminous beings informed me that when Tian Chang opened the doors to his inner sanctum, he welcomed not humans, but entities from another realm, beings entirely alien to humanity, yet extraordinarily powerful. Are you suggesting? Could it be? Bao Ping, upon hearing this, seemed to have already deduced the conclusion. Indeed, Chen Zhi gazed at the screen, responding that this ludicrous chapter of history actually commenced with the insatiable greed of one individual, Tian Chang. This narrative, which has the power to evoke terror and lament among both gods and men, defies the very principles of humanity and epitomizes the darkest avarice of mankind. In his insatiable desire to usurp the authority of the sovereign, Tian Chang brazenly opened the doors of his inner sanctum, selecting tall and stately concubines, thereby inviting the specters of the underworld. At that time, countless mortal women suffered tragic fates, some even being devoured within the confines of his abode, their plight akin to a hellish purgatory. Yet, through this heinous act, Tian Chang procured the bloodline of the Fengdu spirits. Upon reaching maturity, these progeny acknowledged Tian Chang as their patriarch, rallying to his cause on the battlefield. The illegitimate sons bearing the Tian surname proved exceptionally formidable, rendering their foes powerless in combat. Their imposing stature and savage temperament enabled them to wreak havoc, ultimately leading to the unification of the state of Qi. As the warring states era dawned, a leader emerged within Tian Chang's mind. This leader was Yamo. Under Yamo's guidance, the lineage gradually receded, intermingling with humanity and multiplying. This marks the inception of the initial generation of the Dark Division. It is thus revealed that the Dark Division is indeed descended from the Fengdu spirits. No wonder their actions and thought processes starkly contrast with those of humans. Chen Zhi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it to inquire. And what of Yamo? What connection does the son of Fengdu have with the Dark Division? Why has he assumed the role of their leader? Is it due to his ties with the Fengdu Ghost City? Not merely that. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Do you recall the tale of Jiang Zia personally escorting a princess for marriage into the underworld? It pertains to the Ghost City of Marriage. Indeed. Upon hearing the mention of the Ghost City of Marriage, Bao Ping immediately furrowed his brow. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued. Are you aware of who the first princess sent to the underworld by Jiang Zia was? Surely, she must have been a demigod from the royal lineage of that time. Bao Ping responded, I have perused that confidential scroll, which meticulously records the names of each betrothed and the tributes they bore. They were all noble women of distinguished bloodlines, and each possessed the essence of a demigod. There can be no doubt. But there exists another record, one that has been obscured. This record would not be documented within the royal city of Shiqi. Even if it were, it would be concealed. For this record is a secret not meant to see the light of day, revealing the name and identity of the first princess of marriage. Chen Zhi then swirled his teacup, softly remarking, historical texts indicate that Jiang Zia fathered many sons, namely Ding, Ren, Nian, Qi, Feng, Xiao, Luo, Ming, Qing, Yi, Shang, Qi, and Zhua, totaling 13 sons. However, he had but one daughter, Yijiang, who was later betrothed to the Ji clan and became the queen of King Wu of Zhou. According to historical records, Jiang Zia had only this one daughter. Yet, according to those of divine illumination, it is said that Jiang Zia had two daughters. The first, named Yijiang, married King Wu of Zhou as his queen. The second daughter was sent as the first princess of marriage to the underworld, destined to wed the emperor of Fengdu as the queen of the netherworld, in a bid to quell the fury of the king of hell and mend relations with Fengdu. As for the name of the princess sent in marriage, it remains an enigma, even to the ancestors of the god of light. However, Their lineage has preserved a fragment of notes that recount the noble lineage of Jiangzi's daughter. Prior to her marriage, she took with her a vast array of precious offerings, most of which were rare treasures. Yet, after her union with the ghost city, within a mere year, she was cast out by the king of the underworld and returned to Shichi. According to the records, upon her return, she was found lifeless, her body grievously mutilated, lacking a lower abdomen, as if ravaged by countless wild beasts, an utterly harrowing sight. It was also reported that during her time in the underworld, she bore a son, who was left in Fengdu Ghost City. What? Bao Ping suddenly grasped the implications. The son of the self-proclaimed new god of the underworld, Yamo, was indeed Jiangzi's daughter, a divine offspring of the emperor of Fengdu. Thus, the origins were unveiled. Indeed, Chen Zhi remarked softly, lamenting the ill-fated destiny of this princess. She was never accepted by the underworld. Upon her marriage, her status was not that of a queen but rather that of a concubine, leading to a tragic end. Her remains were returned, and her offspring were denied divine status. This revelation indicates that Yamo, the self-styled new god of the underworld, shares a bloodline with me, albeit from a much older lineage. Moreover, I can distinctly sense his profound disdain for this heritage, for the history she once bore. After Chen Zhi's statement, he sighed softly. Reflecting on the passage of time, no one truly knows what transpired back then. Nevertheless, according to the God of Light's accounts, this incident did not alter Shichi's stance towards the underworld. On the contrary, in pursuit of earthly peace, GFA and Jiangxia would annually send daughters of their royal family to the underworld for marriage. However, the fate of these princesses was well known. The underworld would never accept mortal women as queens of the underworld. These so-called marriage princesses were, in fact, sent as living tributes, subject to torment and consumption, leaving no complete remains behind. We had already witnessed the fate of those marriage princesses during our visit to Fengdu Ghost City. Indeed, the ghostly inhabitants, with their cold and barbaric nature, are of a different race from humanity. How could such unions be possible? It is lamentable that this absurdity has played out time and again. What I now suspect is whether the artifact in Yamo's possession, which can restrain the Jiang family's sorcery, originated among the tributes of the first marriage princess, handed down from his biological mother. Today, there are only 2 dishes. If you are hungry, eat, said the burning sky peacock. Chapter 678. The secret chamber of the past leaders. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Bao Ping fell into contemplation, then gently nodded. It is quite possible. The daughter of Jiang Shang, of such noble status, indeed had the means to take away such an item. But what was the purpose behind taking it as part of her dowry? Did Jiangxia's daughter secretly carry it away unbeknownst to her father? Or was it a gift from Jiangxia himself? If it were the latter, it would be utterly illogical. Would that not be akin to gifting the very handle of the knife that could slay oneself to another? Indeed, as Chen Zhihua gently swayed the teacup in his hands, he mused that despite the passage of several millennia, the figure of Jiangxia, as I have come to understand, does not resemble a fool in the least. The events of 5,000 years past are no longer worth our entanglement. We cannot penetrate the thoughts of those ancient souls. However, one thing remains certain. At this juncture, Bao Ping's gaze unconsciously shifted towards Chen Zhi. If all these matters are indeed true, then is Yamo not, in essence, a blood relative of yours? Why does he harbor such animosity towards Shichi and your clan, the Jiang? This is quite understandable, Chen Zhi replied with a calm demeanor. It appears that the childhood of this divine progeny was far from idyllic. He must have endured considerable hardship before the great emperor of Fengdu due to his maternal lineage. Perhaps so, Bao Ping chuckled softly. These events from millennia ago need not be scrutinized any further. We need not ponder the reasons behind his intense hatred. What we must ascertain now is whether he truly possesses this magical artifact. If he does, to what extent can it wield power? Just as we speculated earlier, should the first princess of marriage indeed have taken such an artifact, and if it subsequently fell into the hands of his son Yamo, the implications could be dire. Therefore, we must clarify this matter. Otherwise, our meeting with the Dark Division will be exceedingly precarious. Is it still possible to locate related materials from that time? Chen Zhi inquired. The ancient Shichi people were adept at preserving records, and much from that era has been retained, including the marriage scroll discovered in the secret chamber, correct? It may prove quite difficult. Bao Ping gently shook his head in response. We have already perused the scroll regarding the marriage. It was documented with great detail. Yet it entirely omits the name of the first princess of marriage, along with any related events. This segment of history has seemingly been deliberately obscured. However, as Bao Ping contemplated, he recalled, after my adoptive father passed, he bequeathed to me the leader's dedicated secret chamber, but there exists a separate compartment within that I have never entered, as it was a place he frequented privately. I know it contains items he cherished in life, and out of respect for him, I have refrained from intruding. Nevertheless, I have heard him mention that this compartment is quite ancient. Many personal belongings of the Shichi monarchs have been left there, and it is said to hold secrets from long ago, which should remain undisclosed, ideally buried forever. Lately, I have often contemplated peering inside. Yet the thought of my adoptive father's relics has deterred me. In light of this, we might as well venture there. Perhaps we shall uncover something. Apart from that place, there are no other leads. Very well. Chen Zhi then rose to his feet. This matter need not be entrusted to the lantern boy. It shall be just the two of us, so that whatever we discover will remain known only to us. Chen Zhi subsequently followed Bao Ping as they made their way to the leader's secret chamber. This place was inherently concealed, off-limits to ordinary individuals. Upon entering the chamber, they were first greeted by the fragrant scent of mildew prevention agents, indicating that Bao Ping took considerable care to maintain the space, ensuring it was well protected against mold and decay. Inside, the items varied in age. Some were ancient, having deteriorated over time. At that moment, Bao Ping approached the innermost part of the chamber, where a wall adorned with intricate patterns crafted from solid metal stood. While it appeared unremarkable, Bao Ping manipulated the design in several directions, and suddenly, with a creak, a hidden door revealed itself. As they stepped through the door, an intensely familiar aroma enveloped them. Chen Zhi recognized it as the scent of divine bones. He recalled the immense power of these bones, remnants of deities, which possessed formidable preservation capabilities. The items stored here, regardless of their age, remained eternally pristine, reminiscent of the provisions found in the tomb of the celestial fox, which, even after millennia, retained their freshness and cleanliness. Contrary to the disarray described by the late leader, this chamber was relatively organized. Aside from a few wrist guards and armor belonging to the former leader, there was little else that belonged to him. However, the armor present was abundant, each piece meticulously arranged on display stands, resembling exquisite works of art, lined up one after another. As they ventured further, the age of the armor became more pronounced, with some pieces still bearing traces of blood, untouched by time. These armors were likely those of the leaders of Shichi through the ages, each adorned with the unique insignia of the Ji royal family upon their shoulders. Adjacent to the armors, they discovered an array of long knives and arrows, each weapon marked with distinct scars and serrations, indicative of their long history of battle. Behind these weapons, they soon uncovered the source of the divine bones. Almost every piece of armor was accompanied by a collection of skulls, varying in size, some even adorned with horns. It appeared that each leader of Shichi had engaged in the slaying of deities, substantiating the legend. Each skull glimmered with a translucent sheen, akin to jade or crystal, emanating a profound fragrance that enveloped the entire chamber. Proceeding further, they arrived at the main hall, where the most weathered armor resided. Although battered and in disrepair, it was evident that this armor had originally been forged from the purest control stone. However, its exterior was coated with a layer of wrought iron, now rusted and ancient, while the most striking feature was the myriad of overlapping blade marks etched upon it. It seemed that its previous owner had endured countless battles, the relentless clash of swords and blades having ultimately forged this armor into its current state. Upon beholding the armor, Bao Ping immediately knelt on one knee, as if an instinct compelled him, and with unwavering conviction addressed the armor before him. This is the illustrious armor of the first sovereign, King Wu of Zhou, GFA. Chapter 679. The eldest daughter of Jiangxia with utmost reverence. Bao Ping performed 3 bows before rising. His adoptive father had once informed him that within lay the armor most favored by King Wu, and it was likely this very suit. Throughout his life, King GFA had endured countless battles, his body adorned with innumerable scars. It was said that after the final battle, which overthrew the city of Chaoga, this armor returned shattered into a myriad of fragments, painstakingly reassembled by a dozen artisans using countless strands of silver. Each scar upon it bore witness to his unparalleled glory in life. Chen Zhi, upon hearing this, also knelt, and, adhering to the rites of Zhou, bowed thrice upon the ground. For reasons unknown, he felt an ineffable essence emanating from the armor, a lingering spirit of indomitable courage, a fervor and ambition from that era that still ignited the hearts of those who gazed upon it. Perhaps this was what they called the eternal spirit of heroes? Indeed, as legend suggests, King Gfa's greatest strength resided in his unwavering conviction. On either side of the armor lay numerous cabinets. Chen Zhi had heard of such artifacts in the grand chambers of the leader. Crafted by the old inhabitants of Shiqi, these cabinets were intricately layered, akin to a contemporary Rubik's Cube. Many drawers and hidden compartments stood ajar, revealing bamboo slips and scrolls commonly used during that time. After bowing before the armor as a gesture of contrition, the two began to rummage through the hidden compartments. This task proved arduous, as the documents were exceedingly disordered, with many scrolls inscribed in divine script that Bao Ping could not decipher. Fortunately, most were still in the Zhou script of that era, albeit the archaic text posed considerable difficulty, causing their eyes to strain as they progressed. After more than 10 hours of relentless searching, they had unearthed nothing, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Having gone without a single sip of water for hours, they contemplated stepping out for sustenance before resuming their efforts. Yet at that moment, Chen Zhi unexpectedly discovered a fragmented bamboo slip, comprising 4 pieces bound together, nestled in the corner of a cabinet. Upon this bamboo slip lay a peculiar piece of woven gold fabric, evidently torn with great force, shattered into countless fragments, and subsequently discarded into a fire. Yet, due to its resilient nature, it had not been entirely consumed. It had been painstakingly reassembled, resting atop the bamboo slips, much like modern patchwork, barely preserving its integrity. On this woven gold fabric was a diminutive circular emblem, accompanied by a line of small script inscribed in divine characters, Tribute, Forbidden Stone Jew. This immediately captured Chen Zhi's attention, for he possessed a profound understanding of divine script, which eschewed hyperbole and embellishment. If the divine manuscript truly surges like a mighty wave, then such a wave must inevitably ascend to the heavens. Should it depict a certain object, the dimensions and proportions of this object would undoubtedly mirror those of the illustration, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Upon observing the size of this circular design, Chen Zhi felt a tightening in his heart. Meanwhile, Bao Ping exhibited even greater interest in this piece of woven gold silk, exclaiming, "This has been removed." Holding the simple bamboo slip, Bao Ping continued, "The scroll documenting the marriage arrangements was entirely inscribed on this woven gold silk. I recall when I perused that scroll, the initial section struck me as peculiar. The preface was exceedingly compact. Typically, there is a blank space at the beginning of a scroll. Yet, upon opening it, I immediately encountered text, leading me to suspect that it had been reassembled after a piece was detached. It appears that this woven gold silk represents the very beginning of that scroll, the most primordial record. I never imagined such an ancient artifact would be preserved here. My adoptive father never mentioned it during his lifetime. Perhaps he was unaware himself." As Chen Zhi spoke, he noticed the bamboo slip in Bao Ping's hand, yet this most original record had been torn apart, with charred edges indicating it had been intended for destruction. This implies that, at some point, there was an intention to obliterate this material. However, for some reason, it was preserved by King Wu and concealed here. Such actions are rather perplexing. After Chen Zhi concluded his thoughts, he summoned a flow of energy, creating a barrier bubble in the air to safely encase the bamboo slip. This artifact is exceedingly ancient, and to prevent accidental damage, it is indeed wiser to envelop it within a protective barrier as it floats securely above. It seems our initial assumptions were misguided. The first generation of marriage scrolls was, in fact, inscribed in divine script. Chen Zhi diligently deciphered the scorched, modeled divine characters on the woven gold silk. These inscriptions undeniably pertained to the first marriage princess. However, Chen Zhi gently remarked, "The script of this scroll differs from the last. I recognize this handwriting. It must have been penned by Jiang Zia himself. Judging by the tone, his intentions for this marriage were profoundly sacred, transcending mere offerings to the underworld. The tone of the writing is earnest, and it expresses great admiration and affection for the marriage princess. It is evident that Jiang Zia took immense pride in this daughter, cherishing her as a precious jewel. The name of this princess remains obscured due to a charred section, but one clear character remains, Xiao." After translating, Chen Zhi began to summarize the dense divine script. The subsequent text clearly documented Princess Zhao's noble lineage and her remarkable beauty. She was Zhang Ziya's eldest daughter, with a maternal lineage of high status. A noble demigod second only to the divine. This princess possessed an ethereal beauty that rendered all other women envious and hesitant to behold her countenance. Her skin and hair shimmer like precious gems, and with every movement, frown, and smile, she resembles a startled bird, enchanting all who behold her. She possesses the talents of song and dance, as well as the art of alchemy. In the midst of lively conversation, her brilliance is undeniable, leaving no heart untouched by affection. Zhang Ziya earnestly describes in the text his willingness to part with this jewel of a daughter, seeking a lasting bond with Fengdu, in hopes of uniting through marriage and ending the chaos of war. It is clearly stated that this princess is of ancient divine lineage. By marrying into Fengdu as a demigod, she could aspire to the position of queen of the underworld, ascending to the divine ranks and sitting beside the ancient gods, receiving the title of rightful deity. Such a fortunate destiny warrants countless treasures and offerings, rare items seldom seen in heaven or earth. Zhang Ziya humbly refers to himself as a lesser deity, expressing that he would willingly sacrifice his life to send his daughter to Fengdu as the queen of the underworld. From this, it is evident that Zhang Ziya held immense hopes for this marriage alliance. According to the described circumstances, if this woman were to wed into the ghostly city of Fengdu and be recognized by the emperor of Fengdu as the queen of the underworld, she would attain true divinity and a lofty status among the gods. After Chen Zhi conveyed the essence of this passage to Bao Ping, he pondered for a moment and then softly remarked, "It seems this is also a form of deification through marriage. By marrying the ancient gods, one can attain divinity, ranking just below the three ancient deities." It appears that Zhang Ziya's initial intentions for this union were noble, perhaps even tinged with a personal longing. However, to his dismay, the emperor of Fengdu did not reciprocate his sentiments, failing to elevate his daughter to the position of queen and subjecting her to great torment. Consequently, the princess did not achieve divinity. After her tragic expulsion from the underworld, Zhang Ziya was left seething with anger towards Fengdu. Yet, due to the emperor's formidable power, neither side dared to sever ties, and this cruel transaction continued unabated. The subsequent princess sent to Fengdu was merely a tribute to appease the wrath of the king of the underworld. This incident became a festering wound in Zhang Ziya's heart. The fate of the first princess was like a thorn in his side. Perhaps it was the grief of losing his beloved daughter or the desire to shield posterity from this humiliating history that compelled him to cut and burn the woven gold silk. Yet, it is possible that King Wu Jifa, unwilling to forget the plight of this unfortunate princess, secretly preserved the remnants, piecing them together to keep them hidden. The act of marrying off his daughter, accompanied by lavish offerings, only to be mocked and humiliated, is indeed a shameful tale unfit for utterance. Bao Ping quietly remarked, attentively examining the slightly burnt divine script on the woven silk, then turned to Chen Zhi and said, "But you mentioned earlier that within it lies a phrase. I am willing to offer countless precious tributes, rare items seldom seen in heaven or earth. And even the life of the lesser deity Jiangshang can be offered." Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded slightly. The divine text does not contain adjectives. His life is indeed at stake. Referring to that artifact, perhaps Jiangshang was overly eager at the time, too desperate to mend ties with Fengdu, too intent on elevating his beloved daughter to a divinity even higher than himself. Thus, he expressed his utmost sincerity towards the great emperor of Fengdu by including the artifact that constrained his own spells among the bridal tributes. This artifact must surely be the most significant part of the dowry for the princess in question. Indeed, it appears so. Bao Ping gently nodded, his brow furrowed tightly. If that is the case, this situation could become exceedingly troublesome. We warriors rely solely on our physical prowess. Once all your capabilities are restricted, should a demigod appear on the opposing side, we would find ourselves in a very passive position. I believe there is no need for you to worry about this. Chen Zhi suddenly smiled faintly. As I mentioned earlier, Zhang Ziya is certainly no fool. Although he was exceedingly eager and displayed his utmost sincerity at the time, he also kept some measures in reserve. What do you mean? Bao Ping turned to Chen Zhi and inquired. Perhaps it is an intuition stemming from one's bloodline. After speaking, Chen Zhi flicked his fingers, and a separate space materialized in the air. The circular artifact that could restrain the Jiang clan's spells reappeared in the void. Chen Zhi retrieved the circular ring and positioned it atop the woven gold cloth. Soon, the two circles fit together seamlessly, forming a perfect circle. The circular shape drawn on the cloth coincidentally aligned with the center of the ring. Do you see? Chen Zhi smiled slightly. These were cut from the same stone. At that time, Zhang Zia removed the center of this artifact and presented it to the great emperor of Fengdu. The outer ring is merely the outermost layer of this artifact, akin to a mother and child. When we meet, if Yama presents his piece, I will naturally find a way to subdue him. Excellent, truly excellent. A smile finally graced Bao Ping's face. It seems we need not worry. This trump card in Yama's possession holds no genuine significance. Then it is settled. After concluding, Bao Ping placed his hand on Chen Zhi's shoulder. Recently, I have been advised by elders not to engage so aggressively with the dark faction. I understand what you are thinking. You believe that my large-scale strikes against the dark faction are driven by that woman. You think Yama has successfully provoked me. Yet, you should know me well enough. I would never risk the entirety of Shichi for the sake of a woman. My actions stem from a genuine reason. Chief Chen, do you understand what has allowed Shichi to endure for thousands of years? Chen Zhi, taken aback by Bao Ping's sudden question, looked up into Bao Ping's eyes. Surely it is the wisdom and decisions of Shichi's leaders throughout the ages. We need not indulge in grandiloquent rhetoric between us, Bao smiled faintly, keeping his hand upon Chen Zhi's shoulder. Since 5 millennia ago, Shichi has transcended mere royal lineage. It belongs to all. And these all are the hearts of the people. Perhaps I am not well versed in the sorcery of the Jiang clan, nor do I possess mastery over the martial prowess of the warriors. Yet I possess a profound understanding of the human heart. If we were to merely consider strength, the Jiang clan has long surpassed the Ji clan in might. However, since Zhang Zia willingly embraced the noble identity of a minister, a singular truth has been established. The entire Shichi must be sustained by a certain spirit. This spirit embodies fearlessness. For too long, humanity has been shackled by fear. From the ancient dread of thunder and lightning, we have trembled before the divine, burning incense and offering prayers, believing they wield the power to govern heaven and earth, and that only by beseeching them can we hope to survive. This has led the divinities to swell with an inflated sense of grandeur, presuming their exalted status, even to the extent of devouring and slaughtering humanity as their due. Yet, in truth, how many statuses and ranks truly exist in this world? Even if they do, they are dictated by the strong. Our greatest advantage as humans lies in our indifference to rank. The inaugural monarch of Shichi, GFA, was merely an ordinary human, devoid of any magical abilities. Yet he still vanquished the gods and seized the realm. The revered Qin Shi Huang was once merely a stable hand beside the Zhou king. Such is the way of heaven. The divine has no dominion over it. Indeed, a sovereign need not possess overwhelming strength, nor must he be an extraordinary sorcerer or a formidable general. The essence of kingship lies in the governance of men. One must be able to wield the hearts of the populace to rightfully claim the realm. Though organizations may appear vast, their size can yield significant disadvantages. Earning the people's trust is indeed the most arduous task. Should the people of Shichi lose faith in their leader, even the mightiest organization can crumble overnight. Thus, the true essence of controlling an organization lies in mastering the hearts of its people, and the collective heart of the organization yearns for but one thing: strength. In recent years, the dark faction has grown exceedingly rampant. They first exploited traitors to secretly open the hidden gates, launching a surprise attack on the organization that resulted in our former leader's injury, the demise of 2 of our red-banded warriors, and countless casualties among the warrior attendants. Subsequently, they brazenly assaulted a branch of the organization, a profound disgrace to all Shichi people. At this juncture, their leader, Yamo, sent me a gift, severing the fingers of my former beloved and presenting them to me. Do you think the people of Shichi are unaware of this? Though they may not voice their thoughts, do you believe their hearts remain untouched? This includes the elders who urged me to remain composed. While they preach calmness, they harbor even greater indignation than I. They await my decision, eager to witness what I shall choose. They do not wish to behold a timid leader, but rather a figure of unyielding strength. Should I falter at this moment, or endure for any reason? This essentially reveals to all of Shichi that their leader is filled with trepidation. The leader for whom they strive so fiercely is, in truth, a coward at heart. And at that moment, it marks the twilight of Shichi. After Bao Ping concluded, he placed his hand firmly on Chen Zhi's shoulder, his fingers digging into Chen Zhi's flesh. Chen Zhi, do not forget, you vowed to support me. Given the current circumstances, we can only advance, for retreat leads us to the precipice. The burning heaven peacock exclaimed, "This chapter is exceedingly generous. It feels as though one chapter is worth two." Chapter 681. The true heart of humanity, I understand. Chen Zhi responded earnestly, gazing into Bao Ping's eyes. I possess a spell that enables me to pinpoint specific locations based on what my eyes perceive. I can locate the headquarters of the Dark Division at any moment. But I suspect Yamo awaits us there. Therefore, we must not rush. Before accepting Yamo's invitation and meeting him, I need to make some preparations. The headquarters of the Dark Division is distinct from its branches. It is no place for mere mortals. It undoubtedly harbors pure-blooded black warriors, descendants of the ghostly folk, who will prove formidable adversaries. Moreover, the Dark Division has recently amassed a considerable number of demigods, while our own forces are scant in that regard. If you grant me a little more time, I shall seek assistance to ensure our meeting is foolproof. What sort of assistance? Bao Ping inquired casually. Yet his ears were keenly attentive. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued, "This time, we must organize all the shamans to depart from Shichi. They will form the cornerstone of our divine power. Additionally, I intend to journey to the sacred mountain of Wenxue to seek the light second god, requesting their allegiance. As masters of time, their support at a critical juncture would empower us immensely. There is one more individual I wish to pursue, as their presence would grant me absolute confidence, though negotiating with them may prove challenging." "Who is it?" Bao Ping chuckled lightly, seemingly having anticipated Chen Zhi's thoughts. "Is it the one who summoned rain for us in the valley of Wuhou?" "Huh. Indeed, that will be a difficult conversation. And I offer you this counsel. Consider it a hunch. Their nature is not to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to seek them out? Exercise caution, for it may be akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger." However, as Bao Ping spoke, his eyes shifted, a distinct smile playing upon his lips. "Perhaps I am too greedy. I share your sentiment. I hope that such an ancient divine lineage ultimately chooses to ally with us. The extent of their power remains immeasurable, but I suspect that when King Wu and Jiangshang wept and pleaded for them to remain, this divine being must be no ordinary entity. Such strength, if not harnessed for our cause, must not be antagonized. 5,000 years ago, GFA's attempt to win them over ended in failure. Yet I still wish to take the chance. You should converse with them, but remember to proceed with utmost caution." With that, the two continued their conversation as they departed from the leader's clandestine chamber. On this journey, devoid of guiding lights, they found an unexpected sense of ease, as if two souls were simply meandering and engaging in casual conversation. During this exchange, Chen Zhi and Bao Ping broached the subject of his father. His father had devised a remarkably useful formula, the intricacies of which could only be elucidated in a face-to-face meeting. Naturally, this meeting would take place via video call, contingent upon Bao Ping's consent, as his father remained a significant prisoner. However, when it came to the matter of Chen Yang, Bao Ping appeared rather indifferent. Contrary to Chen Zhi's assumptions, Bao Ping did not seem to harbor any concerns regarding Chen Yang's ulterior motives. In fact, he seemed never to have worried about the possibility of Chen Yang fleeing. "Do you recall what I mentioned about human nature?" Bao Ping remarked lightly, smiling at Chen Zhi. "Indeed, human nature is a profoundly intricate phenomenon. Oftentimes, individuals are oblivious to their ultimate desires and the true nature of their intentions. Your father once conveyed that his actions stemmed from a vendetta against the organization, but is that truly the case? You must recognize that your father's lineage had long served the organization. They played the role of strategic advisors, offering counsel to the leaders of the Western Qi, a life they embraced as their own. They were, after all, originally from Western Qi. Yet, they were subsequently expelled, leading to their animosity towards it. But do you understand why they were cast out? It seems they committed a grievous error, does it not?" Chen Zhi replied while walking. "I am uncertain of the specifics of that error. However, it appears that as a consequence, the organization executed a massacre against the Chen family, leaving only my grandfather's branch to escape. Such an act of brutality. How could one possibly forget the reasons behind such a profound enmity? Moreover, considering what you know of the organization, would they truly allow anyone to escape if they intended to annihilate an entire family?" As they continued walking, Bao Ping chuckled softly. "Do you realize how distant this story your father relayed to you is? It has been nearly 300 years, back in the Mid-Qing dynasty. Can you ascertain what your ancestor actually did, or even his name? You probably do not even know how to address him." Your grandfather and father inherited the grievances of their forebears, arrogantly attempting to manipulate many while constantly proclaiming their desire for vengeance. Yet, what they fail to comprehend is themselves. Their true resentment does not stem from the murder of some ancestor during the Qing dynasty. Rather, it is rooted in their feeling of abandonment. Is that truly so? Is there concrete evidence for this assertion? Chen Zhi halted abruptly, raising his gaze to Bao Ping. Abandonment leading to hatred. My grandfather did not convey such sentiments to my father. Can abandonment incite such profound animosity? Ah, indeed it can. Bao Ping continued to smile, his gray eyes fixed on Chen Zhi. Your grandfather may no longer be with us, but I suspect that what he knew was also relayed to him by his own grandfather. Who did his grandfather hear it from? I have already examined the records. And indeed, your ancestor from the Chen family served the organization, but later, during the mid-Qing dynasty, they were expelled. The organization's documentation has always been remarkably comprehensive. However, concerning this matter, the records lack detail, even failing to note the specific transgressions of your ancestor. This indicates that the error was of little significance, and importantly, it is clearly stated in the records that there was no massacre. They were merely driven out. This reflects the nature of human sentiment. There are many forms of human emotion, one of which is a feeling of resentment. In truth, this is a simple and somewhat absurd tale. A person, after being cast aside, throws a tantrum, albeit a rather grand one, ultimately deceiving even his own descendants. Chapter 682, The True Nature of Humanity, Part 2. After Bao Ping finished speaking, he smiled and placed his hand on Chen Zhi's shoulder. Do you know? For individuals like your father and grandfather, the true anguish does not stem from national grievances or familial hatred. Rather, it arises from the absence of a platform to showcase their talents. Regardless of the achievements they attain in this world, they feel they have squandered their gifts. Only in Shiqi do they feel they can truly excel. Therefore, what your family has harbored for generations is not animosity towards the organization, but a resentment for their inability to return. Do you believe it? If I were to order Chen Yang's release now, informing him that he is free to leave at any time, he would not depart. Instead, he would concoct reasons to return. This is the inherent desire for belonging. In his heart, Shiqi is where he belongs. Thus, there is no need to worry about him causing trouble. However, Bao Ping continued with a gentle smile. Patting Chen Zhi's shoulder, your father's methods can sometimes be questionable. In this regard, you are quite unlike him, and that is commendable. Otherwise, we would not have become friends. Following the establishment of the Shiqi royal city, there are many matters to attend to. Before departing, Chen Zhi and Bao Ping had already scheduled a time to visit the Dark Department, which is set for a month later. Having learned a special spell from Elder Puhong, Chen Zhi has no difficulty locating the Dark Department's headquarters. The challenge lies in the moment of entry, which signifies the true confrontation. The Elder Warrior Xia and the team from Bao Jiao have returned from Changbai Mountain, and they have already met with the Tang family. The Tang family will closely monitor the situation at Changbai Mountain and fully cooperate with their actions. Additionally, there is news that on the very first day they arrived at Changbai Mountain, the enigmatic Xianlin from Xianren Valley sensed their presence. He descended from the mountain to meet them and conveyed a message to Chen Zhi. During this period, he has been plagued by a dreadful premonition, one that feels profoundly real and intense, akin to a warning before a great calamity. However, he does not possess the foresight to predict the future and cannot ascertain the nature of this premonition, but he insists that Chen Zhi must exercise extreme caution. Moreover, he experienced a peculiar sensation, a belief that somewhere within the Changbai Mountain, there existed another realm, intricately connected to the depths below. Profoundly deep, possibly the city of Fengdu that Chen Zhi and his companions had previously visited. This space was unlike any other. It was shrouded in utter darkness and complete void. Xianlin then conveyed a message to Chen Zhi, hoping he would soon discover a method to achieve divinity. If he could transform his aura, elevating it to that of a deity akin to the goddess of Fokren, Xianlin would be able to divine fortunes for Chen Zhi, even foretelling the future, an ability of paramount significance. Upon learning of the organization's impending confrontation with the shadowy faction, the old warrior from Xia and Bao Jiao found their spirits soaring, akin to the valiant warriors of Shiqi. They were resolute in their desire to partake in the battle. Chen Zhi had once promised them that he would capture their likenesses in the outside world. With the decisive battle on the horizon, and to preempt any regrets, he decided to bring them along this time. arranging for the stuttering driver from the Bao family to escort them to the finest photography studio in the city. The old warrior and Bao Jiao were filled with enthusiasm, oblivious to any pre-battle tension. In fact, they had never even considered the possibility of the organization as failure. A recent string of splendid victories had instilled unwavering confidence in the Shichi people, who believed that success was their destiny. The concept of defeat had never graced their lexicon. That evening, Chen Zhi performed the summoning spell, facing the arduous task of invoking the three light-speed deities, as he had done in the past. However, true to expectations, the three deities offered no consideration to the young patriarch, remaining entirely absent throughout the summoning process. Ultimately, akin to the previous occasion, Chen Zhi, in a moment of desperation, transported himself into the Wanshan sacred mountain through the summoning technique. The mountain remained enveloped in a thick blanket of snow, with the biting cold wind piercing his skin, and the feathery snowflakes swirling around, obscuring the horizon. Amidst this pristine white expanse, Chen Zhi deliberately went barefoot, cradling the divine whip bestowed upon him by Jiangxia. Calling forth the names of his ancestors with sincere humility, step by step ascending the snowy mountain, beseeching the three light-speed deities to appear before him. As his feet grew numb with cold, and the snow blanketed him in a ghostly white, the three ethereal, diaphanous figures finally manifested at the summit. Subsequently, Chen Zhi summoned Fat Wei back. Fat Wei had been exceedingly busy during this period, as the newly appointed leader of the black-clad individuals, burdened with myriad responsibilities. In his own words, every time a mission was executed, the demigods and warriors merely posed, leaving the aftermath to the black-clad operatives to manage. Every detail required meticulous attention. The tasks were so trivial that they felt overwhelming. Yet, Chen Zhi was adamant that he return. He informed Fat Wei that there were far more pressing matters at hand, and instructed him to return immediately to assist, dismissing any further chatter. At Chen Zhi's summons, Fat Wei finally returned, looking disheveled yet determined. Upon entering the room, Pang Wei first gulped down half a tank of water before anxiously inquiring what matter Chen Zhi had summoned him for. Chen Zhi informed him that, from that moment onward, they were to temporarily set aside their current affairs and concentrate all their efforts on locating a particular individual, the man in blue who had descended from the heavens to bring rain upon them in Wuhou Valley. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's proposition, Pang Wei chuckled, deeming him utterly fanciful. He argued that, setting aside the man's willingness to cooperate, finding him was an impossibility. If no information could be found in the library, what clues could possibly exist outside? Did such a person even frequent social networks? Was a simple search in the vicinity likely to yield results? Yet, Chen Zhi shared his thoughts. Recalling a phrase the blue-clad man had uttered, his name derived from a deceased friend who remarked that he always preferred dwelling in bamboo groves, thus playfully dubbing him Zhuling. This could serve as a potential breakthrough. Their task now was to enlist Mu He's assistance to conduct an extensive search across the nation in areas abundant with bamboo forests. They would then identify suspicious locales for further investigation, perhaps uncovering a glimmer of hope. If all else failed, they could bring Ding Ning along. The flesh of Ding Ning had always been coveted by the famished demigods. The image of the blue-clad man descending from the sky remained vividly etched in Chen Zhi's mind. The scene was undeniably sacred. However, he had noticed a detail that the man had deliberately concealed. From the man's hidden yet unfathomable aura, Chen Zhi could distinctly sense his profound hunger. Regardless of how pristine and holy his outward appearance was, his inner self resembled the most ancient of deities, perpetually yearning for the flesh and blood of humanity. This time, Chen Zhi had ventured out accompanied by the old warrior Xia and Bao Jiao. Chapter 683. Pang Wei's concerns at that moment. Ding Ning was still upstairs diligently working on her homework, oblivious to the conversation below. So far, during each mission, she had been unaware of her role, and one could only imagine the shock she would experience upon discovering it. Enough to stop her heart or take her breath away. However, Pang Wei appeared to be preoccupied with another matter. When he heard Chen Zhi mention Mu He, his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, he furrowed his brow and quietly remarked to Chen Zhi, "Orange, I must tell you something. Though it may be presumptuous of me, you ought to be aware of Mu He's current predicament, which is rather precarious." "What's wrong?" Chen Zhi inquired, puzzled by Pang Wei's words. In truth, Mu He's status had always been known to everyone. He held a high-ranking position, having operated for many years and amassed a vast network of influence. He had the freedom to traverse many crucial official regions, and his rank was a closely guarded secret. Regarding the matter of intelligence and information, it is indeed his area of expertise, rendering it effortless for Mew. Not only is he capable of locating bamboo groves nationwide, but even finding a single rat within the country is a trivial task for him. However, Fat Wei's demeanor at this moment hardly suggests he is jesting. Allow me to explain, Orange. You have been preoccupied with significant matters from above, and while you may be unaware of certain affairs, I have been involved in the mundane yet essential tasks alongside the men in black during this period. It is through this involvement that I have acquainted myself with several officials and gleaned some insider information. Recently, regarding Lord Leopard, Fat Wei hesitated slightly as he spoke, but after a moment's pause, he continued with Chen Zhi. This is not something I should be saying, but considering our relationship, I must clarify that Lord Leopard has indeed overstepped this time. Our nation, at its core, is a society governed by the rule of law. Let us not forget who our leaders are. Human lives are paramount, and when incidents occur, they cannot be easily brushed aside. When Lord Leopard asserts his authority, he signifies the potential for numerous fatalities. Lives are not trivial. Whether one lives or dies, there must be accountability. Of course, most of these individuals are from the dark sectors, and some belong to divine beings beyond our control. However, let us not forget that those connected to the dark sectors in the external world may have met an unjust fate. They, too, were born of parents, and some hail from influential families. Do you think this is akin to hunting rabbits? Lives taken without justification are still lives lost. Ultimately, whose responsibility does this fall upon? Sooner or later, an explanation will be demanded, yet thus far, it has been Mew who bears the brunt of it. Has it reached this level? What magnitude of trouble could this entail? Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. In truth, he had contemplated this issue long before. But for reasons unknown, perhaps due to Mew's consistently nonchalant demeanor, he had let his guard down, perceiving these matters as trivial in Mew's capable hands. Moreover, Chen Zhi's mind had been preoccupied with the main mission, causing him to completely forget about the subsequent issues amidst the bustling organizational tasks. Indeed, matters in this world are seldom as simple as they appear, especially when it concerns human lives. How much trouble could Mew be in? Chen Zhi inquired. Do we need to intervene? Certainly not. Are you foolish? Fat Wei whispered to Chen Zhi. What transpires above is entirely different from what occurs below. Matters from above prioritize maintaining peace. The fewer individuals aware, the better. At this juncture, we should refrain from engaging with Mew, ensuring others remain oblivious to our connection. Otherwise, we may inadvertently expose him. Recently, it seems Mew has become lax, appearing less inclined to conceal his actions. I have heard that he is currently under scrutiny, with individuals seeking evidence. Can you be certain? Such matters should not be based on hearsay. Chen Zhi queried solemnly. Oh, come now. You underestimate me. Such a significant matter. Can I speak recklessly without certainty? Pang Wei's expression had never been so grave. Allow me to recount. Some time ago, I was tasked by the organization to seek out someone for a specific assignment, and I found myself getting along quite well with a fellow from above. One day, after indulging a bit too much, he confided in me. He mentioned, do you have some connection with Muhi? You ought to be cautious. He is currently under scrutiny from higher-ups. He claimed that Muhi was implicated in numerous homicides, and an investigation was underway. He suggested that the number of lives Muhi had privately suppressed over the years was substantial. After Pang Wei finished, he flipped his palm and continued. Such a large figure. It appears he has shielded the organization from many issues over the years. The truth cannot remain concealed. If Muhi continues down this path, his life is in jeopardy. Chen Zhi, filled with fury, could hardly contain himself. If not for the fear of being overheard by Ding Ning upstairs, he would have seized Pang Wei by the collar and delivered a good thrashing. Such a monumental issue, and you only now bring it up? Has your tongue been tied like a cucumber? Pang Wei, blushing, retorted, what do you think I was doing during that time? I was occupied with matters in Wuhou Valley. Can one easily divulge half-truths after a few drinks? Moreover, in the current climate, who dares to speak up? Everyone knows Bao Ping's temper. He demands obedience without question, and his orders are like nails that cannot be retracted. Furthermore, it has spread among us in black attire that the Dark Division has given Bao Yi a green hat, and they audaciously informed him. What man could tolerate such a thing? The organization has been ruthless lately, leaving bloodshed in its wake. Do you think those in power are fools? Ultimately, Mu-He will bear the blame for Bao Ping. Yet, no matter how tough Mu-He is, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to shoulder such a heavy burden. Damn it. Upon hearing Pang Wei reach this point, Chen Zhi felt disinclined to engage further. He retrieved a cigarette, smoking as he paced around. On his third lap, he activated an encrypted private network to call Mu-He. The call was quickly answered, and Mu-He's tone remained relaxed. Looking for me? Just say what you need. I'm a bit busy. I have a meeting shortly. Yes, there is indeed a matter. Chen Zhi endeavored to maintain a casual tone. It concerns some family affairs, nothing urgent. It would be best if you could return when you have time. We need to have a good chat. Ah, you're worried about the call being tapped, aren't you? Mu-He replied nonchalantly. No need to fret. I understand what you wish to convey. Don't heed the gossip, nor consider me too weak. Inform Bao Ping that he should do as he pleases. There is no need to worry excessively. I can handle any consequences that arise. Any consequences that may arise. I shall manage the aftermath. Chapter 684, The Bamboo Sea. Mu-He's demeanor, characterized by complete composure, starkly contrasts with the anxious state described by Pang Wei earlier, thus alleviating Chen Zhi's previous tension. Based on Chen Zhi's understanding of Mu-He, he is indeed a remarkably prudent and reliable individual, known for his meticulous nature and unwavering adherence to boundaries. Moreover, Bao Ping has mentioned that he has extricated himself from the organization, bearing no obligation to serve it fervently. Consequently, there exists no necessity for deceit in this matter, nor any pretense of tranquility. Should he perceive himself ensnared in peril, he would undoubtedly withdraw without hesitation, unwilling to jeopardize himself for the sake of the organization. Although Chen Zhi lacks specific knowledge regarding Mu-He's current position and title, he recalls Bao Ping stating that this individual holds a significantly elevated rank, not easily swayed. Furthermore, the organization has consistently provided him with substantial financial support, which likely serves as one of his primary motivations. This represents a common exchange of interests, devoid of emotional entanglements or any semblance of forced loyalty. Thus, the rumors that Pang Wei has heard from the outside should be dismissed entirely. Further inquiries would only serve to trouble the mundane. Subsequently, Mu-He inquired about the purpose of Chen Zhi's call and readily consented, instructing Chen Zhi to await further instructions at home. Within 2 days, a comprehensive document would be dispatched to his phone, thereby restoring Chen Zhi's sense of calm once more. The following 2 days were remarkably tranquil, with Chen Zhi and Pang Wei remaining in the Destiny Hall, dining, drinking, tending to plants, and playfully teasing Ding Ning. During this period, they refrained from conducting business, securing the doors to conserve energy for their impending departure. Unbeknownst to Ding Ning, Pang Wei had been feeding him a concoction of illusions, suggesting an imminent vacation, citing Ding Ning's recent reduction in skipping classes, and promising a few days of leisure. Though the destination remained uncertain, likely a picturesque locale abundant with bamboo. Upon hearing this, Ding Ning was overjoyed, since that dreadful nightmare. He had longed to escape the confines of their current environment, yearning for a respite. He eagerly agreed, filled with anticipation each day. Meanwhile, the organization was engrossed in preparations for a decisive confrontation, with everyone busy and no communication reaching Chen Zhi. However, the little stutterer did seek out Chen Zhi on 2 occasions. This young lad, likely the most inconspicuous member of the Bao family, was somewhat naive and, as they say in northeast China, a bit foolish. Therefore, the senior associates seldom bothered to involve him in significant matters. He had taken over the former position of Sanzi, serving as a driver, shuttling important figures to and from the Avoiding the World Pavilion. Yet, he remained completely oblivious to the core events concerning the Bao family and the organization. Even the organization itself remains oblivious to its true nature, lost in self-absorption. As a member of the illustrious Bao group from northeast China, enveloped in fantasies of one day becoming a notorious crime lord, unifying the region. Earlier today, at Chen Zhi's behest, he escorted the elderly warrior Xia and the brash Bao Jiao to a renowned local photography studio for an artistic photo shoot. While this may not seem significant, the young man felt compelled to voice his complaints to Chen Zhi, lamenting the embarrassment of the two during the shoot. Despite their age, they brandished an array of faux weaponry, striking poses reminiscent of exaggerated martial arts film stills, much to the amusement of the studio staff. The young man further expressed his disdain for Bao Jiao's arrogant demeanor, stating that had it not been for Chen Zhi's reputation, he would have delivered a couple of punches to the insufferable fellow. Reflecting on his identity as a member of the underworld, he decided against bullying the weaker, but implored Chen Zhi to refrain from assigning him such humiliating tasks in the future as he aspired to greater ambitions. Thus, 2 days slipped by like water flowing through fingers. On the following evening, Mu He's call arrived punctually, accompanied by an electronic document brimming with pertinent photographs. During the conversation, Mu He informed them that the location they sought no longer required extensive searching, as it had been largely confirmed. Though numerous regions in the country boast bamboo groves, few can be deemed substantial enough to be called a sea of bamboo. This poetic term evokes imagery of an ocean of bamboo, characterized by boundless groves encircled by verdant mountains, with crystal-clear lakes reflecting the sky, meandering waters, and picturesque vistas, hence the name, Bamboo Sea. Presently, there are 4 major bamboo seas in the country: Yixing Bamboo Sea, Anji Bamboo Sea, Chashan Bamboo Sea, and 3 Gorges Bamboo Sea. However, due to the rapid development of the tourism industry and the expansive bamboo harvesting sector, much of the bamboo forest has been commercialized, with bamboo shoot farms visible everywhere. The grand bamboo seas have transformed into commercial tourist attractions, devoid of any serene hermits meditating within the bustling groves. Nevertheless, there exists a unique bamboo forest, a flawless remnant amidst the clamor of urban life, akin to an oasis. It is unclear when this particular grove became privately owned, nor is it permitted for anyone to enter. Although situated within a Level 4 national tourist zone, making each inch exceedingly valuable, its remote location renders access exceedingly difficult for the average individual. Moreover, having been privately contracted for many years, it remains eerily deserted. However, the specifics of when this bamboo grove was privatized or who authorized its sale remain shrouded in mystery. This peculiar situation raises questions about the transaction records, as if they have been forgotten by time itself. However, Mu He examined the most primitive records, and from a legal perspective, it was evident that the owner of this bamboo grove bore the surname Zhu, albeit the name was shrouded in obscurity. It remains uncertain who was responsible for this documentation at the time, as it completely disregarded the established protocols, lacking in detailed specifics. The accounts pertaining to this locale were merely cursory, exceedingly vague, and entirely unremarkable. Had it not been for Chen Zhi's deliberate mention of this place, it is likely that it would have faded into obscurity, perpetually unnoticed. Intriguingly, the local inhabitants are well aware of a legend that claims the Bamboo Sea in the rear mountains is a generationally inherited private enclave, never to be entered by the common folk, for a mountain spirit resides within. This spirit is perpetually clad in garments of blue. Chapter 685, The Bamboo Sea, Part 2. This distinctive bamboo grove is situated on the eastern side of the scenic area known as Anji Bamboo Sea. Anji, a geographical locale, lies in the heart of the Yangtze River Delta, bordered by Chongqing County in Zhejiang Province, Wuxing District of Huzhou, Diqing County, Yuhang District of Hangzhou, Linan City, and Ningbo and Guangda counties in Anhui Province. Due to its unique climatic conditions, located between longitude 119, 141, 1953 and latitude 30, 233,053. The area is adorned with evergreen bamboo, its leaves fluttering like dreams, with mists rising, a place reminiscent of a celestial dwelling, exemplifying the essence of Anji. Experts have estimated that within this sprawling expanse of 1,886 square kilometers, there exists an astonishing accumulation of 1 million acres of bamboo forest and 13.5 billion mozo bamboo stalks, a veritable marvel. Furthermore, the region is ensconced among towering mountains, characterized by perilous terrain and breathtaking vistas, where resplendent clouds drift through the bamboo groves. Viewed from an aircraft, it resembles a verdant sea, as if fairies might emerge from the thickets. It has been lauded for embodying the grandeur of Huangshan, the steepness of Huashan, and the otherworldly charm of Shenanjia. The illustrious Tang Dynasty poet Bai Ji encapsulated the allure of Anji's landscape with precision. In spring, the new bamboo reaches for the heavens. In the sweltering summer, it offers refreshing green. In autumn, it reflects the crimson of maple leaves, and in the biting winter, it still stands proud against frost and snow. The Chronicles of Xiaofeng County also chronicles the marvels of this scenic area, describing its towering ridges, verdant bamboo, which brushes against one's garments, the undulating peaks, steep slopes, and profound gorges, hence earning the name Yuling. These beautiful words vividly depict the bamboo sea, rich in leafy resources. In recent years, due to the development of tourism, much of Anji Bamboo Sea has been extensively commercialized, with the majority of the accessible areas designated as a national-level scenic spot. However, behind the mountains, in the most treacherous region, lies that private domain. This area is not insignificant, almost occupying the very heart of the valley. Yet, no one has ever dwelled there. Even the indigenous villagers reside nearby, and even when they occasionally need to harvest bamboo shoots, they are reluctant to venture into that territory. When inquired about this place, the villagers promptly gesture to indicate that a mountain spirit has always existed within the bamboo sea. The mountain spirit, clad in blue garments, lives in harmony with the world, possessing a pure and benevolent visage. However, there is an oddity about him. Long ago, he forged a pact with the locals, ensuring mutual non-aggression, and it is advisable not to provoke him. Chen Zhi perused the electronic documents on his mobile device, and indeed, the verdant forest displayed in the photographs was breathtakingly enchanting. A lush emerald sea that beckoned one to escape the turmoil of the human realm and seek refuge therein. Yet, the property records pertaining to this area were exceedingly nebulous, with almost no documentation regarding the corporate entity, save for the surname of the owner, Zhu. Furthermore, the records of the officials involved were equally obscure. All traces that could be uncovered seemed as though they had been erased by a spell. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chen Zhi was certain they had found the place they sought. This situation was not a result of negligence or inadequacy in the investigation, but rather due to the application of a particularly sophisticated enchantment that obscured the records. This spell, known as the memory oblivion technique, was documented in the archives of the Jiang family. At this juncture, there was no time to delay. Urgency dictated that they set forth immediately. Mu He offered to send a helicopter the following day, should Chen Zhi require it, to transport them directly to the bamboo sea, thereby circumventing any complications upon arrival. After conferring with Fat Wei, they resolved to embark with Ding Ning the next day. Dealing with Ding Ning would be straightforward, just a few casual words would suffice. However, it would be prudent to bring along a warrior for their journey. Yet, the group could not be too large, as doing so might attract unwanted attention. And the helicopter had limitations on capacity. That very night, around midnight, an unexpected knock resonated at the door of the Destiny Hall. When Chen Zhi and Fat Wei opened the door, their hearts leapt with joy upon discovering Gui Dao standing outside. "The chief sent me." Gui Dao's expression was icy, his voice equally cold, as though all warmth had drained from his being. "The chief has commanded that I remain here to protect the patriarch and obey orders." After declaring this, Gui Dao nodded slightly to Chen Zhi, a faint expression gracing his face. Though subtle, it was the most amiable demeanor Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had ever witnessed from him. They understood that after all they had endured over this prolonged period, Gui Dao had finally let go. The following morning, just as dawn broke, a vehicle awaited them at the door. The driver was none other than Xiao Keba, and this car, procured from the Bao family by Chen Zhi, would take them directly to the airport, where they would board the Bao family's private jet bound for Zhejiang province. There, Mu He would arrange for a helicopter to whisk them down into the bamboo sea. Chen Zhi and his companions had flown on the Bao family's private jet numerous times, allowing them to carry their close-range weaponry without hindrance. However, this marked Ding Ning's inaugural journey aboard a private jet. In addition to his unparalleled excitement, he incessantly summoned the flight attendants, depleting the contents of the onboard refrigerator. Throughout the journey, apart from his continuous antics, the others were engrossed in a tranquil slumber. Upon his return, Gui Dao had become even more taciturn than before. His words were scarce, and during moments of solitude, he often closed his eyes, seemingly disinclined to observe the world around him. Chen Zhi sensed that Gui Dao's aura had aged by a decade or more. Upon landing at the private airport in Zhejiang province, they were mere moments away from Anji Luhai. Here, Mu He had arranged for a medium-sized helicopter, specially licensed to accommodate 4 passengers in addition to the pilot. The pilot, a stoic active-duty soldier, exhibited no expression, refraining from inquiries or conversation, adhering strictly to his orders to transport them directly to Anji Luhai and remain on standby. Anji de Zhuhai is situated at the southern gateway of Anji, in Wuhua Village, Tianwanping Town, Anji County, Huzhou City, Zhejiang Province. The bamboo groves here predominantly consist of a singular variety, primarily dense mozo bamboo. At the entrance of Dezhuhai lies a cold spring known as One Spring. accompanied by a flat expanse of land suitable for helicopter landings. Upon reaching this location, the pilot informed them that he would await their return for a duration of 7 days. Should Chen Zhi and his companions not return, he would return solo, as he had no other responsibilities. Upon descending from the helicopter, Chen Zhi and his companions traversed less than 500 meters before encountering a bustling crowd. It was the sweltering summer season, shortly after 10 in the morning, the peak of activity within this scenic area. One spring is a renowned landmark, with crystal-clear, mineral-rich waters bubbling forth from the spring's mouth, reputed to cure ailments with a mere sip. Although the spring's aperture is modest, it attracts throngs of visitors, many adorned in vibrant tourist hats, accompanied by guides waving their flags. Numerous individuals filled their water bottles, either to wash their hands or to drink directly, amidst laughter and lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and his companions, several local guides approached with promotional pamphlets, greeting them and pointing towards a nearby film shooting base, known for the acclaimed movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. They extolled the scenic beauty and offered a guided tour for a mere 120 yuan, inquiring if Chen Zhi and his companions desired their assistance. Chen Zhi surveyed the guides and selected one from the group. This young man, a typical local guide often seen at tourist attractions, was not particularly old. The young man, his face tanned to a deep shade, appeared to be between the ages of 18 and 28. His smile revealed a set of pristine white teeth, exuding a genuine warmth. Chen Zhi selected him as their guide due to his thick local accent and the thin soles of his shoes, which suggested a casual demeanor. It was evident that he resided nearby and was a true local. Pang Wei retrieved some red bills from his wallet and gestured towards the valley ahead, inquiring if the film he mentioned was indeed shot there. "Let us go. Show us the way. We intend to explore that area as well." "Absolutely. Rest assured. You've chosen wisely," the youthful guide eagerly responded. "That is indeed the scenic area I mentioned earlier, where the bamboo forest stretches endlessly, breathtakingly beautiful. I've even witnessed the likes of Zhang Zi and Qiao Yunfat soaring above the bamboo. They seemed almost celestial as they danced among the leaves." As he spoke, he tucked the bills into his satchel, aware that most tourists seldom refrain from haggling. Observing Chen Zhi and his companions' generous spending and their lack of hesitation brought him immense joy. After securing the money, he grabbed his worn-out megaphone and led Chen Zhi and the others on their journey. The atmosphere was vibrant, as is typical at tourist attractions, with signs of human intervention visible everywhere. Being summer, stalls selling ice pops and souvenirs were abundant, adorned with various banners proclaiming filming locations of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and enticing day tours to this earthly paradise. Chen Zhi had some knowledge of these filming locales. Due to budget constraints, few films venture across multiple provinces for shooting. The internationally acclaimed Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon left an indelible impression, and after gaining fame, many places claimed to be filming sites. However, it was unlikely that the crew could traverse so many locations. This might have been merely one of the chosen sites, transformed into a promotional gimmick. Ding Ning, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, often outpacing the guide and bombarding him with questions. Upon entering the valley and immersing themselves in the sea of bamboo, they discovered that the reputation was indeed well-deserved. The lush greenery enveloped in mist created an ethereal atmosphere. If a spirit were to emerge from this bamboo grove, no one would be surprised. The Anji Bamboo Sea spans a vast area, bisected by 2 mountains and connected by a grand valley. To the east of the valley lies a low-lying region. The bamboo here is especially dense and interconnected, known as the Muking Bamboo Forest. Due to the expansive area of Mozo bamboo and its stunning scenery, it is also referred to as Muking Bamboo Sea. Nestled entirely within the valley, which stretches approximately 6 kilometers deep, it is surrounded by verdant bamboo, lush and thriving, resembling a gold ingot, symbolizing prosperity and excellent feng shui. Historically, this area has been home to many indigenous inhabitants. It is said that many outsiders have now settled here, and the residences are indeed rather pricey. The young guide informs them that the bamboo grove they are currently observing is not even the most beautiful. Should they have the inclination, they could spend a night in the village, particularly delightful during this season, as rain may soon fall. Upon the dawn of the following day, after the rain has descended, a thick mist will rise, enveloping the grove in a white haze, rendering the bamboo forest dreamlike and exquisite. In the evening, they can admire the moonlight in the valley, complemented by the unique local delicacies and a few drinks. It is as if the moon goddess Chang'e herself might leap down to dance for them. A scene of unparalleled beauty. Furthermore, this valley has attracted numerous artists, making it a renowned village for painters. Within the valley, there are 6 valleys and 10 scenic spots, each serving as a wellspring of artistic inspiration. These artists reside here year-round, painting by day and returning at night to dine and drink with the villagers, resulting in most of the local houses being transformed into guest accommodations. After sharing so much, the guide finally arrived at the crux of his message, aiming to persuade Chen Zhi and his companions to stay the night. He boasts about the cleanliness and orderliness of his inn, claiming it offers reasonable prices and that his mother is famous for her culinary skills. Chen Zhi and his friends followed the guide, listening to his incessant chatter without interjecting. Only Ding Ning was brimming with excitement, carrying his small backpack and incessantly inquiring about the legendary tales of the valley, particularly about the mountain spirit. However, the guide seemed to possess little knowledge regarding that particular story. At that moment, a gentle drizzle began to fall, the raindrops light and delicate, caressing their skin like the kiss of a maiden. A wave of fresh air swept through, washing away all their restlessness and fatigue. In the valley, bamboo houses emerged, varying in height, ethereal and elusive. As an ancient saying goes, after the rain, observe the scenery. Deep emerald bamboos, white clouds and homes, sunny vistas at dawn, emerald waves and surging tides. This idyllic scene, reminiscent of a paradise beyond the mundane world, was indeed enchanting. However, within the valley, Chen Zhi detected a distinct aroma, a subtle fragrance unique to the divine lineage. Chapter 687. The Dripping Emerald Valley. This situation was entirely unforeseen by Chen Zhi. Indeed, even demigods possess a unique scent, a delicate fragrance that varies according to their abilities, longevity, and status. The strength of a demigod influences the intensity of this scent. Chen Zhi vaguely recalls that the scent of Qin Yang was quite faint, reminiscent of cool mint. Yet, in this valley, there was a pronounced divine aroma, pervasive and palpable, seemingly interwoven with every blade of bamboo, every patch of earth, permeating the mountains and waters above. It is this very essence that permeates the bamboo forest, evoking a sense of tranquility and bliss, perhaps one of the reasons this bamboo grove feels like a dreamscape. After walking a short distance, the guide pointed towards a nearby guest house, addressing Chen Zhi. "Young man, we shall stay there tonight. It is a family-run inn, and my mother prepares all the meals herself. As I mentioned earlier, the price is quite reasonable, and rest assured, I would never deceive you." Chen Zhi glanced ahead. The location was quite secluded, nestled within a dense thicket, backed by mountains, with a spacious courtyard in front, away from the road and devoid of passers-by. "All right," Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. The young guide, however, became visibly excited, assisting Chen Zhi and his companions with their belongings as they proceeded towards the guest house. Upon arrival, Chen Zhi understood the reason for the guide's fervent efforts. Although the courtyard was expansive, the guest house itself was rather modest, consisting of merely a few single-story rooms, with the central one being slightly larger. In contrast, the surrounding accommodations were predominantly 2-story buildings, many adorned with charming bamboo architecture, complete with suspension bridges and pavilions that were quite inviting. This particular guest house appeared to be the most rudimentary among them. The courtyard was empty, save for a few chickens and ducks clucking about, suggesting that there were no other guests, likely meaning the guide had only managed to bring this group along. As they stepped inside, the innkeeper, undoubtedly the guide's mother, greeted them warmly. Her complexion was somewhat tanned, her cheeks flushed, and her hair, slightly greasy, was styled into a large bun with a hairpin. The women from the mountains typically bore this appearance, dressed in floral blouses, their shoes caked in mud. Yet their trousers remained pristine. Upon seeing Chen Zhi and his companions, she beamed with joy, graciously ushering them inside. It seemed that the guide had previously brought other guests, but upon witnessing the accommodation's conditions, they had turned away. To prevent a repeat of this scenario, the mother and son hurriedly offered tea and water, bustling around them with utmost enthusiasm, eager not to lose this opportunity. Yet, Chen Zhi felt quite content with the place. Its seclusion was precisely what he sought for a respite. "Auntie, there's no need to fuss. We shall stay here for the night." After stating this, he nodded to Peng Wei, who promptly retrieved a few crisp bills from his wallet and laid them on the table. Upon seeing the money, the mother and son visibly relaxed, their earlier anxiety dissipating. The guide's mother immediately rolled up her sleeves, and went to prepare the meal. While Ding Ning dashed outside like a monkey descending a mountain, excitedly chasing after the chickens and ducks. Meanwhile, the young guide sat with Chen Zhi and his companions, engaging in casual conversation. As was customary, Chen Zhi initiated light banter to allay the guide's apprehensions before inquiring about the circumstances within the valley. It turns out that this is a pair of inseparable mother and son, surnamed Zheng, who are indigenous to this area. The villagers affectionately refer to the woman as Sister Zheng and the young guide as Little Zheng, which eventually transformed into the endearing nickname Little Zongzi. The father of this household tragically met his demise before Little Zongzi was born, falling off a cliff in the mountains. Little Zongzi, a posthumous child, is now just 17 years old. In previous years, without a breadwinner, their family struggled to make ends meet. However, with the recent boom in tourism, nearly every household has prospered, except for theirs, which continues to live quite modestly. Their bamboo house, built by Little Zongzi's father, was only recently renovated. According to Little Zongzi, the inhabitants of this valley are predominantly indigenous, embodying a simple and genuine way of life, and the visiting outsiders are generally of high caliber. In this place, while money is indeed useful, it is not the most significant aspect of life. There are no factories here, only a primitive bamboo industry. The villagers harvest bamboo, consume bamboo shoots, and craft daily utensils from bamboo skin. Most have lived their lives without literacy, yet enjoy a tranquil existence. Now that Little Zongzi has grown, the mother and son are determined to save more money to secure a good match for him. The mother is busy outside slaughtering chickens and ducks, and soon the aroma of her cooking wafts through the air. Little Zongzi mentions that after their meal, he will take them to explore the scenic spots nearby, including a deep pit where a movie was filmed and a place where stars once stood for a photograph. However, Chen Zhi shakes his head, declining the offer, and instead gestures towards the innermost part of the valley, asking Little Zongzi if he knows that area, which is dense with bamboo, yet sparsely populated. Have you been there? He inquires. Ah, you mean Dekyugu? Little Zongzi casually responds after glancing at the direction Chen Zhi indicated. It is indeed beautiful there, but the path is treacherous. What would we do there? It has been so long since anyone visited. It seems rather pointless. If you wish to explore, I can take you to the mountain tomorrow, where there is. No, we want to go there. Chen Zhi insists with a smile, still pointing towards the same direction. I want to go to Dekyugu tonight. If you are willing to take me, I can offer you 5 times the usual price. Think about it. Upon hearing the offer of 5 times the price, Little Zongzi's face brightens with delight, and without any hesitation, he eagerly agrees. Really? Such a good deal. No problem, I will take you there tonight. You city folks are truly different. Your generosity surpasses others. When others come here, they stay for a night or two, often being picky. You seem to have a wealth of resources, clearly involved in significant matters back in the city. Dekyugu is right behind my house. It is no grand affair. I will take you to that valley tonight. Very well. Chen Zhi responds with a smile, pleased with Little Zongzi's enthusiastic reply. There is one more thing I would like to inquire about. Before I arrived, I had heard tales that the locals spoke of a mountain spirit residing in the valley. What is the story behind this? Is there a legend associated with the valley, or perhaps some unique interpretation? Please, share with us. Ah, the mountain spirit. This is common knowledge. Little Zongzi appeared rather indifferent, remarking that this tale had circulated for many years. Everyone is aware that a mountain spirit has dwelled in Dekyugu since ancient times. When Little Zongzi attempted to elaborate, he seemed momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes blinking in contemplation. I have heard of the mountain spirit in Dekyugu since childhood, yet the specifics elude me, huh? Besides, what is there to inquire? It is all rather trivial. A mountain spirit is certainly not something benevolent. Why pay it any mind? He chuckled, dismissing the topic. Oh my. Little Zongzi's demeanor intrigued Fat Wei, who expressed surprise at the indifference of someone from the mountains. I have never encountered such a perspective from you before. Typically, wherever I go, locals eagerly recount their legends of demons and spirits with great fervor, as if they were cherished kin. Why do you seem so indifferent? Or is it that you fear to speak of it? What is there to fear? Little Zongzi remained unconcerned. I have no idea what the mountain spirit is. Why should I be afraid? Wait a moment. Chen Zhi slightly shook his head at Fat Wei before turning back to Little Zongzi. I have heard you mention numerous attractions in the area, and that many artists from afar reside here seeking inspiration. Yet, I noticed that in Dekyugu, bamboo grows abundantly, making it the most picturesque spot in the valley. If one were to harvest bamboo, it would surely be an ideal location. Although it may be private property, There are no guards stationed, and historically, the mountains have not penalized the masses. Do the villagers never venture there to clandestinely dig for bamboo shoots? Or do those artists not sneak in to gather inspiration? What is the point of going there secretly? Little Zongzi maintained his earlier nonchalance, as if Chen Zhi's inquiry was utterly mundane. I truly do not know. If you have further questions, it would be best to ask my mother. I spend my days attending to legitimate business. I have no knowledge of mountain spirit matters. After saying this, little Zongzi called out loudly for his mother to come in. Zongzi's mother had just finished preparing a chicken for cooking and rushed in, her face flushed from the steam, wiping her hands on her apron. What can I do for you, dear guests? The meal will be ready shortly, and I have also brought the wine you requested. Mother, they wish to inquire about the mountain spirit in Dikugu. Little Zongzi said impatiently. I recall you telling me in my youth that you had seen the mountain spirit. Please share your account with them. What does the mountain spirit truly resemble? Nonsense, nonsense. There is no such thing. The expression on the face of the little rice dumpling's mother immediately hardened, only to swiftly revert to normal as she resumed her cheerful demeanor. Do not heed the nonsensical tales of those outside, she insisted. Such are merely the superstitions of our mountain folk, claiming that in ancient times, a mountain spirit resided within, forbidding entry to all. Yet, in truth, there is no such spirit. I have never seen one. Allow me to prepare your meal. At that moment, Chen Zhi abruptly stood up, casting a glance at the little rice dumpling's mother before slowly approaching her, observing the flushed, dark complexion of the woman. Despite the scent of firewood and steam enveloping her, Chen Zhi could distinctly detect a notable fragrance about her, reminiscent of the aromatic essence of the valley. Richer than anyone else's. You have truly seen him, have you not? Chen Zhi inquired softly, circling around the woman and gazing into her eyes. He was a man clad in a green robe, correct? Tell me. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the little rice dumpling's mother recoiled as if confronted by an apparition, stumbling backward and nearly colliding with the corner of the wall. She then waved her hands in a flustered manner, exclaiming, I have not seen him, truly. Such talk of mountain spirits is mere folly. I have never encountered such a being. Mother, what are you doing? The little rice dumpling, bewildered, hurried over to assist her mother, guiding her outside. When the little rice dumpling returned, her expression was noticeably displeased as she addressed Chen Zhi. I cannot fathom what you city dwellers are thinking. Why venture to that forsaken place when there are splendid sights to behold? Please, do not question my mother further. You simply wish to visit the Emerald Valley, do you not? I shall take you there tonight. But let me be clear. All talk of mountain spirits and demons is mere hearsay. The only sight you will behold is the scenery. Should you seek any mountain spirits, I cannot assist you. No refunds. After the little rice dumpling's words, she exited in a huff. Gui Dao, who had been silently observing the exchange, remained quiet. At that moment, Pang Wei approached, reproaching Chen Zhi. What were you thinking, Orange? You frightened her. We do not expect to learn anything from them anyway. This evening, we shall allow this little guide to take us directly into the valley. If the person you seek is within, we shall find him in due time. Humph. This evening? Chen Zhi mused, a slight frown creasing his brow as he cast a cold glance at the mother and son in the courtyard. I suspect they will not be the same then. As you mentioned, the curiosity of the villagers appears rather lacking. Feng Tian Quanke remarked, this is all for today. I have an important task this evening. It is sweltering, so everyone should take care to avoid the heat. Chapter 689. Those Who Lack Curiosity, Part 2. As Chen Zhi had anticipated, after lunch, their group, under the guidance of the little rice dumpling, traversed the entirety of the valley. This is not a secluded valley. Rather, it is a vibrant locale teeming with scenic attractions, drawing an unceasing flow of visitors. Among them, one can indeed encounter numerous artists, painters with their easels, photographers wielding cameras in search of inspiration, and dancers clad in eccentric attire, seemingly in quest of creative muses. Despite the lively atmosphere and the kaleidoscope of personalities, all these individuals share a common trait. They are well aware of the picturesque beauty that lies ahead in the Emerald Valley, as well as the legends of mountain spirits that are said to inhabit it. However, specifics elude them, and they exhibit no interest in venturing into the valley. Thus, these individuals possess an utter lack of curiosity regarding this enchanting place. This appears to be a rather amusing predicament. As Peng Wei puts it, the people here have achieved a level of nobility that renders them indifferent to the affairs of others, a disposition characteristic of the highly cultured. Yet, Chen Zhi holds a differing view. Curiosity is an intrinsic human emotion. Theoretically, individuals may suppress their curiosity for specific purposes. Yet this does not imply that they are devoid of it. Many often prefer to project an air of nonchalance, remaining aloof and indifferent to their surroundings. Nevertheless, internally, they maintain a grasp on the happenings around them. Each person's character and disposition vary. When all individuals exhibit a lack of curiosity towards a singular matter, it becomes somewhat peculiar. As night swiftly approached, the minor displeasure of the afternoon seemed to have dissipated entirely, forgotten by the mother and child. Little Zongzi's mother continued to fervently prepare meals for them, cooling wild fruits in the spring water before serving them, and brewing the region's distinctive bamboo leaf green tea. Indeed, little Zongzi was not exaggerating. Although this guest house boasted the least favorable conditions among all, the culinary offerings were remarkably exquisite. Little Zongzi's mother was an exceptional cook, crafting flavorful dishes of chicken, duck, and fish that showcased the essence of the mountains. The bamboo leaf rice, fragrant and enticing, emanated an aroma that lingered, tempting one to linger long after the meal. However, after dinner, little Zongzi did not broach the subject of descending into the valley. Once the dishes were cleared, he casually remarked, "All right, it's getting late. We shall take you to other places tomorrow. Let us all retire early tonight." "Wait a moment, are you all right?" Pang Wei grasped little Zongzi's arm. "Come on, didn't we discuss this earlier? You've forgotten everything I said during the day. Didn't we agree to visit the Emerald Valley tonight? You even consented to take us along." "What? I agreed to that," little Zongzi exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as if struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. "When did I ever promise to take you to the Emerald Valley? Besides, we don't typically descend into the valley at night. I find it perplexing why you are so insistent on going there. There is nothing of interest there. Is it worth the visit? All right, you should rest early. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to witness the sunrise, which is truly magnificent here. The sky is just beginning to brighten, and amidst that verdant bamboo grove, it feels as if... Oh, hold on, spare me your theatrics." At this moment, Fat Wei is bewildered. "I said, my young friend, we had agreed upon this during the day, and I have already given you the money. How can you lack integrity? Did we not agree earlier? I have no desire to go anywhere else. I only wish to visit the Emerald Valley. Did you give me any money?" Little Zongzi widened his eyes, gazing at Fat Wei as if he were a lunatic. "Where does such a thing occur? I have no recollection of it. I never mentioned your money. Wait, are you suggesting that you intend to confront me head-on?" Fat Wei was rendered speechless by the boy's response. "Having accepted the money, how can you deny your obligation? Are we, as grown men, to be swindled by you? Please, be mindful of your words." Little Zongzi was evidently displeased. "Although we reside in a small town and our family possesses little wealth, we cannot engage in deception regarding money. You clearly did not give me any money. Nor did you mention anything about the Emerald Valley, so why should I acknowledge this? Fine, I shall not dispute with you." Fat Wei waved his hand, pointing at little Zongzi's satchel. "Check your own bag. Are there not a few crisp red bills within? That is the money I provided you at noon. Surely, you cannot deny this. How could that be? I typically carry no cash." Little Zongzi replied, then unzipped the bag and reached inside, his expression instantly changing. Indeed, there was a thick stack of bills inside. "So what do you say now?" Fat Wei immediately pointed at the bundle of cash. "See, I did not deceive you. This money was given to you at noon, and it is still fresh. Having accepted it, how can you refuse to acknowledge it?" Little Zongzi scratched his head in confusion, genuinely perplexed. "How could this happen? I truly do not recall at all. Could it be the heat affecting my memory? Never mind, since you wish to go, I shall take you there. It is not a significant matter. Please wait a moment while I change my shoes. The rain has just fallen, and I suspect the path will be difficult to traverse. I must put on proper footwear." After speaking, little Zongzi continued to scratch his head and turned to leave. Fat Wei glanced back at Chen Zhi, then at Ghost Blade, and shrugged in bewilderment. "You see, this is why one must remain cautious. Had I not recognized my own bills, he might have attempted to evade his responsibility. All right, do not let Ding Ning sleep. We must depart shortly. Do not rush." Chen Zhi remained seated, his gaze fixed at the entrance. If my calculations are correct, he should not return. How is that possible? Fat Wei was on the verge of losing his composure. He accepted the money, acknowledged the debt, and had just agreed. If he were to back out now, it would be a second betrayal, and I certainly cannot allow this little rascal to escape unscathed. I could very well dismantle his house. What reason could he possibly have for not going? Don't tell me he has forgotten again. Is he suffering from amnesia? Quite likely. As Chen Zhi spoke, He turned to look at Pang Wei. Have you not noticed? There exists a common atmosphere in this mountainous region. No one seems to care about the dripping Emerald Valley. Even those who have witnessed it firsthand show no interest. It is akin to the voids that manifest in the human mind, a phenomenon referred to in psychology as the areas forgotten by shallow consciousness. If I am not mistaken, the vicinity surrounding the dripping Emerald Valley is imbued with potent enchantments. These enchantments are of a remarkably high caliber, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary deities to conjure. Chapter 690. The blue-dressed maiden from memory time wore on, and Chen Zhi and his companions waited in the house for over half an hour. Eventually, as Ding Ning succumbed to slumber, they still had not seen the little rice dumpling return. At this point, Pang Wei's patience had reached its limit. He erupted in a fit of frustration, insisting on searching for the little dumpling to reclaim their money, and then he would descend into the dripping Emerald Valley himself. The little dumpling and his mother were resting in the old house, leaving the cool new house for the guests. The lights inside had been extinguished, suggesting that the little dumpling had gone to bed immediately upon returning. They had no choice but to knock on the door. After a prolonged period of knocking, the little dumpling finally appeared, yawning as he opened the door. Upon seeing them, his innocent eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you gentlemen out so late at night?" he asked. "No, you truly forgot. Your memory must rival that of a goldfish, lasting only 5 seconds. Pang Wei was utterly exasperated by the boy's antics. "You just agreed to take us to the dripping Emerald Valley and mentioned changing shoes upon your return. Now you say what? What are you talking about? That never happened." The little dumpling gazed at Pang Wei with his bright eyes, an expression of utmost innocence. "We mountain folk retire early. What would you do in the valley at this hour? Besides, you didn't mention it during the day. To suddenly declare a trip seems like you're speaking in your sleep." Pang Wei was about to continue the argument when Chen Zhi intervened, assessing the little dumpling's demeanor, and then gently spoke. "Young brother, there's no need to be anxious. We are seeking your mother regarding a matter. Could you kindly summon her?" "My mother?" The little dumpling blinked in confusion, his face a picture of bewilderment. "She should have been asleep by now. We mountain folk retire early. Whatever it is can surely wait until tomorrow." "Not at all," Chen Zhi replied with a calm smile. "Please check. I spoke with your mother earlier today, and she ought to still be awake." "Very well then." The little dumpling, albeit skeptically, turned back into the house. After a brief moment, his mother indeed emerged, draped in a garment, addressing them with a warm smile. "Good evening, esteemed guests. What brings you here at such an hour? Is there not anything that can wait until tomorrow morning?" With a kind smile, the little dumpling's mother inquired. "Auntie, we wish to inquire about a few matters. It is nothing of great concern, but may we have a moment to speak in private?" After Chen Zhi spoke, he gestured towards the corner, where the mother of the little Zongzi appeared somewhat hesitant. Nevertheless, she ultimately followed them, carrying an oil lamp, while still urging them. "It's cold in the mountains at night. I suggest you guests return to rest early. Why dwell on such chaotic matters? Tomorrow, I shall prepare some local delicacies for you." It seemed she was aware of Chen Zhi's intentions and was politely advising them. However, Chen Zhi did not respond to her words. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon her intently. "Auntie, let us revisit the matter from earlier. You have seen him, haven't you? You are the only person in this valley who has, correct?" "No, I haven't." The mother of the little Zongzi immediately recoiled in panic. Turning to call for her son, Chen Zhi, however, seized her arm and commanded, "Do not speak. Look at me." His eyes bore into hers with an intensity that momentarily paralyzed her consciousness. In that moment, the mother of the little Zongzi could not withstand the pressure. "Oh, dear guests, I truly have not seen anything. Do not heed the nonsense of others. There are no mountain spirits or ghosts. She is merely the daughter of a prominent family, modest and reluctant to reveal herself. Moreover, that valley is her ancestral property, passed down through generations. It is entirely reasonable for someone of her status to avoid outsiders. Besides, for so many years, no one has expressed a desire to venture into that lush valley, except for you few who insist on disturbing her. You have no part in this," Chen Zhi interjected, wishing to cease further entanglement with her. He then softly murmured a few incantations before pressing his hand over her eyes. "Now, speak everything you know. I command you not to resist me." Upon his utterance, the incantation flowed into the mother of the little Zongzi's mind. The heart entrapment spell is a highly practical enchantment. Its secondary function allows it to temporarily assume control of the target's thoughts. For those with simple minds, who lack immediate resistance, it acts like a truth serum, creating a hallucinatory effect that compels the bewitched to divulge all. The mother of the little Zhongzi, with her uncomplicated thoughts, offered no resistance. She succumbed to Chen Zhi's spell and recounted everything she had witnessed over a decade ago. That event transpired 17 years prior, when the mother of the little Zhongzi was merely 19, with her child still in her womb. She and her husband had ascended the mountain to gather herbs. In Chen Zhi's vision, he beheld the young mother, her skin a healthy wheat hue, radiating youth and affection as she and her husband exchanged smiles. However, the scene soon turned perilous. They both lost their footing and tumbled down the mountain. The father of the little Zhongzi fell rapidly and vanished from sight, while the mother fortuitously clung to a tree. Yet, the trunk of this tree was remarkably slender, precariously poised to snap at any moment, and the distance to the top seemed unfathomably far. Little Zhongzi's mother was utterly terrified, her cries for help echoing loudly, nearly shredding her throat. However, in that secluded mountain valley, no one heeded her plight. Just as the tree appeared on the verge of breaking, a sudden blue figure descended from above, its form so ethereal that it was nearly indistinguishable. Then, a delicate, pale hand reached out, grasping little Zhongzi's mother's hand with an effortless grace. In the blink of an eye, she found herself on the precipice. In that moment, little Zhongzi's mother was consumed by fear, weeping uncontrollably, desperately clawing at the cliff's edge and lamenting that her husband had fallen below, pleading for the figure to rescue him. Yet, the person in blue stood motionless, silently observing her anguish and fervent pleas with an inscrutable expression. When her tears finally subsided, the figure in blue squatted down, revealing a face of exquisite delicacy, adorned with striking features and a gaze as radiant as the stars. Long hair cascaded over her shoulders, rendering her remarkably beautiful. With a gentle demeanor, she leaned closer to little Zhongzi's mother and softly uttered, "The deceased cannot be revived. Human life is fleeting, and those we cherish will inevitably depart from us. Thus, one must learn to adapt." Chapter 691. A visit. Little Zhongzi's mother was undoubtedly captivated by that face, which lingered in her memory as a hazy yet striking image of a beautiful woman. Her thoughts were simple. She merely believed this woman had saved her and incessantly inquired about her lineage, wishing to express her gratitude in the future. The figure clad in blue pointed toward the verdant valley, smiling gently as she said, "I reside there. Do not disclose this to anyone. Would you care to visit me?" And then, that enchanting face vanished. The last sight little Zhongzi's mother beheld was the blue-robed figure disappearing into the bamboo grove. It was then she realized that this person was the mountain spirit often spoken of in the village. However, this mountain spirit seemed quite real, appearing as just another inhabitant of the valley. Chen Zhi observed the scenes within little Zhongzi's mother's mind, concluding that she was not deceiving him. Her thoughts had been clouded by enchantment, evidently impairing her capacity for deeper contemplation. When Chen Zhi withdrew the heart-entrapping spell, little Zhongzi's mother regained some clarity. Though her lips continued to murmur, "She is merely a reclusive young lady, a miss from a distinguished family, just like this. Do not disturb her. She is my savior, and I have promised." Chen Zhi smiled faintly before saying, "Madam, you should return and rest. All is well now, but do not speak of this to anyone else. I suspect you are the only one here who has encountered her. Speaking carelessly may invite trouble upon yourself." Little Zhongzi's mother fell silent, harboring no particular thoughts, only mumbling a few words before retreating to her home to sleep. Fat Wei sought to confront the little rice dumpling to reclaim his money, but Chen Zhi interjected, declaring, "There is no need." He had already discerned the route within the mind of the rice dumpling's mother, and was acutely aware of the mountain spirit's location. Furthermore, bringing an ordinary person along would only complicate matters, as the circumstances within were perilously treacherous. Fat Wei, perplexed by Chen Zhi's apprehensions, questioned, "Orange, why do you say such things? That fairy in blue has undoubtedly rescued us. Surely our arduous journey to find him and entering his abode without even a cup of water would not cost us our lives." At this juncture, Fat Wei recalled, "By the way, is that individual a girl or a boy? Why did that aunt incessantly refer to them as young lady? Could it be that we misjudged from afar at Wuhou Valley?" He also reminisced about Uncle Jean's dazed expression after encountering the celestial being in Mongolia. Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei, stating, "This is the essence of the divine offspring's power. When confronted with immensely potent beings, what people perceive is often clouded by their own imagination, rendering it quite unreal. Alternatively, One may only see what the other wishes them to see, and the true form may not be as splendid as it appears. The fortune of that ant encountering such a being and being spared her life is, indeed, a twist of fate. Divine offspring are peculiar entities. At times, they exhibit benevolence and rescue others. However, this does not imply they lack a terrifying aspect. Never forget, in their eyes, humanity is eternally regarded as sustenance, and when they unleash their ferocity, it may instill dread. Moreover, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, gazing towards the dense woods of Deku Valley. I have been contemplating a matter. Our encounter with this divine child will surely reach the ears of the Dark Division. Do you believe Yamo would relinquish the opportunity to ensnare him? Powerful high-level incantations have been established around here, rendering the valley uninteresting to all humans. Yet, such measures bear no effect on divine offspring. I am convinced that, during this time, someone has already taken the initiative. So, why does this place remain so tranquil? There exists a significant possibility that these divine offspring are either imprisoned within Deku Valley, slain, or unable to emerge. Thus, the master of this valley is certainly no ordinary being. As time passed, everyone began to organize their equipment. Chen Zhi placed immense importance on this operation, admonishing Fat Wei and Ghost Blade to remain vigilant and prepare for the worst. Initially, Chen Zhi contemplated bringing Ding Ning along, but after careful consideration, he resolved to leave him outside. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a profound wariness towards the blue-clad man in Deku Valley overshadowed Chen Zhi, a trepidation stemming from his subconscious, akin to an instinct devoid of rationality. In the absence of certainty regarding safety, Chen Zhi was unwilling to risk Ding Ning's life. Ding Ning remained blissfully asleep within the confines of the room, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. After a day of ceaseless activity, he resembled a muddy monkey, clutching his pillow and sleeping soundly. Chen Zhi secured the interior door and meticulously sealed the windows, subsequently encircling the room with a formidable barrier before departing with a sense of assurance. The trio commenced their swift journey toward the dripping Emerald Valley. While it was indeed a valley, the path was not difficult to discern. Behind the little rice dumpling's home lay a thicket, through which a narrow trail had been trodden, leading directly to the dripping Emerald Valley. However, further along, this path abruptly ended, indicating that few had ventured into the valley throughout history. They proceeded in a singular direction, and after traversing a dense forest, they soon arrived at the precipice. Chen Zhi had seen this cliff in the mind of the little rice dumpling's mother. It was the very spot where she had encountered the mountain spirit, which subsequently vanished into the woods. By now, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, rendering it pitch black, while the moon above shone with remarkable clarity. The bamboo-laden, dripping Emerald Valley shimmered in the moonlight, resembling a droplet of jade. The bamboo here was notably thicker and straighter than elsewhere, with vibrant green segments connecting seamlessly. The bamboo leaves, elongated and lush, appeared to glisten as if dusted with sequins, even under the moon's glow. However, as they approached the edge of this bamboo grove, before even stepping inside, Chen Zhi detected a pungent scent of blood. He marveled at how those in the vicinity could remain indifferent to such an unmistakable odor. It was a heavy, suffocating scent, reminiscent of rivers and seas of blood saturating the valley, a scent that clung to the air like an ominous presence. Moreover, this particular aroma was distinctively the scent of divine blood. Chapter 692. A visit. At this moment, they stood just outside the dripping Emerald Valley, captivated by the enchanting scenery. Delicate wisps of mist continuously wafted from the bamboo forest, creating an ethereal atmosphere, as if all was tranquil and serene. Before entering the valley, Chen Zhi recited a protective incantation, casting a shield around the three of them to safeguard against a debilitating high-level spell that would otherwise sap their spirits. Though they were outsiders, their brief stay in this valley had rendered them susceptible to its effects. Chen Zhi fared better. While Fat Wei had clearly succumbed to the emotional pull of the spell, and Ding Ning was the most severely affected. He had almost entirely overlooked the dripping Emerald Valley throughout the day, showing no curiosity, as if it were invisible to him. Once they donned their protective shield and stepped into the dripping Emerald Valley, the ghostly blade immediately shifted into a state of readiness. His brows furrowed tightly as he clenched his teeth and uttered gravely, "Many have perished here, and many still live. I can hear their breaths." "Oh," Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. "We are but guests here. Let us enter and pay our respects. How to deal with the living is the concern of the valley's master, and we shall not interfere." They subsequently ventured inward, and this bamboo grove was truly as beautiful as poetry. Each stalk of bamboo shimmered like emerald jewels under the moonlight. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such exquisite bamboo, with its elongated leaves resembling those of a painting. Amidst the grove, wisps of white mist curled gracefully, akin to the flowing garments of a celestial maiden. However, they could not help but notice that as they entered this enchanting bamboo forest, the ground beneath their feet had already turned a dark crimson. The further they advanced, the muddier the terrain became, the earth mixed with the color of blood continuously surfacing, until they eventually observed that the soles of their shoes were stained a deep red by this sanguine hue. This is truly exaggerated. Fat Wei's voice lowered intentionally. He had never encountered such a significant amount of blood, his tongue feeling slightly numb. The sheer volume of blood capable of staining the entire land was indeed shocking. As they pressed onward, they soon discerned the source of this startling bloodshed. Having traversed less than a kilometer, fragmented corpses began to appear upon the ground. These bodies were astonishingly revealing. They were not human remains, but rather the carcasses of colossal demigods. Chen Zhi had seen demigods before, yet rarely had he witnessed them in their true forms. He beheld a massive fish-like creature, immense as the legendary Kunpeng, lying sprawled upon the ground like a collapsed building. Its belly had been torn open, innards scattered about, and the blood that had splattered remained fresh and uncoagulated. These demigods were of considerable size, appearing to have died merely 2 or 3 days prior, their bodies still remarkably fresh, with the scent of blood pervading the valley, yet devoid of decay. These are formidable demigods. Chen Zhi cautiously navigated past the corpses, gazing at the enormous beings, and whispered, "These demigods are ancient, some even descendants of primordial gods. Their demise here signifies that the master of this bamboo grove must be even more powerful than they, rendering them unworthy of entry." It seemed that the entity within was indeed no ordinary being. Chen Zhi remarked calmly, finally reaching the end of the corpses. Ahead lay a pristine circle of bamboo, encircling an exceptionally clean area where a gentle breeze wafted the delicate fragrance of bamboo leaves. Upon reaching the edge of the grove, the trio refrained from recklessly entering. Instead, they placed their weapons upon the ground. Chen Zhi placed his right hand over his heart, bowing in accordance with the ancient Zhou etiquette. "I, Chen Zhi, the current clan leader of the Jiang family, have been deeply grateful since being rescued by you in Wuhou Valley. Today, having trespassed into this bamboo grove, I humbly seek a cup of tea from the divine. Our leader from Shiqi also holds fond memories of you and has prepared a modest gift, hoping to present it to you for your enjoyment. I wonder if you would graciously grant us the honor of an audience. It would be my utmost privilege." Chen Zhi stood in place and recited these words thrice, yet before him lay only a veil of mist and swaying bamboo leaves, obscuring all sight and sound. He and his 2 companions lingered for an extended period, and as the latter half of the night approached, they realized that if they delayed much longer, dawn would break. "Enough already. It's late at night. He is probably asleep and cannot hear us," Fat Wei exclaimed, growing impatient as he unsheathed the large blade from behind him. I interjected, "Orange, there is no need for such caution. We have shown ample respect. Even if it were the King of Heaven, we wouldn't be this deferential. Besides, we have already trespassed into the realm of Yama. What fear do we have of such a pretty boy? I believe you are overthinking this. He likely possesses nothing more than the ability to sprinkle water, akin to a large water truck. What formidable power could he possibly wield? Let us simply enter ourselves. We can address the cold and warmth when we encounter someone." After Fat Wei spoke, he raised his long knife, determined to charge into the bamboo grove. This sudden action startled Chen Zhi, who swiftly released a stream of adhesive air, pulling Fat Wei back. The ensuing moment caused Fat Wei to nearly lose control, for his treasure pouch brushed against the air at the grove's edge. To his astonishment, it revealed a transparent barrier, so thin that even Chen Zhi had not noticed. The instant Fat Wei's pouch made contact with the barrier, it felt as if he had struck 1,000 blades. With a swift sound, the pouch was shredded into countless fragments, scattering its contents across the ground. "Damn it, this pretty boy is indeed not to be trifled with," Fat Wei exclaimed, stepping back in shock, nearly losing his balance. "My goodness, Orange. I almost lost sight of you just now. Had I taken half a step further, I would have become one of those scattered rags. The temper of this individual is exceedingly fierce. Do not speak carelessly," Chen Zhi admonished Fat Wei, shaking his head earnestly. He then stepped forward once more, bowing deeply. We understand that we stand beneath the watchful gaze of the Divine One. Though we may appear as mere children in your eyes, we beseech you to extend some grace to our ancestors, for we share a bond with you, O Divine One. I, unworthy as I am, once ventured to Mongolia, where I beheld the immense treasures buried beneath the earth. I have brought back some items that I believe may delight the Divine One. I do not dare to keep them for myself. I wish to offer them to you. Chen Zhi concluded as he retrieved a cloth pouch from his treasure bag, opened it, and respectfully placed it on the ground before him. The contents within began to shimmer brightly, dimming the moonlight above. They were indeed the celestial spirit stones he had procured from the Borjigin family in Mongolia. The illustrious Gala gemstone seal. Chapter 693. A Formal Visit, Part 3. The Gala gemstone emitted a dazzling light upon the ground, glowing resplendently amidst the darkness of night. Yet, the moon above remained bright, and the verdant bamboo forest continued to sway in the wind, with no events unfolding. Chen Zhi remained steadfast, embodying patience as if time itself belonged to him, standing motionless, his demeanor respectful, resembling a statue. Due to the previous misfortune, Pang Wei dared not act recklessly any longer. He stood behind Chen Zhi, his gaze fixated on the bamboo grove ahead, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, Gui Dao remained clutching his blade, closely monitoring the multitude of corpses behind them. Just as he had surmised, there were likely still some survivors or injured demigods lingering here. Gui Dao calculated the potential strength of these adversaries, pondering the odds of victory should a confrontation arise. After approximately 10 minutes, the bamboo grove finally responded, albeit in a rather unique manner. The ground beneath the Gala gemstone suddenly became exceedingly soft, gradually enveloping the gem as if it were sinking into a quagmire, until it vanished entirely. The land then returned to a smooth state, as if nothing had ever occupied that space. It has accepted our offering. Pang Wei whispered from behind Chen Zhi. Did you see that? It said one should not strike a gift giver. Even deities adhere to this principle. Since it has accepted our gift, it ought to grant us some favor and allow us entry, right? Silence. Chen Zhi gently admonished, signaling Gui Dao with a glance. Gui Dao promptly sheathed his long knife and returned to stand behind Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi spoke in a hushed tone to Gui Dao and Pang Wei. This demigod possesses a particularly unique status. Such ancient beings are quite particular about etiquette. Once we enter, be mindful of your footsteps. Do not speak carelessly and refrain from uttering disrespectful words. Nothing should fall to the ground. You must have seen the demeanor of the lantern bearers within the organization, correct? Let us emulate their manner. He cautioned, aside from myself, do not reveal anything lightly. Understood. Pang Wei, having grasped the gravity of the situation, nodded earnestly. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted, as the thin barrier shattered like broken glass. The entrance now wide open. Let us proceed, and remember my words. Chen Zhi instructed one last time, then took a deep breath, straightened his back, and stepped lightly into the bamboo grove. Pang Wei and Gui Dao closely followed, exercising utmost caution as Chen Zhi had advised. Pang Wei was so apprehensive that he dared not even breathe audibly, treading carefully as if he were in the presence of a living Buddha. Upon entering the bamboo grove, all three distinctly sensed that the air here was indeed different from that outside, as if it could cleanse all impurities of the world, pure and translucent. A genuine aura of immortality pervaded the surroundings. This was not merely ordinary mist, nor was it superficial beauty. It was a profound essence that could purify both body and spirit, leaving even the marrow chilled and refreshed. Chen Zhi had once felt that within him lay remnants unique to humanity, with traces of bacteria upon his skin. This is a perfectly ordinary situation. Human skin and internal organs invariably harbor a plethora of bacteria and impurities. When these bacteria accumulate to a certain extent, they can lead to illness. However, upon entering this bamboo grove, bathed in the pure white mist, they felt the bacteria within them begin to dissipate, their hearts becoming exceedingly pure, and even their entire beings transformed into embodiments of purity. Their footsteps became light, as if they could effortlessly soar through the clouds in this sea of bamboo. At that moment, through the bamboo thickets and the white mist, a verdant courtyard gradually came into view. It was a rather expansive estate, exuding an ancient charm, the era of its construction a mystery. Surrounding it was a grand bamboo fence, encircling the property, suggesting that its owner had devoted considerable time to its creation. Within lay a series of green bamboo structures, each adjoining the other, indicating numerous rooms adorned with delicate white drapery. This tranquil and secluded environment was not particularly suited for human habitation, yet it appeared extraordinarily beautiful, as if one had fallen into a fantastical myth. No human presence was visible, yet a faint melody of a zither floated through the air. Its notes were melodious and poignant, akin to the weeping of a woman, captivating in its allure. It was unlike the guzheng or pipa commonly heard today. Rather, it emanated from an indescribable instrument. Chen Zhi had once encountered a description in the Jiang family's library, recounting that people before the Xia and Zhou dynasties often played a stone zither, devoid of strings but producing sounds of celestial beauty. This instrument possessed a spirit of its own, rarely yielding to a master. Only the hands of deities could coax forth its melodies, and once played, its sounds could astonish beings from both heaven and earth. Yet the texts only provided a written description, and Chen Zhi had never seen what it truly resembled. As they listened to this exquisite zither music, the three were irresistibly drawn closer. They stood hesitantly at the entrance of the bamboo structure, debating whether to enter, fearful that their impure forms might tarnish this pristine haven. After a brief moment of indecision, they ultimately stepped inside. The courtyard was spacious, with a few sparse bamboo plants shimmering here and there. Aside from the drifting white drapery, there were few obstacles to obscure the view, allowing them to see deep into the main hall. Upon entering, they immediately beheld a long, straight corridor stretching ahead. At the far end of the corridor, in the main hall, a blue figure sat, the enchanting zither music emanating from that very spot. As they gazed at the figure, which seemed to waver in and out of visibility, there was no longer any need for hesitation. Chen Zhi and his companions began to walk forward, but then a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The figure, which initially appeared to be within reach, suddenly bore down upon them with a tremendous weight. An inexplicable pressure that seemed to stem from an innate sense of inferiority, almost overwhelming him. With each step forward, Chen Zhi's heart began to race uncontrollably, his blood surging through his veins, and beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His body was reluctant to advance, seemingly warning him of the audacity of such brazen behavior. As one of such humble lineage, how could he dare approach the sacred figure ahead, yearning to glimpse their true form? This trepidation was not unique to Chen Zhi. He could distinctly hear the accelerated heartbeats of Fat Wei and Ghost Blade behind him, nearing the brink of human endurance. Ghost Blade gripped his long knife tightly, his aura poised to erupt at any moment. Chen Zhi recognized the tension radiating from Ghost Blade. The slightest disturbance could set him off, and an uncontrolled blade would shatter this place into fragments. Such an act would surely offend the master of the Emerald Valley ahead. Stay here. Chen Zhi turned to Ghost Blade and Fat Wei, speaking softly. Remain in place, and do not move. I will proceed alone. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not act rashly. I can handle it. Are you in danger? Ghost Blade expressed his evident concern for Chen Zhi. Do not dwell on that. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Having chosen to enter, the notion of danger is irrelevant. Our fate now hinges entirely on what lies ahead. We can only advance, not retreat. After speaking, Chen Zhi cast a serious glance at Ghost Blade and Fat Wei before turning back to continue his journey. Before him lay layers of delicate white gauze drifting in the air. It was impossible to discern how many veils hung in succession, each layer blending seamlessly into the next. Yet, these white drapes, untouched by dust, appeared immaculate and ethereal, reminiscent of a realm beyond mortal existence. Behind the layers of white, a figure clad in blue gradually revealed itself, retaining the same visage Chen Zhi had encountered previously. Adorned in a robe as deep blue as the ocean, with long hair cascading like unblemished crystal, the figure sat serenely. Upon witnessing this, Chen Zhi involuntarily recalled a passage he had discovered in the Jiang family library. A handwritten note by King Wu of Zhou, GFA. I was once a person spurned by the heavens, fortunate to be saved by a benefactor. I sought a name from this benefactor, yet was denied, forced to part in tears. The benefactor rescued the people of Shi from the flames of heaven. Yet what can I offer in return for such immense grace? Later, I learned the benefactor descended from the divine emperor, a descendant of the sun goddess, of unparalleled nobility, yet was ensnared in the mortal realm's affections, punished by the 9 thunderbolts of heaven, suffering unbearable torment. Such a divine being is beyond the reach of mere mortals. I, a polluted being, dare not dwell upon the benefactor's great kindness, only to record this here. The ancient deity of the Great Deluge is the benefactor of Shi-Chi. Divine script has never exaggerated. The 9 thunderbolts punishment, endured 9 times, without exception. Although Chen Zhi currently finds it difficult to envision the true nature of thunder. The punishment of divine retribution undoubtedly inflicts grievous harm, rendering the flesh and bones in ruins. The perfection of his present form seems almost unfathomable. Moreover, the account contains a crucial piece of information. GFA states that this divine offspring is a descendant of the great sun goddess. This recollection evokes in Chen Zhi the image of the imposing yet terrifying female figure he once beheld in the drought deity's tomb in Shandong. It is so astonishing that it casts a shadow of doubt upon the authenticity of the handwritten records. The individual before him is strikingly flawless, as if he had stepped forth from an ancient scroll. His visage surpasses that of a woman in beauty, his features resembling pure white jade, translucent and radiant. His fingers appear as though sculpted from ice, cascading black hair draping over his shoulders. He embodies an unparalleled nobility, surpassing even the exalted sons of the gods that Chen Zhi had glimpsed in the visions of Chaoga from 5 millennia ago. He indeed plucks the strings of a zither. Yet the instrument remains unseen, replaced by a large, dark stone slab devoid of strings. Nevertheless, his alabaster fingers delicately manipulate the surface, producing sounds that resonate with celestial harmony. Prominently displayed upon the slab is a gleaming Galala gemstone. Divine Sovereign. Chen Zhi halted approximately 5 meters away, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost respect, hands positioned sideways. Left knee bent, adhering to the ancient rites of Zhou. The figure clad in blue, Zhu Lin, finally ceased his playing, lifting his gaze to meet Chen Zhi's. He appeared unchanged from the past, exuding warmth and approachability without an ounce of arrogance. Yet Chen Zhi recalled Fat Wei's words regarding the oversized blue robe, which seemed to conceal something within, as if to shroud a secret. Chief Jiang, why bestow such a precious gift upon me? This is something I no longer desire. Such divine artifacts should rightfully belong to your esteemed Jiang clan. Zhu Lin, still wearing a gentle smile, spoke in a tone as ordinary as any human, devoid of any sense of incongruity. You have come specifically to find me, yet what is your true intention? I suspect your objective mirrors that of the child emerging from the Fengdu, still clinging to such naive notions? Do you wish to sway me to your side and involve me in your youthful games? Chapter 695, A Visit, Part 5. The Divine Sovereign speaks too gravely. Chen Zhi murmured softly, though his heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a person standing precariously on the edge of a cliff, unable to quell the surge of anxiety. The Zhu Lin before him moved with an unmistakable humanity, resembling an ordinary passerby clad in ancient attire, entirely devoid of any pretense. Unlike other demigods who deliberately flaunt their divine aura to showcase their might, he lacks any bestial qualities. This Zhu Lin truly resembles a human and possesses an extraordinary peculiarity. He intentionally suppresses his aura, rendering his true nature elusive. If one were not attentive, they might easily mistake him for an ordinary individual. Moreover, he is enveloped in a unique high-level enchantment that renders him remarkably inconspicuous, akin to a mere pebble by the roadside, devoid of any allure for curiosity. Should a villager stand before him, they might simply approach for a cup of water or pass by, oblivious to his presence. Yet, Chen Zhi is engulfed in profound trepidation, an instinctual fear stemming from his own psyche and the divine blood coursing through his veins as a demigod. He understands that despite the inscrutability of the man before him, he is indeed formidable, to the extent that Chen Zhi regrets having provoked him. I merely come to pay my respects to the Divine One. I have learned from ancestral records that the Divine One once rescued our Shi-Chi from the flames of heaven, making you our benefactor. Our leader has often remarked on the immense grace bestowed upon us by the Divine One, having saved us twice. And we find ourselves at a loss for how to repay such kindness, which is exceedingly unbecoming of us. Thus, I have prepared a humble offering, consisting of trivial worldly items. I hope the Divine One will not take offense. After speaking, Chen Zhi traced a circle in the air, and a large wooden chest promptly descended with a resounding thud. This chest, comparable in size to a modern wardrobe, is an ancient treasure of gold and silk would pass down in Shi-Chi. Upon unlocking the pure gold clasp, he opened the chest, revealing a dazzling array of treasures within. These were items he and Bao Ping had meticulously prepared prior to their arrival, having invested considerable effort in procuring them. While it contained little in the way of gold and silver, the majority consisted of rare artifacts. There was a legendary chainmail reputed to be impenetrable by 1,000 swords, cherished by Shiqi. Additionally, several weapons capable of controlling stone, and even a few high-grade spirit stones that Chen Zhi had retrieved from the underworld, were among the last items he placed inside. These treasures are sought after by demigods. However, as soon as the chest was unveiled, Zhu Lin displayed signs of impatience. With a slight furrowing of his brows, he flicked his blue sleeve, and with a loud bang, the chest snapped shut, rolling back into the circle Chen Zhi had drawn, effectively returning the gift. Such offerings are unnecessary, Zhu Lin expressed with evident annoyance. I prefer a tranquil environment and have no space for such clutter. Please take your leave. I am somewhat perturbed at the moment and do not wish to be disturbed. After uttering these words, Zhu Lin sank into profound silence, and instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Chen Zhi instinctively took a step back, yet he did not depart. I have now come to a clear realization. This Zhu Lin is indeed unlike any other divine offspring. These demigods are insatiably curious, yet he seems to hold no allure for them. Zhu Lin subsequently fell silent, his hands resting once more upon the stone slab, and the enigmatic melody of his zither resounded once again, his voice seamlessly blending into the music. Please, Chief Jiang, take your leave. I have rendered assistance to you. But it was merely a trivial act, not an intentional gesture. Hence, there exists no obligation between us. I shall not align myself with either side of your conflict. The child born of Fengdu has visited me several times recently, and he has become quite a source of vexation. I have no desire to make an enemy of him, for he now possesses something formidable, and I wish to avoid provoking it. Furthermore, the sour meat you brought to the bamboo grove should be taken away at once. It has been a long time since I have partaken of such fare. Your misguided attempt to entice me with it will not succeed. Instead, it will only incite the demigods gathered in this vicinity to salivate. Should that morsel disappear, I suspect your guilt will only multiply. The offspring of Jiangxia are indeed curious creatures, always harboring boundless compassion for humanity, often burdened by remorse over human mortality. How amusing. Among all the divine scions I have encountered, your lineage is the most intriguing. Upon concluding his words, Zhu Lin lapsed into silence, gently caressing the strings of his zither, each note exquisite and graceful, yet seemingly bidding farewell. Do we possess compassion for humanity? And what of you? Chen Zhi murmured softly, gazing ahead. The journal I have seen claims that you were exiled due to your affection for humanity. Is this true? Such a circumstance is indeed rare. Chen Zhi cautiously inquired, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. However, observing Zhu Lin's demeanor, placid as still water, he discerned no inclination to respond, nor any reaction whatsoever. At that moment, Chen Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, every pore on his body wide open, each nerve urging him on. Hurry and flee. He is about to unleash his wrath. If he does, you shall surely perish. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhi instinctively took a step back, yet he did not turn away. Rather, he advanced a step closer. What manner of creature does Yamo harbor that instills such dread even in a being of your caliber? Is it true that love for humanity led to your banishment, rendering you weak? Suddenly, the zither fell silent. Zhu Lin's formerly benevolent countenance turned frigid, chilling to the bone. He abruptly opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Chen Zhi. In an instant, the vast aura behind him erupted like a soaring phoenix, scattering across the sky. What? Zhang's progeny, do you not comprehend my words? Truly, you are unaware of your own insignificance. Upon concluding his statement, Zhu Lin struck the stone slab with his palm, causing it to fracture, countless fissures appearing. Chen Zhi understood that he had finally incited Zhu Lin's wrath. Divine Lord, perhaps I possess something here that you desire even more. Chen Zhi took a few steps forward and spoke rapidly. Every divine offspring in this world harbors a singular aspiration, to be consecrated as a god. All demigods yearn to ascend to true divinity. Yet there are no gods left in this world. I have now mastered the method of deification, and the divine stone at your side is a testament to that. I present it to you to convey this. Should you align with us, I can elevate you to genuine godhood. What say you? Are you truly unmoved by this proposition? Chapter 696. The True Identity. Ha. Zhu Lin seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, suddenly erupting into a frenzied laughter. His mirth grew louder. and his body writhed as if something within was constricting him tightly. In the end, even the aura surrounding him began to shift, an ominous energy swirling as if on the verge of explosion. What did you say? To consecrate me? To make me a deity? Is this your bait to allure me? Ha! Oh, how audacious you are. Truly, the descendants of Jiang Zia possess remarkable bravado. Zhu Lin continued to laugh maniacally, resembling an individual in the throes of madness. Yet, as his laughter echoed, his expression suddenly shifted. With a single push of his hand, the enormous stone slab crashed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Chen Zhi instinctively stepped back, the shattered stones scattering in all directions. He felt the chilling cold emanating from the fragments. A mere touch could freeze him to the core. Have you ever considered this? Your ancestor, Jiang Zia, was merely a minor deity. What prowess did he possess to confer divinity? Who granted him such power? Who made him promises? Humph, does he truly believe he can act with impunity, relying on my father's favoritism? Ha! You foolishly think to entice me with your trivial sorcery. If I am not mistaken, you have yet to grasp the ability of deification. Do you not even know the means to achieve it? Do you suppose deification is merely a spell? That a single incantation could transform a shaman into a god? Have you pondered why, after thousands of years, no one from the Jiang lineage, save for Jiang Zia, has succeeded in conferring divinity? Is it that they do not comprehend this art? Allow me to enlighten you. Deification is not a spell. It is a promise, a covenant bestowed by the divine king. In that moment, Zhu Lin's fury erupted. He slammed his palm upon the table and commanded, "Open your eyes and behold who I truly am." Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted behind Zhu Lin, profound and majestic, akin to an ocean's vastness, enveloping the world in an instant. In the presence of his aura, Chen Zhi felt like a mere ant adrift in the sea, swept into the air, carried by the winds. In that fleeting moment, his heart ceased its rhythm. He understood that in the next second, his life was in imminent peril. However, he beheld something he had never imagined, and in a daze, it seemed he witnessed an extraordinary spectacle, though he could not ascertain its authenticity. The bamboo forest, which moments ago appeared as mundane as any mortal, now loomed colossal and magnificent, enveloping the entirety of the ocean within its being. From within this presence, Chen Zhi inhaled a breath that was supremely pure, reminiscent of the noble essence of a highborn scion. It was in that fleeting moment that Chen Zhi comprehended the true identity of the man clad in azure before him. With a sudden clap, Chen Zhi did not perish. Instead, he found himself cast to the ground. At the moment of impact, his heartbeat surged back to life, while the aura emanating from the bamboo figure receded instantaneously, akin to a phoenix retracting its wings. He remained, undeniably human, seated at the stone table, and the stone zither, which had been shattered, was inexplicably restored and lay before him once more. Yet, the expression on the bamboo figure's face was icy and with an air of impatience. He waved dismissively at Chen Zhi, urging him to depart, exclaiming how tiresome he found the encounter. Subsequently, he muttered a few incantations, and a powerful whirlwind erupted from the ground, capable of hurling Chen Zhi into the air. Yet, with every ounce of his strength, Chen Zhi channeled the wind into his fingertips, gripping the earth tightly. He swiftly seized the stone platform ahead, anchoring himself against the impending gust. "Wait, I have one more question for you," he implored. "Given such a noble lineage, why do you linger here? Your name has not been inscribed in the annals of Huaxia's history. GFA claimed you were punished by 9 heavenly thunders for your earthly desires. Is this truth? Can someone of your stature truly be ensnared by mortal affection? Reveal the truth. I refuse to believe GFA's words. I cannot accept that you would err in such a manner." With the utterance of these words, the bamboo figure's aura erupted once more, this time with cataclysmic ferocity. The surrounding bamboo grove was obliterated in an instant, and Chen Zhi witnessed a torrent of energy crashing down upon him like monstrous waves. This tempest was all too familiar, shattering the defenses around him, and he was lifted high into the air, rendered immobile by an overwhelming force. He felt akin to a solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean, aware that with a mere thought, the bamboo figure could obliterate him entirely. Yet, in the next heartbeat, tranquility enveloped the scene, and Chen Zhi found himself gently descending to the ground. The azure-clad figure before him gradually relinquished his fury. Strangely, the blue robe he wore appeared to swell, as if something within it were stirring, almost alive. "Do you wish to know the truth?" He inquired. Very well. I shall reveal to you that everything you have heard is indeed true. The bamboo figure's enchanting eyes locked onto Chen Zhi's. The long lashes casting shadows as he spoke with a voice as delicate as water. You are perplexed, are you not? You deem me foolish, I presume? However, I must convey to you that the fleeting existence of mortals can indeed be quite intriguing. Mortals, too, possess a certain charm. After Bamboo Grove spoke, it extended a hand, which shimmered like fine jade, its delicate fingertips reaching towards Chen Zhi. In that moment, Chen Zhi seemed to grasp Bamboo Grove's intentions. He hastily grasped that hand and lowered his defenses. Instantly, a sacred and gentle aura, akin to smooth water, flowed into Chen Zhi's being. This was a form of an inner enchantment, yet its execution was remarkably sophisticated. It was a reverse inner enchantment, inviting another into one's memories. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi was transported into a fragment of Bamboo Grove's memories, where he assumed Bamboo Grove's role, becoming the protagonist of that ancient tale, so ancient that its era was beyond discernment. In that realm, apart from the azure sky, the world was rife with slaughter, governed by brutal hierarchies. Humanity, regarded as a lesser species, communicated in the derisive tongues of the deities, living humbly, akin to cattle and sheep, as mere sustenance. Chapter 697. The God of Water. Within those visions, Chen Zhi beheld myriad images, yet they were but fragments, akin to peering through a narrow tube, always reduced to a vague point of view, predominantly in shades of black and white. Reminiscent of a low-quality film captured by an antiquated camera, Chen Zhi understood that this was merely a portion of what Bamboo Grove permitted him to witness. During that time, Bamboo Grove exuded an air of nobility, and Chen Zhi could sense his elevated self-awareness through his thoughts. He rarely touched the ground, often borne aloft by numerous divine servants. Exalted above all, he exhibited a cruel disposition, harboring an extraordinary appetite for human flesh and blood. He scorned the consumption of ordinary bones and fat, fixating instead on the visceral delights of youthful humans, with an insatiable greed. Yet, in that era, such brutal acts were not regarded as malevolent, but rather as manifestations of strength. Chen Zhi witnessed Bamboo Grove voraciously devouring the entrails of many humans, a scene of cruelty unimaginable to the modern mind. The term devour is but a word, yet its reality is far more harrowing. The visceral imagery is forever etched with the scent of blood and bones that lingered in the skies. This verdant bamboo sea, at that time, was still a primordial forest, teeming with various plants and trees unknown to Chen Zhi, adjacent to an expansive ocean. It was a small island often graced by rain, where colossal waves crashed against its shores, casting reflections of water everywhere, creating a breathtaking vista. Colorful fruits hung from the trees, resembling strings of sparkling jewels, tempting one to pluck them. Bamboo Grove was the master of this domain, having nurtured many humans here, who toiled as slaves by day and were bound by thorns at night, cast into cages as sustenance. Although Chen Zhi could not behold Bamboo Grove's visage at that time, he knew that he consumed several humans daily, feasting solely upon their innards. Chen Zhinan sensed the metallic tang of blood and flesh within Zhu Lin's throat and stomach. However, among the captured humans, one woman's silhouette stood out vibrantly amidst all the monochromatic shadows. This woman, though petite, bore no prominent forehead like that of primitive beings. She closely resembled contemporary humanity. Compared to divine beings, her appearance was exceedingly ordinary, dusty and unremarkable, her long hair adorned with remnants of grass and earth. Yet, as a human, she possessed a unique charm, akin to sunlight casting its warmth upon a snowy landscape, perpetually smiling, almost foolishly so. She seemed oblivious to the hierarchy of living beings, unable to discern the distinction between divine offspring and humanity. Unlike the other terrified humans, she never perceived herself as being in peril, nor did she comprehend her lowly status. Astonishingly, she developed an absurd affection for the impeccably handsome Zhu Lin. At that time, Zhu Lin regarded this human woman as both foolish and amusing, often teasing her as one might play with an endearing puppy. Perhaps it was this sentiment that prevented him from consuming her. Thus, one by one, the humans fell prey to him, and the population on the small island dwindled. Zhu Lin preferred to confine these humans within a makeshift shelter, which had a solitary door. When he fed, he shunned the use of divine servants, opting instead to open that door himself, casually extracting a victim from within to feast upon that night. As he captured these humans, their screams and cries, filled with desperation, ignited within him a thrill of the hunt, heightening his appetite. Yet, the humans were intelligent. They observed their dwindling companions in the shelter and began to realize what fate awaited them. Fear took hold, cries erupted, and they fled in every direction, seeking any means of escape. But they were surrounded by the ocean, rendering their escape utterly impossible. At that time, Zhu Lin remained entirely ignorant of compassion. Consequently, the humans on the island gradually diminished until only that woman remained. The final fate of the woman was something Chen Zhi could not witness. However, he glimpsed a memory belonging to Zhu Lin. Zhu Lin approached the shelter, as was his custom, and opened the door, preparing to seize the woman within, bracing himself for her screams. Unexpectedly, she emerged from the doorway, her face radiant with a smile as bright as dawn. She uttered an ancient phrase, muffled within the vision. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Zhi understood her words. "You finally came to find me. I have been waiting for you all these days. You have finally arrived." And with that, the woman pulled Zhu Lin inside. The subsequent scenes became obscured to Chen Zhi, but from that moment onward, it seemed Zhu Lin never again consumed a human. Yet, inexplicably, a magnificent golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens. The thunderbolt was a sight that Chen Zhi had never encountered before. It was immense, a golden entity, descending from the heavens like a magnificent golden dragon. It struck directly upon Zhu Lin's form, and the pain was indescribably terrifying. Chen Zhi, having merely grazed it, was immediately overwhelmed by excruciating agony, jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he found himself liberated from the heart's curse, and before him was Zhu Lin's flawless visage. Is this the celestial thunder? Chen Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, his emotions in turmoil. He gazed at Zhu Lin's pristine face across from him, utterly incredulous. What kind of being could withstand such formidable celestial wrath? Most would choose death rather than endure such torment. Furthermore, I cannot fathom how anyone could emerge unscathed after enduring such thunder 9 times. It possesses the power to obliterate anything. Tell me, what have you truly experienced? Chen Zhi gasped heavily, his eyes fixed upon Zhu Lin's azure robe. What do you conceal within that garment? Why does it incessantly move? And how have you survived for so long? Who was it that punished you? Was it your father? Your father is, since my exile. I have known no father. My current existence is that of a transient being in this world. Living or dying holds no significance. Zhu Lin replied in a voice as gentle as a whisper. He resumed his guise as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any pretense, sitting gracefully upon the stone platform like a common man clad in blue. Have you not realized, child of the Jiang family? The more humanity you possess, the weaker you become. Conversely, as you shed your humanity and embrace divinity, you grow stronger. I am no longer a deity, for my divine essence has all but vanished. I am merely a forsaken wretch, rendered powerless in my current state. Forget me. I have accepted your gift, yet I cannot fulfill your request. Chapter 698. A farewell to guests since my exile. I have known no father. Zhu Lin's voice remained soft and soothing. He had once more taken on the guise of a mere mortal, stripped of any airs, seated upon the stone platform like an ordinary human. My current identity is that of a mere survivor in this world, devoid of a name or lineage, unworthy to invoke my own bloodline. I have relinquished my identity. Living or dying is the same to me. Have you truly abandoned your identity? Chen Zhi's gaze was fixed intently upon Zhu Lin. Is identity something one can simply forsake at will? As far as I know, deities are born as such. Even in their fall, they remain. I am nothing now, Zhu Lin exhaled, his breath as refreshing as clear rainwater. Child of the Jiang family, have you not noticed? As a demigod's illegitimate child, the more humanity you possess, the weaker you become. Yet, as you lose your humanity and gain divinity, you shall grow ever stronger. I find myself devoid of divinity, merely a castaway, a wretched soul incapable of action. Forget me. Following this lament, Zhu Lin gently tapped the stone slab, causing the ground beneath Chen Zhi to whirl with alarming speed. Chen Zhi realized that an immense spell was at work beneath him, a force from which he could not escape, one that could expel him from this bamboo forest at any moment, rendering future entry utterly impossible. Wait, I have one more thing to say. Chen Zhi shouted hastily, gazing at the impassive Zhu Lin. I perceive your thoughts. You are no meddler. Your previous act of rescuing Shi Qi was not a mere coincidence. You deliberately aided Shi, did you not? Why? You know Jiang Shang, don't you? There exists a connection between you that compels you to assist him. What sort of connection? Is it bloodline? I have long wished to inquire. If you are a direct descendant of the sun goddess, then who is your father? If my ancestor Jiang Zia was a divine son, who then was his father? Who possesses such formidable power to bestow Jiang Shang with the right to ascend to divinity? Enough. Zhu Lin suddenly lifted his head, his hair fluttering gracefully, shimmering in the air. He pinched his fingers, directing them at the ground beneath Chen Zhi. You truly ought to learn about human customs. Life is fleeting yet often perceived through an idyllic lens. Otherwise, you may find the truth too burdensome to bear. Just as I have surmised, am I not correct? Chen Zhi continued to shout, undeterred by the accelerating spell beneath him. He understood that he was on the brink of being expelled from the bamboo grove. In a final desperate plea, he cried out, Zhu Lin, reflect on the humans you have once protected. Contemplate your bond with Jiang Zia. I am a descendant of the Jiang clan. If you aided him 5 millennia ago, you would surely assist me again. Even if your name is lost to time, our bloodline remains. Ponder this. It seemed Zhu Lin did not heed Chen Zhi's final words. He slowly lowered his head. At that moment, a whirlwind kicked up dust around them, causing Chen Zhi to feel dizzy, and then a tremendous force thrust him away. He succumbed to unconsciousness, whereupon various shadows danced before him. Zhu Lin's silhouette, Jiang Zia's, as well as those of his distant relatives and his mother. There was even a colossal golden shadow, vast enough to encompass the very essence of the world beneath it. When he awoke, Chen Zhi found himself on a sloped area in the valley, directly in front of the inn belonging to Xiao Zongzi. He had indeed been expelled. Beside him stood Pang Wei and Gui Dao. What happened to you? You're awake. You nearly frightened me to death. Pang Wei exclaimed anxiously. What transpired? Why were you thrown out so quickly? We fared even worse. Having seen nothing but the interior before the music ceased, and then we too were ejected. This is truly outrageous. That scoundrel has devoured our precious gems, and yet demands payment without fulfilling his obligations. What unmitigated audacity. Chen Zhi strained his eyes and rubbed his temples, attempting to dispel the dizziness clouding his mind. It was only then that he realized his entire body ached from the fall, his bones throbbing painfully, as if the preceding events had unfolded in a dream. Now, looking back at the Emerald Valley, it was utterly unrecognizable. The forest seemed to have vanished, completely absorbed by the encroaching darkness. Chen Zhi understood that the Emerald Valley had not merely disappeared from the map, it had also become a mere memory, erased from human recollection. I was somewhat lucid when I emerged, Ghostblade remarked to the newly awakened Chen Zhi. While I was soaring through the air, hovering at the edge, I encountered numerous large, bizarre creatures, likely demigods, wounded yet still alive. That valley was a prison. We were expelled by its master. While those demigods who ventured inside cannot hope to escape, I suspect the master of the Emerald Valley has no intention of allowing them to leave. Indeed, it seems he has shown us a modicum of mercy by letting us go. Fatway glanced nervously towards the valley. This fellow is no trifling adversary. A single individual can contend with so many. We are fortunate not to have offended him. By the way, Orange, what did you discuss with him? Did he ultimately agree to assist us? I'm not sure. Perhaps he won't. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, acknowledging that the final decision lay with him. Upon returning to the little Zongzi Inn that evening, they found Ding Ning still fast asleep, while outside, the barrier bore numerous bite and claw marks. It appeared that, as Zhu Lin had warned, there were indeed many lurking creatures with a ravenous appetite. They needed to expedite Ding Ning's departure, otherwise, complications would surely ensue. Thus, at dawn the following morning, Chen Zhi and his companions hurriedly left with Ding Ning, foregoing breakfast. Meanwhile, little Zongzi and his mother seemed to have completely forgotten the events of the previous night, including any recollections of the Emerald Valley and the mountain spirits. After exiting the valley, they made their way directly to the original helicopter landing site, where the driver was expected to be waiting for them. However, upon arrival, they encountered an unexpected figure. It turned out that during their time in the valley, Muhi had inexplicably traveled from Beijing and was waiting for them at the front of the helicopter. Chapter 699. An unusual Muhi for reasons unknown. The confrontation with Zhu Lin had left Chen Zhi utterly drained, a profound weariness enveloping him from body to soul, yet without any apparent cause. As he exited the little Zongzi Inn, he felt as if his spirit had been entirely siphoned away, each step growing increasingly burdensome, until he could barely continue. Fat Wei had no choice but to carry him all the way to their departure point. The distance to the secluded little airport was considerable, requiring them to ascend several hills along the way. By the time they arrived, Fat Wei was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration falling like rain. Upon reaching their destination, they found the helicopter and its pilot waiting, but an unexpected figure was also present, one that bore a familiar visage that should not have been there at that moment. It was Mu He. Mu He was engaged in conversation with the pilot, whose countenance was dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, Mu He was smoking voraciously, as if he were battling a long-standing nicotine addiction, believing that without cigarettes, his very existence would be at stake. When he noticed Chen Zhi approaching, he offered no explanation for his presence, but simply smiled faintly and beckoned them to board the helicopter. During the return journey, the pilot's expression grew increasingly grim, his silence palpable as he wore a scowl. Ding Ning was unceremoniously pushed to the front seat beside the pilot, relishing this rare opportunity. From the cockpit, he beheld the breathtaking aerial scenery, an exquisite panorama that stirred his desire to capture it all in photographs to boast to his classmates. However, he was promptly admonished by the pilot and reluctantly ceased his attempts. In the rear cabin of the helicopter, Mu He continued to smoke, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhi. "I came to find you," he stated with a smile, disregarding Fat Wei and Gui Dao entirely, which left everyone feeling distinctly uncomfortable. It was evident that Mu He was intent on having a private conversation with Chen Zhi, the setting being confined to the confines of the aircraft. Thus, Gui Dao and Fat Wei deliberately turned their heads away, feigning indifference and tuning out their dialogue. "Why have you come? Is there something urgent?" Chen Zhi replied weakly, struggling to keep his eyes open lest his eyelids succumb to gravity. He was utterly exhausted, feeling as though the world around him was spinning and swaying. Yet, he could distinctly perceive that Mu He had transformed considerably since their last encounter, not only in demeanor, but also in appearance and aura. The past Mu He exuded confidence and composure. Despite being merely human, he radiated a remarkably stable energy that instilled a sense of safety akin to that of Bao Ping. Moreover, Mu He was meticulous about his appearance, always donning a clean and tidy jacket and shirt. Though his colors were muted and understated, his shoes were impeccably polished, his hair neatly arranged, and the collar of his shirt pristine. When conversing with others, Mu He habitually held his neck high, exuding an innate confidence. Furthermore, every utterance he made was a carefully considered endeavor. He would ponder each statement before articulating it flawlessly, ensuring that no flaws could be found and that no information would be divulged, thereby never placing himself in jeopardy. Yet now, he is markedly different. He seems utterly indifferent to such details. His face is adorned with a scruffy beard, his hair is unkempt, with numerous strands of white emerging amidst the disarray. The collar of his white shirt is speckled with flakes of dandruff, and a dark stain marred its surface, indicating that he has long neglected his appearance, likely having not changed or washed his clothes in days. "Have you encountered some trouble of late? If so, you must speak the truth to me." Chen Zhi gazed sternly at Mu He, meticulously searching his eyes for any glimmer of his inner turmoil. However, Chen Zhi felt utterly fatigued. The confrontation with Zhu Lin had drained him of all his energy, and his mind was moving sluggishly, making it impossible to decipher anything from Mu He's gaze. He could only ascertain one thing. Something was undeniably amiss with Mu He. "It's nothing of consequence. I have matters to disclose to you," Mu He stated. Since boarding the plane, he had disregarded the driver's protests and had already smoked several cigarettes. After extinguishing his last cigarette, he retrieved a folded piece of thick parchment from his pocket and handed it to Chen Zhi. Upon unfolding it, Chen Zhi discovered that the paper was quite large, inscribed with numerous words and intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a meticulously hand-drawn map, with each location denoted by abbreviated letters and specific coordinates, including counties, towns, and streets, even indicating latitude and longitude. The overall shape of the map resembled that of the nation, densely populated with countless small dots, each marked with a red cross. Among these, there were numerous tiny human figures, so plentiful that counting them was an impossible task. Each figure also bore a red cross, as if they had been eradicated like flies. For some inexplicable reason, as Chen Zhi held this map, it felt astonishingly heavy in his hands, almost to the point of being overwhelming, and inexplicably, the red crosses seemed to exude a pungent scent of blood. This represents the secret gathering places, sanctuaries. and residences of the Dark Division across the nation, aside from its branches. I have uncovered every single outpost. Muhi remarked with a faint smile, reaching for another cigarette, only to find his pack empty. Reluctantly, he tapped Fat Wei on the shoulder, requesting a cigarette, and after lighting it, he continued to watch Chen Zhi. The figures depicted here are all associated with the Dark Division. I tend to be rather suspicious, not differentiating between levels of importance. Anyone who has had contact with the Dark Division, whether utilized or employed, even those encountered in the field, I have dealt with them all. There is no longer anything troublesome left in this land. The Dark Division will find no support in this world. I have uprooted every last nail. What? At this revelation, Chen Zhi felt as though thunder had erupted within his mind. He raised his eyes, staring incredulously at Muhi. The map indicates an overwhelming number of red crosses, rendering it exceedingly difficult to comprehend how Mu possesses the capability and methodology, alongside the requisite mindset, to annihilate these strongholds entirely. Yet, the most terrifying aspect lies in the multitude of humanoid figures depicted above, so numerous that it chills the soul. We are not merely speaking of thousands, or even tens of thousands. Rather, it is a vast throng of individuals. Mu, what do you mean by handling this? Chen Zhi furrowed his brows as he gazed intently at Mu, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Have you truly dealt with this thoroughly? Are you out of your mind? Do you genuinely believe that such a monumental affair would go unnoticed? Can you remain unscathed?" Chapter 700. The Distinctive Mu, Part 2. Mu appeared oblivious to Chen Zhi's concerns, continuing to inhale deeply from his cigarette, seemingly untroubled. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi realized that his own hands trembled slightly, a manifestation of his prolonged lack of sufficient rest. "Have you discussed this matter with Lord Bao?" Chen Zhi endeavored to moderate his tone, hoping Mu would take heed. "Do you believe Lord Bao would permit such actions? Your approach is excessively extreme, and the commotion it has caused is far too great to suppress. You will encounter numerous troubles as a result. I suggest you do not return. Instead, accompany us." Suddenly, Mu raised his gaze to meet Chen Zhi's, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity that left Chen Zhi momentarily speechless. This marked the first instance of Mu addressing Chen Zhi as chief, a stark departure from his previous demeanor, where he would never employ such organizational titles. "If I did not mishear, the person you referred to as Lord Bao should be addressed as chief, correct? We are accustomed to speaking as brothers in casual conversation, but certain matters are of principle and should not be treated too casually." Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words in response to Mu's declarations. Indeed, according to organizational protocol, any member from the West Qi should refer to themselves as a subordinate in the presence of the chief, including the chief of the Jiang clan. Directly addressing the chief by name is considered a grave taboo. Yet, Chen Zhi had overlooked this detail, and it seemed Bao Ping was also rather indifferent to it. At that moment, Mu continued, "The new chief and I have conversed extensively in the past, albeit it was a long time ago. I am aware of his ambitious aspirations. For millennia, the shadowy factions have spread like insatiable pests, perpetually reproducing, evading complete eradication. Each generation of leaders has been tormented by their existence, battling them incessantly, only to succumb to their machinations. The old chief endured this, and so too have the leaders of every generation. However, the new chief is different. He is the most resolute human I have ever encountered, surpassing us all in strength. I am aware of his intention to eradicate the dark faction in his generation, not merely to defeat it, but to completely obliterate it, ensuring that those vile creatures can never resurface. I shall undoubtedly assist him. I will spare no effort against anyone, even with the slightest connection to the dark faction. Just as one clears away refuse, I shall uproot every last weed." As Mu spoke, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. "I shall lend him a small favor. The rest is up to you all. I can no longer intervene." "What role do you truly play?" Chen Zhi furrowed his brows, fixating his gaze on Mu. "I am aware of your past, yet after the demise of the old leader, were you not granted freedom? Why do you persist in this perilous endeavor? Is it for the old leader's sake, or for the new one?" "Haha, I am not as noble as you imagine." Mu took several more puffs, glancing at the cigarette but in his hand, chuckling. "I am merely a mercenary soul, driven by greed. The organization provides me with a substantial sum each year to help me ascend. Do you think my current position was attained without effort? And with the new leader, this sum has doubled. He is indeed a generous man. Haha, with this wealth, I could spend 10 lifetimes without exhausting it. Sufficient to forget all earthly troubles. Though I am a greedy person, I am still a man of my word. It is common for someone like me to use wealth to avert calamity for others. A self-serving individual would never sacrifice for a friend. Chen Zhi gritted his teeth, retorting bitterly, "Cease your nonsensical chatter. Can you speak to me with honesty? Just how dire is the situation? Friend, are you referring to me and Bao Ping?" Mu seemed to find this notion amusing, extinguishing his cigarette with a smirk. "You might be overthinking. I wouldn't classify our relationship as friendship. We scarcely converse, except when discussing finances. Haha, sometimes the term friend is incredibly complex. For reasons unknown, this journey was remarkably swift, and the plane soon landed at the neighboring city's airport, equipped with a designated small landing pad. There, Chen Zhi and his companions would transfer to the private jet of the Bao family to return to the city. According to their original plan, they were supposed to bid farewell to Mu at this juncture. "Join us on our return," Chen Zhi implored earnestly. "Mu, I am unaware of your current circumstances, but I am utterly exhausted, my mind barely functioning. Come back with me. We shall deliberate and consult the leader on how to proceed." "What are you pondering?" Mu laughed heartily, his hesitation dissipating. Chen Zhi had never witnessed him so relaxed. "I have long told you not to underestimate my capabilities. I am well aware of the situation. Take this map back to Bao Ping, reassure him, and thereafter, you shall have no further reservations. I may become quite occupied in the near future and will not be able to meet with you. Should anything arise, please seek out Yi Qing. He owes me a significant favor and will not turn you away. However, remember this." Mu He, upon concluding his statement, fixed his serious gaze upon Chen Zhi. "He will never be me. Do you understand?" Following Mu He's words, the helicopter descended steadily to the ground. Mu He then leaped from the aircraft and turned to leave. Chen Zhi wished to call out to Gui Dao to stop him, but he noticed several individuals in military attire approaching Mu He with smiles on their faces, appearing to be official personnel. Given their unique circumstances, it would be unwise to engage in any disputes at this moment. Thus, Chen Zhi could only softly call out to Mu He before he wandered too far, urging him to take care. "If any issues arise, reach out to me immediately. Rest assured, wherever you are, I will send someone to fetch you." Mu He did not even glance back, merely waving his hand dismissively before boarding a vehicle with those individuals and departing. The helicopter pilot uttered not a single word, yet Chen Zhi sensed a hint of resentment in his eyes. Subsequently, the pilot flew away, remaining tight-lipped despite Fat Wei's attempts to engage him in conversation. Chen Zhi and his companions then transferred to the private plane belonging to the Bao family, commencing their return to the city. The journey felt inexplicably prolonged, and Chen Zhi found himself anxiously yearning for landing. An unsettling premonition gripped him, causing discomfort and fatigue. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber and dreamed of walking forward, leaving bloody footprints in his wake. Chapter 701. Jiying faces penalty. Chen Zhi remained in a deep sleep aboard the plane, completely oblivious to the passage of time until Gui Dao roused him. Awakening felt akin to being pulled from another world. They had already arrived at the city, and Lao Jindo was waiting for them at the airport. Upon setting foot on solid ground, the first thing Chen Zhi did was immediately call Bao Ping on his private line. His heart raced with urgency as an ominous feeling gnawed at him. However, given Bao Ping's current stature, reaching him directly was no simple task, requiring navigation through numerous obstacles. Yet, Bao Ping promptly answered the call. During their conversation, Chen Zhi recounted his encounter with Mu He in its entirety, detailing Mu He's despondent appearance, peculiar speech, and his own concerns. Bao Ping remained silent throughout, offering no response before abruptly ending the call without a word of farewell. Approximately half an hour later, Bao Ping returned Chen Zhi's call, stating that he had reached out to several key associates to inquire about Mu He's current situation and status. Recently, Mu He has found himself in quite a predicament, one that is beyond anyone's ability to mitigate. It seems he is destined to face some difficulties, as a team has been dispatched from above to conduct an interrogation, probing into the motives behind his recent actions and seeking to uncover any underlying influences. However, the situation is not as dire as Chen Zhi had feared. Mu He has indeed been truthful, having established a significant presence over the years, making it difficult to dislodge him. As soon as whispers of trouble began to circulate, numerous influential figures came forward to advocate on his behalf, suggesting that he is not yet in grave danger. Furthermore, at this critical juncture, some of Bao Ping's acquaintances are also poised to speak in his favor. Conversely, the organization has been advised to refrain from any contact with him. as such actions would indicate that Mu He indeed has powerful backing. This includes individuals like Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Lao Jindo. Any intervention at this stage would merely provide ammunition for further complications. Bao Ping's friends have assured him that, in the end, this matter will be more of a scare than a real threat, and there is no cause for alarm. Simply await their updates in tranquility. Bao Ping's insights are typically precise, and the weight of his friends lends credibility to their assurances, alleviating Chen Zhi's concerns. As expected, by the following evening, news arrived from contacts above confirming that Mu He is indeed undergoing an internal investigation, having been discreetly relocated to an undisclosed location. Submitting to internal scrutiny can be a troublesome affair, fraught with psychological tactics designed to break individuals down, leading many to divulge everything or, tragically, even resort to suicide during the process. While such interrogations may appear intimidating and perilous, they ultimately lack substantive harm, especially in contemporary settings where coercion and inducement are prohibited. The intervention of Bao Ping's allies has also proven beneficial for Mu He at this time. Ultimately, the situation has been largely characterized, though fraught with peril. It is not expected to inflict lasting damage, although Mu He's freedom of movement is now undoubtedly curtailed. Reports suggest that other aspects of his situation are not overly grim, a scenario that is manageable for someone of his military background. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt a collective sense of relief, and Chen Zhi's long-held anxieties finally began to dissipate. Yet, for reasons unknown, the memory of Mu He's despondent visage lingered, stirring a pang of concern within him. This chapter concerning Mu He seems to have reached a conclusion. To speak candidly, while his actions may have been somewhat radical, they proved remarkably effective. This methodical approach has decisively dismantled the external forces of the dark faction, uprooting every minuscule seed sown across the nation throughout history. The dark faction now resembles a dragon deprived of its wings, confined to its headquarters. As for that legendary headquarters, it is likely concealed within a uniquely special domain. In that realm, the rules diverge entirely from those of the outside world. It is inhabited by the most primitive of spirits, whose appearances and forms are profoundly detached from the realm of humanity. Should the organization succeed in dismantling the headquarters, this clandestine faction, which has persisted for millennia, would vanish entirely from the annals of history. In recent days, Chen Zhi has sensed a notable purification in the very air, as the organization's influence blankets the surroundings. The once restive divine beings have retreated into silence, and the world has unexpectedly fallen into tranquility. As the most formidable force, the organization has become devoid of any contention. Now, all preparations are complete. They await the appointed moment for action. On that day, a team will escort Bao Ping to meet Yamo, only to eliminate him at the headquarters of the clandestine faction. The warriors within the organization have undergone rigorous training during these days. As the highest-ranking warrior, Aso has temporarily assumed the role of chief warrior, rehearsing various formations to address any unforeseen circumstances. The most crucial task at hand is the selection of warriors. This mission is monumental, a milestone that, upon success, will be eternally etched in the annals of Shiqi. All the warriors, eager to prove their worth, strive to showcase their capabilities before Aso, hoping to be chosen. Aso, however, selects only the most exceptional and those with substantial team experience. During this time, Chen Zhi learned of a piece of news. Jiying had been captured by the Blood Symbol camp. The reason stemmed from her defiance of the leader's orders during the Bai-Chi-Tomb mission, where she had released the youths of the Bai family. However, it appears a new mission is imminent, and Jiying's physical state is of utmost importance. Hence, she received a relatively light punishment. She was sent to the Blood Symbol camp, suspended on a wooden frame, deprived of water and food for 3 days, to reflect upon her transgressions. Upon learning of Jiying's punishment, Chen Zhi refrained from mentioning it to Bao Ping, fully aware of the warrior's code. Yet, on the final day of Jiying's punishment, he ventured into the Blood Symbol camp to see her. The warriors of the Blood Symbol camp are unique. They heed no commands but those of Bao Ping alone. Nevertheless, they recognized Chen Zhi, and upon his arrival, no one obstructed him. After a while, they all coincidentally exited the premises, leaving Chen Zhi alone in the pitch-black camp. As he walked along a narrow path, passing numerous interrogation rooms, he eventually reached the deepest part, where Jiying was suspended on a human-shaped wooden frame. Having been a warrior from the Blood Symbol camp, she was somewhat indifferent to such punishment. Yet, After 3 days without sustenance, her strength was notably diminished. The moment Chen Zhi entered, she was already aware of his presence. Ji Ying's hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead and neck, and her complexion appeared pale and swollen, lacking the beauty she once possessed. Despite her weakened state, she did not raise her head but softly uttered, "Leader, you have come. I sincerely apologize for the sight you behold of me now." Chapter 702, On Love. "I approach to see you," Chen Zhi said as he stepped before Ji Ying, observing her chapped lips. "I inquired earlier, you will regain your freedom tonight. After 3 days without water, can you endure?" "It is nothing," Ji Ying replied, her gaze lowered to the ground, her expression somewhat rigid. "In our past missions, we often endured days without sustenance. We have long since acclimatized to it." "Oh," Chen Zhi nodded slightly. "Do you understand why you have been punished?" he asked Ji Ying. "I do," Ji Ying responded solemnly. "It is due to violating the organization's principles by unilaterally allowing individuals from Wuhou Valley to depart. That constitutes an act of defiance." "Not merely for that." Chen Zhi gently shook his head, his gaze softening as it lingered on Ji Ying. "The leader's punishment serves to remind you not to alter your essence for any reason. You were once someone who would never disobey orders, even to the point of obsession. Such unwavering loyalty is a commendable trait for a warrior. What the leader seeks to understand is what compelled you to spare the youths of the Bai family on that occasion, particularly Bai Ku. Why did you show him clemency? Was there something that tempted or coerced you?" "No," Ji Ying replied softly. "Then what could it be? What possible motivation could lead someone as steadfast as you to contravene the organization's orders and clandestinely release them?" At this juncture, Chen Zhi's expression grew serious. His eyes fixed intently on Ji Ying's, discerning the truth behind her every word. "Ji Ying, warrior, I ask you, do you harbor feelings for Bai Ku? Is it the kind of affection that exists between a man and a woman?" "None," Ji Ying answered without hesitation, her gaze steady, clearly devoid of deceit. "He is merely a boy much younger than I." "A boy, you say?" Chen Zhi chuckled, pulling over a deep red chair to sit. "He hardly considers himself a child. In the end, with his capabilities, he might very well bring about my demise. Perhaps he could even prevail and emerge victorious. Then perhaps the world would change because of him, and we would all revert to an era of subjugation. So, ultimately, it was you who saved this world? That has nothing to do with me." Ji Ying maintained her bowed head, beads of sweat adorning her long eyelashes. "Forgive me for lacking the magnanimity of a leader or chieftain. I am merely an ordinary person. I aided him because I felt an overwhelming compassion for him. It was the mutual respect among warriors. Those children are exceptional, possessing remarkable physiques, rare talents in martial arts. Furthermore, they harbor none of the trivial desires that plague others, seeking no honor, nor resorting to unscrupulous means to gain strength. In this regard, we are left in their dust. It is likely that my father harbored thoughts akin to mine at that time. He was reluctant to part with these youths and could not bring himself to act against them. Chief, you ought to counsel the leader to eventually claim these young ones for our own. They may transform into the most formidable warriors of our organization. The innocent youths you see before you could, under certain circumstances and with the right conditions, become your harbingers of doom." Chen Zhi lowered his gaze to Ji Ying's countenance. "Some individuals we may choose to spare, yet we must not succumb to misplaced compassion. We cannot allow kindness to overshadow our principles. The cost of compassion amidst bloodshed is immense. A single misstep may demand the lives of countless souls to rectify. Thus, misguided mercy equates to transgression. Moreover, I wish for you to reclaim your former self. As a warrior, the affairs of the elite need not concern you." "Yes," Ji Ying responded quietly, her eyes cast downward. Chen Zhi continued to observe the pallor of Ji Ying's face. "And what of Bai Ku? How do you recall him now?" "There is nothing to recall." Upon hearing that name, Ji Ying trembled as if struck by lightning, seemingly desperate to avoid mentioning it. "He implored me to forget him before his demise." "Very well, let us forget. However, forgetting is not a mere act of will. The harder one tries to forget, the more indelible the memory becomes. You must grasp this truth. Do not allow feelings of guilt to arise easily, nor let them govern your actions." "Ji Ying, do you comprehend my words? Do not permit guilt to become your inner demon." "Inner demon?" Ji Ying suddenly lifted her gaze to Chen Zhi, her brows furrowing in distress. After 3 days of thirst, tears glimmered in her eyes. "It is you who has transformed guilt into your inner demon, is it not?" Upon uttering these words, Ji Ying's tears cascaded down, each droplet striking her dry yet exquisite visage, evoking profound sympathy, as if one's heart were being wrenched. Her parched lips quivered, and after a long contemplation, she tremulously spoke. "Chief, your inner demon still lingers, does it not?" Ji Ying's eyes, deep and penetrating, fixed upon Chen Zhi, rendering all deceit futile in their presence. Chen Zhi, gazing at Ji Ying in that moment, yearned to utter a comforting lie, a benign falsehood that all men might express. Such a lie could alleviate the weight upon one's heart, instilling hope in the other. Yet, he found himself incapable of voicing it, especially when confronted by the intensity of Ji Ying's gaze. Chen Zhi offered no response to Ji Ying, turning instead to depart. He could feel her tears cascading like a fountain behind him, shattering his heart. Humanity is indeed a wondrous creature, incapable of mastering its emotions or comprehending its sentiments. At times, one may inexplicably develop affections for another, ensnared in their grasp. Conversely, despite earnest efforts to love someone, even when the other is admirable and the reasons compelling, one may find it altogether unattainable. Thus, the emotions of humanity, particularly love, remain the sole realm untouchable by external influences, including one's own self. Love and indifference require no justification. Upon his emergence from the blood symbol camp, Chen Zhi refrained from engaging in the training activities of the warriors within the organization, instead making his way directly to the Grand Sorcerer's Shrine, where he intended to return home later that evening. He had a scheduled online discussion with his father to converse about a novel creation his father had devised, an extraordinary weapon unique to humanity. Chapter 703. The organization fueled by passion. Upon departing from the blood symbol camp, Chen Zhi first visited the Grand Sorcerer's Shrine of the Jiang clan, where the shamans awaited his arrival, as numerous matters required his attention. The initial task was to orchestrate the shamans into groups and assign them to various positions. This venture into the headquarters of the Dark Division was indeed a perilous undertaking, necessitating the application of sorcery while ensuring the safety of Bao Ping. Any misfortune befalling Bao Ping would spell catastrophic repercussions for the organization. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative that all shamans accompany him, each entrusted with specific responsibilities. Training shamans differs significantly from training warriors. The array of sorcery is vast, with each type possessing distinct abilities and effects. Yet, from a collective standpoint, the most formidable remains the array techniques. Individual spells, regardless of their potency, will always exert influence over a limited area. When sorcery converges, its might amplifies exponentially, encompassing a broader scope. For the Jiang clan shamans, who have long since adapted to casting spells in unison, this has become a distinct advantage. With their considerable numbers and unified efforts, their power surges forth like an unstoppable force. During this period, Chen Zhi sketched several diagrams of array formations for them, instructing the Grand Shaman Ni to guide all shamans in their practice. Perhaps influenced by the fervor of the Shiqi warriors, these shamans exhibited an exuberance that bordered on the excessive, their spirits lifted at the prospect of engaging in battle. It seems that even these ageless shamans, having lived for centuries, remain unable to escape the common human desire for victory and participation in the fray. After leaving the Grand Sorcerer's Shrine, Chen Zhi returned to the Hall of Destiny, where he faced another crucial task, a scheduled video call with his father that evening. His father had previously mentioned his research into intriguing new inventions to showcase to Chen Zhi, asserting that these novelties could prove lethal to Yamo. As Chen Zhi traveled in the organization's Black Audi, he noticed Niu Lu, who had transformed from a reticent and slow-witted beast man into an incessant chatterbox. Regardless of Chen Zhi's attempts to ignore him or his frequent coughs, Niu Lu continued to express his fervent excitement, as if afflicted by a form of madness. According to Niu Lu, discussions regarding the eradication of the Dark Division had permeated the organization, taking place during meals, while quenching their thirst, and in casual encounters. Everyone has heard about the recent events that have unfolded, which have brought immense joy to the hearts of many. The organization's adept operatives have successfully eradicated all clandestine factions. This is indeed a remarkable feat, executed with such swiftness that it caught everyone off guard. For thousands of years, these shadowy divisions have persistently evolved, secretly opposing the organization, and no matter the methods employed against them, they have resembled resilient weeds after rain, impossible to eradicate completely. Many esteemed warriors and leaders throughout the organization's history have met their demise at the hands of these shadowy entities. This age-old animosity is one that cannot be easily forgiven. However, with the ascension of the new leader, a series of impressive victories have been achieved, and in a silent yet profound manner, the branches of the dark factions have been uprooted. This has instilled a sense of profound triumph among all, a victory that belongs to the collective, engendering an overwhelming sense of pride. Now, only one final hurdle remains, to dismantle the stronghold of the dark factions. The excitement among everyone is palpable, as they eagerly engage in the meticulous preparations. Many are already poised to celebrate victory, scarcely contemplating the possibility of failure. They fervently extol the sagacity and capabilities of the new leader and clan chief, likening them to the illustrious King Wu of Zhou and Jiangxia. They proclaim that Shiqi is a favored place destined for triumph, one where even the divine can be subdued. Some even assert that Shiqi embodies the true way of heaven. Chen Zhi, however, feels uneasy about the words spoken by Niu Lu, as they evoke an inexplicable pressure and a foreboding sense deep within him. In his youth, Chen Zhi often envied those in elevated positions, admiring their commanding presence over vast armies from lofty heights. Yet, upon attaining such a position himself, he realized that adulation and reverence come easily when one is elevated. At such heights, one becomes less concerned with admiration and more burdened by the weight of responsibility. To steer the course of the entire collective toward victory is no trivial task, for there exists no logic of perpetual triumph. Even the slightest misstep can lead to failure. Upon returning to the Fate Hall, Chen Zhi noticed that Fat Wei was absent. According to their current strategy, Fat Wei was tasked with overseeing external deployments and was not accompanying them into the dark factions. Yet, he was busier than Chen Zhi, entangled in a myriad of trivial matters, and whenever approached, he expressed his impatience. Chen Zhi found little inclination to seek him out, especially since Gui Dao had remained within the organization to assist Asuo with selecting warriors and formulating battle plans, leaving no time to return. Thus, the Fate Hall was left with only Ding Ning, who had recently grown increasingly discontented with being abandoned there. He was tormented by fears of reliving a dreadful nightmare. Upon Chen Zhi's return, he felt a surge of joy. In the past few days, he had invited several classmates to keep him company, urging Chen Zhi to treat them to a meal at Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant. Chen Zhi provided him with some money, urging him to accompany his classmates. Once the room fell silent, Chen Zhi retreated to a dark chamber, drawing the curtains and locking the door. Subsequently, he created a soundproof barrier around him, ensuring that the environment was entirely secure. After confirming everything was in order, he dialed his father's dedicated internet line. The call connected almost instantaneously, much to his surprise. As Chen Yang's visage reappeared before him, the anxiety that had gripped Chen Zhi's heart finally dissipated. It appeared that Bao Ping had not deceived him. His father was indeed thriving. In the past, upon learning of Chen Yang's imprisonment, the image that lingered in Chen Zhi's mind was one of profound despair. He was acutely aware of the organization's ruthless methods, which showed no mercy to its adversaries. The fact that his father was still alive was nothing short of a miraculous reprieve. Chen Zhi had envisioned his father bound in shackles, his appearance and physique utterly disheveled, akin to the prisoners he had seen before. However, to his astonishment, Chen Yang appeared well-groomed and at ease, devoid of any chains or fetters. In fact, he seemed to have gained some weight, and the furrowed brow that had been tightly knit over the years appeared to have softened. As he activated the video call, Chen Yang held a square plastic board inscribed with numerous intricate patterns. Surrounding him was a chaotic array of papers, littered with discarded drafts, indicating that this pattern template was the culmination of extensive research. Chen Zhi glanced at the designs on the plastic board. The dense array of dots, lines, and surfaces was exceedingly intricate. Yet, he could discern that the distances between these patterns and lines had been meticulously calculated, with every area and scale precisely defined. Such rigorous designs could encapsulate a multitude of mathematical formulas, akin to an unsolvable supercube. Rather than directly inquiring about the designs, Chen Zhi first focused on his father, who exhibited a palpable excitement, his face radiating the joy of success, as if he longed for Chen Zhi to immediately ask about the nature of the patterns and their capabilities. "Dad, I trust you are faring well?" Chen Zhi asked, observing the enthusiasm in his father's eyes. "Quite well indeed. The scenery here is splendid. The courtyard is adorned with numerous plants, and there's an artificial hill and waterfall. I quite enjoy it. Chen Yang casually remarked before shifting to explain the intricacies of the patterns on the board. Dad, are there any guards around you? Chen Zhi gently inquired. Well, somewhat, Chen Yang replied, pausing briefly. There's someone who frequently brings me meals and supplies. They are quite amiable, so you need not worry. What kind of person? Chen Zhi pressed on. Is it a man or a woman? What age? Have they undergone any specialized training? Oh, it's a woman. Perhaps in her 40s or 50s. I can't discern much else. Chen Yang displayed a palpable impatience, offering a few nonchalant responses before inquiring. Why are you asking these questions? They are trivial matters. He gestured towards an object in his hand and continued. This is. Chen Zhi hesitated for a moment before turning his gaze to the screen, addressing his father. Father, have you ever considered that perhaps you are not truly imprisoned? You could attempt to leave your current location, to venture outside and regain your freedom as before. How could that be possible? Chen Yang's expression darkened suddenly, his demeanor turning icy. I am a person who has committed grave offenses, confined here. I am essentially a prisoner who has betrayed a life sentence. If I were to escape and were recaptured, the organization would undoubtedly sentence me to death. I would not make such a foolish mistake. I will not leave. Are you certain you are imprisoned? Chen Zhi observed his father's renowned visage, feeling a mix of pity and absurdity. Given that there are no guards around and you are unshackled, how can you be so certain of your confinement? If I am not mistaken, you must be residing in a remote location, correct? The person who brings you meals likely poses no threat. Have you never attempted to leave? I am indeed imprisoned. Chen Yang's face had turned an alarming shade. Can we please refrain from discussing this? Perhaps I am being monitored, and if your leader learns of this conversation, it could be detrimental. He might think I am conspiring with you to escape, which would adversely affect your relationship. Let us not broach this topic again. As he spoke, Chen Yang's eyes flickered momentarily. He scrutinized Chen Zhi's expression through the screen. Xiao Zhi, why did you suddenly bring this up? Did the leader mention me to you? Does he think I am useless? That he no longer desires my assistance? Despite appearing idle, Chen Yang lamented, I have not had a moment's respite. I have been tirelessly working on this formula, which is exceedingly complex and requires considerable time. I assure you, no scientist in the world could have dedicated more time than I have, and in their hands, they might never create something as flawless. Xiao Zhi, you must convey to the leader that it is not my inadequacy, but rather the complexity of this endeavor. Father, do not be anxious. I never suggested you were useless. Nor did the leader, Chen Zhi replied with a smile, attempting to soothe his father's worried countenance. I simply meant that you should not overexert yourself. Take time to step outside and breathe. Furthermore, let us not dwell on the past, whether concerning my grandfather or the ancestral matters of the Chen family. Much of it is irrelevant to us now. Moreover, events from centuries ago are beyond our capacity to discern as truth or fiction. Would you not agree? Oh, it seems that Chen Yang is utterly disinterested in the latter part of Chen Zhi's discourse. Once assured that Bao Ping had no intention of sending him away, he no longer wished to endure Chen Zhi's incessant ramblings. He picked up the plastic board in his hand and pointed it out to Kai Zhi. Xiao Zhi, behold. This is the fruit of my labor during this period. Do you recall when I mentioned that the powers of deities are often beyond our reach? Yet humanity possesses its own form of magic, which is science. Within science, mathematics stands as the most exquisite gem of our sorcery. Its most enchanting aspect being that it knows no bounds. Xiao Zhi, you must comprehend that mathematics is infinite, correct? Indeed. Chen Zhi nodded. Assuming 100 as a base number, if we multiply it by an ever-doubling quantity, theoretically, it can continue to double indefinitely. The numbers have no end. Precisely. Chen Yang chuckled with pride, feeling as though he had become a deity presiding over all. He pointed triumphantly at the designs on the plastic board. Do you see? This is humanity's greatest weapon. No matter how formidable the powers of those deities may be, or how lengthy their lifespans, they all have limits. In contrast, spells fortified by mathematics are boundless. I have long told you that among the 3 incantations of the Jiang family, the one best suited for you is the fire spell. Like your mother, you excel at manipulating such thread-like elements. However, you surpass her in your adeptness at calculations and memorization, with a meticulousness that allows you to fully unleash the potential of these intricate spells. My formula will empower you, enabling you to transform the fire spell into the most indomitable weapon in existence. You will be able to confine all beings and forces in this world. Just as the Buddha cannot escape from your grasp, no matter how powerful or swift he may be. The area you encircle can immediately become your prison. And within that prison, whether spirit or ghost, you have the power to decide their fate. Chapter 705, Chen Yang's Invention, Part 2. The video call between Chen Zhi and his father lasted approximately 4 hours, during which Chen Yang meticulously analyzed the patterns on the template. He indeed invested considerable effort. Every dimension was calculated to perfection, each angle and area resembling a flawless work of art. This was a remarkably crafted puzzle, which, when disassembled, formed a perfect circle, yet each segment's area could be altered, and the lines could shift, transforming it into a square. In this continual metamorphosis between the circular and the square, each iteration significantly enhanced the energy of the fire spell. This intricate design encompassed tens of thousands of equations that required Chen Zhi's deep comprehension, alongside millions of numbers meticulously encrypted by Chen Yang. He conveyed these numbers to Chen Zhi in groups, instructing him to memorize each set before destroying them to ensure that no information could reach others, thus safeguarding against any possibility of decryption. This can be regarded as a groundbreaking achievement in the annals of mathematical history. Were this intricate design to be presented to the world of humanity, it would undoubtedly secure an Ausier Mathematics Prize without contest. Astonishingly, it was conceived by his father in a mere span of months. Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming admiration for his father. Despite the many reprehensible acts he had committed, he was undeniably a remarkable genius. Such brilliance, however, is perpetually wary of neglect. These prodigious minds require a platform to showcase their talents. After an intense 4-hour dialogue, the video conference finally drew to a close. Chen Zhi emerged from it as though he had just completed a grueling examination, his mind utterly fatigued, his neural pathways pulsating with exhaustion, leaving him disinclined to ponder anything further. It was already the latter half of the night, yet the sheer fatigue of his mind rendered him incapable of sleep. The moment he closed his eyes, the intricate mathematical formulas would inflict an unbearable throbbing in his head. The weather was sweltering. Upon rising from his chair, Chen Zhi realized he was drenched in perspiration, leaving a damp imprint on the seat he had occupied. His body felt uncomfortably sticky, yet he was too lethargic to take a shower. After turning on the air conditioning, he found the room stifling, as though he could scarcely breathe. Thus, he fetched a fan typically used by Pang Wei and ventured into the courtyard, reclining on a lounge chair, gently fanning himself as he savored the cool breeze, allowing his mind to relax for a while. In truth, Chen Zhi seldom occupied this particular spot. The courtyard boasted 2 rocking chairs, one of which was exclusively reserved for Chen Yang. During the past, she would gladly bask in the sunlight from the right rocking chair, refusing anyone else to touch it. Whenever Chen Zhi took his place on the left, she would occasionally converse with him about past events. It was here that Chen Yang recounted her experiences in the Philippines. At that time, her words were few yet profoundly impactful. Chen Zhi sensed her struggle to articulate her thoughts, though he never delved deeply into them. Those moments belonged to the past. Were Chen Zhi to reflect on them now, he might effortlessly perceive Chen Yang's quiet endurance. He would then employ an incantation to delve into her mind, seeking to uncover her secrets. Had he done so, perhaps the unfolding of subsequent events would have been irrevocably altered, and he would not remain ensnared in this mental torment. With his eyes closed, Chen Zhi reveled in the coolness of the moonlit night, slowly fanning himself. He mused that it would not be amiss to take a nap in the courtyard, anticipating that by dawn, Ding Ning would hardly sneak back into the room. That fellow had yet to return, likely having spent the night at an internet CAF with classmates. Chen Zhi had been exceedingly busy of late, yet Ding Ning's teacher had miraculously managed to contact him, proclaiming that Ding Ning's academic performance had reached a plateau, leaving no room for decline. Since Ding Ning's rebirth, the formerly introverted and timid, yet academically gifted boy had vanished completely. In place of that, there now exists Ding Ning, who, in a rebellious spirit, clandestinely skips classes at school, seeks refuge in internet cafes, and orchestrates mischief among students, opposing the teachers at every turn. He has long occupied the ignominious throne of the last place in the school's rankings. The teachers have urged Chen Zhi to reign in Ding Ning, lest the boy's academic future be irreparably ruined, risking even the possibility of repeating a year. However, Chen Zhi remains indifferent to such concerns. He merely wishes for Ding Ning to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person, even if his days are spent idly. As long as he finds joy in them, that is sufficient. For the time one has in this world is fleeting, and often, one need not obsess over grand achievements. Just as Chen Zhi felt himself on the verge of slumber, an unsettling sensation arose from beneath the ground, a feeling akin to immense earthworms writhing in the soil. Alarmed, Chen Zhi's heart sank. He was utterly alone, with neither divine protectors on the ground nor in the skies above. In the recent battle at Wuhou Valley, both Xin Niao and Wu Jia had fought valiantly and sustained grievous injuries. For these demigod beasts, merely surviving the divine fire unleashed by the son of the gods was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. However, during the skirmish at the Western Qi branch, they were again severely wounded, leading to their complete incapacitation. Particularly, Xin Niao had shielded Chen Zhi from a lethal blow at a critical moment, suffering a deep gash that left her innards exposed. By the time Chen Zhi returned her to the organization, she had already lost her breath. Chen Zhi instructed the shaman to spare no effort in her recovery, emphasizing that the use of any healing elixirs would be worth the cost. Yet the shaman conveyed that her condition was dire, with only a slim chance for survival. Ultimately, however, the outcome proved to be fortuitous. Through the use of mystical arts, the shamans were able to restore Xin Niao's vital energy and miraculously revive her, subsequently administering healing potions to stabilize her condition. Presently, both Xin Niao and Wu Jia were far away in Western Qi, leaving Chen Zhi without a single guardian in his vicinity. Yet now, a brutish force emanating from the demigods began to approach him with alarming speed. This development troubled Chen Zhi greatly. The fatigue from earlier calculations had yet to dissipate, and he was loath to confront this new predicament alone. Chapter 706. The Self-Recommender. At the very moment Chen Zhi became aware of the approaching presence, several shadowy figures emerged from the ground, breaking through the earth and revealing their indistinct forms under the moonlight. These entities, resembling melted candles, slithered across the ground like oversized worms, hastily advancing towards Chen Zhi. Frowning, Chen Zhi conjured a square glass barrier around himself, several meters in diameter. This formidable barrier was impervious even to bullets, effectively keeping the dark, colossal worms at bay. At that instant, a series of sharp, ringing sounds echoed as the pointed heads of the massive worms collided with the barrier. In Chen Zhi's mind, clarity dawned as he realized that these demigods were far from ordinary beings. Their heads were exceptionally hard, and it was likely they possessed sharp teeth and claws. Soon, his conjecture was validated. The shadows, resembling oversized earthworms, began to gnaw at the edges of the barrier upon detecting its presence. The cacophony of their gnashing was excruciatingly grating, exacerbating the slight headache that already plagued Chen Zhi. He understood that these creatures were likely sent by the Dark Faction to test his capabilities. Keen to ascertain what he was currently engaged in, there must be numerous such entities, capable of ensnaring him with their overwhelming numbers, thereby evaluating his prowess. Thus, releasing energy at this juncture would be decidedly unwise. Chen Zhi closed his eyes and conducted a brief scan. The aura of these beings was feral, and their numbers were staggering, akin to swarms of writhing worms. Despite having ascended to the status of demigods, they evidently bore a stronger lineage of beastmen. They would neither retreat out of fear nor deliberate over their actions. They would only launch relentless, savage assaults, wave after wave. After contemplating various strategies, Chen Zhi resolved against using air currents to eliminate them. If he was not mistaken, such entities would be akin to wild grass, impossible to eradicate entirely and only multiplying in their ranks. Should that occur, the courtyard would descend into chaos, forcing Chen Zhi to expend considerable energy and reveal his true hand. However, ignoring them was equally perilous, as their teeth and claws were exceedingly sharp. His sturdy barrier had already endured numerous scratches and scars. In less than an hour, the transparent square barrier was completely overrun, dark masses swarming across every surface, their writhing forms eliciting a sense of disgust in Chen Zhi. Although it was late at night, should anyone happen to pass by and witness this scene, the consequences would be dire. Inferno arise, Chen Zhi silently intoned, and a conflagration ignited around the barrier. The writhing creatures emitted piercing, shrill sounds, rolling violently amidst the flames, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. The intensity of the noise was penetrating, and in the stillness of the night, it carried on the wind, prompting several lights in nearby buildings to flicker on, indicating that some had heard the commotion. With no other recourse, Chen Zhi constructed an additional soundproof double barrier outside the courtyard, striving to contain the sounds within. Yet, this action only incited further frenzy among the worms, which were long and plump, resembling small dragons. They writhed out of the earth, and after incinerating a batch, more emerged, crawling over the charred remains of their comrades as they once again ascended towards Chen Zhi's barrier. However, Chen Zhi soon discovered that the charred bodies had not succumbed to death entirely. After their scorched exteriors shattered, two new forms emerged from within, implying that these large earthworms could not be completely eradicated. This peculiar ability of their species allowed one to transform into two, and two into four. In an instant, the yard was overrun with these dense creatures, rendering one unable to confront the sight. What a predicament! Chen Zhi gritted his teeth, his already fatigued mind now further agitated. He contemplated various strategies, considering utilizing a thunderstorm incantation to incinerate these entities into cinders. Yet, upon their demise, they, much like worms, could segment and resurrect. Moreover, they exhibited no fear, which perhaps epitomized the most terrifying aspect of the beastmen. Their single-celled brains were perpetually oblivious to retreat. Even upon witnessing the corpses of their companions, they would not falter. Amidst Chen Zhi's vexation, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. A bolt of lightning descended, accompanied by a resounding crash, as a colossal shadow emerged from the earth. This shadow towered at approximately 1.5 times the height of an average person, possessing an extraordinarily robust physique, reminiscent of Yao Ming from a distance. Yet, it was evident that this figure was not human. As Chen Zhi beheld this descending silhouette, he swiftly sprang to his feet. He recognized that this newly emerged entity was not akin to the earthworms previously unearthed. This was a true divine offspring, possessed of an extraordinary lineage, as evidenced by the vibrant aura radiating from behind him, a hue reminiscent of the unique light associated with divine bloodlines. This indicated the esteemed status of this divine being. Furthermore, the aura suggested immense strength, far surpassing biological limits. A bold estimation would place his power at a level capable of toppling mountains, even bringing down surrounding structures with ease. Such demigods were notoriously formidable. Chen Zhi had not anticipated engaging in a hard-fought battle this evening. Just as he discarded the fan and prepared to summon the energies within him to form a phalanx against the impending threat, he observed the towering shadow suddenly grasping the clusters of earthworms on the ground. With a gaping maw, he voraciously devoured the large worms, and seemingly unsatisfied, he continued to claw at the ground until every last worm was consumed. The remaining large earthworms, sensing an existential threat, instinctively dissipated, swiftly burrowing into the earth. At that moment, the imposing figure brushed off the dirt from his body, wiped his mouth clean, adjusted his attire, and knelt upon one knee outside the barrier. His voice gravelly yet resonant, he declared, "I am Huna. I pay my respects to the esteemed patriarch of the Jiang clan." Chapter 707, The Self-Recommender, Part 2. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi comprehended the situation with clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he reclined once more in his rocking chair, steadily grasping the fan and gently fanning himself. The imposing figure kneeling outside the barrier was disregarded. This figure remained steadfastly on its knees, neither rising nor speaking without the command of Chen Zhi. After more than half an hour of this tense silence, Chen Zhi turned his head to regard the robust silhouette outside, saying, "Share your origins with me. Speak no lies, for that is my foremost condition." "I am but a crude and uncouth individual, lacking eloquence," came the gravelly voice from outside, which bore the weight of someone who had seldom interacted with human society. "I am dim-witted and of humble maternal lineage, too timid to disturb the clan leader. However, my paternal lineage has connections to the clan leader's family. Fearing to remain alone in the mountains, I have come seeking the clan leader for refuge." The voice continued, buzzing and somewhat grating to the ears. "I am a descendant of the giant spirit and the white phoenix. My ancestors once forged a pact with the esteemed Jiang clan during the time of King Wu's campaign against the tyrant Zhou, vowing to remain loyal eternally. Yet, having been pursued by the dark forces, I found myself in a new realm. Although the new deity offered solace and continuity, I remained bound by my ancestors' vow and was unwilling to serve them. Since witnessing the Jiang clan leader strike down the grandson of the fire god in Wuhou Valley, I have harbored admiration. Today, having freed myself from my shackles, I have come forth, willing to assist the clan leader in any humble capacity." "Oh, a descendant of the giant spirit. Indeed, remarkable. Chen Zhi mused softly, fanning himself as he regarded the imposing figure outside. I have seen you in Wuhou Valley, but you were not in this form then. In response to the clan leader, I was merely disguised as a mortal, came the thunderous reply from the figure outside. My mother, a bird of the mountains, due to her lowly status, has long dwelled in seclusion. Yet, she possesses mastery over the art of transformation. She often reminds me that though I am descended from a true deity, my bloodline has thinned over generations, it remains divine. There is no shame in this. I should not be kept company by beasts who disregard human etiquette and the way of the sages, lest I become indistinguishable from them and tarnish my lineage. You ought to walk under the sun, yet your size is too great and would frighten the populace. Thus, my mother transformed me into this semblance of humanity. This guise crafted from her own weaving. Should the clan leader wish to behold my true form, I can instantly revert. Upon concluding, the figure stood and let out a mighty roar that echoed like thunder, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Stop! Cease at once! Chen Zhi commanded swiftly, pondering the weight of this giant spirit's lineage, truly living up to its reputation. The giant spirit, a celestial general of ancient lore, bore the heavy responsibility of guarding the heavenly gates, renowned for its immense strength, capable of lifting mountains and cleaving stones. In ancient times, the world was plagued by catastrophic floods. Due to the towering mountains obstructing the flow, the waters could not drain into the East Sea, resulting in widespread devastation and suffering among the people. This situation stirred the heavens, prompting the celestial emperor to send down the giant spirit god. In a single night, he relocated the mountains, delivering salvation to countless souls. Although such legends may be somewhat embellished, their essence remains undeniably profound. The addition of this powerful and colossal deity to Chen Zhi's ranks is akin to acquiring a precious gem. Frankly, this was something Chen Zhi had never dared to hope for. It appears that the battle in the Valley of the Martial Marquis has already stirred up ripples among the demigods. Moreover, the giant spirit god shares a significant bond with his lineage. Chen Zhi had previously glimpsed the deity's totem on a weathered piece of parchment. While Jiang Zia did not elaborate much on this esteemed individual, it was evident that the giant spirit god held a position of great prestige and was exceptionally trustworthy. Standing on equal footing with Jiang Zia, Huna, would you care to follow me? Chen Zhi gently fanned himself while observing the imposing figure of Huna outside. With a swift gesture, he broke the barrier. Come in, let me see you. Unexpectedly, the robust Huna, upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, exhibited a hint of shyness. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward. As he approached within 2 or 3 meters of Chen Zhi, illuminated by the faint moonlight, Chen Zhi finally discerned the appearance of this descendant of the giant spirit god, though he had transformed into human form. It appeared that his mother's shape-shifting skills were rather rudimentary. His head and face were rather square, and he stood approximately 2 meters tall. His upper body was alarmingly muscular, with legs resembling steel pillars planted firmly on the ground. His expression was somewhat simple-minded, and his clear eyes revealed that he was a demigod with rather straightforward thoughts. Upon encountering Chen Zhi, Huna appeared exceedingly bashful, even somewhat panicked. He bowed his head deeply and knelt on one knee, stating, I am but a crude individual, a mere illegitimate child. I fear that my presence might tarnish your esteemed eyes, Jiang clan leader, and I dare not raise my gaze. However, I possess a modicum of strength. When you, Jiang clan leader, command, I am willing to part the seas and break mountains to serve you. Please do not disdain my humble self. Allow me to join your ranks. What did you just say? Illegitimate child? Chen Zhi replied with a gentle smile, observing the kneeling Huna. Indeed, Huna responded, overwhelmed with shame, his head lowered as if he had been asked about the most humiliating aspect of his existence. It seems you did not conduct much research before your arrival, Chen Zhi remarked lightly, gazing at Huna's simple yet earnest face. Do you know? The Jiang clan leader before you, in fact, bears the surname Chen. What? Huna seemed perplexed and raised his head, looking at Chen Zhi with bewilderment. Please, clan leader, do not jest with me. Chen Zhi found amusement in this moment, observing Huna's rugged yet naive countenance. I am not jesting. In truth, like you, I am also an illegitimate child, and I am of maternal lineage, lacking even the Jiang surname. So what do you say? Are you still willing to follow me? The tiger-like figure widened its eyes in disbelief as it gazed upon the patriarch of the Jiang clan. I, the peacock of the burning heavens, declared that I would update today, and if I ran out of energy, I would retire for the night. In the 708th chapter, The Self-Recommender, Part 3. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the tiger-like figure felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was not adept at concealing his emotions. His confusion and skepticism towards Chen Zhi were plainly etched on his face. He rose abruptly from the ground, staring blankly at Chen Zhi, and exclaimed, "You are a bastard child? How could you possibly possess the god-subduing whip of Jiangshang? The whip is a divine artifact, only usable by the supreme son of a deity. This is common knowledge in the divine realm. If Jiangshang has entrusted the whip to you, it is inconceivable that you hold such a status. Could it be that you employed some nefarious means to acquire this artifact? Did you steal it?" As he uttered these words, there was no hint of awkwardness in his demeanor, as if these embarrassing accusations required no contemplation. His countenance was utterly grave, scrutinizing Chen Zhi as if he were observing a thief who had pilfered a sacred artifact. "Do you believe that an artifact like the god-subduing whip can simply be stolen?" He scoffed. "Since you are of the bloodline of the giant spirit god, you should possess some common sense. Such artifacts possess their own spirit and recognize their master." After Chen Zhi spoke, he released his left hand, and the silver ring immediately leapt from his palm. As the silver ring soared into the air, it radiated brilliantly, transforming in a myriad of ways, resembling a blossoming sea of silver flowers, a truly wondrous sight. The marvel of the divine artifact lies in its ability to resonate with the spirit of its master. If it does not acknowledge me as its master, it will not heed my command. After saying this, Chen Zhi took the silver god-subduing whip back into his hand and looked towards the tiger-like figure. "Tiger, the world has changed. This is the realm of humanity. Humans have created many things and established new hierarchies of civilization. In this world, there are no explicit distinctions of rank. From a legal standpoint, all are equal. We are all born of creation, whether divine, human, or beast. We are all part of this creation. If today's world still places such importance on status, then the battle that transpired 5,000 years ago holds no significance at all. Tiger, I will not deceive you, nor will I coerce you. What I share with you now is the truth. This is my true identity. How about it? Knowing my true identity, are you still willing to follow me, descendant of the giant spirit god?" The robust figure of the tiger-like man before Chen Zhi appeared to waver, though his hesitation was brief, as he knelt on one leg before Chen Zhi. He then declared, "I, the tiger, am a simple-minded being and will not overthink. However, my ancestors have always said to heed the Jiang clan's leadership to avoid straying from the right path. If you are indeed the recognized heir of Jiangshang, I am willing to follow you. However, my status is humble, a mere brute. I wonder if the patriarch harbors any disdain for me? There is one thing you must comprehend." Chen Zhi leaned back in his wheelchair, a smile gracing his countenance as he gazed upon the rugged demigod before him. "From this moment forth, you shall be the shaman of the Jiang clan, and I shall never regard you through the lens of legitimacy or illegitimacy. Therefore, you need not feel inferior due to your lineage. In my presence, you shall forever be my warrior. You must remember two things. First, never speak a falsehood to me. Second, you are to forge a divine contract with me, binding your life to mine. When I live, you shall live. When I die, you shall die. Henceforth, you shall be intertwined with my bloodline, rendering betrayal an impossibility. This is something you must ponder deeply. Moreover, remember this. Never doubt my authority." Hu Na listened intently to Chen Zhi's words, seemingly striving to grasp each phrase. After a lengthy contemplation, as if the meaning of those words eluded him, he knelt down, fully prostrating himself before Chen Zhi. "I, Hu Na, descendant of the giant spirit god, pledge to follow the patriarch of the Jiang clan, to charge into battle for him, to tend to his steed, to serve him as a servant, and to never betray him. Should I violate this vow, may heavenly fire consume me, and may I never find redemption." Upon concluding his declaration, Hu Na solemnly marked a cross upon his chest in the name of the demigod, signifying the establishment of their pact. "Good." Chen Zhi nodded gently. "Remember your oath. From this day forth, you are the shaman of the Jiang clan." After speaking, he extended his left hand, and a silver ring materialized from his palm in a sudden flourish. It swiftly transformed in midair into a divine seal. Chen Zhi opened its lid to reveal a shimmering liquid metal within that writhed slowly. "Hu Na, this name is quite intriguing," Chen Zhi remarked, holding the divine seal and regarding Hu Na, who bestowed this name upon you. Remaining kneeling, Huna did not lift his gaze, responding, "Patriarch, this name is mine, given to me by my mother. My mother, who partook of the earthly delights, understood the poetry and rights of humanity. She said that this characterized an ancient term used to describe the colossal and fierce birds of the mountains from antiquity. Fearing that I might forget my maternal lineage, she chose this character as my name." "Excellent," Chen Zhi replied with a subtle smile. "In legend, the giant spirit god is a deity of immense strength, and his glories and achievements have long since transformed into tales of the Huaxia for millennia. The time of your ancestors has passed. In this present era, your performance shall dictate your fate. Since this character now evokes memories of your maternal bloodline, let us inscribe our divine blood covenant with it." Upon finishing his words, the liquid metal on the divine seal began to change rapidly, forming a fiery red-knot character at the seal's apex. At that moment, Chen Zhi stood, his demeanor turning grave as he declared, "Son of the giant spirit god, Huna, once this divine contract is established, it shall remain unalterable for eternity. Should you transgress, may heavenly fire engulf you. I shall inquire one last time. Are you willing to bear this covenant?" "I am." The voice of the tiger maiden resonated with gravity, akin to the weighty thud of a heavy stone plummeting to the ground. She lifted her gaze to Chen Zhi and proclaimed, "Since a person of your stature can unify the Jiang clan and become its patriarch, I too must follow in the footsteps of my ancestors and uphold their name. Though I possess but a humble intellect, I understand that by following you, my name shall be immortalized in the annals of history." Chapter 709. The Gathering of Deities in Truth. According to Chen Zhi's original understanding, the subjugation of demigods as divine servants constituted a remarkably cruel hierarchical structure. The ancient social order was exceedingly harsh, wherein any individual taken under one's wing was condemned to a lifetime of servitude, perhaps even destined to remain enslaved for generations. To claim a demigod, elevated above the common realm, as one's servant was a feat unattainable by any ordinary deity. Yet, the legendary Jiangxia accomplished this, and it is said that he commanded countless divine offspring, each possessing unique strengths and formidable powers. The might of Jiangxia in days of yore was undeniably bolstered by the contributions of these demigods. However, to bind equals into servitude, subject to the whims and caprices of their master, is a perilous covenant. Since the era of Jiangxia, the number of clan leaders endowed with such power has dwindled. For once this pact is forged, it becomes an indelible essence within the demigod's very blood, should they defy their master's will or betray them. The covenant ignites into an unstoppable celestial fire, incinerating the demigod entirely. Thus, any intent to rebel is tantamount to self-destruction. Furthermore, once this pact is sealed, it is immutable and cannot be undone, an exceedingly dangerous proposition. In his past, Chen Zhi regarded such covenants as excessively brutal, verging on obsession, deeming them relics that ought to be discarded. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has recently developed an affinity for this archaic system of hierarchy, as he gradually comprehends that this seemingly barbaric structure can simplify human relationships. Intelligent beings, capable of independent thought, inherently possess the flaw of complexity. Their minds are often ensnared by convoluted considerations. Today's adversary may become tomorrow's ally, and today's friend may metamorphose into tomorrow's sworn enemy, giving rise to mutual distrust and misunderstandings. History is rife with such examples, as human thoughts ebb and flow, leading to betrayals that culminate in a state where even one's own loyalty is called into question, resulting in the dismal consequences of fickleness. Much like the contemporary employer-employee dynamic, wherein employers frequently harbor doubts about their staff, and employees are hesitant to trust their superiors. This mutual wariness fosters a detrimental environment that hinders full commitment. Such a state is utterly intolerable in the heat of battle. Comrades must exhibit unwavering loyalty, for without it, they become naught but a disjointed assembly. In the throes of life and death conflict, one cannot afford to guard against treachery from their own ranks. Especially for powerful beings such as demigods, faith and loyalty hold paramount importance. Thus, at this juncture, a more solidified covenant must be established, one that leaves them with no alternative but to comply. Once this pact is forged, matters become significantly simpler. Chen Zhi can place unwavering trust in his divine subordinates, who, in turn, are bound to pledge their loyalty to him without option, alleviating the burdens of vigilance. Their interrelations, consequently, transform into something both uncomplicated and pure, fostering a deeper intimacy. The demigod Huna is particularly intriguing. As a descendant of the giant spirit god, he embodies remarkable strength and ferocity. Unlike the Xian bird, when marked with a searing brand, he appears to feel no pain whatsoever. Instead, he gazes at the curling smoke emanating from his arm before turning his attention back to Chen Zhi, breaking into a wide grin, laughing heartily. When he smiles, the ground beneath them seems to tremble, his laughter resonating with such weight that it causes one's eardrums to hum. Huna, with his seemingly foolish demeanor and few words, resembles a colossal green giant. Yet, Chen Zhi finds great fondness for this endearing demigod. The scion of the giant spirit god instills an overwhelming sense of security, particularly with his vibrant aura, imbued with a simplistic loyalty that is utterly unadulterated, a sensation akin to having a mighty mountain at one's back, exuding a profound sense of safety. Huna, your trust in me brings me immense joy. Upon the conclusion of the covenant ceremony, their bloodlines intertwined. Huna's consciousness became entirely transparent to Chen Zhi, collapsing the distance between them to a mere zero. This sensation enveloped Chen Zhi with comfort and an abundant sense of security. Leaning back in his rocking chair, he gently fanned himself. We are about to venture to the headquarters of the Dark Division. Huna, do you believe we shall prevail? In this world, there should be nothing that obstructs the master. If there is, the servant shall eliminate it for the master. Huna remained half-kneeling beside Chen Zhi. I have never been to the headquarters. I am but a foolish being. Much like my ancestors who only recognized the revered Jiang Shang, I too only acknowledge the clan leader of the Jiang family. Thus, the new lord of the underworld shackled me and struck me with a whip soaked in control stone water. He berated me for my ignorance and obstinacy, proclaiming that the exalted Jiang Zia was, in truth, a deceiver. He claimed that West Qi was also a fraud. He accused Jiang Zia of staining his hands with the blood of countless gods for his selfish desires, resulting in his downfall, and that he is the greatest sinner in the world. Why, then, should I follow his descendants? Yet, I paid him no heed. I only believed my mother's words. She instructed me that upon exiting the realm of the living, I must journey to West Qi and seek refuge under the clan leader of the Jiang family. This would never be a mistake. Apart from this, I would never turn to anyone else. Eventually, the new lord of the underworld abandoned me, locking me within a stone cave before departing with other demigods. At that moment, I witnessed many demigods following him to a place known as the headquarters. I also overheard their conversations, revealing that the headquarters was originally the most ancient dark palace of Fengdu, the dwelling of the old lord of the underworld and the underworld queen, now transformed into the palace of the new lord of the underworld. It is said that there are numerous demigods and many ancient warriors in that realm, where the warriors are quite venerable, exceptionally formidable, with some even surpassing the warriors of the West Qi. It is further claimed that in the future, this world will belong to the new king of the underworld, as the flames of the netherworld will engulf the mortal realm, turning all humanity into the slaves of the ghostly populace, while deities will once again reign over this world. However, I, a mere servant, find it hard to believe such convoluted tales. They perplex me. Yet, my mother once shared with me that my father often spoke highly of Jiang Shang, the divine being, describing him as a noble spirit. I believe that a truly good person would not commit wrongful deeds. Good individuals do not deceive nor recklessly take lives. Thus, the pronouncements of the new lord of the underworld must be mere fabrications. You articulate your father's sentiments well, Chen Zhi replied calmly, continuing to fan himself with a palm leaf. From a certain perspective, Jiang Zia is indeed a good person. However, you have erred in one regard. Even good people can make mistakes, and they are capable of deception and even of taking lives. For the distinction between good and evil is sometimes separated by an exceedingly thin veil. Chapter 710, A Night's Sleep Following This. Chen Zhi succumbed to a profound slumber, with the loyal tiger demon steadfastly guarding his side. This simple divine offspring, in his watch over Chen Zhi, covered his mouth with his large hand, fearing that his heavy breathing might disrupt Chen Zhi's rest. Chen Zhi had been experiencing restless nights, awakening almost every half hour. Yet each time he opened his eyes to behold the comical visage of the tiger demon before him, he could not help but chuckle, which alleviated his tension considerably. It was for this reason that he subsequently enjoyed several hours of untroubled sleep, not waking again until much later. During these hours, Chen Zhi even dreamt. In his dream, he found himself back in the bamboo grove, witnessing Zhu Lin playing the zither before him. However, the ethereal figure of Zhu Lin was no longer as he remembered. The flowing blue robe had been shed, revealing his true form. For some unknown reason, Chen Zhi could not recall the specifics of that body. Yet he distinctly felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment upon seeing it. Zhu Lin's eyes brimmed with profound sorrow as he spoke softly. As you grow stronger, your humanity diminishes. When you attain ultimate strength, it is the moment you forsake your humanity. At that point, you shall no longer be the person you once were. These ephemeral words suddenly clarified Chen Zhi's mind, as if a veil had been lifted, granting him understanding of Zhu Lin's past, the origins of the Jiang clan, and the entirety of existence itself. The subsequent visions in his dream were fragmented. He found himself once more at the tomb of the drought deity, standing before a magnificent mural depicting the epic battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, as the sun goddess descended from the heavens, radiating brilliance. The man, favored by the heavens and the great sun goddess, cradled in his arms not one, but two infants. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt an icy chill suddenly enveloping his heart, a sensation that emanated from the depths of his soul, as if his spirit had plummeted into a frozen abyss, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of cold that permeated his entire being. Ultimately, Chen Zhi was awakened by this frigidness, and upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that daylight had already broken, the summer sun mercilessly bathing him in its warmth. Gradually, his body began to thaw. He lifted his gaze and beheld Hu Na, who sat opposite him on a stone, covering her nose and mouth with her large hand, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. It seemed she had spent the entire night in such a manner, scarcely daring to breathe. At first, Chen Zhi found her predicament amusing, but soon, a warmth blossomed within his heart. He gestured to Hu Na, beckoning her closer. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's call, Hu Na immediately stood, able to breathe normally, which visibly eased her tension. She approached, balancing on one leg and kneeling before Chen Zhi. "Master, do you have any commands?" she inquired. "Where do you usually sleep?" Chen Zhi asked. "I rest whenever I can," Hu Na replied, her expression one of confusion until she grasped Chen Zhi's meaning. "To report to my master. I am willing to stay by your side at all times. However, when you do not require my presence, I possess certain earth-burrowing techniques, allowing me to retreat underground for rest at night. The subterranean realm is cool and spacious, enabling me to revert to my original form, fully extending myself. Yet, when cloaked in this human guise, I can accompany you seamlessly. Rest assured, the human skin my mother crafted for me is remarkably lifelike and will not raise suspicion." "Will it not raise suspicion?" "Huh." Chen Zhi chuckled inwardly before nodding at Hu Na. "Let us go and have breakfast. I wish to observe the reactions of others upon encountering you." "Excellent," Hu Na exclaimed with delight at the mention of food. In truth, Chen Zhi had heard her stomach rumbling since the previous night, likely indicating she had been hungry for quite some time. Rising from his rocking chair, he brushed off the night dust from his attire when a sudden thought struck him. He turned back, his expression grave as he fixed his serious gaze upon Hu Na. "Hu Na, remember this well. I shall speak of it only once, and you must not err." After uttering these words, his eyes pierced into Hu Na's with a startling intensity. "You must never consume human flesh again." Hu Na was taken aback, her surprise evident. "Master, why do you forbid me from eating meat? I have only ever consumed meat since childhood and do not partake in grains. Humans are the sustenance of our divine lineage. Meat is readily obtainable. It is not that you cannot eat meat, but you must never consume humans." Chen Zhi's tone grew stern. "In the future, you may feast on any meat you desire, but humans are off limits. Should you fail to adhere to this command, I shall execute you." His countenance then grew as cold as ice, for, in a certain sense, I remain human. Do you understand? The gravity of Chen Zhi's declaration instilled a palpable tension in Hu Na. Even the most coarse and obtuse individual comprehended the significance of those words. He promptly knelt, resting on one knee, and solemnly declared, "Indeed, humanity is the dearest of masters, and I, a servant, dare not defy your command." At this moment, it was already past 7 in the morning. Ding Ning, having squandered the previous night at an internet CAF with his classmates, had just returned from an overnight stay. His funds entirely depleted. He cautiously peeked out from the courtyard, hoping to ascertain whether Chen Zhi was present, intending to slip inside unnoticed to avoid reprimand. However, he was startled to spot Hu Na in the courtyard, mistaking her for a mountain creature descending, and instinctively let out a yelp, thus revealing himself. To be candid, Hu Na's human disguise was rather poorly crafted. Her face resembled that of a dinosaur, hardly distinguishable from a monstrous apparition. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss her as an anomalous being, for individuals of such stature do exist in reality, albeit not as unsightly. Besides, being grotesque is not a crime after all. Chen Zhi led him towards Lu Xiaohong's hot pot restaurant, and along the way, many passers-by took notice of Hu Na. Apart from pointing and whispering, most merely covered their mouths to stifle laughter, with no one expressing any doubts. Lu Xiaohong's hot pot establishment typically opened around 9. As most patrons arrived during lunch and dinner hours, Chen Zhi had just sent her a message via WeChat, inquiring if there was any breakfast available. Hoping to drop by for a bite, Lu Xiaohong promptly replied that it was indeed convenient, mentioning that they served some steamed buns in the morning, reminiscent of the original bun shop. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the buns and rice porridge had just been prepared, specially made by Lu Xiaohong for them. It seemed that no matter when Chen Zhi visited, he was always welcomed there. However, this breakfast turned out to be quite astonishing. Chapter 711. The Mighty Food God thanks to Da Hao for the generous reward. Book friend 20180728164821010-000. Go Shifei, having long pursued Lu Xiaohong without success, heartbroken and somewhat embarrassed, had taken a job far away. Now, the shop was solely run by Lu Xiaohong and her mother. As the hired help only arrived at their designated times, leaving no outsiders around. Upon seeing Hu Na, Lu Xiaohong was initially taken aback. After all, individuals exceeding 2 meters in height are exceedingly rare, and Hu Na's appearance was indeed strikingly unconventional. Nevertheless, being an honest person, Lu Xiaohong did not outwardly express her astonishment. She simply inquired if there was enough breakfast or if they required the hot pot. Chen Zhi replied that a light breakfast would suffice, as the summer morning was too greasy for comfort. Lu Xiaohong quickly served them porridge and several baskets of buns. However, as she turned to pour the dipping sauce, she discovered that the table was already bare. Before Chen Zhi and Ding Ning could even take a bite, Hu Na had devoured all 5 baskets of meat buns. Still lamenting her hunger and clamoring for more meat, Lu Xiaohong was utterly bewildered, convinced she had encountered a formidable culinary giant. Chen Zhi hastily intervened with a smile, explaining that his friend had traveled a great distance and was indeed ravenous, with a particular penchant for meat. He urged Lu Xiaohong to see if she could procure an entire lamb, either steamed or roasted. Lu Xiaohong, feeling quite put on the spot, replied, "This is not a place for whole lambs. Our hot pot restaurant only offers slices of lamb and beef. The freezer is stocked with unprocessed chunks of meat. That is all we have. Then let us take everything out." Chen Zhi insisted, "My brother is truly famished." Reluctantly, Lu Xiaohong complied, and together with her mother, they retrieved all the lamb and beef slices from the freezer, along with the larger chunks of meat. They then set up the hot pot, completely disregarding vegetables and other sides, opting instead to boil a pot brimming with meat. At that moment, it became evident just how monstrous the appetite of this tiger girl truly was. It was unclear how long she had been starving, but upon seeing the pot of meat, her eyes widened with excitement. Initially, she dipped the slices in the hot pot until they were barely cooked, shoveling them into her mouth in large quantities. However, her patience soon waned, and she began to eat with increasing urgency. Eventually, she tossed the whole chunks directly into the pot, cooking them only halfway before devouring them ravenously. The sight was so shocking that it nearly caused Ding Ning to drop his jaw in disbelief. To prevent alarming others, Chen Zhi promptly sent Lu Xiaohong and her mother away. He took a moment to explain to Lu Xiaohong that his friend had just been released from the hospital and was struggling with a peculiar condition diagnosed as binge eating disorder, which accounted for her rather unrefined manner of eating. She should not take it to heart. He even requested that she bring out the electric oven, insisting on heating the meat chunks inside before serving them to Tiger Girl. Thus, this breakfast stretched on for over 2 hours, during which Tiger Girl consumed over 20 rolls of lamb and more than 10 rolls of fatty beef, nearly exhausting the hot pot restaurant's entire meat supply for the day. Once she was thoroughly sated, Chen Zhi observed that her skin seemed to stretch taut, as if it could not hold much longer, prompting him to urge her to return home. Upon their exit, Lu Xiaohong and her mother were astounded by the aftermath. Ding Ning had not managed to snatch a single grain of rice during the meal. On the way back, Ding Ning finally sensed something amiss and incessantly questioned Chen Zhi. "Brother, Who is this giant? How can they eat so much? And why do they look so terrifying? I can't shake the feeling that they don't seem human at all, but rather like a green giant. Surely, even the green giant wouldn't eat this much. With a chuckle, Chen Zhi replied, Ding Ning, remember, do not speak of our family matters outside. From now on, make sure to purchase more meat each day. Buy in large quantities, but do so from different places to avoid raising suspicion. This will be your new companion, and their appetite is quite substantial. So you must take good care of them. My heavens, are they going to live here? Ding Ning exclaimed, his eyes widening in dismay. Can we even afford to keep them? The anticipated expenses for sustenance are unlikely to diminish in the future. My dear brother, I have long wished to inquire how our modest establishment manages to sustain its daily expenditures with the meager profits we earn each month. Now, with the added responsibility of caring for this creature, it feels as if we are nurturing a dinosaur, for he consumes nothing but meat, eschewing all staple foods. Ding Ning incessantly complained, muttering about returning home. After a night of wild revelry, he was utterly exhausted and succumbed to slumber the moment he ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi remained seated in the courtyard, despite the relentless sun beating down upon him. He found the confines of the house stifling. The immense pressure he felt was suffocating. During this period, he had developed a habit of frequently glancing at his watch, akin to an individual plagued by anxiety. The advantage of his uncle's timepiece lay in its separate second hand, which could be set to move according to his chosen intervals. This second hand oscillated gently, serving as a reminder that his time for the impending darkness was dwindling. The swift passage of time filled him with a sense of urgency and unease. For in merely 5 days, their departure would commence. On the 4th day, Pang Wei finally emerged, astonishingly transformed. He had lost weight, appearing both lean and bronzed. He claimed to have been so occupied that he scarcely had time to sleep. This endeavor of escorting the leader to the headquarters in the shadows constituted a large-scale migration operation, without considering the associated risks. The initial task was to prepare the necessary air and land transport logistics. The most daunting aspect was the transportation of weaponry. This time, Bao Ping and Chen Zhi decided, for the sake of safety, to embark on a long-distance journey to Changbai Mountain, establishing their base in Xianren Valley, as they had a significant quantity of heavy weaponry requiring transport. However, the current regulations were exceedingly stringent, rendering any attempts to procure specialized vehicles for covert passage virtually impossible. Moreover, Muhi was now incarcerated, complicating matters further. In a stroke of desperation, they resorted to old connections, investing a substantial sum of money to ultimately secure the transportation of several heavy weapons through private channels. This endeavor proved to be exceptionally arduous, as Pang Wei put it. He nearly sacrificed everything to see it through. Subsequently, news arrived from the Tang family in Changbai Mountain, confirming the receipt of the weapons and the readiness of all supplies. Xianren Valley awaited their arrival. Everything was in place, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Chapter 7:12. The gathering of divine servants. The time for departure swiftly approached. A moment that seemed to materialize after countless sleepless nights and the fervent preparations and anxious anticipation of many. For reasons unknown, even before the commencement of their journey, Chen Zhi felt an exhilarating fervor permeating the air, reminiscent of the ancient fighting spirit of the West Qi, reaching a crescendo and enveloping all creation. Everyone was aflame with enthusiasm, as if the historical events of 5,000 years ago, when King Wu of Zhou marched against the tyrant Zhou, were being reenacted, ready to set forth for Changbai Mountain. The people of Shiqi are all descendants of heroic generals, each harboring a sense of honor and shame. They still remember the achievements of their ancestors and the immortal names they hold in mythology. Life is but a fleeting moment, and since human existence inevitably comes to an end, why not strive to leave an indelible mark on history while one still lives? This has long been the enduring aspiration of the valiant men of Huaxia. After a rigorous selection process, many warriors were eliminated, leaving only 280, the most formidable elites. Seasoned veterans, among whom were some of Bao Ping's personal guards. A significant portion, however, comprised the Blood Talisman camp. The largest contingent in this operation consisted of the black-clad individuals, numbering 5,000, including several prominent leaders. Under these leaders were sub-commanders such as Pang Wei and Lang Tu, each commanding a team, with Pang Wei alone managing nearly 200 black-clad followers closely accompanying Bao Ping and Chen Zhi. The Jiang clan shamans were also well prepared. Not all could join the main force. So they formed their own group, employing their own methods to reach Changbai Mountain without advancing alongside the larger troop. The departure of this grand assembly was no trivial matter. The black-clad individuals were responsible for all logistical and rear operations. According to Pang Wei, they had devised hundreds of plans and mapped countless routes during this period. Ultimately, they decided to prioritize land travel, while key figures, including Ghostblade, Old Jindo, Asua, Jiying, the newly promoted red-belted warrior Xia, as well as Chen Zhi and Bao Ping, would travel by private jet. The remaining personnel would proceed overland, with the number of warriors being relatively small, traveling in specially designated vehicles. Due to their larger numbers, the black-clad individuals were divided into several groups, utilizing various modes of transportation, all dressed in casual attire to masquerade as tourists or merchants, even taking along women, the elderly, and children to avoid drawing attention. After the initial troop set off, Chen Zhi and his companions had confirmed their schedule for the following morning at 7 o'clock. As night fell, pondering the itinerary for the next day, Chen Zhi found himself plagued by insomnia once more. This wretched affliction clung to him like an unyielding piece of chewing gum, tightly adhering to his weary mind. Leaning against the rocking chair in the yard, he closed his eyes, struggling to find slumber, while Tiger Lady sat beside him, awkwardly fanning him. The summer night breeze instilled a profound sense of loneliness, intensifying Chen Zhi's anxiety. It is uncertain when this relentless cycle began, a ceaseless routine of wandering and endless tasks, an unending repetition that constantly led him into the jaws of danger, only to escape time and again by sheer fortune. Perhaps one day, that fortune would vanish, and his life would come to a close. Chen Zhi had often contemplated the perilous nature of such reckless adventures, especially in a situation devoid of any descendants. The danger of death loomed ever present with each mission he undertook. Regarding the continuation of the bloodline, the organization has repeatedly hinted at this matter. However, Chen Zhi is currently devoid of such sentiments. He feels as though his heart has been pierced into countless voids, resembling a sieve that can no longer harbor any other emotions. Even if they were to arise, they would merely seep through the hollowness. Nevertheless, the organization has long devised a plan concerning this issue. The bloodline of the Jiang clan is far too precious to be easily severed. Decades ago, the organization engaged several specialists who employed advanced technology to preserve the bloodlines of the past patriarchs, subsequently freezing them for safekeeping. Therefore, in Chen Zhi's generation, there is no longer any need to fret over this concern. At times, when Chen Zhi feels utterly despondent, he even finds himself contemplating that if he were to perish during a mission, it would not be so bad. He would be free from worries, allowing his vulnerabilities to be laid bare, preserving his humanity eternally without succumbing to coldness like a monster. Yet, he must confront his challenges head-on, for everyone, including all the warriors of Shiqi, the dark-clad figures, and the shamans, gaze upon him as they once did Jiangxia. In their eyes, Chen Zhi has ascended to the status of a deity, a true god capable of commanding the heavens and the pantheon, and deities are never permitted to exhibit weakness. Thus, Chen Zhi dozed lightly in the courtyard, when suddenly, just before midnight, ominous clouds began to gather in the sky. Then, the formidable figure of Xian Niao descended from above, ultimately landing and transforming into a human form. This was anticipated by Chen Zhi, as the shamans had informed him the previous day that, thanks to their diligent treatment and the efficacy of spiritual herbs, his two divine attendants had fully recovered and would be able to accompany him into battle the following day. Chen Zhi had once harbored grave concerns for Xian Niao's severed belly. The bloody scene remained vivid in his mind. He was unsure of the courage that compelled Xian Niao to shield him from such a deadly blow. Nor did he know whether Xian Niao could survive the loss of half her internal organs. However, as Xian Niao Jian Di descended gracefully from the skies, reverting to her delicate form, Chen Zhi suddenly felt that Xian Niao was indeed charming, resembling a pristine lotus under the moonlight, pure and enchanting. The most innocent and beautiful visage of a woman is eternally captured at the tender age of 15 or 16, when they do not overthink and are untroubled by the gains and losses of life. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Jian Di was overwhelmed with excitement, fluttering over like a small bird, kneeling to kiss the tops of his feet. The patriarch in love, using precious spiritual herbs to heal a servant. It was astounding that a mere servant could evoke such concern from the patriarch. Enough, Chen Zhi interjected, gesturing for Jian Di to rise. He then turned away and softly murmured a few incantations. Soon, Wu Jia, with its sharp head, emerged from the ground like a pangolin. Wu Jia cautiously surveyed the nearby who knew before kneeling on one leg to pay its respects to Chen Zhi. "Greetings, master. I have fully recovered and can now accompany you," it proclaimed. "Congratulations on acquiring a new servant, master." The voice of Wu Jia was piercingly sharp, as he cast a sidelong glance at Huna. Yet his mind was acutely aware that his earlier hesitation to emerge stemmed from the fear of the formidable figure standing before him. Chapter 713. Self-Introduction Indeed. When Wu Jia first beheld Huna, he instinctively shrank his neck, as demigods are particularly sensitive to the disparity in power. He recognized the other's overwhelming strength, a magnitude that was immeasurable. Nevertheless, he bravely took a step forward, feigning confidence as he cleared his throat and declared, "Esteemed demigod, as a newcomer you may not be aware, but I was among the earliest to pledge allegiance to our master. Thus I rank among your predecessors." "Ah, esteemed predecessor." Huna offered no immediate response, merely clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. This display of deference filled Wu Jia with pride, prompting him to elevate his neck and ostentatiously proclaim, "Child, it appears you too are a demigod. Judging by your physique, you must be of the beastly lineage. The Jiang clan has produced many heroes throughout history. How could one of humble origin easily enter our ranks? Pray, reveal your lineage and name, that I might hear it." Huna tilted his head, pondering Wu Jia's words. After a moment, it seemed he grasped the intent, his eyes widening as he responded with a voice that boomed like thunder. "To you, esteemed predecessor. I am the son of the giant spirit god, known as Huna. I have long resided in the mountains, newly arrived and unfamiliar with the customs of humankind. I humbly seek your guidance. From whence do you hail, if I may be so bold as to inquire?" "Oh, the name of the giant spirit god." Wu Jia was taken aback, his composure visibly shaken. Yet he maintained a facade of bravado, responding in a sardonic tone. "Ah, the giant spirit god, is it? An ancient deity. I have encountered such a figure before." Suddenly, Wu Jia's expression grew somewhat bloated with uncertainty, as he forced himself to continue. "As for me, I am the newly appointed deity under Jiangxia, a descendant of the earthly sovereign, Tuxing Sunday. My lineage stretches back over 108 generations. I am indeed quite orthodox, distinct from mere demigods. My maternal lineage is replete with kin, and the elders in my clan often remark that I bear a striking resemblance to my ancestor, Tuxing Sun, attesting to the purity of my bloodline. Moreover, although you are the offspring of an ancient god, you are still youthful. I have lived for over 300 years. Thus I am your elder." "Heh, child, how old are you?" Huna, tilting his head once more, pondered for a while before responding. "I am not adept at calculations. Each winter and summer, each spring and autumn, the seasons bring snow and wind, and the mountains remain unchanged. However, before I departed from the mountains, my mother advised me to remember that I have lived for 3,097 cycles of spring and winter, so that I might not be mocked for my ignorance should others inquire. Since you are my senior, I, a mere fledgling, am unversed in etiquette. I beseech you to instruct me." After his humble speech, Huna again clasped his hands in respect, displaying great sincerity. Wu Jia, now thoroughly deflated, deeply regretted broaching the subject of age, and coughed awkwardly. "Ah, indeed, well spoken. Yet the offspring of the giant spirit god is indeed a rare sight throughout history. The giant spirit has no legitimate offspring, and for millennia, none have been heard of. It is surprising to discover a mere illegitimate son. You claim to have lived in the mountains with your mother. What lineage does she hail from?" "I dare not presume. My mother's status is humble." The tigress continued to bow respectfully, stating that although her mother was known among humans as the White Phoenix Immortal, she was not of divine origin, but rather a weasel transformed in the depths of the mountains. "Ah." The neck of the black armor retracted entirely, now resembling not a pangolin, but more akin to a turtle. "Ah, I see. So you are the child of the giant spirit and the White Phoenix Immortal. Indeed, you are of noble lineage, worthy of following your master." "Haha." The black armor then awkwardly turned to Chen Zhi, his face flushed with embarrassment, congratulating his master on acquiring such a formidable general. "This child possesses a truly admirable disposition. So humble, so humble." The black armor suddenly felt quite embarrassed, rambling incoherently, unsure of what to say. However, Chen Zhi scrutinized the tigress anew. This was the first time he had heard her speak of her mother's true identity. When the White Phoenix was mentioned, Chen Zhi initially felt indifferent, but recalling the White Phoenix Immortal sparked a memory from the Jiang clan's library. The so-called White Phoenix Immortal was not the true White Phoenix, but a remarkable yellow weasel. This ancient creature was remarkably sentient, akin to the legendary green fox god, who, despite being a beast, cultivated itself to divinity. It is said to be snow white, with long hair flowing down its sides, entirely unblemished, and possessing a graceful form. Viewed from afar, it resembles a snow-white phoenix, hence the name White Phoenix Immortal. Legends speak of its extraordinary beauty upon taking human form. Even the fox maidens would pale in comparison. Gentle and demure, it moves like a startled hare, excelling in song and dance, gracefully fluttering like a celestial maiden. For a significant period in ancient times, it was revered by the locals, who erected temples in its honor, revering it as a deity. Women would frequently visit to pay their respects, believing it would ensure eternal youth and beauty. The library's account of the White Phoenix Immortal states that it possesses a heart with 9 orifices, responding to all requests from outsiders. However, due to its humble origins, its powers were limited, and by nature, it preferred solitude over commotion, choosing to remain hidden in the mountains. Thus, no illustrations were left behind. In later years, it was envied by the Fox clan and pursued relentlessly, ultimately fabricating a tale of being a mountain bird, dismantling temples, and avoiding human affairs to escape peril. To think that this naive tigress is the child of that unparalleled White Phoenix Immortal is truly unexpected. "Tigress, is your mother still alive?" Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at her. "If the opportunity arises, I would like to invite her to visit, having dwelled in the mountains for so long. It would be beneficial for her to witness the tribulations of the human realm." In response, the tigress said, "No need for that. My mother never meets with outsiders." At this moment, she suddenly recalled something. "Master, I remember. When I was about to leave, my mother instructed me to convey a message to you. But I was intercepted by the Dark Division, and I completely forgot." "Oh." Chen Zhi gazed with considerable interest at the somewhat foolish tiger maid. His mother remarked that her status was too humble, rendering her hesitant to follow, lest she disappoint her master. However, she mentioned that should the master ever wish to inquire about the past, he could seek her out. Throughout her life, she possessed no other exceptional qualities. Yet she lived harmoniously without contention and knew much of bygone events. If the master desired to ask, she would gladly share the truth. "Very well." Chen Zhi replied with a smile, "I am grateful. Once this period passes, I shall certainly pay a visit." Chapter 714. The celestial bird attends as the night deepened. It was indeed the hour for profound slumber. Yet, Chen Zhi's mind remained taut, like a string poised to snap, and his heart raced with anxiety. He knew that he must achieve a restful sleep tonight, for regardless of his trepidation, the grand operation was set to commence on the morrow, an inevitability that could not be altered. As the commander, he bore the responsibility of instilling a sense of security among his comrades, for the success of this campaign depended on it. His mind required ample rest, and despite having consumed a considerable amount of sleeping medication, its efficacy had long since waned. Chen Zhi lay in the courtyard, where Wu Jia insisted on remaining to fan him, claiming that the tiger maid was too clumsy for the task. However, Chen Zhi dismissed both Wu Jia and the tiger maid, allowing only Jian Di to stay. The greatest virtue of the celestial bird was her perceptiveness, and truth be told, when she served as a close attendant, she exuded a gentle charm. Jian Di's voice was melodious, and when she spoke softly to Chen Zhi, it felt as though warm, soothing water flowed into his heart, dissipating his stress. Jian Di remained by Chen Zhi's side, fanning him while softly humming a tune. Her clear voice eased his mind considerably, yet still, sleep eluded him. After more than half an hour, Jian Di gently leaned closer to Chen Zhi's ear. Her voice as delicate as gossamer. "Master, dawn is but a few hours away. Your thoughts weigh heavily upon you, making it quite difficult to find rest. Let us return to your chamber. Allow me to attend to you, for I possess the means to lull you into slumber." Her tone was soft and assured, exuding confidence. Chen Zhi was aware that since the era of Jiangxia, the celestial bird had served as his close attendant, not merely as a divine servant, but as someone who remained by his side at all times. It was said that even within the military tent, the celestial bird shared the same quarters with Jiangxia, accompanying him through the night. Now, Chen Zhi found it indeed challenging to drift into sleep. The sleeping pills felt akin to chewing gum affixed to a balloon, powerful in dosage yet ineffective. Thus, he acquiesced to Jiandi's suggestion, rising with her assistance to return to his chamber. The summer heat was oppressive, and Chen Zhi had never been fond of air conditioning. Having grown up in poverty where such luxuries were unaffordable, rendering his body ill-suited to it. As soon as the air conditioning was turned on, a chill ran through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Upon entering the room, he was immediately engulfed by a wave of heat, leaving him puzzled as to what Jiandi intended. For how could the stifling interior be cooler than the courtyard? Just as he contemplated reclining on the bed, he noticed Jiandi, behind him, suddenly lock the door. And then, before Chen Zhi, she began to unfasten her garment's buttons. Jiandi, a demigod adorned in pure white, wore a delicate sheer dress reminiscent of a cheongsam, embellished with a row of pristine pearl buttons. One by one, she unbuttoned them, and the ethereal fabric slipped gracefully from her form. Bathed in moonlight, her figure was as flawless as jade. Even the most skilled artist would struggle to capture such exquisite curves, brimming with untapped potential. At the tender age of 15 or 16, a girl possesses a unique allure, a charm that stems from the innocence of a budding flower. Jiandi's delicate features, flushed with a soft pink hue against her porcelain skin, evoked a refreshing sensation, akin to being immersed in crystalline spring water, pristine and pure. Moreover, this demigod seemed to embody a youthful shyness, a gentle blush adorning her neck and shoulders, enhancing her beauty. "What do you intend to do, Jiandi?" Chen Zhi inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet, Jiandi offered no reply, slowly advancing towards him. Just as Chen Zhi presumed, she might take some action. Her wings unfurled dramatically from her back, filling half the room with their magnificent expanse. Each feather was impeccably clean, white as snow, cool and silky, as though woven from strands of ice. As Jiandi approached Chen Zhi, she suddenly spread her snow-white arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace, drawing him into her embrace. Her nimble fingers deftly removed his outer garments, and shortly thereafter, her grand wings, adorned with pristine feathers, cocooned him within their embrace. In that fleeting moment, an exquisite softness, refreshing beyond measure, coursed through Chen Zhi's being. He felt an unparalleled comfort, a sensation that surely every man dreams of throughout his life. Yet even a lifetime would scarcely suffice to attain a fraction of this bliss. Chen Zhi could even feel the tender warmth of her soft, rosy gems brushing against his face, teasingly grazing his lips, causing him to bury his head completely in their embrace. Jiandi's skin was cool and smooth, akin to being enveloped in a silken cocoon, and this cocoon was an unparalleled comfort. Indeed, Jiandi resembled a delicate bird. After embracing Chen Zhi, her slender legs curled up softly, her head nestling beneath his neck, as if yearning to merge with his very essence. Her slender, soft legs, with their flawless, silky skin, completely enveloped Chen Zhi's form. Chen Zhi understood that such behavior, from the perspective of human morality, is utterly unacceptable and, in the case of a minor, may even fall within the realm of legal implications. However, he found himself unwilling to resist this circumstance. On the contrary, he relished the sensation it brought. This is the world of demigods, a realm distinctly hierarchical, where there are masters and servants. Jiandi was entirely his servant, wholly belonging to him. In this regard, Chen Zhi felt no moral constraints, akin to the legendary Jiangxia of 5 millennia past, with Jiandi unreservedly devoted to him, offering her entire being, transcending all boundaries and ethics, without any expectation of reciprocation. For the first time, Chen Zhi felt fortunate to be the patriarch of the Jiang clan, able to possess such a wondrous being completely. Chapter 715. Departure. Chen Zhi enjoyed a remarkably sweet slumber, perhaps akin to the fabled deep sleep. During this slumber, he did not dream at all. His mind was in a state of profound rest. An hour of sleep equivalent to 5 or 6 hours of ordinary slumber. He eventually awoke naturally, discovering himself still enveloped in Jiandi's white wings. Her pure, fair visage rested upon his shoulder, her delicate, pink lips resembling tiny cherries. The sunlight gently filtered through her wings, casting a glow upon her flawless skin. If one were to describe the essence of a water lily, no other scene could capture it more perfectly. Upon Chen Zhi's awakening, Jiandi stirred as well. She refrained from speaking much, promptly retracting her wings, gathering her garments from the floor, and dutifully assisting Chen Zhi in dressing before she opened the door to accompany him outside. Glancing at the clock, Chen Zhi noted it was just moments shy of 7 o'clock. Shortly, the organization's vehicle would arrive at the entrance. This time, they were indeed setting forth. Ding Ning had already awakened. Accustomed to having breakfast alone in the mornings, she did not inquire further upon seeing Chen Zhi emerge, as she had grown used to their sporadic grand adventures. Although they occasionally encountered peculiar events together, her mind had become rather stoic. Aside from indulging in gaming with a few friends from school, she was indifferent to all else. At 7 o'clock, the black Land Rover from the Bao family was indeed waiting at the door for Chen Zhi. Jiandi then politely bowed to him before departing. Demigods have their own paths. They need not rely on human modes of transportation and possess their own means to reach Changbai Mountain. Furthermore, those demigods who had forged a pact with Chen Zhi were bound to him by blood. Wherever Chen Zhi was, they were acutely aware. Upon entering the vehicle, Chen Zhi discovered that the driver was still the same stuttering individual. This was the first time he sat alone in the car. Throughout the journey, the driver, as always, was chatty, his face inscrutable, incessantly asking Chen Zhi where they were headed. After finishing his inquiries without waiting for Chen Zhi's response, he began to boast about having subdued several local ruffians. Chen Zhi paid little attention to his words, only realizing they had arrived at the airport when the incessant chatter of the boastful man began to wane. Upon disembarking, as Chen Zhi stepped into the terminal, he caught sight of a private jet parked distantly in the southeastern corner of the airport, surrounded by a crowd eagerly awaiting his arrival. This gathering represented the most comprehensive assembly of key figures thus far. All stood there, their eyes brimming with a mixture of anticipation and excitement. This gaze, while undeniably imposing, also ignited a subtle thrill within him. Like all the people of Shiqi, Chen Zhi felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he could already hear the buzzing of impending conflict. Several prominent warriors, Aso, Ghostblade, Ji Ying, Elder Xia, and the formidable Bao Jiao, were all casually attired, clutching black weapon bags as they stood in anticipation. Lao Jindo and Fat Wei were also present, accompanied by a cadre of individuals clad in black. At the center of the gathering stood Bao Ping, calmly smoking a cigarette, appearing as though he had been waiting there for quite some time. Evidenced by the cigarette, but scattered on the ground, and the two loyal blue band warriors flanking him. Surprised to see Bao Ping had arrived first, Chen Zhi approached to greet the assembly. However, as he drew closer, everyone inexplicably stepped back in unison, parting to create a path for him. In that instant, the hierarchy was unmistakably delineated. The only figure awaiting Chen Zhi at the forefront was Bao Ping, who discarded the remnants of his cigarette on the ground, extinguishing it with his foot before beckoning Chen Zhi over with a slight smile. "Let's go? We've been waiting for you." Subsequently, everyone boarded the aircraft, leaving the black-clad individuals behind to await alternate transportation to Changbai Mountain. The journey ahead felt interminably long. Whether it was due to the weight of his thoughts or the inherent distance of the flight, Chen Zhi sensed that this voyage stretched out as if it had lasted a year. Throughout the flight, all the warriors sat with grave expressions, maintaining a disciplined silence, none daring to utter a word. For several hours, the aircraft was enveloped in an almost palpable stillness. Bao Ping leaned against the window, his gray eyes gazing blankly ahead, as if contemplating the myriad matters that loomed beyond the layers of clouds outside. Chen Zhi noticed the shadows beneath Bao Ping's eyes, a clear indication of his sleepless nights. The flight attendants on Bao's private jet were typically of exceptional quality. However, even the beautiful attendants, who entered several times, refrained from speaking a word, merely serving drinks and food, too intimidated by Bao Ping's stern demeanor to approach closely. Thus, the plane continued its journey until it finally landed at an airport in a city near Changbai Mountain in Jilin Province. Upon arrival, personnel from the Tang family awaited to escort them, and they promptly boarded vehicles to proceed to the Tang family's private villa. On their journey, Bao Ping and Chen Zhi were surrounded by a throng of followers. The advanced team of black-clad individuals had long awaited their arrival at the airport. Once Fat Wei disembarked from the plane, he immediately became engrossed in his tasks, dividing the advanced team into several units, each assigned to a specific direction, with personnel stationed at every branching intersection. Subsequently, each small team boarded different vehicles, escorting Bao Ping and Chen Zhi's car, which was centrally positioned, as they proceeded forward. The vehicles had been meticulously arranged in advance, deliberately chosen from a variety of inconspicuous types, including even taxis, to maintain an appearance of normalcy and avoid drawing excessive attention. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached the private apartment of the Tang family. From a distance, they spotted two figures, one large and one small, accompanied by a throng of people at the entrance. The Ning couple was there, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Chapter 716. Preparations for departure. Upon seeing Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, Ding Bin and his wife approached with great enthusiasm. Particularly, Tang Meili displayed no shyness in front of Bao Ping. Her plump arm enveloped his with familiarity. "Mr. Bao, do you remember me? I am Meili. We played together as children." The sight of Miss Tang clinging to Bao Ping startled Su, who was about to intervene, only to be halted by Bao Ping's gesture. "Of course, how could I forget?" Bao Ping responded warmly, gazing at Tang Meili's strikingly pale visage. "You are far more beautiful than in your childhood. Back then, you always wore floral dresses. Now that you have grown, it is indeed true that a girl blossoms with age. Oh, you are quite the charmer." Tang Meili, flattered by his compliments, blushed. "You used to be so sullen and quiet. We called you Little Mute. Who would have thought you would blossom into such a charismatic individual? I have known all along that you harbored a secret crush on me since childhood. Haven't you? You were just too shy to admit it. We were childhood sweethearts. A perfect match. Your success now certainly makes you worthy of me. If it weren't for my father's insistence on an arranged marriage, I would have undoubtedly married you. Alas, it seems I have unwittingly left a great opportunity for Ning Bin. Enough with your reckless banter." Ning Bin rushed over to pull Tang Meili back, but his considerable size was of no help. "Do you realize who Bao Yi is now? You foolish woman, you must apologize to him. Quickly, it's quite all right." Bao Ping chuckled, waving off Ning Bin's concerns. "Meili speaks no falsehood. She was indeed adorable as a child, far superior to me. Dear Ning, you have indeed stumbled upon a treasure." Laughter erupted among the group as Lin Ning Bin and his wife warmly welcomed them, their demeanor akin to that of hosting a state guest. Lu Meili remained her usual carefree self, her face adorned with thick makeup, her figure seemingly more corpulent than before, likely surpassing 300 pounds. Ding Bin trailed behind her, resembling a small rabbit, which prompted Pang Wei to smirk in amusement. Seizing a moment of privacy, Pang Wei leaned close to Chen Zhi and remarked, "Just look at Ning Bin's petite stature. One wonders how he survives the nights. The thought alone sends shivers down my spine. It seems one cannot judge a person by their appearance. The prowess in bed cannot be measured by physique. Enough of your nonsense. Be careful not to let them overhear." Chen Zhi shot Pang Wei a sharp glare. As they conversed, they noticed the servants of the Tang family arriving with tea and fruit. The Tang residence had evidently been thoroughly tidied, adorned with extravagant decorations that could only be described as the epitome of nouveau riche taste. Most of the conversation was dominated by Tang Meili, while her companion stood silently by her side, resembling a timid rabbit, only interjecting occasionally. After exchanging pleasantries, a servant announced that dinner was ready. It turned out that the Tang family had lavishly prepared for this occasion for quite some time. The meal was served rather early, around 3 in the afternoon, and it was expected that darkness would soon follow. With heavy thoughts weighing on their minds, the guests, including Bao Ping and others, did not delay but proceeded directly to the banquet. During this time, Lu Meili had put considerable effort into procuring rare wines. Bao Ping and Chen Zhi shared a few symbolic toasts with Ning Bin. The atmosphere was lively, yet the drinking was moderate. Lu Meili remained at the table, toasting each guest with a voice as loud as a bull, displaying great generosity. After the feast, Tang Meili wisely led the servants out, leaving only a few men to discuss matters. The disarray of plates and cups on the table rendered it an unsuitable place for conversation. Thus, Ning Bin ushered everyone into his tea room. The tea room exuded tranquility, its Chinese decor appearing quite exquisite, furnished entirely with mahogany pieces of immense value, complemented by rare potted plants. Ning Bin invited them to take a seat, and Chen Zhi noticed that the teacups, bowls, and small trinkets on the table were all of antiquity. The walls were adorned with ink paintings by renowned artists like Su Beihong and Zhang Deqian, and a soothing incense wafted through the air, suggesting that Ning Bin typically embraced the scholarly life. The warriors did not enter but remained respectfully outside, awaiting their turn, while only a few key figures were present in the tea room. These included Ning Bin, Bao Ping, Chen Zhi, Lao Jindo, and Pang Wei. Later, Bao Ping also called in Aso to join the conversation. Once everyone was settled, Ning Bin was the first to speak. His tone was exceedingly grave as he stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, Xian Lin will be arriving this evening. He intends to personally escort you into the mountains. On the eve of your departure, I instructed De Gua to deliver a letter to Xianren Valley. They promptly responded, indicating that they would send someone to meet you today. Furthermore, Xianlin is apprehensive about entrusting your reception to anyone else. Hence, he will come himself tonight to lead you directly. He continued, the heavy weaponry you dispatched last time has already been sent to the valley. This mountain path, he grimaced, biting his teeth, is truly treacherous. The snow has yet to fully melt, and many areas remain sheer ice. I nearly lost several individuals along the way. Nevertheless, those heavy weapons have finally been delivered. It is said they have already been properly arranged. We shall utilize Xianren Valley as our base, as we originally planned. Chen Zhi nodded silently. This was a matter they had previously discussed. The headquarters of the Dark Department undoubtedly resided in another realm, and Chen Zhi needed to perform a spell in one location to lead everyone inside. If I am not mistaken, this space should be situated beneath the Changbai Mountains, quite close to our current location. The incantation was learned from Master Pu Hong, and it is profoundly dark and perilous. The nature of what might be summoned remains uncertain. Ultimately, the method by which they would access the headquarters remains an enigma. One must always prepare for the worst, should they encounter defeat and perish within. The Dark Department's headquarters could unleash numerous entities, leading to a situation beyond control. Thus, establishing the departure point in the external world is exceedingly perilous, as the densely populated surroundings would make it impossible to contain any rumors that might arise. In contrast, Xianren Valley is secluded, inherently a closed space. The inhabitants possess formidable incantation abilities, and the valley's terrain is intricate, dotted with vast mountains. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, the residents of Xianren Valley can swiftly evacuate and permanently seal the valley, preventing the emergence of any dark forces into the mortal realm. Chapter 717, The Tang Family Treasury. Thanks to Wan Shang De Hao and Long Tian 518 for their generous contributions of 100,000. Of course, this endeavor involves numerous intricate arrangements, with many unforeseen elements likely to arise. We are still in the initial planning stages. Nevertheless, even executing these preliminary plans entails a considerable workload. Since the last catastrophe, the able-bodied youth of Xianren Valley have largely perished. Now, only the elderly, women, and children remain. To assist Chen Zhi and his companions in realizing this plan, it can be said that every individual in Xianren Valley is engaged. Preparations should now be nearly complete, awaiting Chen Zhi and his party's arrival. While they conversed in the tea house, Tang Meili was not idle outside. Do not be deceived by Tang Meili's rough and bold demeanor. In truth, as the matriarch, her heart is exceedingly delicate. Although she remains unaware of the true purpose behind Chen Zhi and his companion's visit, the sight of Bao Ping's personal arrival signals to her the gravity of the matter at hand. For the past few days, she has been diligently preparing, ensuring that every guest room is immaculately clean and well-equipped with essential amenities. When evening falls and it is time for rest, everyone discovers that the facilities in each room are not only luxurious, but surpass even those of a five-star hotel, with fresh garments thoughtfully provided. Such meticulous attention to detail brings great comfort to all. By midnight, the servants of the Tang household had largely retired for the night. At this juncture, Dingbin began to gently rap on their doors, beckoning them forth. Chen Zhi understood that the people from Xianren Valley had arrived. He promptly rose, having not even shed his clothes during his brief rest, as he awaited Ningbin's summons. Upon opening the door, he found Ningbin outside, whispering, "Come with me." With a wave of his hand, he summoned the others. It appeared that none had truly slept, including the likes of Pang Wei and Lao Jindo. Upon their arrival at the tea room, they discovered that Bao Ping had been waiting there all along, having not strayed since the onset of this gathering. Once Ningbin joined them, he refrained from speaking, opting instead for gestures. Exercising utmost caution, he approached the rear of a large potted plant in the tea room and tapped the floor behind it. In that moment, a square slab measuring 1 meter on each side was raised, revealing a vertical soft ladder below. One by one, they began their descent down the soft ladder. After everyone had gone down, Ningbin took on the responsibility of closing the passage, replacing the slab once more. The ladder extended approximately 5 to 6 meters down, leading to a darkened space illuminated only by faint glimmers of light ahead. Once they reached the bottom, Ningbin finally dared to speak. "Esteemed guests, this is a secret passage left by my late father-in-law, connecting directly to the foot of the mountain. This is a closely guarded secret of the Tang family. Known only to me, my wife is unaware of it. As we proceed, we shall pass through several hidden chambers containing heirlooms of the Tang family. Should you see them, pretend you have not. At this point, Ningbin appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating briefly before continuing. By rights, I should not bring you here. But given the urgency of our situation, after much contemplation, I deemed this the safest route. I implore you all, do not speak of this once we are outside. Please, follow me. With a wave of his hand, he urged them onward. The journey unfolded before them like an eye-opening revelation. Ningbin had not exaggerated, for they truly beheld the hidden treasures of the Tang family. As they traversed numerous concealed compartments, it became evident that the peculiar items necessitated ventilation, as these spaces lacked doors, leaving their contents on display. Among the astonishing artifacts was a deer head of monumental proportions, a remnant of creatures that once roamed the mountains in ancient times, long extinct in the present day. In addition, there exists a centuries-old ginseng tied with a red cord. Those in the know understand that 6 tails of ginseng are deemed valuable, while 7 tails are considered a treasure. Thus, the larger specimens, approaching 10 tails, have almost taken on human form and could easily frighten those familiar with the trade. Furthermore, there are the rare treasures known as Tai Sui from Changbai Mountain. These treasures, exceedingly precious, are encased in crystal boxes, secured with padlocks, and marked with inscriptions indicating they were reserved long ago. As they ventured further, they encountered expansive dark compartments where items lay covered with dust cloths, yet the radiant glow emanating from within was undeniable, revealing that they were indeed of high-purity gold. Additionally, smaller compartments housed exquisite treasures, such as vibrant jade cabbages and intricately adorned pink tourmalines, all seeming to possess an antiquity reminiscent of imperial regalia from ancient palaces. It appears that the long-standing rumors of clandestine exchanges between the nobility and the Tang family have some truth to them. In the final dark compartment, large pearls were scattered, each the size of cherries, shimmering in a dazzling array of colors. These pearls are medicinal rather than ornamental, untouched by any setting or carving, simply lying there in breathtaking splendor. Throughout this journey, Fat Wei's eyes seemed almost insufficient, fixated on the rare treasures that glowed with an enchanting light, yearning to absorb them into his very sight. However, for the others, these wonders evoked little more than indifference. They traversed the lengthy corridor of dark compartments, finally reaching the innermost recesses, the secret chamber of the Tang family. Upon arriving at the entrance, Ningbin covered his fingers to activate an ancient mechanism, causing the door to creak open. A musty odor wafted out, revealing a modest secret chamber before them. This room, spanning a little over 100 square meters, was sparsely decorated, containing only some moldy wooden crates. The walls were primarily constructed of old copper and iron, devoid of any decorative patterns. Yet, judging by the design of the wooden crates, it appeared to be a chamber dating back to the late Song dynasty. Despite its simplicity, the room was filled with documents, each encased in iron boxes and chained securely to the iron walls. Even without examination, it was clear that these were invaluable materials, likely containing secrets the Tang family wished to conceal. The group averted their eyes from the documents, feigning ignorance. However, standing in the room were the very individuals they had been eagerly anticipating: the recently descended de Gua and the long-lost village chief of Xianren Valley, Xianlin. Chapter 718. Reunion with Xianlin. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Xianlin was visibly excited and overjoyed. He remained clad in his simple, white linen robe, unblemished as if the dust of the world could never tarnish him. However, upon seeing Chen Zhi, he approached with brisk steps, extending a sincere handshake. "Chief Chen, it has been a while. I trust you have been well during this time. It truly has been ages since we last parted. Indeed, I remain as I always was. It has been far too long since our last encounter. I come this time to disturb you," Chen Zhi replied, gesturing to the side where Bao Ping stood. "This is our leader." After introducing Bao Ping, he also introduced Xianlin. "Leader, do you remember? This is Xianlin, the village chief of Xianren Valley, a descendant of the god of Changbai Mountain, heir to the legacy of the goddess Fakulin." "Of course I remember," Bao Ping replied earnestly, stepping forward to shake Xianlin's hand. "I have long heard of your deeds from Chief Chen. We share a bond. In fact, we have met before. I visited Xianren Valley previously and saw you then. However, at that time, I had no opportunity to converse with you. You must remember me." "Certainly," Xianlin responded with utmost politeness, bowing deeply. "To the Lord of Shiqi, I am but a humble wild immortal, unworthy of mention. The last time I was fortunate to meet the leader, you were in a state of unconsciousness, hence we could not speak. But time has passed, and I am astonished to see you now in the esteemed position of leader. It seems the great eagle spreads its wings, soaring thousands of miles, truly by divine will. Your blessings are indeed a manifestation of fate. After Xianlin expressed these courteous sentiments, Bao Ping got straight to the point. Immortal, I truly feel it is a disturbance this time, and I am quite ashamed. To impose upon your esteemed grounds for this perilous matter weighs heavily on my conscience. But there are no other viable options. I sincerely hope it does not cause you too much trouble. Why must you speak so politely? Xianlin replied earnestly. When you and Chief Chen came to Xianren Valley, you saved our entire clan. At that time, we were strangers, merely crossing paths, yet you rushed to our aid. Without you, our clan would have perished long ago, and there would be no Xianren Valley today. There is a saying among humans, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. It is only right for us to repay you with the lives of our entire clan. There is no need for such words. Leader, you are excessively courteous. I have made all the necessary preparations on my end. I believe we should set off tonight. Xianlin concluded, his brow furrowed as he gazed toward the direction of Changbai Mountain. Though my powers are limited, I have recently sensed something amiss at the very depths of Changbai Mountain. It feels restless, leading me to suspicion. I fear that space may erupt at any moment. If that occurs, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, we must act before they become aware. As humans often say, the key to warfare lies in swiftness. Since you have all arrived today, I see no reason to delay. Let us head to Xianren Valley tonight and forge a passage to that realm. Agreed. I share the same sentiment. Bao Ping nodded deeply, then turned to Ning Bin behind him and said, Old Ning, we shall depart tonight, and I will take all my people with me. If anyone inquires tomorrow, just say we had urgent matters to attend to and must leave at once. Under no circumstances must any hint of this be revealed to outsiders. You need not worry about my affairs. My wife will take care of them. Ning Bin gazed at Bao Ping and replied, Yet I still harbor concerns for your safety upon entering. Perhaps I should accompany you. While I may not be of great use, I can offer some strategic counsel. No, it is far too perilous. Chen Zhi immediately dismissed Ning Bin's suggestion. You do not comprehend the gravity of this situation. It is beyond the realm of ordinary human involvement. Moreover, I have devised a two-step contingency plan. We must always prepare for the worst. Should we fail within, and that space erupts, we cannot predict what may emerge. At that point, Xianren Valley would become the primary battleground, endangering the lives of all, including the elderly and children. Once you arrive there, you would only become a burden. It is better for you to remain here as a second line of defense. If the situation becomes dire, the residents of Xianren Valley will retreat to your location, and you must ensure their safety. Have the heavy weaponry I arranged for you been secured? Yes, Ning Bin affirmed gravely. Not only the weapons you provided, but our Tang family has also acquired some private artillery. I invested considerable sums to have them secretly transported from the United States. Just a few nights ago, I arranged for them to be covertly delivered to the forward barricade, which is situated in a deep ravine. Once the covering is removed, it will become an insurmountable trench. By the heavens, I refuse to believe that whatever emerges from there will not fear bullets or shells. Should they dare pursue down the mountain, I will not hesitate to fire. Even if 1,000 horses charge down, my artillery will reduce them to mere fragments. I am no coward. Rest assured. If it comes to that, I will protect the elderly and children of Xianren Valley with my life. We shall either survive together or perish together. And my wife will do the same. Excellent. Bao Ping commended as he patted Ning Bin's shoulder. But remember, do not divulge too much to your wife. Women are often fearful and may inadvertently reveal details. If this information leaks, it will incite panic, and that would be troublesome. I understand. Ning Bin nodded in agreement, then glanced ahead and softly remarked, There lies a path that leads directly into the mountains. We must not delay. You should depart at once. I have already prepared provisions and water for your journey. Xianren Valley has everything needed. A few days ago, I sent ample supplies. You need only take what you can carry. Indeed, Bao Ping was greatly pleased with Ning Bin's meticulous arrangements. Subsequently, the group ceased further conversation, each picking up a bundle of supplies from the ground, bidding farewell to Ning Bin, and following Xianlin into the passageway that led into the mountains. This time, De Guo accompanied them. He was the shadow of Ning Bin, venturing to places where Ning Bin could not go. They traversed the lengthy underground passage, ascending a steep ladder. when suddenly a cool breeze wafted in. As they advanced, they discovered an entrance, its threshold cluttered with tangled roots. They cleared away the roots, and the moonlight immediately flooded in. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves within the realm of Changbai Mountain. This location marked the base of Changbai Mountain, with a considerable distance still to the summit. Yet, here the woods were dense, obscuring the interior from external view. From a distance, the Tang family's private villa appeared somewhat blurred. Traditionally, the journey up Changbai Mountain was no trifling matter. Its terrain was complex, with the summit perpetually cloaked in snow and the weather capricious, making it a mountain notorious for its sudden transformations. Many seasoned ginseng hunters had met their end in its frigid embrace. During their last expedition, Chen Zhi and his companions had already experienced its perils. Had it not been for De Gua and his experienced guidance, they might have lost their way in the mountains. Thus, it was imperative to prepare thoroughly before embarking on such an ascent. However, this occasion was different. There was no time for extensive preparation, and moreover, Qianlin was leading them. Qianlin belonged to this mountain, his lineage tracing back to its ancestral deity. From birth, he possessed an innate ability to navigate this rugged terrain with ease, as if it were a realm devoid of obstacles. He began to guide them through the mountain. Ascending swiftly, his speed was astonishing, seemingly unburdened by gravity, and as they progressed, he grew ever faster. Chen Zhi often observed that his limbs barely grazed the rocky surfaces, as if he floated effortlessly upward. The mountain posed no challenges to him. Not a single stretch was treacherous, and even areas prone to landslides seemed to yield to him. Qianlin appeared to possess an innate mental map of the mountain, navigating its paths with the familiarity of one strolling through their own garden. In a short span, they had covered considerable distance. Chen Zhi's group found it easy to keep pace with him. The warrior's physical prowess was not a concern, as the seasoned veteran was stationed below to provide support. Bao Ping and Peng Wei, both with years of military experience and relentless training, maintained a fitness level superior to that of the average person, allowing them to keep up without undue strain. However, as they passed the mountain's midsection, the climate underwent a dramatic transformation. The summery warmth of the valley vanished, replaced by a sharp drop in temperature, and a palpable chill permeated the air. Continuing onward, they soon encountered snow blanketing the ground. The summit of Changbai Mountain was eternally draped in white, the verdant pine needles now adorned in silver, creating a stunning tapestry of beauty. However, it was now the latter part of the night, and the hazy darkness rendered the slick ice beneath nearly invisible, posing a perilous threat as the path grew treacherous. The hour was growing late, and the sky began to brighten ever so slightly, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn. "Let us strive to reach our destination before the first light of day," Su Nln whispered to Chen Zhi and the others. "These times have changed. In this past month, even our kin dare not speak loudly in the mountains. I have a persistent feeling that the summit of this great mountain belongs to the Valley of Immortals, while the lower reaches are theirs. Under the cover of night, we ascend stealthily, yet during the day, we must tread with utmost caution, for any activity in the daylight is easily detected. The dawn approaches. I shall hasten my pace, and you must find a way to keep up. Do not fall behind. Fear not," Chen Zhi replied, gently touching his lips as he conjured several small barrier bubbles. These bubbles were just large enough to encapsulate a single individual. He enveloped the somewhat slower companions, Peng Wei, Bao Ping, and De Gua, within these protective spheres. Then, utilizing adhesive currents of air, he affixed these miniature barriers to the formidable red-clad warriors, Asawa and Gue Dao, harnessing their strength to ascend the mountain. As they journeyed onward, Chen Zhi and his companions rode like passengers on a swift wind, propelled upward by the warriors. Su Nln had indeed spoken truthfully. Their ascent was nearly a flight, his speed akin to that of a mountain mouse darting across the terrain. The warriors matched his velocity, with some even surging ahead to clear the path of obstructing branches. Their expedition could be likened to a whirlwind, traversing the treacherous glaciers of the Changbai Mountain, crossing snowdrifts thick enough to bury a person, covering distances that would take ordinary folk days, or even weeks, in mere moments. At last, as the sun broke the eastern horizon and illuminated the earth, they reached the vast expanse of pristine white snow. Chen Zhi recognized this place. It was the concealed entrance to the Valley of Immortals. The valley itself was a hidden gorge, once part of Changbai Mountain. Nestled deep within its embrace like a colossal bowl, its extensive area formed a distinct mountain range, rich with numerous rivers and valleys. The entrance above the gorge was entirely sealed and obscured, rendering it invisible to the naked eye, which would perceive only an uninterrupted stretch of snow. Unaware of the wonders concealed beneath. Upon arrival, Sun paused, placing a finger to his lips in silence before gesturing toward the expansive blanket of white. In an instant, a pale blue mark appeared upon the snow, rapidly expanding until it resembled a blue-white flame, swiftly consuming the surface. As the snow melted away, it revealed a circular totem etched into the ground beneath. Chen Zhi had previously encountered this totem, which served as the seal at the entrance of the Immortal Valley. The seal was densely inscribed with ancient Jurchen characters, vivid red in hue, reminiscent of fresh blood. This represented a remarkably unique spell within the shamanic faith, a divine art capable of completely concealing vast cities and islands. Chapter 720. Re-entering the Immortal Valley, the totem clearly functioned as the key to the incantation. As Xianlin recited the spell, the numerous ancient Jurchen characters on the totem began to swiftly align, akin to a rapidly assembling Rubik's Cube. The vibrant crimson hues of these characters shimmered with a glistening sheen, as if saturated with blood, casting a scarlet glow across the sky. The scene was utterly dreamlike, transporting everyone into a fantastical realm where reality seemed to blur. Xuanlin's incantation fluctuated in pitch, all composed of archaic Jurchen script. At that moment, he increasingly resembled a true shamanic demigod, ethereal and sacred, imbued with otherworldly powers. As he continued to chant, the vibrant red Jurchen characters on the seal began to operate, uncoiling like a series of unfastening chains. Ultimately, the entire seal commenced a rapid rotation, resembling a colossal circular compass, each layer intertwining and gradually unlocking. Once all seals were fully activated, the radiant crimson within the intricate script began to dissipate, and the enormous seal gradually sank into the earth, slowly vanishing from sight. At that moment, a large opening was revealed in the center of the seal, leading downward into an unfathomable abyss. Suspended above this dark void was a lengthy brass ladder, which appeared to float in the surrounding darkness due to the obscurity below. This brass ladder, seemingly ancient, bore no historical record. Its handles were intricately engraved with three-dimensional depictions of fierce and peculiar beasts, resembling the mythical monsters of ancient Jurchen lore. The ladder extended downward into the inky blackness. "All right, let us descend," Xianlin softly urged, gesturing for the others to embark. Chen Zhi was no stranger to this wondrous sight and followed without hesitation. However, many warriors and cloaked figures were witnessing this spectacle for the first time. The ordinary individuals, particularly those in black, could not suppress their astonishment at the extraordinary scene. Accompanying Bao Ping, they descended the brass ladder, and upon reaching the final stretch, leaped into the void, entering their destination, the Immortal Valley. As Chen Zhi beheld the valley once more, he realized it was now entirely transformed from what he remembered. He recalled their initial visit when sunlight had not graced this place at all. At that time, the Valley of Immortals had succumbed to the dominion of the mutated beings. Upon their arrival, the surroundings were enveloped in an oppressive darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. When they fell, apart from the faint illumination at the entrance, nothing was discernible. It was a realm of utter silence and desolation. However, the Valley of Immortals has undergone a remarkable transformation. Akin to a mythical snow village, this is no exaggeration. After descending from the brass ladder, they discovered that the gentle sunlight now permeated the valley. Although it had been sealed by sorcery, the barrier above was translucent, akin to a vast pane of glass, allowing the sunlight to cascade down unimpeded. Below, the ground remained blanketed in pure, pristine snow, reminiscent of a freshly arrived winter, both pure and warm. The snow was still remarkably thick, reaching above their waists. Chen Zhi touched the snow on the ground. It was icy to the touch, and its quality was untainted, remarkably pure. The wind here was gentle, carrying a hint of sweetness that invigorated the spirit. Such high-quality air is unattainable in the mundane world. Looking around, they beheld emerald snow pines, their verdant branches resembling exquisite jade, creating a stunning contrast against the white snow. "Welcome to the Valley of Immortals. You are all our esteemed guests," Xianlin exclaimed, brushing off the snow from his attire. In a gesture reflective of the Manchu tradition, he bowed respectfully, feeling emboldened to speak aloud only after arriving here. "Behold, this is the scenery of our Valley of Immortals, a beauty that has endured through millennia, passed down to my generation. As everyone listened to Qianlin's words, they began to gaze around. Most were visiting for the first time, and the expansive vista of the valley was now laid bare before them. This was likely the largest hidden valley within the Changbai mountain range. Within this valley flowed waterfalls and rivers, and the rugged mountains rose and fell, yet curiously, the waters here never froze. They flowed crystalline and cool, an enchanting sight that ordinary minds could scarcely fathom. Please, follow me. Ahead lies our village. Qianlin gestured politely toward the front and turned to lead the way. The group began to follow him into the valley, soon revealing two prominent snow-capped peaks. Nestled between these mountains was the village, the same place Chen Zhi and his companions had visited previously. The wheat fields surrounding the village were now fully ripe, appearing from a distance like waves of golden sea. The special fields cultivated with tai sui resembled patches of gemstones, blossoming and bearing fruit, radiating a dazzling brilliance that elicited awe from all. Truly a magnificent place, Bao Ping remarked with a gentle smile, expressing his admiration. To reside here long-term is indeed a blessing in life. If the opportunity arises, I would love to spend some time here and partake in such fortune. You are exceedingly gracious, Qianlin remarked politely. Had it not been for your timely assistance from Shiqi, our immortal valley would undoubtedly have been reduced to ruins by now. The doors of this place shall forever remain open to you, and you are welcome to visit at any time. Bao Ping and Qianlin continued to walk forward, exchanging pleasantries, when Chen Zhi suddenly recalled something and inquired of Qianlin. By the way, Qianlin, is there still any trouble regarding the old mountain deity's tomb? Upon hearing this question, Qianlin's brow furrowed noticeably. There is no longer any trouble. Ever since you sealed that divine tomb last time, we have been able to hear the heavy knocks emanating from behind the sealing stone. After a while, the knocking ceased, and we began to hear weeping sounds from beyond the seal. The nature of that sound, Qianlin continued, visibly discomfort, was truly harrowing. As if it were pleading with us. Our spirits were deeply affected, and we found ourselves unable to sleep at night due to that lamentation. Some of the elders even urged me to dismantle the stone wall and release the old mountain deity, claiming that it is, after all, our ancestor, the revered Super Hajanyi. However, I firmly refused, resolutely denying any dismantling of that sealing wall. Eventually, the weeping ceased, and tranquility returned. You may call me heartless, but as the village chief, I would never allow my village to be exposed to danger again. You have done nothing wrong. Chen Zhi nodded in approval. Moreover, you must understand that it is not your ancestor. Your ancestors have long since passed. What lies behind that sealing wall is merely a mutated corpse. Chapter 721. A grand gesture of respect. The group followed Qianlin downward, traversing the damp soil of the mountain, where the temperature was quite low. The ground was slick with frost, making it perilous to walk. The warriors surrounded Bao Ping, urging him to tread carefully. It was astonishing how much the immortal valley had transformed in less than a year. The rocky terrain remained abundant, with the surfaces of the stones shimmering brightly under the sun, creating a dazzling spectacle. Chen Zhi had previously discovered the secrets of these stones. They must constitute a unique resource within the immortal valley. These rocks were rich in high-quality gem ores, never before mined, and after enduring the elements, their brilliance gradually revealed itself, enhancing the snow-capped mountain's resplendence and forming a stunning landscape. After approximately 3 hours of descent, they finally reached the base of the mountain and continued forward, passing through sprawling fields of wheat, with the precious tai sui land just beyond. Upon descending the mountain and crossing the golden fields, they arrived directly at the vibrant tai sui land at the village's forefront. Observing this splendid and colorful terrain up close, the beauty was even more striking and unparalleled. The leaves of these plants were large, with tall stalks that, from a distance, resembled oversized corn stalks. And they were quite rare. Only 4 or 5 of these plants could be found in a single wheat field. Yet this plant radiates a verdant luster, crystalline and translucent, akin to jade exquisitely carved. These tai sui are in their growth phase, with lush foliage, though the fruits have yet to bear. A tender bud has just unfurled, emanating a luminous aura that cascades from its center like vibrant rainbows, presenting a remarkably enchanting sight. These are the tai sui, the legendary life-renewing Ganoderma. Qianlin courteously introduced to Bao Ping. The life-renewing Ganoderma is a unique medicinal herb of our immortal valley. It is documented in Li Shizhen's compendium of Materia Medica. indicating that this herb has the potential to extend human lifespan. These tai sui bloom and bear fruit only once every century, with 10 plants yielding but a single fruit, which takes on an infantile form. Consuming it ensures immunity from harm, prolongs life, and cures ailments deemed incurable by mankind, making it exceedingly rare. Should fate allow, I would certainly present one to the Lord of Shichi, as it could grant you longevity. Indeed, it is a treasure, Bao Ping exclaimed with a smile, then slightly curled his lips in a sardonic grin. However, there is no need for such a gift to me. Our leaders in Shichi seldom meet a natural end. After uttering these words, Bao Ping turned his gaze forward. Before them lay the entrance to the village, aromatic with flowers and verdant with lush greenery, all blanketed in glistening white snow, a truly wondrous spectacle. In the distance, majestic snow-capped mountains loomed, with intricately crafted cottages resembling precious gems nestled within the enchanting little town. This secluded snow village is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. As Xianlin had brought them in the dead of night, most villagers remained in slumber. Upon exiting the Tai Sui fields, they continued along the village path, entering the village where a stone-paved walkway began to unfold before them. The public amenities of Immortal Valley are remarkably refined. The stone slabs of the walkway are fashioned from Kunlun jade, polished to a smooth sheen, artfully arranged in orderly rows. The quality of this jade is exquisite, transparent and smooth, and as they tread upon it, a melodious sound reminiscent of piano notes resonates beneath their feet. This delightful sound soon stirred the villagers awake. As windows swung open one by one, the denizens of Immortal Valley, upon witnessing the arrival of Chen Zhi and Bao Ping, immediately surged forth. This village, characterized by its agricultural and hunting traditions, has historically revered harvests and labor, venerating the mountain deities and cherishing sunlight, untainted by the influences of the outside world. The villagers possess remarkably simple and pure thoughts. As the villagers gathered, the first act was to kneel in unison before Chen Zhi and Bao Ping. This unexpected gesture caught Chen Zhi off guard, prompting him to urge the villagers to rise. However, Xianlin stepped forward, formally kneeling before the villagers in a solemn manner. Our ancestral teachings dictate that we must recognize and repay kindness. Otherwise, we are no better than beasts. The people of Immortal Valley remember the life-saving grace, and we have no means to repay it. Please, benefactor, allow us to bow in gratitude. After declaring this, disregarding their protests, Xianlin led all the villagers of Immortal Valley in bowing thrice to Chen Zhi and Bao Ping. Chen Zhi surveyed the villagers. Due to the recent calamity brought upon by the mutated beings, the village now boasted a dwindling number of young men. Most inhabitants were women and children, accompanied by a few elderly individuals. The last time Chen Zhi encountered them, they appeared frail and on the brink of collapse, their faces etched with fatigue. However, upon his return, he beheld a transformation. Each villager radiated vitality, their faces glowing with health, and many children had grown significantly taller, soon to emerge as the new generation of robust youth. It seemed that during his absence, Xianlin had successfully restored the vitality of this enchanting valley. Meanwhile, Bao Ping exhibited little interest in the affairs of the village. He wandered alone to the forefront, captivated by a massive black stone. It was an imposing black stele, standing over 100 meters tall, irregularly embedded in the earth, resembling a celestial stone that had descended from the heavens, towering at the village's entrance. The surface of the stele was inscribed with an intricate tapestry of ancient Jurchen characters, the very same Chen Zhi had encountered previously. The stone of deification. Amidst the dense script, there lay a hand-carved divine inscription, which Chen Zhi had already translated. In the land of Changbai Mountain, the demon Wulong, having aligned with the will of heaven and aided our Lord in battle, is hereby conferred as the deity of Changbai Mountain, bestowed the name Keohazan Yi, and granted residence in the Valley of Immortals. The former goddess Hizaming, who aided Zhou in tyranny, is now stripped of her divine status and given to Keohazan Yi as a wife. The signature read, Jiang Shang. Bao Ping was profoundly intrigued by these characters, prompting Chen Zhi to translate the divine inscription line by line for him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Chen Zhi and inquired, "Is this not the very stone Jiangxia used to appoint these ancestors as mountain deities? And their descendants should now be considered demigods, correct?" "Strictly speaking, not demigods," Chen Zhi replied gently, shaking his head. "Their current status is that of immortals. Their ancestors were of too humble a lineage prior to their deification. And historical records suggest that the old mountain deity's foundation was not particularly strong. Chapter 722. The History of the Valley of Immortals. What constitutes an immortal? Bao Ping pondered, gazing at the grand black stele. Why are the inhabitants of this valley referred to as immortals? What connection do they hold with the divine? Shouldn't the descendants of mountain deities be classified as demigods? In essence, there is little connection between immortals and deities, Chen Zhi replied softly, standing beside Bao Ping. For a considerable duration in the past, the term immortal was often conflated with deity. Historical human texts have muddled the concepts of immortals and deities to such an extent that some even equate the two, referring to them collectively as immortals and deities. Yet, in truth, there exists a fundamental distinction between them. In the archives of the Zhang family, there are clear records delineating the differences between deities and immortals. Deities are inherently divine, their powers derived from noble bloodlines, immutable by mere human effort. Conversely, immortal is a collective term for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Many immortals initially were ordinary humans or animals, and some even large prehistoric creatures that have since become extinct. Akin to the spirits and demons of the mountains, they attained transcendent abilities through a certain method, gaining wisdom that allowed them to cultivate themselves into immortals, capable of performing various spells. However, due to their untamed nature, they might also wreak havoc upon the world, causing suffering among living beings. Yet, no matter how formidable these immortals may be, they can never rival the divine. For their power is not derived from lineage, but is rather a result of their cultivated efforts. This is the fundamental distinction between immortals and deities. Some powerful immortals, due to their indelible achievements, are exceptionally conferred the status of eternal gods. For instance, the long-deceased mountain deity of Changbai, known as Zhi, is a case in point. The idea of elevating an immortal to divine status is indeed intriguing. Bao Ping smiled faintly and turned to Chen Zhi, inquiring about the dubious reputation of the old mountain god, Zhi. What exactly is it? Moreover, why is he referred to as the earth demon? That title seems rather unflattering. In my recollection, the newly conferred deities by the revered Jiang Shang should embody both virtue and nobility. I have heard you mention that the conferring of gods is merely a ritual, and those semi-divine beings already possess the qualifications of deities. So what merit does this mountain god have to be granted such divine status? This is likely an exception, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing at the black stone tablet. Feeling a strange sense of shame welling up within him, he scrutinized the inscribed divine texts once more and gently remarked, I cannot fathom Jiang Ziya's thoughts at that time. However, during my last visit, I discovered some ancient records within the tomb of Zhi, stating that he had once divined for Jiang Ziya during the time of King Wu's campaign against Zhou, thus earning his military accolades and exceptional elevation to godhood. The tomb contains some very old scrolls, the origin of which remains unknown. Their vibrant colors and rich artistic style resemble contemporary New Year paintings, embodying the most primitive style of the Jurchen tribes. In those depictions, the mountain god, in his guise as the earth demon, is portrayed with a green face and ferocious fangs, a human head hanging from his waist, presenting a truly terrifying visage. He was undoubtedly a man-eating creature. Furthermore, he was exceedingly cruel. According to the records, upon learning that his daughter, the goddess Faculin, had given birth to a human child, he tortured her to death and subsequently chained her within the tomb. I have seen the remains of the goddess Faculin. It was a sight too harrowing to behold. And even after millennia, she remains unable to escape her fate. After Chen Zhi spoke, he glanced at the innocent villagers of the immortal valley ahead. Nevertheless, this bloodline has endured. The celestial inhabitants here speak of the original goddess, He Ming, of Changbai Mountain, who was remarkably gentle and kind. Thus her daughter, the goddess Faculin, inherited her temperament. This lineage eventually led to the Zhou dynasty and the establishment of this immortal valley. As for the old Zhi, he has likely become nothing more than a pile of bones, which is his destined end. Perhaps this is what one refers to as fate. An earth demon who consumes flesh elevated to the status of a god. With a cold chuckle, Bao Ping cast a discerning glance at the inscriptions on the black stone, as if appreciating a fine painting. He then sneered again, proclaiming the removal of the once revered goddess of the mountain, subsequently designating the local earth demon as the new mountain deity, and forcibly bestowing the goddess upon the demon. Oh, Bao Ping remarked with a peculiar smile directed at Chen Zhi, the clan leader. It seems our divine authority is not particularly discerning when selecting new deities. Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a response or defend Jiang Zia, leading him to embrace a profound silence. The villagers displayed remarkable warmth, guiding the procession into their settlement. Although daylight had fully arrived, the pathways were still adorned with grand lanterns, illuminating the jade-like ground with a brilliant glow. Immortal Valley was a small town equipped with comprehensive public facilities. Despite its villagers living in seclusion, they were not entirely ignorant of the technological advancements beyond their borders. Moreover, the residents of the valley adhered to their unique way of life, with the Tang family from the foothills frequently visiting, supplying items such as generators. The fusion of modern technology with the ancient, shamanistic religious atmosphere rendered their existence a semi-civilized state, exuding an exotic charm that captivated visitors. The villagers escorted the entire group to the largest residence in the village, that of the village chief, Xianlin. The grandeur of Xianlin's abode was evident. With the courtyard abundantly populated by snow-covered cedar trees, their branches draped in a pristine white blanket of snow. A substantial roasting furnace dominated the courtyard, encircled by intricately carved wooden benches, all impeccably clean and exuding an aura of solemnity, reminiscent of a celestial retreat. Within Xianlin's house lay heated tiled floors, leading to a long, traditional Kong bed, furnished in a style akin to that of a royal palace from a Qing dynasty drama. Once inside, everyone settled onto the Kong, while warriors and cloaked figures congregated in the courtyard, where Xianlin ordered the fire in the furnace to be kindled for everyone's warmth. In an instant, the courtyard buzzed with liveliness. The residents of Immortal Valley felt immense gratitude towards Chen Zhi and his companions. Though Xianlin spoke little, the villagers were only vaguely aware of the impending dangers they faced, even knowing that Chen Zhi and his group had come with a purpose. They insisted on hosting a grand feast, preparing a roasting furnace in the center of the courtyard. Since the incident involving the mutated beasts, wildlife in the mountains had significantly diminished, and it would take a considerable time for the ecosystem to recover. However, the Tang family had sent numerous supplies, including wild animals from Changbai Mountain, which were released into the valley to foster ecological balance. Additionally, several large cattle and sheep had been distributed among the households, prompting villagers to suggest slaughtering a few sheep to honor their esteemed guests. Yet, Chen Zhi intervened, advising against it. There would be ample time for such feasts once their mission concluded, deeming the current circumstances unsuitable, as they were situated atop Changbai Mountain. In the depths of Changbai Mountain, precisely beneath it lies the profound and eerie Fengdu Ghost City. I apologize, said the celestial peacock, for the delay in updates over the last 2 days. I have gone without sleep for 40 hours, desperately consuming sleeping pills, yet to no avail. Tonight must be a success. Chapter 723. The departure. The vibrant hues and celebratory atmosphere permeating the Immortal Valley seemed to render one oblivious to their current location and the terrifying events that awaited. Chen Zhi instructed Xianlin to warn the villagers of the Immortal Valley to exercise restraint in their revelry, prohibiting excessive noise, open flames, and the cooking of meat that would emit thick smoke. Everything in the valley was to remain as it had been, unremarkable and undisturbed, ensuring that the presence of newcomers was hardly felt. On this day, Chen Zhi's party subsisted solely on their provisions, refraining from venturing out to avoid any disturbances in the mountain. From Xianlin's words, it was evident that the mountain was exceedingly sensitive during the day, and they needed to avoid alarming whatever lurked beneath. However, this directive proved ineffective with the children. The youthful residents of the Immortal Valley were predominantly oblivious to fear, having rarely encountered outsiders. The sudden influx of visitors ignited their excitement, causing them to frolic and dance about like jubilant swallows across the snow-covered village, filling the air with laughter. The day swiftly passed in such merriment. From midday, Chen Zhi had summoned all the shamans, instructing them to prepare for the evening's entry into another dimension. Also remained in a state of heightened tension, repeatedly coordinating with the Ghost Blade to review the formation of the warriors and discuss various strategies for the impending scenarios. All the warriors had sharpened their blades, readying themselves for the night's endeavor. The operation was scheduled for around midnight, following an absolute command issued by Bao Ping at noon. Having traversed the mountain all night, everyone was fatigued. Although the warriors were physically robust, exhaustion was inevitable. Thus, It became imperative for everyone to find their rooms and rest to maintain their energy levels, ensuring they would be in peak condition for the night ahead. Prioritizing sleep before critical missions was a vital discipline for the warriors, who had long embraced this routine. Like clockwork, they retreated into various homes at midday, seeking refuge to replenish their strength in a secure environment. Qianlin also specifically instructed the elders to supervise the children, ensuring their raucousness did not disturb the others' rest. Chen Zhi began to chant a sleep incantation, allowing himself to drift into slumber. As the mountains loomed high and dense, darkness enveloped the valley by 7 o'clock, plunging it into obscurity. Qianlin ordered everyone to minimize lighting, adhering to the customary early bedtime of the immortal valley. However, around 8 o'clock, most people had awakened. The human brain is a peculiar entity. Under immense pressure, no amount of self-encouragement can lead to complete relaxation. Consequently, during the ensuing hours, the majority found themselves waiting in the darkness, anticipating the decisive battle ahead. Qianlin was meticulous about the allocation of rooms. While others were dispatched to various lodgings, the key figures remained in Xuanlin's residence. Bao Ping was invited into the living room he typically used to rest, while Chen Zhi was assigned to the tea pavilion. The tea hall was quite simple, furnished with all the necessary tea utensils. This was where Qianlin usually indulged in tea tasting, adjacent to the courtyard, beneath the bright moon, with a picturesque view. Chen Zhi gazed at the pristine white snow on the ground and the luminous moon in the sky, inhaling deeply to gradually relax his weary mind. With 4 hours remaining until their mission, he resolved not to dwell on the thoughts he had already contemplated numerous times. At that moment, however, Chen Zhi suddenly heard a faint sound of a hand gently turning. Before the door opened, he had already surmised that it must be Bao Ping. When the door swung open, indeed, it was Bao Ping who entered, with Aso and the old warrior Xia closely following behind him, as if guarding something of utmost importance. Bao Ping turned and nodded to them, signaling for them to retreat, then stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. "Chief, I have come to request a cup of tea," Bao Ping declared as he strolled in. "Ah, good to see you," Chen Zhi greeted with a smile, rising to offer Bao Ping the chair in the center while he took a seat beside him. "Chief, what brings you up so early? Do you have something on your mind?" "Not particularly. I simply couldn't sleep, so I thought I would come and chat with you." "I felt a bit parched earlier and wanted a cup of tea," Bao Ping replied, glancing around before opening an electric kettle that immediately emitted the sound of boiling water. Habitually, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Chen Zhi. After taking a puff and exhaling a ring of smoke, he looked at Chen Zhi and asked, "By the way, when did you start calling me chief? You didn't seem to like that title before." "Haha." Chen Zhi chuckled lightly as he reached for a teacup. "It was actually Mu He who reminded me. He mentioned that my habit of casually addressing you is rather inappropriate. Although we are familiar, I should be mindful of how I refer to you. He also advised me that regardless of my lineage or the power and status I possess, I must remember that before you, I remain your subordinate. It seems he holds you in high regard as well." Bao Ping chuckled upon hearing this, finding the situation amusing. Mu He is quite an interesting fellow. He always pays attention to the little details and seeks to uncover their significance. But does respect truly lie in mere words? After finishing his thought, Bao Ping took a couple more deep puffs of his cigarette, leaving only a scant amount of tobacco remaining. The current craving for cigarettes appears to be particularly intense. In an effort to help him quit smoking, Lao Jindo even customized a special half-cigarette for him, designed to be consumed quickly, thereby reducing his intake, a method of cessation. However, upon reaching Bao Ping, the plan utterly failed as he chain-smoked one after another. After finishing the half-cigarette, he lit another almost immediately, twirling the lighter between his fingers before handing it to Chen Zhi with a smile. "Do you see this? It was a gift from Mu He when I was a child." Chapter 724. Memories of Youth. After Bao Ping finished speaking, he placed the lighter on the table. Chen Zhi found it quite amusing, surprised that Mu He could exhibit such a delicate gesture, so incongruous with his serious demeanor. Chen Zhi picked up the lighter for a closer inspection. It was not an expensive piece, unlike what one might expect from the notorious Northeast king, Bao Yi. It was an outdated lacquered lighter, predominantly black, though most of the paint had worn away, revealing a mottled silver beneath. Chen Zhi recalled that over a decade ago, during his middle school days, he had seen senior classmates purchasing such lighters to impress girls, pretending to be gangsters as they flicked the lighter in their fingers, feeling rather dashing. However, this trend eventually faded, and at the time, it had only cost a few dozen yuan. This lighter was given to me by Mu He when I first joined the organization and smoked for the first time. Back then, huh? Bao Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled with reminiscence, as if he were recalling a multitude of memories that stirred a torrent of emotions within him, only to suppress them once more. He wiped the somewhat chipped black lighter on his clothing before tucking it into his pocket. That year, I was merely 13, fleeing from pursuers to seek refuge in the organization, completely unfamiliar with anyone in the dark, oppressive city of Shichiwang. However, I soon met another boy, Muhi, as the adults in the city informed me that we would be living together. Unlike me, Muhi was more talkative and adept at engaging with others, often venturing to places I could not reach. Then one day, my adoptive father summoned me and declared his intention to take me as his son, promising to help me in the future. Yet before that, he required me to undertake a task, to understand what role I would play ahead. That night, Zhiyong took me out, locking me in a room with an adult man and handing me a knife. That night, with my own hands, I took my first life. I still remember that the man towered over me by a head and bore wounds, yet his strength far surpassed mine. I fought desperately against him, exhausting the last vestiges of my strength. I inflicted numerous wounds upon him, and ultimately, he succumbed to his injuries, blood flowing profusely until he breathed his last. Yet, in his final moments, his gaze remained fixed upon me, as if he intended to etch my visage into the annals of the underworld. 13 years old. Chen Zhi gazed at Bao Ping in astonishment. Indeed, 13. Rather too young, wouldn't you agree? Bao Ping replied with an indifferent smile, turning his head to face Chen Zhi. Hence, do not presume that everyone's life unfolds in the same manner. Each individual is bound to their own fate. Do not regard me as an exceptionally virtuous person. Do you recall your own countenance the first time you took a life? At this, Chen Zhi closed his eyes, instantly conjuring the image of that face, and the days following the death of Shao Kong. The feeling within him at that time was palpable. After committing murder, he felt devoid of emotion, no different from a beast. Bao Ping maintained his serene smile, speaking with an air of calmness, as though recounting another's tale. That night, I was so terrified that sleep eluded me. My hands trembled uncontrollably, as I felt the presence of the man I had slain watching me from the doorway. I remember wishing to cry. The release that tears could bring seemed profoundly comforting, yet for reasons unknown, I ultimately could not shed a tear. Later that night, my adoptive father came to see me. He pulled back the covers and, upon witnessing my trembling form, was suddenly engulfed in rage. He struck me vehemently with a whip. I still vividly recall that beating. My body bore no unscathed flesh, yet I remained tearless. My heart, for reasons I could not fathom, gradually grew harder. My adoptive father grasped my face with his hands, scrutinizing me intently, before turning to Ji Yang and declaring, "This is the one." They then departed, leaving me alone in the darkened room. At that moment, I lay on the ground, unable to move. The light could not be turned on. I distinctly remember feeling one singular emotion, a desire for death. Later, Muhi emerged from somewhere, likely having been lurking outside the window. He was 2 years my senior and, after helping me to my feet, surreptitiously produced a pack of cigarettes he had stolen from outside, along with 2 lighters. Gifting me one, he said, "Smoke, it will ease your pain." He had seen on television that a man who smoked was a true man, unafraid of anything. Thus, I commenced my smoking habit, which I have never been able to relinquish since. Perhaps it was he who led me down this path. And then what? Chen Zhi listened to Bao Ping recount these events nonchalantly, picturing his demeanor at the time. And then, he inquired, Well, the following day, Muhi was taken away. I heard he was sent to the finest school by my adoptive father, ascending rapidly to a life of distinction, engaging in honorable pursuits, embarking on a path entirely divergent from mine. As for me, my journey was starkly different. From that point onward, my hands became increasingly stained with blood, until eventually, I lost all feeling, able to dine even in the presence of corpses. Perhaps as Mu once articulated, a man becomes a true man only after he learns to smoke, embodying a spirit that knows no fear. And what of the present? Chen Zhi cast a glance at Bao Ping and continued, "You must have been in contact all along." Indeed, Bao Ping suddenly chuckled. This fellow has become quite a challenge since his ascent. When our benefactor was alive, he often tasked him with certain duties. He would always hesitate, fearful of overstepping and jeopardizing his own prospects, and every time he helped, he would demand exorbitant compensation. Now that our benefactor is gone, I find it even more difficult to enlist his aid. Moreover, since last year, He has claimed that his current status grants him freedom, absolving him of any obligation to the organization. Unlike our benefactor, I stand on equal footing with him. Henceforth, any engagement with him will cost me dearly. This lad, a bottomless pit of insatiability, more cunning than a monkey when faced with challenges. Once we have a moment to breathe, we ought to set things right with the leader. At this juncture, Chen Zhi turned serious, fixing his gaze on Bao Ping's deep gray eyes. Leader, I have long wished to inquire. Are you and you friends? Friends? Ha, ha. Bao Ping erupted into laughter at Chen Zhi's question, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. The valley, devoid of smoking habits, lacked an ashtray. Bao Ping poured some water into an old dish and tapped his cigarette upon it. Miu and I were sent to the organization together as children, raised under the same roof by Shichi. Indeed, we spent our formative years side by side. However, our benefactor had different plans for both of us. His fortune surpassed mine, propelling him to higher echelons, where he received the finest education and mingled with the esteemed, basking in the sunlight with a respectable identity. As for me, I was subjected to the harshest military training, engaged in unspeakable deeds throughout my life. To this day, I have lost count of the blood on my hands. For someone like me, descending to the 18th layer of hell would be a fitting reprieve. Can a polished official like him truly be my friend? After speaking, Bao Ping tapped the ash from his cigarette onto the porcelain dish. Furthermore, over the years, he has risen steadily, amassing greater influence, and has assisted us on occasion. Our benefactor treated him well, and as for my generation, the matter is even clearer. Thus, let us settle our dealings in monetary terms. It is far more transparent. The term friend carries too much weight. Listening to Bao Ping's words, Chen Zhi regarded him silently for a long moment before finally speaking. Leader, I have been contemplating a matter. It is prudent to exercise caution in all things. Although we cannot intervene in the affairs concerning Miu, the long night brings many dreams, and one can never be too secure. Once we conclude matters here, we should devise a plan to extricate Miu. In the future, we may still find ourselves in need of his assistance. Indeed, Bao Ping nodded indifferently, awaiting the conclusion of the matter at hand. Rest assured, we reside in a nation governed by the rule of law. The death penalty is not administered lightly, and given his high position, he shall not suffer injustice. Fear not, he is quite cunning and will not allow himself to be disadvantaged. The current situation is of utmost importance, and I prefer not to be distracted. We shall discuss everything once this is concluded. After finishing his words, Bao Ping extinguished the last of his cigarette. At that moment, the electric kettle had boiled the water, and he glanced around as if searching for something. Did you bring the blood crystal? Chen Zhi articulated what Bao Ping was thinking, then lifted the kettle from the tea set. If you have it, take it out and brew some for us. In just a few hours, we shall depart. Chen Zhi's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Bao Ping's eyes. He gazed at Chen Zhi for a prolonged moment, feeling somewhat exposed as if his intentions had been discerned. Ultimately, he retrieved the vibrant red blood crystal from his pocket, poured it into a cup, and added the boiling water. He blew gently upon it, closed his eyes, and consumed it. Time seemed to accelerate amid the growing anxiety, and soon midnight arrived. For this moment, everyone had prepared for an extended period, and the preceding hours had led to this climactic point, heightening the tension among all. The air within the immortal valley became thick with anticipation, rendering it almost palpable. According to their prior arrangement, their departure would not take place within the village of Immortal Valley, but rather on a flatter expanse of the rear mountain. As was his custom before undertaking a mission, Chen Zhi always prepared for the worst. The Immortal Valley was densely populated, primarily by the elderly and children. Should the mission fail and something emerge from the ruptured space, this location would bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, they were compelled to select a remote area as their starting point, allowing the residents of Immortal Valley time to evacuate in the event of an unforeseen incident. Most of the valley's inhabitants were asleep, and Xian Lin, accompanied by a few remaining young adults, ventured forth with lanterns and torches into the desolate hillside. This area lay a considerable distance from the Immortal Valley, elevated enough to afford a panoramic view of the valley below. Once, there had stood an abandoned temple here, its origins and the time of its destruction shrouded in mystery. The stones of the ruins had deteriorated significantly, likely to crumble into dust in due course, possibly remnants of a prehistoric civilization. Surrounding this area, Xian Lin established concentric protective barriers, woven with threads as fine as hair and adorned with tiny, golden bells. These were unique warning barriers of their shamanic tradition. Do not be deceived by the diminutive size of the golden bells. Their sound was anything but insignificant. Should anything untoward intrude upon this space, the bells would resonate in unison, producing an exceedingly loud cacophony, with the volume escalating as one descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the celestial valley would swiftly receive the news, subsequently traversing the secret passage to the Tang family below, thereby entering the second line of defense, where the Tang family members would provide their protection. This time, Pang Wei chose not to accompany them, for the ensuing circumstances were unpredictable. Those lacking martial prowess could become a burden to the group. He would remain here with a contingent of cloaked figures, poised to assist Chen Zhi and his companions upon their emergence. The meticulously selected 280 warriors, alongside 5 red-belted masters and 50 divine shamans from the Jiang clan, would escort Bao Ping and Chen Zhi as they ventured into the headquarters of the Dark Division. At precisely noon, under the guidance of Xian Lin, they smoothly arrived at a level expanse behind the hillside. This terrain was peculiar. Apart from the collapsed, dilapidated temple, the area ahead was barren and desolate, as if it were a deliberately cleared plaza. Strangely, aside from the yellow earth, even snow was absent, rendering it an optimal site for the incantation. Here was the designated location for Chen Zhi's spellcasting. This particular incantation was one he had glimpsed in the mind of Master Pu Hang. It was a technique originating from a foreign race, somewhat arcane, yet exceedingly practical. It allowed the conjuration of thoughts based on visual perceptions, materializing memories into human form, enabling one to traverse to the observed location. In essence, as long as one could see a place, one could find it. Before the demise of the Dark Division's branch leader, Chen Zhi had once perceived the visage of the headquarters within his mind. This meant that now, he could invoke the memories of the deceased branch leader, materializing them into a corporeal form to guide the entire company to the headquarters of the Dark Division. Chapter 726. The malevolent art. The materials required for crafting the incantation had long been prepared. After positioning the components in the center of the ground, all present methodically dispersed, leaving the most spacious area for Chen Zhi to exercise his powers. The warriors encircled him, both on the inner and outer rings, vigilantly observing the unfolding events. If there was any regret stemming from the operation against the Black Whale organization, it was the necessity of slaying the enlightened monk, Elder Pu Hang. Yet, that endeavor yielded a significant boon, the acquisition of the nefarious spell to summon memory apparitions. Chen Zhi was no novice at this incantation. His mastery over it had reached a commendable level. The summoning ritual required relatively simple materials, common grains, herbal concoctions, and bundles of vines, all of which had been meticulously prepared. The most crucial medium, however, was a skin-black cat, ideally one that was as fierce and rare as possible. Pang Wei produced a burlap sack, tightly secured, within which something thrashed about. Upon release, a black cat dangled from a rope, its wild spirit palpable. The ebony cat was enveloped in a coat of pure darkness, each hair glistening with an oily sheen, devoid of any blemish. Its eyes, one a striking yellow and the other a vivid blue, possessed the rare charm of heterochromia. Such a feline, with its exquisite lineage, commanded a steep price at the time of purchase, specifically acquired for this task. This black cat was evidently in a state of extreme fright, its wide eyes reflecting both terror and fury as it bared its teeth and emitted a piercing shriek. In this moment, any compassion for the creature was insufficient. Someone stepped forward and swiftly slit the cat's throat with a long blade, then deftly skinned it while it was still warm, presenting the bloodied carcass to Chen Zhi. Upon receiving the lifeless feline, Chen Zhi propped it up with a wooden stick, positioning it in the very center of the open space, encircling it with grains and medicinal herbs. Subsequently, Chen Zhi closed his eyes and silently recited a few incantations, biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he then used to mix with the earth and inscribe a grand, circular totem upon the ground. The intricate and peculiar patterns were rendered with clarity. Following this, it was time to chant the ominous dark incantation. During this period, Chen Zhi had scoured various ancient texts in search of the origins of such summoning spells. Ultimately, he discovered that this particular incantation lacked any genuine source, being vastly different from established doctrines. It appeared as though it had been concocted by a remote tribe of mountain dwellers. Alternatively, it might have been an ancient practice, long since lost to record. Despite the absence of theoretical foundation or authentic magical principles, the incantation proved remarkably effective, as the summoned translucent figure, though terrifying in form. Defied identification. Before reciting the incantation, Chen Zhi advised the onlookers to brace themselves mentally. The apparition summoned would be derived from the memories of the deceased helmsman, who had perished under their cruel torture, a foe of theirs. The appearance of such a summoned entity was unpredictable. Aso and the few crimson-banded warriors had already positioned themselves to protect Bao Ping from a distance, ensuring ample manpower both in front and behind. All warriors held long knives, standing at the ready, their eyes fixed on the spot where Chen Zhi stood, prepared to obliterate any emerging threat. At that moment, Chen Zhi began the ritual. He knelt upon the ground, biting his tongue to let the metallic taste of blood fill his throat, and then began to murmur the incantation in hushed tones. The pronunciations of these spells were strange and imbued with a dark, eerie quality, sending shivers down one's spine. Chen Zhi grasped little of their meaning, yet he chanted them faithfully as they were spoken. It was not long before the effects of the incantation manifested. As the eerie verses swirled through the air, the grand totem on the ground began to exhibit noticeable changes. Its shape, already peculiar, was an irregular circle, contorted as though it were a large puddle of water that had inadvertently spilled onto the earth. As the incantation took effect, the blood from the feline corpse began to flow steadily towards the totems, saturating the earth with its crimson hue. The blood coursed swiftly, and soon the lifeblood of the cat was entirely extracted, leaving behind a desiccated, lifeless husk. Given the rarity of this black cat, its blood seemed to possess an even greater potency, transforming the entire totem into a vivid scarlet, an unsettling spectacle that evoked trepidation. After a while, as Chen Zhi recited more verses of his incantation, the circular totem began to emit a hissing sound, releasing wisps of azure smoke akin to metal being heated upon a forge. Gradually, the cat's remains melded into the soil, completely embraced by the earth, signifying the conclusion of the summoning ritual. The ground itself had transformed into a soft, yielding texture, reminiscent of cotton ready to engulf its surroundings. At this moment, one would expect a translucent figure to emerge from within, guiding them forth. However, in the ensuing moments, nothing transpired. All stood in hushed anticipation beneath the silent night sky, each person refraining from uttering a word, fearful of disrupting the eerie summoning. They awaited with bated breath, curious about what Chen Zhi might conjure from the earth. Yet, as seconds turned into minutes, the tension in the air began to dissipate. Half an hour passed, and Chen Zhi found himself puzzled. Where have I gone awry? Which step was incorrect? He mused silently. This isn't my first time performing this spell. I succeeded even in a more rudimentary setting before. The ritual's procedure should be sound. Moreover, this summoning is not inherently complex. The materials and process are straightforward, leaving little room for failure. So what is amiss? Why has no form materialized? Since the ritual appeared flawless, only one possibility remained. The entity meant to be summoned, despite having departed this life, possessed a formidable will, unwilling to manifest. Chapter 727, The Forbidden Art, Part 2. Chen Zhi then raised his voice, passionately reciting the incantation with intensified fervor, augmenting the traditional summoning technique to amplify the spell's potency. The resonant cadence of his chants echoed through the mountains, resembling a commanding decree rather than a mere invocation, demanding an immediate response. With remarkable recall, Chen Zhi meticulously articulated the complete incantation from memory, subsequently unleashing an exceedingly potent curse. The protective barrier began to encircle him like a chain. Should a spatial rupture occur at that moment, the first line of defense would be Chen Zhi's fierce curse barrier. With this layer of protection, those outside would remain unharmed, allowing Bao Ping and the others ample time to escape. Under the formidable influence of the summoning spell, the totems on the ground appeared to ignite, vibrant blood bubbling forth like lava, splattering outward. Ultimately, a translucent arm abruptly emerged from the earth's core. The strength of that arm was immense, seemingly shattering the surface of the ground, followed by a tremor of soil as something writhed beneath, gradually burrowing its way out. It was the latter part of the night, shrouded in the profound darkness of the deep mountains, with illumination relying solely on moonlight and the flashlights held by the group. The warriors and the cloaked figures were all well trained. Even in the pitch blackness, confronted by such an uncanny scene, none felt fear. Instead, they remained poised, observing everything ahead. Yet an inexplicable tension permeated the air, a collective unease towards the shadow that was emerging from the earth. The The warriors aimed their long blades forward, while the cloaked figures raised their submachine guns, ready to fire at the ominous, indistinct silhouette at the slightest hint of danger. At that moment, the translucent arms slowly extended, followed by a transparent head emerging, and then the entire body. Just as before, this figure was completely transparent, discernible only by its slightly recognizable face. This time, however, everyone clearly beheld the form of this shadow. It was the deceased leader of the dark faction, identical in every aspect, yet now merely a transparent specter. His face seemed not entirely transparent, still allowing the original features to be discerned, albeit twisted in a grotesque manner, as if steeped in immense pain and hatred, rendering him utterly terrifying. The wounds from his brutal torture lingered, his shoulder drooping limply, with only one arm swaying. He stood silently, facing Chen Zhi, his contorted visage subtly shifting, akin to a spasm, exuding an aura of horror. This translucent shadow lingered for an extended period, with no one daring to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, the shadow suddenly darted like lightning towards Chen Zhi, face to face with him. The speed appeared even swifter than in life, a flash of movement. And in an instant, that ghastly face was almost pressed against Chen Zhi's own. Its eyes rolled back, devoid of pupils, seemingly blind, yet it remained steadfast, as if straining to listen intently to the surrounding sounds. Chen Zhi promptly placed a hand behind him, signaling for silence. He had previously warned everyone that this transparent shadow was blind, yet possessed an acute sense of hearing, urging them to refrain from making any noise, even to stifle their very breaths. Moreover, Chen Zhi had just utilized a fierce curse to create a barrier, completely shielding everyone's presence. Between him and the shadow, there existed an almost vacuum-like void. Chen Zhi employed a method of breath-holding, silencing even his own breathing within this barrier, rendering him utterly invisible. The transparent figure stood still for a considerable time, seemingly losing its vigilance, and then began to sway unsteadily. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. At that moment, the figure turned, gazing into the dark mountains ahead, particularly towards the westernmost area. Gradually, its body began to bow, reminiscent of an athlete poised for a sprint. Just as the onlookers comprehended its intention, the figure suddenly flickered and darted forward, its transparent form effortlessly penetrating Chen Zhi's barrier, vanishing in an instant like a flash of lightning. "Quick, follow him," Bao Ping commanded urgently, and all the warriors instantly surged forth like lightning. The first to leap was Gui Dao, his speed undeniable. Chen Zhi had no doubt he would keep pace with the shadow. Following him was a Su. And lastly came Ji Ying, Elder Xia, and Bao Jiao. Chen Zhi had prepared in advance. He had already used specialized barriers to bind a Su and Bao Jiao, propelling them through the air at an astonishing velocity alongside Bao Ping. For the next several minutes, Chen Zhi found it nearly impossible to breathe, as the warriors' speed disrupted the very air around them. In such extreme velocity, direction and distance seemed trivial. He was tossed within the barrier, the scenery shifting in an instant. They swiftly departed from the immortal valley via an alternate route, entering another mountain range, leaving the immortal valley far behind, out of sight. The speed became so intense that it threatened to overwhelm Chen Zhi's heart, inducing a sensation of impending faintness. He began to regret whether his actions had been too reckless. If the shadow intended to lead them to a dead end, had they fallen into a trap? Even if not, such a frenzied pace would likely leave him with little more than half a life upon arrival. However, he soon realized this assumption was unfounded. Though the speed remained astonishing, the path ahead grew increasingly distinct. This route had appeared in his dreams countless times. It was the very path they had taken during their initial journey to Fengdu, the gates of the underworld that eternally imprisoned Qin Yang. Chapter 728. Return to the old grounds. Throughout the ensuing journey, the speed of the transparent shadow accelerated further, surpassing the limits of human imagination. Chen Zhi recalled that the master of the Dark Division had been remarkably swift in life, only slightly slower than Gui Dao. It appeared that shedding the burden of flesh had not weakened him. Instead, it had amplified his velocity. In this swift rush, the vast expanse of the Changbai mountain range transformed into mere objects beneath their feet, as if nothing were insurmountable. Soon, they found themselves in a familiar territory, one that Chen Zhi would never forget throughout his lifetime. This was the very place where they had accompanied the exploration team to Changbai Mountain, ultimately discovering the Bronze Gate. These scenes had appeared countless times in Chen Zhi's dreams, and now, Unexpectedly, he found himself back here, where every element was intertwined with the remnants of past grievances, awakening in his mind an array of memories. Before Chen Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, they had unknowingly plunged into the depths below, descending through a nearly vertical passage that led to the profound underground. Without hesitation, the transparent figure leaped down, followed closely by the warriors, initiating a rapid descent that tested their physical prowess under the most severe challenges. Chen Zhi realized that during their earlier sprint, some individuals must have fallen behind. This was entirely normal, as such extreme speed was beyond human capability. The subsequent free fall demanded exceptional agility to rebound at various points and maintain balance, a feat not achievable by all, ensuring that only the elite remained. When the disorienting dizziness finally subsided, Chen Zhi felt his barrier sphere land with a thud. The sphere, inherently elastic, rebounded like a large ball before finally stabilizing. Within the confines of the sphere, Chen Zhi experienced a wave of vertigo and nausea, prompting him to silently recite a few incantations. The sphere shattered, and they collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to uncontrollable vomiting. As he retched, the cacophony of simultaneous vomiting filled his ears. Chen Zhi understood that both he and Bao Ping, along with the formidable warriors, were undoubtedly experiencing the same plight. They were, after all, human, endowed with bones and vital organs. Such velocity and the subsequent gravitational forces rendered convulsions and vomiting inevitable. Moreover, following such rapidity, a fleeting blindness often ensued. After a period of vomiting, Chen Zhi's body and vision gradually returned to normal. As he looked ahead, the first figure he discerned through the haze was that of Ghostblade. Ghostblade appeared equally pallid, drawing his long knife as he faced forward, while the transparent shadow loomed less than 5 meters away. Throughout their journey, Ghostblade had not fallen behind. Instead, he had surpassed Chen Zhi, his eyes keenly fixated on the shadow ahead, which remained oblivious to his presence, gazing intently in the direction before it. Following Ghostblade's gaze, Chen Zhi's heart tightened at the sight of the bronze gate that had haunted his dreams countless times, now standing majestically before him, grand, ancient, and sacred. Everything here evokes Chen Zhi's memories. The surrounding air is as it was during his last visit, dark and cold, imbued with a peculiar metallic scent. The landscape is dominated by towering rock walls and ominous black voids, exuding a grandeur that remains obscured in the shadows. The path ahead remains rugged and treacherous, littered with haphazard stone sculptures in various states of incompletion, alongside the disarrayed corpses strewn about. These remains, clad in tattered armor, appear desiccated, reduced to mere skeletal frames. Their attire suggests they belong to ancient warriors, though their era remains indiscernible. Further along lies a man-made stone pathway, seemingly an offshoot of a tomb passage leading straight ahead, flanked by bronze poles from which hang desiccated female corpses. Unlike the earlier remains, these seem even more ancient, their skulls devoid of any muscular tissue. Hollow eye sockets staring blankly at the onlookers, inciting a profound discomfort. Chen Zhi and his companions had encountered these corpses during their previous visit. They speculated that these might have been attendants offered as tribute from the Zhou dynasty, accompanying the new princess to the underworld, or perhaps later tributes from the Jurchen royalty. A pervasive aura of danger lingers here, potent enough to halt a heartbeat, casting a sinister shadow over everything, as if time itself were frozen in this place, ensnared by the frigid air. At that moment, a faint, cold azure glow flickered from the darkness ahead, ephemeral and reminiscent of a fleeting chill. Illuminated by this transient light, the intricate patterns of the colossal bronze door began to emerge. The grandeur of this bronze door is beyond verbal description. It towers approximately 70 meters high and nearly 60 meters wide, equivalent to the height of a 30-story building, its apex lost to the shadows above. The craftsmanship appears remarkably advanced, suggesting it was cast as a single piece of bronze, an achievement far beyond human capabilities. With a thickness and weight that no mere mortal could hope to move. Before this magnificent gate, humanity feels an overwhelming sense of inferiority, rendered minuscule, akin to ants before a divine marvel. As Chen Zhi regained his composure, so too did his companions, who swiftly entered a state of heightened alertness, meticulously observing their surroundings. Bao Ping, witnessing the bronze door for the first time, bore a serious countenance, assessing the scene ahead without displaying fear or any hint of emotion. Meanwhile, The other warriors unsheathed their blades, positioning themselves behind the ghostly figure, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Also promptly took stock of their numbers and confirmed that of the original 280 warriors, only 150 had made the journey, the others having fallen behind as anticipated. The remaining warriors would serve as a support force, poised to assist upon their emergence. Chen Zhi parted the crowd and advanced forward, his footsteps remarkably light. Striving to make no sound, he approached Gui Dao from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. Gui Dao did not respond, merely indicating ahead with the tip of his blade. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed the transparent figure was not merely standing. Its arms were extended forward, and its head hung downward in a peculiar posture, seemingly in prayer before the bronze gate. Soon, a coarse sound, reminiscent of sand, emanated from the direction ahead. The black shadow was chanting incantations using this method, and Chen Zhi realized that their previous entry through the bronze door had been alongside the spectral soldiers. In a sense, they had never truly opened the grand bronze gate. This time, the sand-like incantation might indeed be the genuine key to unlocking the gate. Chapter 729. Entering the underworld. Chen Zhi activated the spotlight on his work uniform, adjusting it to the smallest aperture, and then cast a gentle beam toward the gate. Before him lay a wide, straight-tuned path leading into the darkness, seemingly paved by human hands, wide enough for a giant to traverse. At the end of this thoroughfare stood the grand bronze gate, flanked by a large stone platform that was somewhat obscured from this vantage point, upon which rested a colossal coffin. The size of the coffin was immense, clearly not intended for a human occupant, and despite the darkness, reflections revealed it to be crafted entirely from rare, precious white stone, likely an artifact from ages past. The intricate carvings depicted many entwined dragons, adorned with elaborate patterns beneath them. Surrounding the coffin stood several stone figures, kneeling in a posture of servitude, creating an unsettling atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. However, the ground around the coffin was in disarray, with many areas obscured by dark substances, rendering them indistinct. Fatway had mentioned that during their first visit, they had been ambushed here, leaving behind numerous traces. It was likely that many desiccated corpses still lay in wait. As the chanting of the transparent figure grew increasingly clear, the surrounding air began to flow backward, and everyone immediately found it difficult to breathe, as if caught in the grip of a colossal vacuum. During this tumultuous moment, Chen Zhi distinctly observed the massive stone coffin shift suddenly, and then a crack appeared along its edge, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, in the profound silence of the darkness. It was as if a clap of thunder had resonated. A gigantic hand, resembling that of a monstrous claw, emerged from the coffin. Gradually, the stone coffin opened, revealing a great black shadow that extended forth. Upon witnessing this vast figure, an uncontrollable tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. The black shadow was so immense that even the term giant failed to encapsulate its magnitude. During this period, Chen Zhi and his companions have grown accustomed to witnessing various bizarre occurrences. They have encountered colossal monsters, yet they have never laid eyes on anything as chilling as what now unfolds before them. Though the details remain obscured from a distance, they can discern a massive, dark silhouette adorned with countless arms, reminiscent of the mythological Azura, gracefully swirling through the air. This ominous figure, upon unsealing the stone coffin, emerged from it in a grotesque manner, then began to crawl across the ground, inching forward with its myriad arms, before suddenly lunging at the bronze door. With a thunderous crash, the immense bronze door was struck forcefully. Then, the dark figure commenced its exertion, the sound reverberating like a series of thunderclaps, causing the cavern to tremble violently. Under the influence of this shadowy entity, the enormous bronze door began to creak open, revealing the gateway to the underworld, which once again lay open before Chen Zhi. After the door swung wide, the dark silhouette swayed unsteadily and crawled back into the coffin, exhibiting no further actions. When the heavy stone lid thudded down, the entire cavern returned to its oppressive darkness, rendering everything invisible. In the feeble glow of his flashlight, Chen Zhi perceived the transparent shadow seemingly glance back. However, the pervasive darkness rendered its form insubstantial, leaving him uncertain if it truly turned. Yet, he observed it vividly, and he then stepped through the bronze door, vanishing into the black void. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Bao Ping, awaiting his command. Since earlier, Bao Ping had been observing the unfolding scene with his deep gray eyes, and he coldly issued a command. "Follow me." With that utterance, the warriors moved like shadows, swiftly darting into the bronze door one by one. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Bao Ping continued to connect the protective barrier to Aso and Ghostblade, entering the bronze door together. As they crossed the threshold, a resounding clang echoed as the colossal bronze door slammed shut behind them, sealing them within the realm of the underworld, isolated from the world above. This was a domain belonging to another world, a darkness devoid of any earthly essence, enveloping them entirely. Here lay the fabled ultimate underworld, the very sensation that haunted Chen Zhi in his nightmares, a chilling aura filled with the essence of death, penetrating his mind and sending shivers through his very bones. He could hear the rapid pounding of hearts around him. In this ghostly domain, every warrior felt their heart rise to their throats. Though only about 150 warriors remained, they swiftly arranged themselves into formation as they had been trained, flanking Bao Ping and Chen Zhi on either side, their long blades drawn and ready to confront whatever may emerge. Chen Zhi understood that they were prepared to face death at any moment. The realm beyond the bronze door is the ultimate destination, an indescribable expanse that defies the imagination of humanity, yet it is not a figment of fantasy. It is a tangible space that truly exists. This vastness is boundless, with the ground seemingly composed of sand, allowing Chen Zhi to distinctly feel the sensation of his feet making contact with the surface. However, the ground beneath appears to writhe and shift, and Chen Zhi perceives a seething warmth permeating the air ahead, as if it is swirling incessantly. Yet, all the fervor in this realm is subdued by a unique, chilling atmosphere. Everyone experiences a profound cold, not stemming from low temperatures, but rather from a dark, oppressive chill that even their work attire cannot mitigate. Chen Zhi feels as though his heart is on the verge of freezing, ready to shatter at any moment. They had visited this place once before, and he recalled the harsh conditions, aware that the fierce storms here could easily claim lives. Thus, they arrived this time fully prepared. After acquiring the ghost wood on their previous visit, they had cut a small piece and cultivated it in their laboratory. According to Professor Liao, the material of this sacred wood is truly unimaginable. They established several research teams, and after nearly a year, they successfully cloned a cubic meter of ghost wood. Subsequently, Chen Zhi instructed that these pieces be cut into strips, with each warrior carrying one on their person. Even the frenzied gales along this road to the underworld would spare the ghost wood, allowing everyone to stand firm and preventing them from being swept away by the tempest. Chapter 730. Walking the ultimate path. Aso and Bao Jiu endeavored to regulate their breathing as they ventured forward, with the others closely following. Everything ahead appeared hazy, shrouded in a grayish-yellow hue, amidst a chaotic world devoid of day or night, left or right, up or down, where only indistinct shadows could be discerned. Although they felt no wind at present, the direction of the air suggested that there had recently been signs of immense thermal waves. The atmospheric pressure here is exceedingly low, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily constrict, their breaths quickening. The human body instinctively prioritizes oxygen for survival, supplying it first to vital organs before the brain. In such low-pressure conditions, cognitive function becomes exceedingly difficult, along with diminished hearing and vision. Gue Dao patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder and tapped his wrist to signal him. Chen Zhi understood his intent. The oxygen gauge on the wrist of his work attire indicated that the oxygen levels here were alarmingly sparse. This was anticipated, as on their last visit, many had been hindered in their movements due to insufficient oxygen. However, this time, their work suits had been enhanced to provide ample oxygen supply. When external oxygen levels were detected to be low, the suits swiftly compensated, ensuring their safety. As the crowd wandered through the chaos, a transparent shadow suddenly re-emerged ahead. This shadow seemed to have altered its demeanor. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, it no longer rushed forward but instead wobbled along, guiding the way. The atmosphere grew noticeably calmer, yet the shadow maintained an elusive distance, visible yet perpetually out of reach. Chen Zhi reorganized the remaining warriors, counting a total of 153, each a paragon of excellence, including a few who had previously ventured into the underworld. He instructed them to form a line, encircling himself and Bao Ping tightly, thus creating a solid triangle conducive to both advancement and stability. Given the poor visibility, any lost member would be irretrievable, hence, they had to remain closely huddled, arms entwined. The exceedingly low air pressure dulled their senses, causing dizziness and intense ringing in their ears as they pressed forward, the environment starkly contrasting with the outside world. Eventually, movement grew arduous. The entire group struggled onward, the transparent figure leading them at a deliberate pace. After a while, a thick mist enveloped them, laden with moisture, revealing a structure through the hazy scenery. Chen Zhi recognized they were nearing the Earth Temple, a miraculous sight he had witnessed previously. According to legend, the Earth Temple served as the first station of the underworld, where all entrants must register and undergo scrutiny before passage. It was said that at the temple's center stood a reddish-brown table, upon which lay a household register, chronicling the domicile and detailed information of each individual, including local landscapes, population, livestock, and more. When a person's lifespan concludes and they are to enter the netherworld, the spectral soldiers, armed with soul-reaping talismans and official documents, would escort the departed to this site. There, they would consult the household register to verify the deceased's identity, confirm their natural demise, and assess their conduct in life, before registering them and affixing an official seal to their documents, thus permitting them to cross the river of forgetfulness. Chen Zhi had perused numerous texts concerning the underworld, many of which were ancient and derived from the lore of primordial beings. These records indicated the existence of the Earth Temple, albeit transformed through the ages by human interpretation for comprehension. The edifice appeared peculiar from a distance. It resembled an ordinary small shrine, yet it swayed and flickered in the forefront, its true nature indeterminate. As they approached, the air ahead began to stir inexplicably, awakening a familiar memory within Chen Zhi. He instantly realized that a terrifying, colossal whirlwind was about to unleash itself upon them. In the next heartbeat, the unique tempest of the underworld descended upon them with overwhelming force. The surrounding world was engulfed in chaos, as a fierce hurricane howled aimlessly, threatening to rupture everyone's eardrums. Clinging to the ground like roots, their feet remained steadfast, impervious to the relentless winds. After what felt like an eternity, the tempest gradually subsided. As the dust settled, Chen Zhi and his companions activated their searchlights, revealing that everything had returned to its original state. The air still bore a grayish hue, yet the transparent shadow that had once loomed ahead had vanished. However, the temple emerged ever more distinctly through the mist. To that place, Bao Ping gently indicated forward, communicating through their wireless. The group swiftly advanced toward the temple. Yet, the distance proved greater than anticipated. After nearly half an hour of walking, the small temple-like structure finally reappeared in their sight. It was then that they truly grasped the existence of such an ancient and wondrous relic in another realm. The building, less than 100 square meters, exhibited elements of archaic architectural curves, resembling a temple from a distance, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared more akin to a modest dwelling. Behind this edifice, mist swirled and waves danced, revealing the fabled river of forgetfulness. The river appeared deceptively tranquil, seeming both near and far, a delicate white ribbon stretching across their path, devoid of any ripples, embodying the serene nature of a placid woman, eternally silent. Yet, Chen Zhi vividly recalled the river's terrifying reputation. The last time, the blue-clad warrior had merely brushed against its waters and succumbed to its deadly allure. This seemingly pure and quiet river harbored an abundance of restless souls. They pressed onward, their destination now fully visible. The small structure before them defied age and architectural classification, existing as if untouched by time. Unlike any ordinary human conception, the building consisted solely of walls, lacking a roof or floor, suspended in midair, its corners hovering several inches above the ground. Before them stood the transparent figure, now waiting at the entrance of the small house. This time, Chen Zhi clearly observed that the figure was indeed turning to gaze at them, its grotesque face twisted into a smile. Chapter 731. A visitor knocks. The visage of the transparent figure remained fearsome, yet it was unmistakably smiling, a smile so eerie it sent shivers down their spines. Chen Zhi sensed an unsettling air of triumph in that smile, as if the specter possessed consciousness. It was at this moment that Chen Zhi suddenly realized something. This dark sorcery of tracking through memory shadows had been gleaned from the mind of Master Puang. How could a hermit monk, so deeply entrenched in the Buddhist way, possess knowledge of such malevolent sorcery? This incantation was undoubtedly imparted to him by Yamo, who taught him while exploiting him to maintain the black whale. It is highly probable that Yamo possesses knowledge of the origins of this dark sorcery. understanding it more intimately than Chen Zhi. He may have foreseen numerous events, including the inevitable fury of Bao Ping upon encountering that peculiar gift. Subsequently, Bao Ping would undoubtedly disregard all else in his pursuit of the Umbu, and perhaps from the moment the Umbu launched a surprise attack on the branch organization, striking Bao Ping with that dark arrow, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Yamo. Rather than suggesting that they sought this place, it would be more accurate to say they were led here by Yamo. Perhaps the master of this Umbu branch was destined to perish in Yamo's scheme. In the vast array of Umbu strongholds throughout the world, the countless lives intertwined with the Umbu are of no concern to Yamo. His ultimate objective is to ensnare Bao Ping once more in the poisonous grip of the red medicine, inciting him to arrive here, drawing both Bao Ping and Chen Zhi into the deepest, darkest recesses of this underworld. What, then, could his ultimate aim be? Would he eliminate Chen Zhi and Bao Ping within this netherworld? In the face of the current Chen Zhi, does he truly possess such confidence? The translucent shadow at the doorway merely smiled at them before retreating, subtly fading into the temple. Its ethereal form lunged forward, as if leaping to another location, and then vanished. Bao Jiao's immediate reaction was to follow, but he was abruptly restrained by Chen Zhi. Wait, he cautioned. Just as Bao Jiao was about to enter, a shadow suddenly emerged from the suspended house. This shadow took a distinctly tangible form, resembling a large black claw that lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. However, due to Chen Zhi's timely intervention, the claw missed its mark. Chen Zhi recalled the perilous scene from his first visit. At that time, the danger was palpable. When Fat Wei approached the doorway, he was seized by that black claw, which gripped his ankle with a lifelike tenacity, dragging him inward with immense force. Fat Wei cried out in alarm as he fell, desperately clawing at the ground but finding no purchase, perilously close to being pulled inside. In that moment, Chen Zhi drew his blade and struck at the shadow, causing it to retract. Upon examining the claw, Chen Zhi noticed a distinct cut, a remnant of his previous attack. Everything mirrored the last encounter. Although time may have flowed outside, the essence of this place remained unchanged. All stood before the temple, unable to restrain their gazes inward after witnessing the recent events. In this current atmosphere, it would be a lie to claim that hearts were not racing. The scene shattered the depths of despair, enveloping all in an abyss of chaos and darkness. The suffocating silence of death gradually consumed their souls. "Chief, what should we do?" Asawa, clutching a long knife protectively around Bao Ping, inquired. "How did you all pass last time? If this place is perilous, can we circumvent it and find another route?" "We cannot." Chen Zhi gently shook his head, faintly recalling the last time he had visited this place. At that time, upon encountering the shadowy claws, they had contemplated circumventing the temple and opting for the waterway of the Forgotten River. However, just as they had taken a few steps forward, the blue-banded warriors leading the way discovered an invisible barrier in the air ahead. It was imperceptible at first glance, yet akin to a transparent glass wall, completely obstructing their path. If one were to strike the wall with a blade, sparks would fly, and the force would prove insurmountable, sending even the blue-banded warriors reeling back. Charging through was simply out of the question. Meanwhile, the glass barrier remained, while the Forgotten River flowed languidly not far ahead, shrouded in mist and an air of desolation. In Chen Zhi's heart, he was reluctant to take that water route, despite his fervent attempts to forget. He vividly remembered having sent Qin Yiyang through this very passage into the underworld with his own hands. Judging by the actions of the transparent shadow, it seemed to beckon them to enter the temple, indicating that this time they were not meant to traverse the Forgotten River. Indeed, they were no longer esteemed guests of the waterway. It appeared that entering without prior notice would not suffice. It is only polite to knock when visiting someone, after all. "Chief Chen," Bao Ping said calmly, nodding at Chen Zhi. "Yes." Chen Zhi promptly responded, drawing the god-slaying blade from his back. Since mastering the incantation, he had not wielded the blade for some time. Yet, it shimmered brilliantly, as if sensing danger, the edge emanating a vivid crimson hue, dazzling to behold. Chen Zhi lowered the blade, scrutinizing the surroundings of the temple before cautiously approaching. From a distance, the structure appeared to be made of stone bricks, yet it was, in fact, composed of an alloyed metal reminiscent of a modern technological spacecraft, albeit with an ancient aesthetic that misled one into perceiving it as a temple. Chen Zhi had noted during his previous visit that everything here transcended human concepts of time. Some ancient elements preceded human civilization and were far more advanced than contemporary technology, realms yet to be explored by humankind. On his last passage through, he had possessed a ceremonial insignia as an envoy, entering to register and inscribe his name. Now, however, he bore something else in hand, a gift from Yamo to Bao Ping, the finger of Chen Zhi. Chapter 732, A Visitor Knocks, Part 2. When Yamo had presented this finger as a gift to Bao Ping, it had been housed within a box that projected an image, containing Yamo's mocking provocation. In a fit of rage, Bao Ping had shattered the box with his military baton. However, that box was indeed a miraculous artifact, to everyone's astonishment. On the following morning, the shattered box had been restored to its original state, as if the fragmented shards of glass had seamlessly rejoined. Upon closer inspection of its surface, one could discern the faint traces of the previous fractures. Bao Ping instructed his men to treat Chen Zhi's finger with a spell to ensure it would never decay, and then placed it back within the box. Bao Ping remarked that since they had been invited, they ought to possess some form of evidence. They should not appear as uninvited guests, much like how their hosts had intrusively visited Shiqi before. Such behavior was impolite, and they would not emulate it. Unexpectedly, Bao Ping's decision would prove to be of vital importance. Chen Zhi waved his hand, prompting Asua to solemnly present the box to him. Chen Zhi secured the god-slaying weapon on his back, holding the box firmly with both hands, and stepped forward towards the main entrance of the Earth Temple, observing the ancient Zhou etiquette with each deliberate stride. In ancient times, the manner of walking was of great significance. The concept of propriety was most meticulously upheld during the Zhou dynasty, which was regarded as the pinnacle of ancient ceremonial dress. It was only after the fall of the Zhou that rituals and music fell into disarray, leading to chaos throughout the land. According to traditional customs, when a sovereign welcomed foreign envoys, they were required to hold a jade disc and present it on an altar as a sign of respect. The envoy was expected to maintain a dignified posture, walking with a straight back, and to perform the ritual of 3 advances and 9 pauses, with exacting attention to the distance of each step and the duration of each pause, for any misstep would bring disgrace to their sovereign. Following the completion of the grand ritual, the envoy would submit the formal document, at which point the host monarch might bestow special honors, allowing the envoy to enter the grand hall or granting them food and drink. These were matters for another time. At this moment, Chen Zhi held the box with a straight back, meticulously emulating the Zhou rituals as he approached the Earth Temple. He had rehearsed this process countless times, ensuring that every step and pause was executed flawlessly, until at last, he crossed the threshold. Remarkably, this time, the enormous shadowy arm did not reach out to seize him. Chen Zhi cautiously advanced a few more steps. In the center of the Earth Temple stood a brilliant red stone table, gleaming and immaculate. Following the ancient ceremonial protocol, he extended his arms and placed the box upright on the crimson altar, then retreated 2 steps, pausing for a moment before stepping back again. Thus far, this ceremonial sequence had been formally completed, marking their official request to enter the city of Fengdu. Yet, there was still no response. The howling winds outside continued to batter against their uniforms, causing discomfort. Finally, Chen Zhi gestured behind him, and the warriors swiftly encircled the imperial temple, while several red-banded warriors escorted Bao Ping into the Earth Temple. Just as Chen Zhi remembered, everything within this room floated in midair. There were tables and stools, oddly shaped, yet bearing some resemblance to human customs. However, the crimson table is not merely painted with red lacquer. Rather, it is hewn from a single block of an extraordinary red stone, a material unknown to the mortal realm. This stone emanates ethereal glimmers, captivating in its brilliance. The surface of the table is inscribed with numerous characters, line upon line, serving as a substitute for scrolls. Despite the depth of the carvings, not a speck of dust resides within the grooves. Outside, the world is engulfed in tumultuous winds and sand, a chaotic expanse, yet within this temple, not a trace of dirt can be found, as if time itself has left no mark here, rendering the surroundings as if conjured from illusions. Everything within this sanctuary is both tangible and authentic. The inscriptions appear as fresh as if they were etched only moments ago. Although the age of the words remains indiscernible, their essence suggests a vast temporal span, perhaps even extending back over 1 billion years. The initial rows of text are utterly indecipherable, crafted in a peculiar script that seems to predate human civilization. Further along, 2 lines of ghostly writing emerge, also unrecognizable to Chen Zhi. In the latter sections, however, Chen Zhi encounters several rows of clear divine script, meticulously inscribed. The general meaning conveys, to honor the union with the princess, annual tributes to the celestial deity at Tian, and so forth, signed by Jiang Shang, the envoy of the Western Qi, documenting the princess's entry into the underworld. Subsequent rows bear identical handwriting, all penned by Jiang Shang, with content largely consistent. Yet in the final line, there appears a series of hastily scrawled, simplified characters. A fleeting glance reveals the message. This individual undertook their ancestral mission, as per tradition, to enter the underworld and fulfill their duty, signed by someone with the surname Zhang, marred by bloodstains that obscure the entire name. Chen Zhi recalls this name, belonging to his long-cherished brother, Fat Wei. The inscriptions mirror those he had previously encountered, with the distinction that he had not meticulously scrutinized the names of the princesses or the intricate details of the text before. This time, as he attentively examines the records, he distinctly notices a character, Xiao, etched with remarkable precision. It is evident that Jiang Zia approached this inscription with utmost seriousness, fearful of making even a single error. Compared to the subsequent lines, this particular inscription is notably lengthier, yet it bears numerous scratch marks, indicating attempts to obliterate it. Strangely, while other words can be scraped away, the name of the princess remains impervious to such efforts. Upon that redstone slab, Chen Zhi clearly discerns a name, Xiao Gu. Although the rest of the text has been defaced, he diligently strives to interpret these ancient divine characters, likely engraved by Jiang Zia himself. Among the many profound and heartfelt sentiments, the translated essence expresses, to honor the union, the humble daughter of the divine, Xiao Gu. Our king has graciously bestowed the title of Princess Xiao, placing her above the rank of a marquis, partaking in the emperor's bounty, adorned in the emperor's silks. Sharing the same dignity as the emperor, now presented at the side of the king of Fengdu. Upon presenting the edict, seated at the court, as if the divine spirit had descended in joy, it was hoped that a child would be granted, bestowing upon the left divine seat a most unparalleled fortune. Following this, there is an extensive array of divine inscriptions, likely penned by Jiang Zia in a fit of emotion, overflowing with praise for the princess's extraordinary beauty and noble lineage. Unmatched across the realm, she was cherished as the brightest jewel in Jiang Shang's palm, accompanied by a lavish dowry, which he reluctantly bestowed upon the netherworld. However, much of this script has been subsequently scraped away, each incision deep and revealing the anger and suppression that Jiang Zia felt as he erased those words. The subsequent records of marriage alliances consist merely of perfunctory phrases, nearly identical in content, differing only in names. The intent is abundantly clear. Royal women are treated as tributes to be sent forth, fully aware of their impending demise, yet devoid of any emotional response.